Doing great.
Oh, man. We'll get to the Warriors in the 7 o'clock hour. I want to start the show off with some fun, some laughs. I get what's going on in Warriorland. They'll take out the Sacramento Kings today, who are red hot under Doug Christie. 9-2 in 11 games under Doug Christie, and they're looking to light the beam tonight up in Sacramento. So we'll get that. We'll get to Kyle Draper at 7:30. Of course, you know who he is, Kings pre and post. And of course, Sacktown Sports Radio with our old friend Whitey Gleason. Anthony Slater, 8:30. Of course, he's our 95.7 Game Insider, Warriors Insider for The Athletic. We'll get the latest on the Warriors. We'll get a perspective from the Kings, Warriors, and all that stuff. But we did have the Baseball Hall of Fame, which I'm not going to lie to you, as you say, good morning to everybody out there getting out their graveyard shift, overnight dancers, everybody out there, firefighters, cops, you know the drill. I was just driving around, took Chess to get some ice cream. We had to go do some things for NBC. Went to go get me a cheesesteak. Shout out to Omar Metro Cafe. Got me a nice little cheesesteak. I forgot the Baseball Hall of Fame. I forgot all about the announcement. Like, I didn't know the announcement was coming up, and I just look at my email. It's like, Ichiro, CC Sabathia, Bobby Wagner. Here's a Zoom link to ask your questions. And I'm like, what is going on here? Wait, the Baseball Hall of Fame announcement was yesterday? So, hey, Baseball Hall of Fame announcement. And it is good because I don't even get outraged over it anymore. I don't like the whole time with Barry Bonds being on the ballot and guys like Roger Clemens being on the ballot and falling off the ballot. To say Sheffield, like, you're not going to Hall of Fame. Gary Sheffield's not a Baseball Hall of Fame.
You ask people who
criminal.
Pitched against him.
Right.
You see Gary Sheffield on deck and you're like, oh, God.
Billy Wagner, go ask him. Go ask him.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, Sheffield, Hall of Famer? Yeah. Anyway, but I am happy for Ichiro, and I know we're going to get to him, but also the Bay Area's own, Vallejo's own, CC Sabathia, who had a spectacular career. It's great to see CC get his due.
Absolutely.
And he's going to join the Museum of Gods, man. That's really cool for CC.
You know, obviously the modern way of playing baseball when it comes to starting pitching has diluted everything. You know, guys don't take the ball like they used to. Mm-hmm. And you know, anybody who's playing, coaching, whatever, in a lot of these tournaments, there's something to be said for, and you don't want anyone to get hurt, but there's something to be said for just being out there and being consistent for 15 years plus. I mean, this is a guy who pitched 17, 18 years in the bigs, and if you just look at his logs, like 33 starts, 33 starts, 30 starts, 30 starts, like over and over for almost 16 straight years.
Yeah.
You give your body to the sport and to your team, and someone like CC Sabathia, when I view him, it's the same thing with Ichiro. He's a guy that makes me smile. He's a guy that always, I felt, had fun while playing, and I thought that his joy came across on the television. And as a local guy, seeing all the like tweets yesterday from the Vallejo Little League circuit that was putting out pictures, I mean, how freaking cool is that?
He's done a lot for that region, that city. First battle Hall of Famer, CC Sabathia.
It's crazy.
Wow. 6-time All-Star, World Series champion 09, Cy Young Award winner, ALCS MVP in 09, a 2-time MLB wins leader. He has over 3,000 strikeouts. He has 251 wins. Look, is he a first ballot Hall of Famer? I don't know. We could debate that if you want to, but he, to me, was a Hall of Famer. He was one of the better pitchers during his era, during his stretch. There's no doubt about that. So I'm happy he got into the Hall of Fame. And then there's a no doubter with Ichiro Suzuki. I mean, no brainer, right?
I think that he is, like, there's a short list of foreign-born North American athletes who have a 100% approval rating when it comes to, like, the Q rating. Ichiro's at the top of the list. Does anyone have a negative thing to say about Ichiro Suzuki?
I don't think so.
The way I viewed him was another guy who loved the game of baseball, played it in such a unique way to the American audience in terms of I'm basically like running down the line as I'm slapping it. And when your name is next to Pete Rose in terms of consecutive 200 hit seasons, do you know how unbelievable that is? Pete Rose, it's like when anyone, and I saw this with Travis Kelce over the weekend, he's just surpassed Jerry Rice in terms of playoff numbers. And it's like, dude, you know how good you have to be to beat some of these video game numbers from Pete Rose? When you finish baseball, playing almost 20 years, and you have a 311 batting average, come on, man. A 311. He had 3,000 hits, and
He didn't get to the league till he was, 27 years old?
But
27 years old.
Apparently he had like 1,000 hits in the Japanese league he came from.
Yeah,
you're looking at a guy that legitimately had 4,000 or 5,000 hits in his baseball life.
He had 1,278 hits in Japan. 3,089 in Major League Baseball, 311 batting average. The knock on him before he came was that, it's not going to work out. He's kind of a slap hitter. He's frail, yada, yada, yada. We heard the story about Lou Piniella saying, man, all this guy does is slap hit. What's going on? Ichiro hears it. He starts knocking him out the park. Then, of course, his first, the first week of the season? Was it the first week? Maybe it's game 8, game 9, whatever it was, but at the Oakland Coliseum, where Terrence Long tried to run on him.
Oh, yeah.
And Ichiro threw him out from right field with a hose. And it was like, oh, boy, pound for pound, this guy might be one of the best baseball players in the league right now. And so that rookie season, I remember my buddy George, who's living out there in Japan. He played Little League for Grattan Playground. I played for the Hawks out at Kimball Park, but we went to Hoover together, me, him, and Umair. And George was all about Ichiro when he first came out. Oh, we got this guy Ichiro, man. He was half Japanese. I'm like, George, dude, chill, dude. Like, we'll see. Relax. And he was right about him. Right away, he was like, yo, this guy Ichiro coming up from Japan, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, all right, whatever. All right, whatever. They need some marketing in Seattle.
No,
Nintendo founders or whatnot. No, he was ridiculous. And one of the more likable players we've seen in over the last 30, 40 years.
No question. And when I think about his style of play and, like, hit him where you ain't, like, it's something that you don't see a lot in today's modern day, where guys, go with the pitch. He's got more Tony Gwynn, Wade Boggs in him in terms of his approach at the plate than he does the modern player. And I think that he played an intoxicating brand of baseball. He also stole a lot of bases.
Right.
People don't look at that.
509 bases.
He stole a lot of bases.
Speed.
He was just an absolute monster. And I always think of this, like, for Seattle sports, when you lose Ken Griffey and Randy Johnson in a short period of time, who, to me, that is Mariner baseball. Like Griffey and Randy Johnson. Are you kidding me? And then he wears Randy Johnson's number and instantly becomes the face of that organization. There's a drill that he does. You're talking about his arm. I see it all over the internet. We do it at the end of practice. You put the bats upside down on the plate. So the barrel is sitting on the plate and it looks like bowling pins. You get to the pitcher's mound and you got to hit the bats with the ball. And it's like you're bowling. You get 3 strikes. I've seen this guy over and over and over in all these different videos. You want to talk about accuracy? I mean, he's knocking down all the pins, all the bats that are upright with one pitch. He's unbelievable. They said he could throw upper 90s to 100.
I believe it.
I do. I kind of do.
I'm just reading stories. I was reading all these stories last night about Ichiro. They were saying that fans from Japan were taking $2,000 baseball tours, sometimes flying in and out of the U.S. just to watch Ichiro play. Reporters, obviously, and we see it with Shohei Ohtani now, with all the Japanese media in the building and the photographers giving media access. With Ichiro coming off of Nomo and who was it, Hideki Arabu with the New York Yankees. Matsui, of course, Godzilla. And Ichiro comes in, and he's a different type of player, right? Doesn't hit for power. Although he did have one of probably the most electric play in All-Star memory here. Here it is, inside the park home run at Oracle Park.
Here's a shot into deep right field. Back at the wall. Ichiro hits it off the wall. It takes a weird carom, and Ichiro may circle the bases. In to score is Roberts. Here comes Ichiro. Inside the park home run.
Joe Buck got a call, 2007. Ichiro stole the show there. Don't forget, Ichiro, one of the only players to win Rookie of the Year and MVP in the same season.
Incredible.
I mean, it was incredible, right? I mean, Fred Lynn did it with the Red Sox. Ichiro's an all-timer. He's fun. Now, you get to Billy Wagner, and he's, I think of Billy Wagner. Do I think Hall of Fame? Probably not.
I thought he was really, really good.
Good for him.
But like you asked me a question. Was he ever the best? Because I think this is something like for Frank Gore is a great example. Like you can make the argument Frank was never the best running back at any given time in his tenure in the NFL. But that doesn't mean that he wasn't really good. But when I think of like the best closers in the game, it's like at that time, like before him, Lee Smith, right? When I think of closers back in the day, obviously Mariano Rivera, John Wetland for a period of time was the number one. John Franco was the number one for a minute there. Trevor Hoffman comes to mind. I don't necessarily go right to Billy Wagner. That being said, I always liked them. Lefty closers are unique. 5'10", 5'9" lefty closers are even more unique.
He was solid. I just don't.
400 saves is something.
It is something. I just don't think of Hall of Fame when I think of Billy Wagner. I don't know what it is. It's just like if I had to give the ball to Billy Wagner or Rob Nin, for example, I'm probably giving the ball to Rob Nin.
Well, it's funny that you bring that up because we were having the debate about King Felix, Felix Hernandez. And I love CC Sabathia. I told you all the things on the front end. I mean, game for my life, game 7. I'm handing the ball to King Felix over CC. And I love CC. But part of making the Hall of Fame isn't how great you were over a whatever period of time. It's longevity. It's the counting stats. And that's where I think it gets a little murky. You know, like Tim Lincecum's never getting in the Hall of Fame. I still think he's one of the greatest pitchers in San Francisco Giants history. But I don't think he'll ever be in the Hall of Fame. I don't know if he'll even get a statue. I think he deserves a statue. But if you get outside of the Bay Area, people will be like, what are you talking about? Mm-hmm. You know, did he even get 150 wins? Mm-hmm. You know,
no, but it's wild. So you look at the Hall of Fame list there. Ichiro Suzuki, CC, Billy Wagner. Billy Wagner gets 82.5% of the vote. Carlos Beltran falls just flat at the Hall of Fame, 70%. You need 75% to get into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Andrew Jones. I saw a quote from Chipper Jones saying if Andrew Jones was a New York Yankee, he'd be a first ballot Hall of Famer. He got 66% of the vote. Also, Chase Utley, just 40% of the vote. A-Rod's still on the ballot, 37%.
Utley low. I thought Utley was a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, and Manny Ramirez, 34%. I mean, come on, man.
Utley was one of the premier players at second base for a long time.
I love Chase Utley.
Take off our Philly hate, because I know a lot of Giants fans hate the Phillies, and specifically Utley because of the Sanchez stuff. He was awesome.
I love Chase Utley. Loved him.
You feared him like no other, right?
I mean, he would take the first pitch. He could steal bases. He hit for power. He was spicy. I love Chase Utley. Alex Rodriguez, I mean, Manny Ramirez, they're sitting there in the 30s. I mean,
people are going to say that I'm crazy. I think Alex Rodriguez is one of the top 3 most talented players to ever play baseball.
Yeah, he's a top 10 player of all time. Like
I think he's the greatest shortstop ever.
Pete Rose did too.
You know, I told myself, just about 10 minutes ago, I don't get outraged over the Hall of Fame. And I don't. But when I look at it and I'm staring at it in the face, Alex Rodriguez, Manny Ramirez, 37% of the vote, 34% of the vote. I'm thinking, okay, was it tainted? Was it not? Manny Ramirez possibly, even with Alex Rodriguez right there as a right-handed bat, maybe for my money, maybe the most talented right-handed batter I've ever seen in my life.
Fonte,
Manny Ramirez was amazing.
You can't write the history of the game. Think about what he did in Boston. Just Boston. I know Cleveland, he was awesome too. Think about what he did in Boston. You can't write the history of the game without including him. Look, we can have whatever feelings we want about steroids, like individually. The truth is, like, can you write the history of the game without talking about Man Ram?
Yeah.
He's one of the baddest.
I don't think he can. I mean,
Monty,
Andrew Jones has 2 more years, but no, Manny Ramirez, when he would get in that box, and he just had fun playing the game. I smile when I watch Manny Ramirez.
I totally agree.
555 home runs, over 300 batting average. You talk about his Cleveland years coming in. I mean, 91 games played, 94, 17 jacks, 60 RBIs. Next year, 31 to 107, 33, 112, 26, 88, 45, 145, 44, 165, 38, 122, 41, 125. I mean, come on, man.
Even when he was with the Dodgers, he wasn't bad.
No, when he was with the Dodgers, he was sick.
With number 99.
Yes, he was sick. I had him fantasy baseball. And then everybody was trying to trade for him. I remember I was like, nope, he's leading me to the championship. And then I wake up on Yahoo and it's like, Manny Ramirez pop for steroids. I was like, no. And he still tried to play. He tried to play in the minors. Remember he had a Cubs uniform on? I think he tried to play in the A's training.
Yeah, he had an A's jersey at one point.
Jersey on, dude.
Sweet.
So, like, Ichiro is a guy that, like, we don't really hear him talk because obviously, for the most part, speaks in another language. Though everyone around him says that he speaks perfectly fine English. I can't say that, one way or the other. But when I think of, like, Ichiro, not a lot of personality, but the play was so intoxicating, it made it awesome to watch. Manny Ramirez, that's the personality all of sports is missing these days. Aloof, goofy. My favorite play of all time that I can't get enough of is when the ball gets hit to center field at Fenway Park, and somehow, some way, he thinks he's the cutoff coming back into the infield, and he cuts it off, and he's like diving to make this cutoff play.
Right.
It's an all-time laugher moment for me.
One of my favorite moments is Camden Yards when Manny Ramirez, a double guy, hit off the wall, and he jumps on the wall as he's retrieving the ball and gives a fan a high five.
That was all time. Totally
come on, man. Manny Ramirez is awesome, man.
He was great for baseball. Was he not?
So 5-1-0, Jeff can't get in, but
That's
Utley can't get in. I've fought for Jeff Kent for
That's
many
a
years.
joke.
It's not happening. So the Baseball Hall of Fame is what it is. It's why it gets laughed at year in and year out. And it's why I'm driving around yesterday. I was like, oh, they had the Baseball Hall of Fame announcement. I remember I used to rush home, go to MLB Network, 3 o'clock, whatever it was, West Coast time. You get Costas, you get Verducci, your favorite. You get all these guys at the MLB panelists talking about the Hall of Fame, Brian Kinney. I had no clue. I was just so aloof to the moment.
The NFL does it so well because it's right before the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like they make it a big thing leading up with all the awards, and they do it the same weekend, the same night. Real quick, you guys are talking about Billy Wagner, and he had 422 saves in his career. So the guys that are on track or have actually
Kenley
succeeded,
Jansen.
Yep, Kenley Jansen.
I know that.
So Kenley Jansen has 447 saves. Hall of Famer for you guys?
Kenley Jansen, see, to me, even though his body of work is incredible, I don't view him as a Hall of Famer. That being said, I think he's going to get in.
Another guy would be Craig Kimbrell, 440 saves right now. He looks like he's
the way his career is ending.
So up and down.
Yeah, he's getting rocked a little bit here.
9-time All-Star, World Series champion, Rookie of the Year.
What about someone like Papelbon? What did he end up with? Because I don't view Papelbon as a Hall of Famer, but then again, if the numbers are comprehensive,
it is cool.
368 saves for Papelbon, so he didn't hit the 400, but he was a 6-time All-Star.
He was
and won
great.
a World Series, obviously.
He was great.
7-time All-Star Billy Wagner.
Red Sox Hall of Fame.
Billy Wagner became a ninth pitcher in the Hall, was primarily a reliever. The first left-handed reliever
cool.
in the Hall of Fame, which is cool. I didn't know this about him, though. When I was learning yesterday, he pitched at Tiny Firm College, a D3 school, so he's the first D3 pitcher to make it to Cooperstown. So that's pretty cool.
That is cool.
That is dope. Let's get to Skills real quick. And Vallejo, he says he went to hise school with CC.
Oh, let's hear it.
Skills pays the bills. You went to high school with CC. What the hell are you doing listening to us, Skills?
Vallejo class of 98. Yes, I was right there with Mr. Sabathia. We weren't buddies, but we knew each other.
Yeah.
And I just want to be the first to congratulate him on reaching the Hall of Fame. He certainly deserves it. He was a great human being in addition to being a great 3-sport athlete at Vallejo High. Could have been drafted probably in football and basketball too if he wanted to take that path. But I want to just tell you guys a couple quick stories about him that hopefully I can tell them in a way that they're interesting and not one of those you had to be there type stories. The first one was there was one day after, or towards the end of class one day, he's in the back of the class and he's very popular. He has a bunch of people around him and he had just pitched for Vallejo High the night before. And everyone's talking and laughing and doing their thing. And this girl says to him, asks him if he's pitching that night too. And he goes from laughing and jolly and this look just goes across his face like, what did she just say to me? And he says, are you crazy? I just threw 109 pitches last night. It's one of those, I guess you had to be there, but it was so freaking funny. and then the second quick story I'll tell you. I actually played one-on-one hoops against him one time back in high school, and he was already 6'7", 250, probably around that time, and I was only 6'2", 220. So we played, and the truth is, he beat me 10-3 easily. I was not even going to be in doubt, but he didn't beat me using his size. He beat me. He balled me like a point guard. He just shook me, dribbled me, took me to the hole over and over again. Now, granted, I was going out of my way not to hurt him because we all knew he was going to get drafted. So I was certainly not going to put hands on him so I could help it. But I don't think that would have made a difference. So he had those kind of skills, even at 6'7", 250, and just abused me. And he's like I said, great guy, very popular, very likable, very down to earth, very humble in spite of everything that was coming to him and he was achieving at Vallejo High. So congratulations again to him. He deserves it.
He's a guy that I think of when I think of baseball. We need more of guys like him. I'm talking about CC.
And he's a good ambassador right now. He's still involved in the game.
Absolutely.
Has some good podcasts. He's funny. He's talked about his struggles with the alcohol, and he's done a good job of cleaning that up. I love CC Sabathia, man.
Did you hear his cereal issue? Let's get to it on the other side.
Yeah, he had a big cereal issue. He's a big boy. We all had a cereal issue at some point.
Still have a cereal issue.
Baby Chess is in the Honey Nut shirt. I moved off of cereal. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. By the way, it's Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Fun guest list coming up, and we'll reveal that on the other side, brought to you by MB Jesse Painting.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse.
All right, Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. Tip-off is coming later today with the great Tim Roy, and then tune into the Morning Roast tomorrow morning for the best Warriors coverage.
All right, Draymond, he won't be there tonight. Boy, long injury list for the Golden State Warriors. No Draymond, no Jonathan Kuminga, no Brandon Podziemski. Steph Curry is cleared to play the front end of the back-to-back, but if he does play tonight, he probably will not play tomorrow. So we'll get to the Warriors and the Dubs. Or Warriors of the Kings, I should say, in the 7 o'clock hour. That will be coming up. Kyle Draper, of course, is 7:30. 7:30 on the River Islands guest line. Anthony Slater, 8:30 on the River Islands guest line. Also, shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. 95-70 game knockout tournaments back as well. January 27th. It'll go for 3 weeks to qualification to participate and shoot some shots at Chaser to win a knockout tournament. Second annual 95-70 game knockout tournament. Listen in the 8 a.m. hour, 12 p.m. hour, 4 p.m. hour starting Monday, January 27th for your chance. Each show will have a slot to give away each day for 3 weeks. Have to be 18 to win and be a California resident. More details are still to come on how to win. All right, back to the Hall of Fame. We'll get to Jimmy in Dublin in just a second because he says he also went to high school with CC Sabathia. It must have been fun, the larger-than-life character.
Yeah, it must have been. You know, it's one thing that I was saying to you at the break, and I believe this to my core now. Look, we could argue about the lowering of the thresholds and the numbers and the metrics and, you know, how are you going to weigh pitching moving forward when it comes to, the starters not qualifying for enough wins and coming out of games in the 5th inning. And there's an entire Pandora's box of how you got to measure the current era. And I get back to Buster Posey, and if you just look at his career, I'm talking about the regular season, which is normally how they weigh these things. You know, most people say that are voting for it say the postseason factors in, but it can't outweigh the body of work of the regular season. I mean, most people, if you just took all the championships, which I know you can't, but that's what they do, his numbers aren't that impressive. Buster Posey's, that is. I don't know if he gets in 30 years ago, 40 years ago. I think he's one of those guys that sits on the ballot for a long time. Maybe he gets in at the end. In this modern way that we're doing things, I think he's getting in first ballot. I really do. And that's not a knock on Buster at all. I'm just saying I think the way we view eras, the players, the standards for getting in, I don't think the thresholds are as difficult as they once were.
Do you also think it helps to be friendly with the media?
How can it be bad?
Yeah, because
I don't think CC Sabathia, if CC Sabathia doesn't pitch in New York, if CC Sabathia isn't just a great guy that everybody roots for, you know, I don't think he gets in on the first ballot. When you were watching, I love CC. I want to make this very clear. But when you were watching him, did you think first ballot Hall of Famer?
I didn't.
Now, that doesn't take anything away.
I thought Hall of Famer. I was like, hey, I think he could make the Hall of Fame with his numbers. Agree. First ballot Hall of Famer? No, I don't think so. I don't think that. And even when I think about football, Terrell Davis is the perfect example. Great running back. Had a great 4-year stretch.
That's crazy.
Got to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And there's no doubt in my mind that being on NFL Network and being on television over and over and over, with your accolades being shown left and right, that expedited this process to get into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. But when I look at Roger Craig's career over Terrell Davis, I'm just taking Roger Craig. I'm not even being a homer here. I'm thinking Roger Craig had a better career.
Yes.
He had more Super Bowl rings as well and set the trend and the template for all these thousand running backs, you know, when you get 1,000-yard receiving and 1,000 yards rushing. Roger Craig was the first to ever do it and made the 80s all-decade team in a decade that had a slew of great running backs. Eric Dickinson, Walter Payton, Tony Dorsett. The list goes on and on and on. So I do think with Buster Posey, and look, I've bet him before. I'm sure you bet him. He's a great guy. He's a good dude. He treats the media well. I think that will help him being involved with the Giants, being in baseball. I think it will help his voting in the Baseball Hall of Fame, where if somebody's on the fence, they're like, you know what? Buster's a good representation of what baseball is all about. I'm just going to vote.
Absolutely.
And so I do think, to your point, he's getting in no matter what.
Well, because you and I have talked about this. I mean, I feel like we've had this conversation 1,000 times. Thurman Munson, just go look at the numbers. Now, Posey played a couple extras. Thurman passed away.
Yeah, Thurman passed away in an airplane.
But like Thurman Munson, he He had some of the team accolades and very comparable numbers is what I would say. And I don't think he has any shot of ever getting in unless, obviously the Veterans Committee could one day maybe vote him in, but it's crazy.
Man,
if Thurman Munson had that exact same career now, he might get in.
Nah, I mean, Thurman Munson, I didn't know about Thurman Munson until The Bronx is Burning, the ESPN show back in the mid-2000s. And then so I used to go down the rabbit hole and pull up old YouTube videos of who Thurman Munson was and who he is and what he was all about. And I'm thinking, well, he's not in. Then you get to Jorge Posada. What about Jorge Posada, who had a great resume, was one of the captains for the New York Yankees, one of the core four. You know, Bernie Williams, Jeter, Pettit, Jorge Posada. Well, Bernie Williams is in. Derek Jeter's in. What about Jorge Posada?
I think he should be in.
So, I mean,
his career, when you look at him, and now Veritek to a lesser degree, when you just look at the numbers, and I know there are people who say, this is steroid era, and he was never the top dog. Bro, there's no way the Yankees win any of their championships without Posada. He was amazing. He was such a great player. A great player. And then Veritek to a lesser degree. Veritek's had a great career. We don't even think about Jason, and I don't think he's a Hall of Famer, but I'm just saying, if you're looking at numbers and longevity and all these things, man, it is interesting how the thresholds have now changed. Now, it gets me to like King Felix. There was a point in time, I thought King Felix was the best pitcher in baseball. I would put him on a short list of guys who, for a 5-year window, kind of like Kovacs, where it's like, I hand him the ball, he's giving up 1 run and probably throwing 8 or 9 innings. And can the offense score him a run? Like a run? Would the guy go like 10-10 with a 1.7 ERA
his
one year?
Numbers are stupid.
He was so good. But the numbers, like, I don't know if the young people like who are in their 20s are going to know about him like that.
Maybe not. I mean, I may have had him on fantasy baseball teams like 6 times over the course of his career. Like, I love the guy. The diamond earring,
so sick.
Swagger, Kings Court, the Safeco Field, or formerly known as Safeco Field. I think it's called T-Mobile Park now. But 169 wins, 3.42 ERA. Doesn't have the win totals that some may say, but, you know, wins are not as valued as highly.
Yeah.
He's got the 2,500 strikeouts, 25-24, put his entire career in Seattle. He retired kind of early at 33, but you could tell the stuff was kind of waning there later on in his career. His ERA kept going up and up and up. But look at his first 10 years of his career. I'm just going to pull this up because the last 4.63 ERA, 5.02 ERA.
That dilutes
he had lost it, 5.10. So he didn't pitch well in his 30s. His 30 years, from 30 to 34, he was awful. But from 19 to 29, I'm looking at his ERA. His highest ERA during that stretch was 3.91. 3.91. All right? I mean, this guy was unbelievable. So from the age of 19 to 29, Billy Rodriguez, he was on a Hall of Fame trajectory.
He was.
3.11 ERA, 143 wins. So he only registered 13 wins in his last 4 years. So it didn't end well for him. Did not end well for him. And he suffered 35 losses during that stretch as well, those last 4 years. And maybe that kind of tweaked his Hall of Fame trajectory, and baseball voters said, you know what? Wasn't good enough because he didn't pitch into his 30s, where you see CC Sabathia, he pitched 19 years.
And there's something to be said for longevity.
Exactly. But 2,142 strikeouts during that stretch from 19 to 29. He was on a Hall of Fame trajectory, but I get why he is being left out now after diving deeper into the numbers here. It didn't end well this last 4 years. From 30, 31, 32, 33, we saw him pitch very well in their 30s, and he didn't.
There's like a 5-year period for him, Lincecum. Pedro earlier, there are certain guys like they're on, like Verlander, and then Verlander's getting in, but like some of these guys were just automatic. I'm giving up 1, maybe 2 runs, and I'm going into the 8th, and I'm handing the ball to the closer, and we have a chance to win. That to me is, we talk about aces in baseball. There's something to be said for those guys. And he got caned a lot in his career.
He did. Jimmy in Dublin, real quick before we hit the break. Jimmy, what's up?
Yeah, good morning. How you guys doing, man?
What's up,
good,
man? So look, before I get into the high school thing, I just want to say, you guys said that you didn't think of CC Sabathia as the first ballot, but like, how not, man? The dude is there's only two left-hand pitchers in MLB history outside of him that has more wins and more strikeouts than him. And that was Randy Johnson and Steve Carlton. So, I mean, that right there is huge history, man. So, you know, I mean, I always thought, and there's not no homer thing with me, I always thought, man, I'm like, yeah, he's first ballot for sure. But anyway, moving along, though, man, on that, I remember I moved from Vallejo, man. I was in the 9th grade, getting ready to go to El Cerrito High School. I was going to play high school with Drew Gooden at El Cerrito, and we had big plans, man, to really, really do it big. And I remember we moved from Richmond to Vallejo right before I was going to start high school. So then we moved to Vallejo. In Vallejo, 9th grade, you're still in junior high. So that right there, I'm like, what? So then I get over to Vallejo High the next year, which is directly across the street. I get over there. I don't know nobody, the coach, nobody. So, I go to tryouts, and before I can even step into tryouts, Coach Vic Wallace is like, we pretty much already got our team. And I'm like, I can't even didn't even give me a shot, bro. I promise you, didn't give me a shot. So I ended up seeing who was on the team. And I don't know if you guys remember Wesley Wilson. He went to Georgetown out of Vallejo High. He was like 6'11". CC Sabathia was on that team. Brandon Armstrong, he went to Pepperdine. He was first-round draft pick. He went like number 20 in the draft.
Pardon me, that Vallejo High School basketball team would like play for state, right? Or like they were really good, right?
They went 31-2 that year at CCG in '98, and both of their losses was to St. Joe's.
St. Joe's, because that game was on. That game may have been on television, local television.
He said he was 3rd all time in wins for a lefty. That's not accurate. And I'm not trying to parse it. Maybe it was at a certain period, but like Tom Glavine, Randy Johnson are just two off the top of my head he didn't reference.
Yep.
I'm not trying to hate on him. I'm just saying like that stat's a little off.
All right. 831 says he's trying to find a point spread on the Warriors against the Kings tonight. Apparently they're plus 6.5, but we will break and have that on the other side, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
It's the new year. I want to thank you guys, Shasky, and I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
This segment is brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We'll get into some basketball. We got a lot of basketball. It's going to be a basketball-heavy show. So, Dub Nation, get ready. 888-957-9570. Things could be percolating. 650 real quick said, did you guys hear that Phoenix is stirring up a huge trade? Could we be involved? Well, Phoenix is stirring up some huge things because last night, Phoenix traded their lone 2031 first-round pick to the Utah Jazz for some pick swaps here, and they're trying to get the picks so they can send them down to Miami to go get Jimmy Butler. But who could be out of Phoenix? Who could be coming into Phoenix? Will KD be on the move? Bradley Beal, we know will probably be on the move. But what about Kevin Durant? What is going on in Phoenix?
I would love a KD reunion. Can I ask you a question? We were just kind of kicking this around. Just a sportsy question, okay? Do you make a distinction between first ballot Hall of Famer and a regular Hall of Famer?
For the most part, I don't. But when a guy, I'll take T.O., for example, Terrell Owens.
Don't use the same example. Keep going.
When he doesn't get first ballot Hall of Famer, and I remember arguing with Papa about this a lot, because Randy Moss did get first ballot Hall of Famer, and Moss and Owens were like 1-2 for so long.
I totally agree.
And I thought T.O. was the more complete wide receiver. Now, Randy Moss, take the top off the defense, explosive.
They were both great.
But
yeah, I agree.
T.O.'s taking 5-yard quick slants to the house, just like Moss, and his run blocking, his physicality, a 3-down wide receiver. And would play anywhere, anytime. I never questioned whether or not T.O. was playing hard. Randy Moss, we had questions. Is he playing hard? Did he quit today? Did he not quit? What's going on with Randy? And they jobbed T.O. And they jobbed T.O. because the media didn't like him. People who didn't play the game got to dictate whether or not he was a Pro Football Hall of Famer. So he did it at Tennessee Chattanooga. And I don't blame him for doing that. So when the guy doesn't get first ballot, I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, this guy got first ballot. And that now he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Hall of Famer's a Hall of Famer. When you get introduced,
of course.
Hey, Hall of Famer, Hall of Famer, Hall of Famer. But I really don't care unless somebody who is a first ballot Hall of Famer doesn't get first ballot Hall of Fame. Then it's like, wait a minute. What? Well,
we'll get to the Warriors, but like, and basketball's so different because everyone gets in. But like, Steph Curry, first ballot Hall of Famer. Draymond and Klay Thompson, Hall of Famers.
Hall of Famers.
And that's not a slight. Like, dude, we're talking about incredible company. And so, no, it's just interesting because, like, we do this thing. Like, Billy Wagner was on the last year of eligibility. And he's a Hall of Famer. Whether he got in the second year, the third year, the fourth year, the fifth, it doesn't matter. He's a Hall of Famer. Now, people will come up and say, well, what changed? He hasn't thrown a pitch in the last couple of years. Well, they have rules of like you can only put 10 on and blah, 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 blah. But I do make a distinction. As we celebrated the life of Ricky Henderson, Ricky Henderson, first ballot Hall of Famer. No one's arguing that.
No.
Like, at all. I believe Verlander will be a first ballot Hall of Famer when it's all said and done. I believe Clayton Kershaw will be a first ballot Hall of Famer. I love Buster Posey. I don't think he should be a first ballot Hall of Famer. I think he should be a Hall of Famer, but I don't think that's a knock. But I make a distinction, and I think that people lose their minds one way or the other. And to me, it's just a fun little argument when we talk about sports. Eli's going to get in. You talked about Eli Manning.
He may get in first ballot, which I don't think is a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Exactly.
I thought he was in a Hall of Very Good. How many times did he lead the league in interceptions? Like Eli got to 2 Super Bowls, and he made some great throws during that Super Bowl run.
No doubt.
But when I think of those 2 New York Giant teams, I think of the defensive line. I think of the helmet catch.
Exactly.
I think of Plaxico. I think of Brandon Jacobs. I think of Ahmad Bradshaw, Mario Manningham's catch. Eli was fine. But was he the catalyst for those Super Bowl wins?
That's kind of how I feel. It's interesting because baseball kind of always held itself as like our standards are the most difficult to reach.
We're the most prestigious.
Right. It was very snooty. I mean, it just was. And I've seen over the years, like to me, like Scott Rowland's a guy like, okay, he's a Hall of Famer. I don't think he's the first ballot Hall of Famer, but Harold Baines, and there's a lot of different guys that have gone in over the last couple of years where I'm looking at this and I'm saying to myself, like, they're kind of lowering their thresholds, which is fine. I'm actually okay with that. Todd Helton's a great example. I think Todd Helton is the greatest Rocky of all time. Now, Larry Walker might have been the most talented of all the Rockies to play, but when I think of the Rockies, I think of Todd Helton. I think he should be in. They should get representation, you know? So I find it to be always interesting this time of year. We kind of lose our minds and we go crazy, but I just look at like the recent inductees and I'm like, wait a minute. David Ortiz went in and the doors of heaven of the Hall of Fame just swung wide open for this guy. And we know he was on all the Mitchell reports. Yeah. Yvonne Rodriguez, who to me, they are Hall of Famers. They're in. Those two are in. But Gary Sheffield and Bonds and Manny.
Did Fred McGriff get into Veterans Committee?
Are you kidding me?
Fred McGriff finally got into Veterans Hall of Fame, right?
I thought Fred McGriff was one of the baddest dudes on the planet for a decade.
Well, for the 90s.
He was amazing.
When I was a kid, and the Giants would play the Padres and later on the Braves, and you're like, oh, snap.
Crime dog.
McGriff's coming up in 3 at-bats.
Exactly.
Oh, snap. Get out of this inning. Fred McGriff's in the on-deck circle. Oh, snap. The bases are juiced for Fred McGriff. Oh, no, what's going to happen here? And he had the most iconic ESPN commercial. One of the more iconic ones with the old late-night baseball clinic videos. Remember that? Fred McGriff in his little T-shirt with the guns. And then when I was in Camp Mendocino when he was a Padre. And I remember coming back from Camp Mendocino as a 10-year-old in 93 when the Giants won 103 games and didn't make the playoffs.
The whole thing.
I came back, and the first thing I had, pink-eyed everything. My grandma knew, hey, have a Sporty Green ready for me as a 10-year-old. I'm opened up the paper. Where are the Giants at? Where are the Giants at? And I'm like, Fred McGriff's on the Atlanta Braves? What the hell's going on? What's going on here? He swung this race. Literally swung the race. And so, but yet he's not a Hall of Famer. So I don't, I gave up on having any emotion for it.
No, I hear you.
I don't lose sleep over it. That's why yesterday when the announcement came, I'm looking at my emails like Baseball Hall of Fame announcement. What is this, spam?
Well, here's what
I had no idea. I've checked out of it.
Well, one thing that I've said for I don't know, maybe a decade or more, I'm never going to take my family to Cooperstown.
I probably will.
No, I don't know if you know this, but I'm sure you do. But there's Little League, right? The Little League World Series, and then there's pony style baseball, which is you can take leads and stuff. And in pony, you go to Cooperstown, and there's different age brackets and whatnot. But that's like the big rage when you're about 12 years old. If you're not in the Little League circuit, meaning the Little League World Series circuit. Again, it's two different styles of play. I'll explain it later on down the line. But you go to Cooperstown, and a bunch of kids I know are in that 11, 12-year-old bracket, and they're all going to go to Cooperstown this summer. SF Senators have a team. Yep. I know my buddy Mike Tercy and Sam Bruno and all those boys down there, the Mud Dogs, I believe, or the Mud Cats, whatever they're called. He's going to text me any second. They're going to Cooperstown. We got a Flame team. My buddy Scott, he's taking those kids. I'm going to take LJ someday to Cooperstown. I am. I admit it. And it is going to suck that there are all these Bonds things at Cooperstown and no Bonds plaque. That does suck.
It sucks, but I'll still go because it's the baseball. I'm not the biggest. I like hockey. I do. Okay. I'm a novice when it comes to knowing about hockey. But one of my coolest experiences as a sports fan was walking around in Toronto. I had some time to kill before. I think it was NBA Finals Game 5, and I was like, all right, let me knock this Hall of Fame out. Maybe Game 4, Game 2. I don't remember. But that doesn't matter. I'm going in the museum and I can't find it. There's these little plaques of Hall of Fame. I'm like, how do I get into the Hockey Hall of Fame? You got to go downstairs. And the way you have it is it's in this mall. It's in the mall, right? And they're going in this mall in Toronto and they have jerseys randomly in these cases. Yeah. I'm like, that's their Hall of Fame? And I was like, no, kid. Got to go downstairs. So I go downstairs and I want to go back because I felt like I haven't seen everything. I got stuck in the Gretzky Howe segment of the Hall of Fame. I was like, damn, this is sick. Then they had the Montreal Canadiens locker room and all their great gear and the jerseys. And then you got all the different hockey masks. I must have took a million pictures in there. I was like, oh, yeah, I got to go to every single Hall of Fame. Because it is special to learn about the history of the sport, how the sport evolved, whether it's the ice skate, the face mask, the leg pads, the shoulder pads, whatever it is, the jerseys, the different jackets they wore, the ice, everything about it. So, going to Cooperstown, I think it put a lot of smiles on a lot of people's faces for going there. Because, sure, Barry Bonds won't be there. He'll be omitted. But I'll go, just like the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I'll go. The Basketball Hall of Fame, we were going to go during the NBA Finals, but Springfield was a little out there. I was like, you know what? We had a long flight. Let's chill.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go there one day, and I won't even be sad about it. It'll be fun.
How do you, in any sport, how do you determine and we're going to pivot back to the Warriors here in a little bit, but what's your determination? Because my little elevator pitch on Hall of Fame is, can I write the history of the game?
Yeah.
Or can I write the history of an organization without your inclusion. Because to me, the Hall is doing the duty of also not just the nation, but each individual team. Like, so at some point, the Marlins deserve someone in there representing the Marlins team, right? You would think, right?
But you got to have players who are there for a long time.
You
like
do.
Jeff Conine was, I think of him as one of the Mr. Marlin, but he wasn't a Hall of Fame player.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
But Miguel Cabrera and like, there's got to be
he's a tiger. He's a tiger. You know. You want to talk about Dontrell Willis? He probably won't get to the Hall of Fame, but he moved around. He had his best years in Florida, no doubt, but didn't put together their history there. So I don't. When I think of the Hall of Fame, it has to be. Can I talk about this player? Did this player have an impact in a year, a decade for that organization, on and off the field? Sure. Like, I can't write the history of the game without Barry Bonds. I can't write the history of the game without Manny Ramirez. I can't write it without Gary Sheffield. Can't write it without Alex Rodriguez or Roger Clemens. Are you kidding me? So that is a joke, but that is kind of the criteria for the Hall of Fame.
No doubt. No, there's no doubt about it. And I don't know, I come back to what Dave Fleming said about Matt Chapman earlier this year. He's building a Hall of Fame resume. I disagree with Dave on that. But that being said, like, Buster Posey... And then what? Like, what do the Giants have? Look, like, down the pikes? Like, it's pretty barren.
I like Matt Chapman a lot.
I do too.
I think it's a long way away from the Hall of Fame.
Monte.
I mean, come on. We got to, like, he's got to be a perennial all-star first before we start talking about
that. I would agree with. Now,
like,
being one of the great gloves at the position is one thing, but you've also got to have prerequisite moments, and you've got to do it year after year after year. I mean, again, we're talking about Ichiro. 10 consecutive Gold Gloves, 10 consecutive 200-hit seasons.
Yeah. I mean, come on.
10.
I mean, we got to chill off Hall of Fame and this player. Like, let's relax a little bit. Let's take Coach P and Freebot. Coach P, what's up?
Hey, Coach P.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, gentlemen. Hey, Shasky, my son did that tournament, man. It was probably the coolest thing in his whole childhood, to tell you the truth. And those kids now, it was 5 years ago, so those kids now are all seniors. I mean, there's kids committed to USC, Oregon, Santa Barbara. So it definitely leads them to some place. At the time, my son's team, Taboo, out of Fremont, California, they were ranked second in the state and sixth in the country, and they battled. They lost the championship at Chino Hills. This was back in 2019.
That's
but anyways,
awesome.
back to the Hall of Fame. It was awesome. It was dope. It was dope. But back to the Hall of Fame, man. You still got to experience it. I mean, I really went for Ricky. They have a section on Ricky.
Yeah.
They even have a section on Dave Stewart and what's the homie from the Dodgers that threw the no-no the same day. They have a little thing on that. I mean, there's some cool stuff they have there, but they have a whole floor on Babe Ruth. And you're like, wow, the home run king is Barry. The home run king is Barry. They have nothing about Barry. And that's just a slap in the face, not only to the Giants, to the Bay Area, but just to baseball in general. Who cares what happened? Because they still have Pete Rose there. They still think about Pete Rose. They have a section on Sammy Sosa McGuire. Like, they did it too. So I just don't get why they just diss towards Barry. Like, I honestly, I'm an A's fan. You know what I mean? But I respect what Barry did, regardless of all these opinions or all these allegations. Facts are facts. And he's the home run king. That's it. Love the show, guys. Have a good day.
Great call.
Thanks,
one thing my uncle, I've said this to you a bunch of times. My uncle told me, my Uncle Jeff, one of the wisest people I know, he said, hey, Joe, decisions on your employment, whether it be a raise, a demotion, a promotion, a firing, whatever it is, they're usually made with you not in the room. You better get along with people. And, you talked about T.O., people not liking him and them using that as ammunition to not vote for him. It's just... It
is true.
It sucks, but it's true. It's how you treat people.
Matt Mayoko was a presenter for TL for a number of years out there in Canton, Ohio. And, he's trying to sway guys, crusty old journalists who... I had a journalist, I won't even say his name, but when I was at Tennessee City College, San Francisco, we had this program where we could get mentored by a writer from a local paper, whether it was the Chronicle, Oakland Tribune, whatever it was, Santa Rosa Press Democrat. So I was mentored by a guy that I looked up to. And I remember he told me this as he was critiquing one of my articles. He was editing it and he was giving me feedback on everything. And, I was bringing it up. I was like, man, T.O. this and T.O. that. And he goes, well, no, it wasn't T.O. It was another player that he got mad at. He got stiffed by an interview from somebody from the New York Giants. And that player who stiffed him for an interview, that writer later saw quotes from that same day in Sports Illustrated or something, and he got mad. He goes, when that player broke his leg, I wasn't too upset.
Oh, my goodness.
And I was like, damn.
Wow.
I was like, damn. Like, seriously? In my head, I'm just like, oh.
But those biases exist.
Those biases exist. They exist. So they exist for all these players who are loud and brash and all that stuff. Like Jimmy Butler, he'll get to the Hall of Fame. But there's going to be members who look at him kind of sideways like, yeah, whatever. Same thing in football. Whoever's outspoken. Tyreek Hill's a Hall of Fame football player. He has Hall of Fame talent. He's putting together a Hall of Fame resume. But you don't think there's going to be some writers who are like, yeah, I'm good off Tyreek.
No, you're right. It's a good point. The thing with Bonds that I find so frustrating, the memories are still there. The videos are still there. I remember it happening. We saw it happen. It all happened. We can retcon history and say these people were all bad or whatever, but the whole era, and again, I know there were individuals that didn't do stuff. The whole era should just be marked as the steroid era. It just is what it is. But to just try to glue the history pages together and flip past the era, to me, is not fair. And I'm not saying that there's a proper way to do or not do it, but to have Pudge Rodriguez in and to have David Ortiz in and then say, oh, our hall is completely clean, like, give me a break. Yeah. Give me a break. Like, I'm not that naive.
It is a joke. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMT FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're going to get to the Warriors at 7:20 here. Kyle Draper to join us at 7:30. We got a lot of trade talk to get to. The Phoenix Suns, Utah Jazz. What's going on with the Golden State Warriors? Are they willing to pull the trigger on something? We will talk about that coming up here. But before we close, because I know you don't love me to be going crazy over the Dodgers spending all this money. Look, they're doing what the rules allow them to do. And they're loading up, trying to go back to back. Dodger! But as the Dodgers are making moves left and right, it has been quiet on the set for the Giants. And I asked you guys last week, sell me on the 2025 San Francisco Giants. Now, we're all singing Kumbaya after they fired Farhan Zaidi. Maybe a year too late, but they did it. But ever since Buster Posey's been put in the seat, they get Willie Adames, good move. They miss out on Corbin Burns.
It's a huge miss.
It's a big whiff.
It's a really big miss.
They signed Verlander, which I don't know what to expect from Justin Verlander in 1 year. If you're paying him $15 million to be a mentor, okay. But this team right now, is it better on paper than it was last season? I don't know. It's quiet on the set when it comes to the Giants. I'm a little concerned here, fellas.
I think the everyday team is a little better. Talking about the position players, I don't think your starting staff is better. I mean, you had Blake Snell last year. Blake Snell was, he's arguably a 1A, 1B pitcher. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, that's what he is. So when you lose that guy and you replace him with an older player, you're not as good. Now, this year they have Robbie Ray. I don't know what to expect from Robbie Ray. Here's the guy that I'm going to point to, B. Like, Adames is going to take a lot of headlines early on because a lot of people haven't watched him play every day, myself included. And Matt Chapman, we kind of know what we have there. I think there's a ton of pressure on one guy, and I think he is going to represent if the culture change is real or not. Elliot Ramos. Was the stretch of baseball leading him to being selected as an all-star, was that who he is? Or was it the second half where it wasn't as good, which we all saw, and it felt like he kind of hit the wall? I feel like there is a ton of pressure on Elliot Ramos at the beginning of this year because he's a guy who plays the game a little different than some of the other guys that they have, and he showed tremendous promise. The number one thing is you can't develop your own. You can't develop your own. That's which right now the evidence is you can't develop your own. Right. He represents the first outfield homegrown all-star in 30 years. He represents a changing of the guard. Is his run leading to the all-star selection who he is? Or was it kind of stubbing his toe a little down the stretch and not being able to drive the ball as well?
Yeah, I don't know.
There's a lot of pressure on him, B.
There's a lot of pressure on him, but honestly, the excitement over whether Elliot Ramos develops, I don't think Giants fans are going to go in the tank of like, oh my gosh, oh man. I think the pressure is set up for Bryce Eldridge.
Oh, there's
and he hasn't even played a game yet. The pressure for Bryce Eldridge to be the guy in this lineup for the next 10 years and bring power from the left-handed side and hit bombs into McCovey Cove. The most pressure anybody has on this roster, I believe, honestly, is Bryce Eldridge. And he hasn't even played a game yet. It's unfair for me to say, but I don't think Matt Chapman. I think we know what we're going to get from Matt Chapman. I think you know what you're going to get from Verlander in his 1 year, $15 million. There's going to be a lot of ups and downs. I think for the most part, Logan Webb, we know what we're going to get from him.
Yeah, I would agree.
But Bryce Eldridge, I think, wow, I think he has the most pressure on anybody on this roster. And he may not even be on the roster after spring training. And I still think he carries the most pressure on his team from the fan base in the year 2025. He has to be legit. This prospect has to pop. It does, man. Because if he doesn't pop, then what?
You got nothing.
Then what?
I mean, you have nothing. Well, could I say a similar thing? But because he's a pitcher, it's not as dramatic because he doesn't play every day. There's a lot on Kyle Harrison. Like, I think there's a lot riding on Kyle Harrison. He signifies, hey, we're not trading him for anything. He better start to deliver on some of that promise.
That is true.
It's not necessarily just what he is as a player. It's metaphorically the unwillingness to include him in a lot of deals. Whether that's real or not, it just felt like he's an untouchable. And as a local guy, we're all pulling for him. I think there's a ton of pressure on him as well.
Yeah, there is some pressure on him. There's no doubt.
When you don't sign Corbin Burns and you say, we like our young guys, ugh.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I'm higher on Birdsong than Harrison. I'm a little down on here. I'm not as down as I should be, maybe, but yeah, I think he's got a lot of pressure too.
No doubt, he does. But I think the most coming in, Bryce Eldridge.
I have a hard time.
The highlight videos. Think about Marco Luciano, how much pressure he had, and when he flamed out, oh my God,
it was like doomsday.
Oh my God. All right, we're getting into hoops, folks. Hey, stick around, 916. We had to get some baseball talk in. Now the good stuff's coming. Not that baseball talk was bad. We're getting into the Warriors. And things are percolating down there at Chase Center and around the association. We'll get into that. 888-957-9570. Kyle Draper at 7:30. They hype this game up between the Warriors and the Kings. The second matchup between the two clubs in the last 3 weeks. That's coming up, brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle.
I hate that damn beam. I hate the beam. I get great joy out of when we play y'all and the beam does not get lit.
Have you seen it?
Of course I've seen it. And I've also been in a playoff series against you and had to go back to the hotel and look at it till 3 o'clock in the morning. It's ridiculous.
Dub Nation, it's Guy Santos here. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bontehill and Joe Saski on 957 The Game.
Oh, man. There's a lot going on there. That was the Draymond Green Show, De'Aaron Fox. Guy Santos, my boy Guy's going to get some run today. I just got an alert that Mike Tirico will serve as the lead play-by-play voice for NBC Sports NBA coverage.
Oh.
Beginning in 2025-26. I think he told us that.
Yeah.
So he's going to be back.
He used to do it for Disney, ESPN, ABC, whatever you call the entity.
He's so good.
We
don't even get another Tirico game now. That's sad.
He called the Baron Davis dunk.
He did call it Hubie Brown.
Hello.
Hello.
And Hubie Brown quietly, I think within the last month or two, he's no longer doing
he's going to step away.
Step down.
How
old? 93 years old.
Say, yeah.
93.
But he was still one of the best.
Still one of the best.
One of the best.
Still one of the best. We got to do something about our broadcasting, man, overall. By the way, Jacksonville, Buccaneers offensive coordinator, I think it's Liam Cohen. Or is it Liam Cohn?
Sure.
Coen.
Yeah, Cohen.
All right. Cohen. Liam. Anyway, he's taking himself out of the running for the Jaguars head coaching job to stay in Tampa Bay on a new contract that will now place him among the highest paid coordinators in the NFL. Good move for Tampa Bay. But also, if the 49ers want Robert Saleh, his chances increase for that job in Jacksonville as he's one of the candidates for the Jaguars job.
I mean, I've searched high and low. I've seen nothing on the 49ers DC hiring front. Not any names, not nothing. Now, maybe that's just because, like, we're going into championship weekend and there's a lot of, frozenness when it comes to the current guys employed. I just don't know what's going on.
Ready for Brandon Staley?
If they roll out Brandon Staley and Nick Sorensen as your DC and special teams coach.
It could expedite Shanahan being out of here in San Francisco. That's how bad that move is.
It wouldn't be.
It can warm up that seat in a heartbeat.
You think so?
Hell yeah. You can't go to. Now, I think Brandon Staley could be successful as a DC of the 49ers.
1 year with
I know he was 1 year. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, maybe taking a year back as a consultant.
I mean, he was
learning
here
the
last
system.
year.
I don't know, man. God.
Steve Wilkes still out there.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
You imagine Steve Wilkes being back? That would be great. Will he even get an interview with the Niners? No, he had an interview down in Atlanta, but Wink Martindale's still out there. Sweet Lou Anarumo goes to Indianapolis. What about Wink? Can we call Wink, please? Can we just interview Wink? I want Wink Martindale. I want some exotic blitzing. I want some cover zero blitzes on first down. I want to hit the quarterback.
I guess the rumor is Aaron Glenn, who's the favorite right now for the Jets job, that Aaron Glenn, if he gets that job, would take Steve Wilkes as defensive coordinator in
Interesting.
New York.
New York. Oh, that's Aaron Glenn setting himself up, man. I mean, it was a better job. DC is Lions. DC with the Detroit Lions are being a New York Jets head coach.
Well, hear me out on this. I hear you when it comes to, I wouldn't want to be the head coach of the Jets, but financially, you go from making, let's say, $2 or $3 million. I don't know what he was making as a DC. I'm guessing $2 to $3 million. You could be making $8, $9, $10 million as a head coach. That's life changing. Even though he's already got lots and lots of money, and you could always go back to being a DC.
Ben Johnson said no last year. He said no to the Commanders, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he would have Jay Daniels.
He got $15 million a year or something.
Yeah, but remember we were discussing this last year, and I was like, you know what? I'm kind of with Ben Johnson. Wait it out another year. You have a great team. These jobs are going nowhere. And I get it. It's life-changing. You may never get another opportunity again to be a head coach. So I get all that. But sometimes I look at the job and the ownership group. That's why the Jaguars probably don't have a coach, because you still got Trent Baalke lingering around. Trent Baalke's still lingering around. So
you got to Google it.
I mean, you got Shad Khan, Mark Davis, or Jerry Jones, or Woody Johnson.
Oh, my God.
Good God.
Oh, my God.
Who are the Cowboys going to hire?
Well,
Brian Schottenheimer, maybe. They're linking him. He's getting an interview.
That's crazy.
The rumor is that the Cowboys are going to trade up to 1, go draft Shedeur Sanders, and hire Primetime. That's what the Cowboy fans.
Bonte would come in the very next day in a Cowboy hat.
Oh, not my... What? Come on, man.
You and Guru would be so happy to get
No. Don't ever. Now, No, that's personal.
Is the goo
I feel like
in
that's a
or out
personal
on Friday?
shot.
What up, Grandpa
I don't
Goo?
even like talking to Guru during football season. I'm like, dude, you're a Cowboy fan. There's nothing I dislike more than a Cowboy fan.
Not a Dallas
the stupid
Cowboy
curlers, the stupid star, the stupid logo. There's not a bone in my body that will ever root for that franchise, which is why I love the fact that Jerry Jones is their owner, because I know as long as Jerry Jones is running the show, they ain't winning a damn thing. And Cowboy fans are so damn stupid, which we prove with RJ and Sean down in 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, they're oblivious to it. They're oblivious that Jerry Jones has run that franchise into the ground, which makes my soul happy. So if Deion goes there, that's on him. He should just stick in Colorado. Not going to work out with Jerry.
Have you ever, not a Dallas Cowboy hat, I mean like a cowboy hat. Have you ever worn a cowboy hat?
No. Are you kidding me?
Not a Dallas Cowboy hat. I'm
No.
saying an actual cowboy hat.
Cowboy hat?
Like a cowboy hat.
I did some square dancing at a camp one time.
Really?
Yeah. I've been to a country concert.
I'll go into like a store.
Yeah.
If I see a cowboy hat, I'll put it on and I look in the mirror and I'm like, it's just,
I kind of like the cowboy hats.
Guys, ever been to like a boot barn? They're usually more in the Central Valley. They have all sorts of like cowboy stuff there. Like
they have it's not Saddle Rack. What's the place on Lombard? It's a
Oh, I know what you're talking
Cowboy
about.
bar.
It's where LaBarca's used to be.
Yes, but
it's
what's
where
the name of
LaBarca's.
it now?
I forget the name of it, but it's where LaBarca's used to be, right across the street from the old Hi-Fi.
Yes.
With KFC Taco Bell
Yeah.
on the corner, which is now something different, I think. But yeah, it took over for LaBarca's, this country bar now.
Yeah.
It goes down over there. I heard it gets packed.
Our relationship is on the brink.
Yeah, you'll never. Like,
have you guys ever worn a cowboy hat? Not a Dallas Cowboy hat.
Rooting for the Cowboys.
Of course.
You
oh
have?
my gosh.
Of course I've worn a cowboy hat, yeah.
Like out and about?
Yeah, actually, I have. I mean, I was like a kid at the time. Like,
Okay.
you know what it was? Here's a fun little
Well, that's
picture.
like a costume. I mean,
Yeah, well, no, as a kid, but no, not as a costume. But no, I did a family trip to Yellowstone as a kid.
Oh,
My
that's
dad
cool.
got me a cowboy hat for that, and I wore that around the park a lot. So, you know.
Of all the people at this station, I could actually picture Sam like pulling off a cowboy hat.
I would agree.
Like with like a flannel. No, like legit. I think you could pull off the look.
No, I'm saying because of other times I'd put on the cowboy hat. I'm like, this is fun, but this isn't for me.
Who's the most likely to be able to ride a horse successfully at the
You
station?
ever rode a horse?
No. They
No?
scare me. Superman went freaking paralyzed on a horse,
Well,
dude.
Christopher Reeves, but yes.
Have you ever rode a horse?
I've never ridden a horse.
Yeah.
You never ridden a horse?
No.
Never? Oh, they're fun.
Oh, it's a lot of fun
They
to ride.
kinda
a
Oh,
horse.
they're
scare me.
fun. No, they're hella fun.
Well, they sense fear. That's why, Shasta.
Yeah.
You got to have confidence.
You got to have confidence when you walk on that horse. If you got fear, they'll start looking at you
Yeah.
and kicking and stuff like
Very
that. But
smart
if you're
animals.
chill,
Yeah.
you just rub them right on the head. Just, hey,
Wait.
Give them a little sugar cube. Oh, yeah.
rub them right.
Say what you just
Rub
said
them right.
again.
Rub them right,
them
baby.
right on the head.
Rub them right, baby. Rub them right.
It's got to be chill with the horse. You got to be one with the horse.
Can you-
If you have a
There you
good
go.
relationship with the
big old
horse, you'll be fine.
I rode, horses
When
are
did
fun.
you ride a horse? I'm just curious. When
A
did
couple
you ride
times
a
at
horse?
Camp Mendocino,
Oh, okay.
Young Life,
That makes sense.
Woodleaf, up at Woodleaf Camp. They
So
have
you were
horses
a
up
kid.
there. I was 18.
Oh, interesting.
Did it as a kid. Did it as an 18-year-old.
And you two have ridden a horse?
Yeah.
So is this just like a hole in my
No,
profile?
I've only done it
You
like
just don't
once.
get out the
but like
house.
it's just an experience. Like,
Well, also, I mean, we live here in the Bay Area in Shasta. If you live in San Francisco, I mean, how many times are you like
what I'm
coming
saying.
across a horse these days?
Not
Like,
often.
Yeah, it's just the opportunities are few and far between.
Yeah,
you
you
just
got to
go
get out
across the
house.
bridge. You go to
Yeah.
like Walnut Creek area. There's a bunch of them. There's a lot
Yeah,
of open
Castle Rock
lands.
Park, they're
Yeah.
all over the place.
Yeah,
I grew up in
I'm from
Carmel
the hood.
area,
They don't got
Carmel
horses in the
Valley.
hood. I've been on a horse. You think they got horses in the ghetto? They ain't got no horses in the ghetto. Oh, man. The only horses they got in the ghetto is the ones the cops are riding on
I was
to
going
make
to
sure they
say
shut
the
things down.
cops.
Right.
Yeah, they got them. Yeah.
The Old Town Road.
Oh, man. No, horses are fun, man. Horses are fun.
All right, enough horsing around.
Oh, who cares?
I do like horsing around, too. Well, we're going to be doing some horsing around in the next 3 minutes with Kyle Draper if he gets his ass up.
The NBA has a problem right now, ladies and gentlemen, and we had Tim Kempton on the radio today. The physicality has gotten out of control.
Oh, man. But
Get
you know
on your
what?
horse.
He's feeling good. We had a crossover the last time the Warriors played the Kings, and he was talking that talk. You know what? He deserves it because the Kings are 9-2 under Doug Christie. First time since November they've been 2 games over 500. And your boy shoulder, Sabonis, he's balling. I hate to say it, but under Doug Christie, 61% from the floor, 20-16-7. He's averaging under Doug Christie. Malik Monk, 22-7-4 under Doug Christie. Again, that 9-2 record to get back into the Western Conference playoff race. So, and they're going to be chopping at the bit. They haven't played since Sunday. They're chilling, and they got the younger team with the fresher legs, and they're going to get up and down. They're going to press Steph Curry all night long with Keon Ellis and Keegan Murray. It's a tough game for the Warriors tonight. This really is. It's going to be tough to win up there tonight, but, we'll see what happens. You never know in the NBA.
Yeah, I was listening to Willard and Dibs with Steve Kerr yesterday. It was pretty interesting. You can find that on the Odyssey app, and you can go back and listen to the entire interview. But he was talking about, like, hey, look, we got a lot of guys out right now, but the competitive spirit of this team, we got to, step up. And, there's going to be certain matchups right now with Kuminga out, and we don't really know. He hasn't begun any on-court basketball activities, and Draymond out. We don't really have a full unit. You're going to have to see maybe some Moses Moody at the 4 by design.
Mm-hmm.
I just wonder if this is a team that works against. I mean, they've had moments where they've contained Sabonis. Kevon Looney's had opportunities, and Draymond. And then there's been other games where he's exploded and had triple-doubles against them or close to it. So I think this is a big one. And then who's going to guard De'Aaron Fox?
Yeah.
When he's on, he's excellent.
Mm-hmm. I heard rumors about De'Aaron Fox, if he does his re-sign with the Kings, that maybe San Antonio could be in his future with Steven Castle and Victor.
That's an interesting combination.
Wemby, that'd be deadly. Somebody's going to want to pair up with Victor Wembanyama, so we'll see what happens there. By the way, just as we're horsing around, 925, would you guys say the horse is the most important animal in the history of the world? The most important animal in the history of the world, 925. Can you expound on that? There's a boot
I feel
barn
like
at
dogs
Como.
are up there.
What did we evolve from? What do they say we evolved from?
We evolved from a common ancestor with primates.
Yeah, so, I mean, I would probably, pick that one, but...
There's a lot up there. Bees, you can go bees if you want to go next level. Honey and what bees do for pollination around the world. It's very important. You can go livestock if you want to go cattle there. Cows, what they've meant for all of us, because if we didn't start cooking meat and chewing it, our brains wouldn't be as big. Shout out evolution. There's a lot in there. If we go anthropology here.
I'll get this text.
Oh, did I get fooled on that?
916. Blunts, Beams, and Bonte, name of my autobiography. Can you expound on that, please? Blunts, Beams, and Bonte. 925, I'm an association that runs it. We should find a way to introduce you to horses, bulls, and steers. There's a boot barn at Como. 559, homie lives in EPA, has a mini horse in his backyard. Wow.
Let me ask you a question. If a Warrior fan comes up to you over the next 24 hours and says, hey, Bonte, I don't want to be angry every single day, like when the Warriors lose a game. Like, let's say they lose tonight. I don't want to wake up angry and call in and be angry. What should I be looking for? How should I be watching these games over the next couple of weeks leading into the trade deadline?
Watching how your young players are developing to see if you got much of a future.
So who?
When Kuminga gets back, TJD. When Pods gets back, Moses Moody. You try to see if Lindy Waters III could be a rotational player. And that's what you should be watching for. And also, it's Steph Curry, so you should be watching how's this going to end. If we all watch Bonds chasing records and we stuck there for 162 or whatever it was, watch Barry Bonds chase Hank Aaron, I think we could watch Steph Curry chase history as well as he moves up the leaderboard at points scored in NBA history, assists, three-point numbers or whatnot, and just to see how it ends. Don't you want to see how it ends, how the story ends? Who wants to read a book and then you get to the last chapter and say, yeah, I'm done with this book. I'm not going to finish.
Well, The Sopranos left us hanging, and that was a pretty good cliffhanger.
What's the perfect way to end it?
I'm out.
The Wire?
I mean, almost every great show left something to be desired at the end. And that's the way all these dynasties feel. Like, and they never end on a high note. No one's ever fully satisfied. There's always a pocket of people.
Won't be a high note,
curious.
But don't you want to see how, if it does crumble, how does it crumble? Like, we saw how the 49ers crumbled under Jim Harbaugh. It was great to watch. It was great to watch how that played out. It was fascinating theater.
That made me so sad. I was angry watching the following year.
Well, you can't be angry to watch it. You got to take your emotions out of it and just enjoy it. I mean, you know, you got the 4 championships. You sit there, you stand up, you appreciate what they've done over the last couple of decades if it is over. But let's see if it's over. Let's wait it out before we start proclaiming whether or not this dynasty is done. We got a trade deadline coming up February 6th, and there's no doubt in my mind that the Warriors are being active. There's no doubt in my mind that they're picking up the phone and trying to call. Now, I know people have compared them to the Giants and not finishing deals. And look, it's hard to make deals. It is. I'm not trying to sound like Joe Lacob is, but it takes 2 to tango.
Trades are hard.
But let's just see it. Let's just see it. Maybe they can turn around their season. Hell, the team the Warriors are playing tonight turned their season around with one bold move. That was firing Mike Brown. And since they fired Mike Brown, they are 9-2, and that beam is getting lit up so much that people up in Sacramento paying $200 a month for PG&E. That thing is taking all the electricity out of there. So let's bring in Kyle Draper, who joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game up here on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Sometimes you hear about the Kings games. Sometimes you see him in studio with that big old smile. Oh, by the way, his Philadelphia Eagles are in the NFC title game. Yes, I picked them to go to the Super Bowl and win it, but I hope they lose. I hope they get blown out this Sunday. Just to make Kyle Draper's life miserable. Kyle Draper, good morning to you. Welcome back to the roast.
Hey, I thought you guys were going to have me on to talk NFC Championship game, Eagles Commanders, but I forgot your football season was over about a month ago, so ain't nothing to talk about down there in San Francisco when it comes to football. So I'm more than happy to talk basketball with you guys.
He's feeling so good right now. Hey, so Draper, I know you were there for the banner ceremony a couple weeks ago when the Warriors lost to the Kings by 30 at Chase Center. It's next to that Summer League championship. Tonight, how fired up is Sacramento for this one, knowing that the Warriors has got blown out by 40 by your former employer or the former team that you covered, the Boston Celtics?
I mean, it's a January game against a non-playoff team. That's how we're approaching it. You know what I mean? I know this is you guys' big game. You're looking to bounce back after getting shellacked by the Celtics. But no, I'll be honest. Anytime you play the Warriors, there's a little extra juice. And it's interesting because historically your fans try to take over our building. I don't know if they'll try to do that tonight. I feel like Warriors fans have tapped out, on the season. So we'll see what the vibe is like. But anytime you play the Warriors, man, I want to beat them by 40 or 50. No doubt about it.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I understand that sentiment. Looking at the Warriors, are you surprised at the anger from the fan base? In terms of they've won at a clip that is so historic. Eventually, it's going to start to diminish or decline or just end. And I feel a sentiment of anger, not from everyone, but from a lot of Warrior fans. Are you surprised that the Warrior fan base is so frustrated with where they're at right now?
Not at all, because here's what it is, man. Having worked in Boston, obviously they won a bunch of titles, Patriots and Red Sox won titles. When you get accustomed to winning and you're not winning anymore, fans are out for blood. And I do also think the fans, out of their loyalty and respect for Steph Curry, they don't want to see their dude go out like this. They know it's his last few years. They want to see this guy go out like a champion, go out smiling. Steph is looking dejected after games. He's looking lost. He's looking forlorn. And I think the Warriors' frustration not only is it with the results, but also the way it's going out for Steph and Draymond down the stretch.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good right now. But speaking of the Sacramento Kings, this coaching change, which, I don't know if a lot of people saw it coming with Mike Brown being fired. But all of a sudden, under Doug Christie, you guys are 9-2. You're over 500. Sabonis is, he looks fluid and he's hooping 2016 and 7 under Doug Christie. Those are phenomenal numbers, all NBA numbers. Malik Monk, 22-7 and 4. What has been the biggest difference under Doug Christie that you weren't seeing under Mike Brown for the Sacramento Kings team, Kyle?
I think it's a couple of things, and the players have talked about this. They're playing with a sense of freedom, a sense of, even if we make a mistake, we won't get pulled out of the game. Sort of like, the Warriors during their great runs, they just played with so much joy out there, sharing the ball. It just seemed like that they were locked in. And I think you're seeing that from the Kings. Also, Doug has cut down immensely on the practice time. Like, they come in, they get their work done, and they're out. It's no, hour and a half shoot arounds or anything like that, or walkthroughs. And so, and Doug's talked about simplifying the offense and defense. And the thing that Doug is doing, he's empowering these players to be who they are, to be themselves. He wants them to go out there and sort of regain the joy that helped them get to the NBA. like in high school and college when they were busting everybody's butt and everything. And so that's what you're seeing right now with Doug and this team, just a joy. And I'll call it like it is, too. They're playing harder for him, man. Let's keep it real. When you watch them, they're just, diving for loose balls, switching up defensively, getting after it. And it's something we haven't seen in this Sacramento team. I said this yesterday on my radio show up here in Sacktown. This Sacramento Kings team is relentless in what they do. Like, they just keep coming, whether it's offensively or defensively. They don't tap out of games. Like that Indiana game where we got blown out in the second half.
Don't remind me.
The team tapped out. And that was a home game. That was terrible. You don't see that from this team anymore.
Yeah, I know. I thought they tapped out against Miami, Shashk. They were down 17. I texted her and said, man, it was all good just a day ago, huh? Trace goes, while the ball came left. In double overtime later, I said, damn it, my life is tortured. What did I do to the sports god, Shasky?
Hey, it's the 4 championships coming back to bite you guys in the butt. It's time you guys deal with that now.
Back to the projects, huh? Back to the projects.
Yep.
Who's playing well for you guys right now? I've seen a lot of discourse regarding De'Aaron Fox, and obviously Sabonis is having another good little run here. Who's playing well and who's not playing well for you guys? Because the guy that crushed us, Malik Monk, every time we play him, it seems like, how's he doing right now? What's up with Keegan Murray? Like, give us a lay of the land of who the Kings are currently, not their full year, but who's playing well right now, and who do we got to worry about?
Well, definitely Malik Monk. I mean, he's having career year, especially since Doug took over. He's honestly, guys, sort of our de facto point guard right now. Look at his assist numbers, his playmaking, and you talk about guys playing with freedom. I feel like him and Keon Ellis and Keegan Murray are the 3 guys that have benefited the most in terms of the way they play. They're playing so much freer. I look at Malik, and you'll see tonight, guys. He plays with that energy, that chip on his shoulder. And when you look at the numbers, his assists, well, Domas mostly gets his assists from Malik. Malik sort of sets Domas up for some easy buckets. And also, I also need you guys to put some respect on Domantas Sabonis real quick. Because I remember 2 years ago in that playoff series, you guys were clowning him. Draymond was talking trash. That dude has developed his outside shot.
Yes.
He's a league leader in 3-point percentage, fellas. Like, this guy is, and he's taking it without hesitation. So he's playing well. Pretty much everybody's playing well except maybe Kevin Huerter right now.
Trips.
Yes.
Can you win at least a playoff series before you start beating your chest? I mean, come on, man. We're talking about the regular season. Really?
Sabonis is shooting 65% from 3 under Doug Christie.
He's fine.
And I'm not gonna lie. When they lit up the Warriors,
win a playoff series.
They lit up the Warriors. Sabonis hit an early 3 and a big mid-range jumper. I said, "Oh damn, what the hell's going on up in Sacramento?"
Does he want to play Draymond, or would he rather not have to face Draymond? Like, I'm the competitor and all that, but Draymond. The shenanigans come out. We know this. I acknowledge it. So do you think that you guys would rather play against Draymond, or just it doesn't matter?
Nah, I don't think it matters. But if we're being honest, probably not. Like, we're trying to get wins. We ain't trying to make no statement against the Warriors, anything like that. We're trying to stack wins. And Shasky, I'm trying to keep this conversation PG on the up and up, and you're trying to go into the mud. You're like that old guy in the gym that still think you can dunk. Warriors Day is over, big fella. Y'all won y'all championships. Roll out to retirement. Y'all like Jordan with the Wizards now, just putting up empty points and empty wins against bum teams. Come on, man. Don't even start that, Shaq. I'm trying. It's too early to get my blood pressure.
Win a playoff series. Jesus. I mean, my God. You sound like Mike Malone. We're a dynasty. Mike, you won one. Can you win another one?
You know what, Shasky? We made a mistake. We should have just called Whitey Gleason, man. He would have been much more cordial. We know he's a star.
I would call Whitey.
Yeah, no. Whitey's a straw that stirs and drink on Sacktown Sports, the Coles and the Drive guys. Draper's just along around, still in the check. We know what's going on up there in Sacramento, College, Draper, and that big old Mercedes.
Let's not forget, Whitey was down there in San Francisco for a number of years, so I'm not sure where his allegiances lie. So, you want a sympathetic ear, call him. Call him and Alan Styles. Y'all can call those guys.
Sacked out. Hey, you talking about
Alan's too busy on TikTok.
Hey, Alan's is lightning beam. You got Whitey wearing purple every day. The Draper effect is real. It is real. But you know what? I got to give it to you guys, man. That game at Chase Center opened up my eyes, and it felt like that. Was that a big confidence? But I know it's not the Warriors of yesteryear, but it felt like the way they handled business. And the way, in that game, I watched Draymond Green. He went at Keon Ellis like 3 straight possessions. He had a hard foul, move his screen. He tried to help him up, and Keon Ellis like, nah, I'm good. There was some chirping going on. Then, of course, Doug Christie stormed the court. Did that game maybe help those players believe in Doug Christie a bit more? Because ever since that game, you guys are coming back from 17 down to the fourth. You beat Boston by 17 in Boston and outscored them 38-21 in the fourth quarter. Felt like that game was a springboard to this run, Drapes.
Yeah, it was that game and the game before Memphis, I think we played. And it was, remember Jaren Jackson Jr. fouled De'Aaron really hard. And Doug came out there. He was ready to deliver that 2-piece, and then he was going to do the same thing in Golden State. And I think the players respect that. And it sort of reminds me to a lesser extent, because Ime Udoka down there in Houston, it seemed like he about that life. I don't know him that well, but it seemed like, and at times his players got to pull him back. And it's the same thing here in SAC. I've seen DeMar, I've seen Sabonis have to pull back Doug. And DeMar made a good point. He's like, Doug is coaching how he played, and he wants us to play to how he played. And so I think the players that, especially with these young cats, man, it's not about, when you're struggling, put in more work, hit the gym harder and everything like that. Sometimes it's, what? Let's lighten up the load. Let's have more fun. And that's what Doug is doing. And so that 2-game stretch, man, Memphis, and then going down there and winning like that, I think that brought the team together even more, and you're seeing that now when they play.
It's interesting. And I love teasing and going back and forth because you're a good sport when it comes to these things. But in all seriousness, I see a lot of, the same names that Warrior fans have tried to link to the Warriors being linked to the Kings, whether it's Cam Johnson, throwing in Kuzma, like pick whoever you want. Is there any trade, if you're being like legitimately sincere here, is there any trade that the Warriors could make at the deadline where you'd be like, wow, now I really fear them again? Because I don't know. I don't think Warrior fans are prepared for going through this deadline, and I don't think they're going to get whatever they're looking for. I just think the reality is we're not that good, and there's not that singular trade that's going to really strike fear into the heart of the rest of the Western Conference. What's your thoughts on that?
No, I agree with that, Shasky. And not just Warriors, Lakers too, like a number of teams. Like, I don't see that big needle mover, although I'll say this. I didn't see Daniel Gafford and them last year.
PJ Washington.
And PJ, making that huge of a difference for Dallas, and it did. I like Zach LaVine, and, I know he's, maybe, getting up there in age in terms of miles on the body and everything like that. But I like him for you guys. What I really need to see, I guess, is a full Jonathan Kuminga out there. Like, can he be your second option? Can he be the guy? Because I'm a huge Kuminga fan, and you guys see him every day, and you may have different takes, but I see something in that guy. And I just feel like either A, they're not maximizing him, B, the system isn't a perfect fit for him. Just something seems off, but I really like Kuminga.
I think he's such a good player, Drapes, that you need to adjust the system to him. I've been a big fan of his from day number one, and he gives the Warriors something they don't have on his team, which is super athleticism and a guy who could go to the cup and dunk on your head. So when you look at Doug Christie, you're talking about Doug Christie before we get you out of here, Drapes, and we appreciate the time. You mentioned how Doug Christie cut down the practice time or whatnot. Was that the biggest issue with Mike Brown, was the practice time and maybe overcoaching these guys? Because it feels like Doug Christie, if you guys go on a run, could be named a permanent coach after the season.
Yeah, I think he could be. I think, a couple of big differences. One, the practice time, that's huge. No doubt about that. Even during walkthroughs, they run through 1 or 2 plays, and then the rest of the time they spend getting up shots. 2, I also think the rotations. Under Mike, a guy like Keon Ellis, who is 6th, I think it is, in 3-point percentage in the league, he would come in and out of the lineup, have DMP CDs, and people are looking like, what's going on with Keon? How come he's not playing? And so the first thing that Doug did, and I was at the meeting when he had with the players, the first thing he said to everybody is, here's my 8-9-man rotation. These are the guys who are going to play every game. And he looked at all of them. Then he turned to some of the bench guys. Jay Crowder, when I need grown man energy, I'm coming to you. Doug McDermott, when I need some shooting, I'm coming to you. And he went down the line with everybody and talked about what he expected from them and how he would use them. And I think players are now, think about it. Over Mike Brown's tenure here in SAC, Monty McNair, and maybe these moves weren't great, but think about it. Last year, he goes out and gets Chris Duarte and Sasha Vazenko. I don't know if these guys are great players or anything like that, but Mike never really used them. They were in and out of the lineup. This year, he goes out and gets, Jordan McLaughlin, goes out and gets Doug McDermott, Jay Crowder. Those guys are in and out of the lineup. And so I think Mike didn't trust. Mike had a top 6. Doug has a top 8 or 9. You know what I mean? And then he also tells the guys that are outside of that, here's when I'm going to come with you. And we saw it a couple of games ago with Jay Crowder. I think it was, it might have been the Chicago game, I think it was. And Jay Crowder got in early in the first half. And he had played, but Doug needed him at that moment. And so I think it's more of a, it's a clear message coming from Doug Christie.
Let's have some fun here. Put your money where your mouth is, all right? We got 3 games left. Kings, Warriors, right, for the rest of the year?
Yep, 3 games.
Looking at the schedule.
Kings have won 4 straight against the Warriors.
All right, so for the next 3 games, we do a thing on this show called the burrito bet. But because you're up in SAC, I'll do Jim Boy tacos, all right? I will Venmo you money to get you and Kevin, a.k.a. Whitey, tacos at Jim Boy's. $20 worth of tacos, all right? I think that should get you a 6-pack, all right? If the Warriors do not win 2 out of 3, reverse it to me. I'll get some Mission Street tacos for me and the boys here. Sound like a bet?
How about this? Because, I love taking your money, Shasky.
It's fine.
I'm going to just say on radio, a friendly wager. I'm a team employee. I'm an NBA. I can't be betting on, I can't do that. I don't know if I could do that.
Yeah, we might get fired.
So I don't want to get in trouble or anything like that. But so you can send it to Kevin. I'm sure he'll take you up on that bet. Now, here's the thing, Shasky, real quick. You guys got your G League team playing tonight against us with so many guys out. Like, you sure you want to make that kind of bet?
Do you know about Guy Santos, dog? I'm teasing. What you know about Quentin
got the chef up there. He dropped 50 on you guys. You know about that 50 burger? You know about two-way Andrew Wiggins? What about TJD, the Sabonis stopper? Come on. Dennis Schroeder. He's got something for Fox and Malik Monk. Drapes. Don't get me started here.
1 for 11 the other day, Bonte.
You're supposed to have our back. What are you, Team Sacramento now or what? You just had 3 straight games for 20-plus points. You're the one trying to make a bet. You're out here. I'm trying to help you out, man. God, you see what happens, Drapes? Even my old guy turns his back on me, man. Anyway, Drapes, I don't think we're doing a crossover tonight.
Real quick.
Go ahead, Drapes.
Real quick. Hey, Shasky's been like a bunch of those Warrior fans. They used to be Kings fans, then they went to the Warriors. Now they're coming back to Sacramento. We got room for you, Shasky. Come on up here, big fella.
Hey, bro, if I wanted to sell my house and retire and move to Roseville, I'd have done it 20 years ago. Give me a break. Give me a break, dude.
There you go. Hey, it's good to know that you guys got Wi-Fi at the Sacramento airport now. Hey, Drapes, Jay Daniels going to break your heart on Sunday, huh? No, he's not. I know the Eagles. The Eagles are winning the Super Bowl, Drapes. You going out to New Orleans?
No, I need to be, man. We got games, though. We got games I got to work. But, here's the thing, too, fellas. The Eagles haven't even played well yet.
I know.
Jalen Hurts hasn't even played good football yet.
Well, he's not good.
They're doing just enough to win. And so, Washington, give them credit. They're playing great right now, but they can't sustain this. Look at their last 5 regular season games, fellas, all won by 1 score. Come on, man. They're built on a house of cards. They're teetering right now. They can't keep this up.
Go get some rest, man. I can't believe we got you up this early, man. See you later, Drapes.
All right, fellas. I'll talk to you.
Always love, man. Kyle Draper on the River Islands guest line does a hell of a job for Sacktown Sports with Whitey. Gleason, the Drive guys. Obviously, NBC Sports California with the Sacramento Kings, whether he's a pregame host or the play-by-play voice. He's a lot of fun, and he loves a villain role. He comes into the studio. So when we did the crossover last time, Bully and I and Fezzi were at the Gatehouse. They're like, oh, yeah, we're going to do the crossover with Mike Bibby and Draper. So Draper apparently walked into the studio and said, y'all ratings are down so bad, you need me to come on the show, man? All right, man, whatever. And he plays it up, man. He's a great villain.
So the reason why I kept calling Whitey, who used to be on this station for a long time, Kevin, one time my wife met me.
Why are you calling him Kevin?
This is how it happened. This is how it happened. I'm going to tell you a story. I went down to the station, and my wife was either picking me up. We're going to a Warrior game. We're going to a Niner game, Giants game. I don't know where we were going. She came into the studio, and Whitey was there. And it's Whitey. It's just what I knew him as. And so my wife comes up, and I'm like, yeah, you know Lucas and Spadoni and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, and this is Whitey. And Whitey's like, it's Kevin, and like shook her hand and like was like, yeah, I'm Kevin. And I'm like, I didn't know your first name was Kevin. And so now every time the name Whitey gets brought up, I'm like, you mean Kevin? Because I'm like, what? Where did this come from? He's like, well, if I'm going to meet your wife, I want to tell her my real name. I'm like, yeah, I thought your real name was Whitey. I just thought that that's what you went by.
I love Whitey. He brought up Doug Christie, and I was texting with Whitey about Doug Christie. He's like, man, he's fiery, man. I forgot how fiery he was. He goes, oh yeah, he wanted smoke when that flopping or when Steve Kerr was saying that Keon Ellis was flopping and Doug Christie came on the court. I think he has some words for Draymond during that sequence, man. Who knows? But he was chirping at somebody. He was chirping.
Wait a minute. Draymond got into it with someone on the other team?
Well, remember that Kings game?
No way.
And Doug Christie
was you talking about our Draymond?
You'd think Rick Fox was in the crowd.
Gay, dude, that's a good one.
Good.
Doug Christie, the Kings are rolling, man.
It is.
The Kings are rolling right now. 888-957-9570. 8 o'clock hour coming up. We're going to get to Steve Kerr. What he had to say yesterday with Willard and Dibbs. I mean,
that's it now. That's it now.
He's confident in the injury report.
I mean, yeah.
I mean,
today's injury report, I'll just let Steve Kerr take it away. Here's what he had to say about Kuminga.
Nope. He is, he's progressing, but it was a pretty bad ankle sprain, and he hasn't been on the court yet or anything, but he's getting rehab every day, and he's doing strength stuff, and he's on the bike. So he's doing as well as possible, but, he's nowhere close to being ready to.
There you go. He's nowhere close. He hasn't been on the floor since January 4th. And he was playing his best basketball of his young NBA career. Boy, we could use Jonathan Kuminga. I wonder if Willard thinks so, too. Willard knows. We need Kuminga. He knows now. Oh, that is good. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. Helping your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What is
I'm
coming
scared
up
of
in the
Willard.
game? Steiny is. I'm not. What is coming up in the game brought to you by Free Fake. Here for you. Here for good. Let's get into the Golden State Warriors. There's trade season. It's the Kings. What is going on with the Dubs? 888-957-9570 is the number. Plus Anthony Slater at 8:30 here on The Roast.
Warriors Kings tonight at 7.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A lot of fun stuff. Kyle Draper just joined us from Sacktown Sports, of course, Kings pre- and post game. Kenny and D-Lo, don't be jealous. We'll get you guys later. Don't worry. We got plenty of Kings games. Anthony Slater, 30 minutes. 30 minutes, Anthony Slater, or actually 27 minutes if we break on time. Anthony Slater on the board of us as we talk Warriors and Kings. Big basketball show for the next couple hours here. By the way, I was just reading Eric Branch's article during the break in the Chronicle about the 49ers, and he had his offseason blueprint. Hurry up and pay Brock Purdy. They didn't draft him protection. They also wanted to see the Niners make a splash at corner while retaining Dre Greenlaw as the linebacker position. So a lot going on with the 49ers. Are still waiting to see who's going to be a defense coordinator for the 49ers. Could be Brandon Staley. Anybody want that? Some people hope my boy Mo P online. 42 at halftime against the Raiders. 63-21 final score. Hell no, we ain't ready for Brandon Staley. What will we be outraged more about? Brandon Staley being in D.C., the Warriors not making a trade. I guess we're not outraged anymore about the Giants are playing with house money.
Nick Sorensen still being with the organization.
Yeah.
that actually brings up something. So like,
I'm actually excited about the Giants.
The Niners, they won 30 years ago, so it's such almost impossible to answer that question. And we got so greedy, right? We were so spoiled. We just didn't realize. Thought it was going to go on forever. The Giants. How long did it take for the championship aura, to wear off of the fan base? The happiness, the satisfaction, all of that. I'm like, of course there was a restlessness. We want to win more. We want to keep competing, you know. I said forever, just give me one. Just give me one. Well, then we got one. And you know what I wanted? I wanted them to trade for Beltran at the deadline, and I wanted to win a second one. And then they won in 2012. And it's like, all right, let's do whatever it takes to win a third one, and then a fourth one, and a fifth. So I admit I'm at the forefront of being, greedy. I admit that. But like the real championship aura that was around the team and just the happiness, the general happiness from the fan base was still there for a couple of years afterwards. When do you think it wore off for the Giants? Like fully wore off. We are restless.
Bochy's last year. It was Bochy's last year, 2018?
2018. So about 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, I think because 2016, you still had it was the every even year. It's our time, every even year. So 2016, they go play the Cubs. And then 2017, there was a lot of hope because, oh, wow, they got a closer, Mark Melanson. He's going to solidify the bullpen, stabilize everything in the back end of the game. Yeah, we're still got it. And then 2018, Bochy's last year was like, oh, wow, this is the end of an era. And it started to wear off slowly but surely. Now it's all but gone. I mean, it's not even close.
It's 10 years.
It's dusty now. It's got dust.
I feel like the Warrior title in 2022 wore off so quickly. I don't even know who would even compare to it in terms of like. I'm not saying everybody, because I know there are a lot of fans that are like, dude, we had one of the greatest runs or whatever. I'm not saying that they think it's over or anything like that, but like they're still happy and grateful and satisfied.
Well,
but I do feel like this championship for 2022, the aura and just the overall happiness has been gone for multiple years.
Well,
it feels like the fastest I've seen one evaporate, the aura of any championship ever. And maybe I'm just stuck in the Warrior bubble.
No, you're not stuck in the Warrior bubble. I don't think you're stuck in the Warrior bubble. However, that aura and that championship pixie dust was gone, and I hate bringing it back to this, but it was gone in October of 2022. So they won a championship in June. You had July, you had August, you had September. Then you get to October for training camp. You got 4 months. And you know what? They went to Japan, had a good time out there in Japan, played the Wizards. Preseason game, they came back. We had that fateful Wednesday afternoon at Chase Center where we had an altercation between Draymond Green and Jordan Poole. And then it got nastier a couple days later because the video got released by TMZ. And from that moment, sure, we talked championship here and there. Yeah, how cool was it? See Steph Curry in Game 4, parquet floor. Wow, Game 4 was historic. Beat him in Game 5. The Chica Champagne on the parquet floor in Game 6. But I think for the fans, for a lot of people, it was easy to kind of move on from that because you're like, well, what's going on with the team? There's obviously drama and turmoil within the organization or within the locker room. And Steve Kerr and company have done a great job to try to contain that, right? To try to keep that culture full of joy. And then you get to that season, you lose to the LA Lakers. First loss in a Western Conference Series under Steve Kerr.
With wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
With Steph, Clay, and Draymond starting, right? So the way they lost to the Lakers.
Yeah.
Because obviously when the way they lost to the Lakers, Poole was not the same player he was.
Lonnie Walker.
But also you had Wiggins. He had to leave the team for 2 months.
It's true.
He cracks a rib in Game 5 or whatnot, has to suck it up for Game 6. He was obviously compromised. J.K. goes back to the bench. He wasn't happy about things. Yeah. It was a disaster. Michael Green, for whatever he had an attitude, it was a disaster. And then you get into the next season. And all of a sudden, there's the Klay Thompson situation with the contract extension and whether or not he's going to be here long term. And they had that aura. Then you had, bench Klay, this and that. Then Wiggins is up and down, and you get Kuminga coming back. And now all of a sudden he goes to the coach and he's saying, look, get me out of here. I want to play. I didn't play the last 18 minutes against Denver with Jokic hit a 3. And we had to cancel the Doobie Awards that day because the way Denver Nuggets came back on a 25-4 run. And so that championship aura, it dissipated fairly quickly. In my opinion, it was gone within 4 months.
That's crazy, though. Isn't it?
It is, but when you dive deep into it, you see how it's not that crazy.
Well, I think that I was in denial because I thought that they still had the pixie dust. Like I did. So maybe I was not willing to accept the reality of then. But in retrospect, what you're saying is accurate. I mean, but I wonder if there are a segment of fans that are willing to just kind of give them a pass for all the good stuff that they've done. Yeah, they haven't, they haven't hit on these draft picks.
Right.
They haven't swung big deals, right? But they have given us a lot. Are you willing to give them a pass? And do you trust that they can get it right? And let's say this trade deadline comes and goes, right? They don't swing any significant deal. Are you willing to say hey, they deserve the benefit of the doubt to wait till the offseason, which is what you've been kind of talking about, where there might be some more options? Because I don't think for a lot of people that's going to be answer that they're willing to accept.
Yeah, it won't be. No, it won't be. We know the answer to that. Their fans are going to go crazy if they don't make anything happen. And, people pay for season tickets. They want to see a winner, and we've all been spoiled by the wins. But when I look at this deal between the Jazz and the Phoenix Suns, I start putting my thinking cap on, thinking, what the hell is going on in Phoenix?
I didn't know what to make of the trade.
So the Jazz are consolidating their first-round picks acquired in the Rudy Gobert, Donovan Mitchell trades, including the 2031 unprotected first from the Phoenix Suns. Utah has 11 first-round picks in the next 7 years. They're obviously rebuilding. And I don't think, they signed Lowry Markkanen for whatever reason, but they're not planning to win. So the Phoenix Suns are making an aggressive move. They trade their 2031 unprotected first-round pick to the Utah Jazz for 3 first-round picks. The Suns are acquiring the least favorable first-round picks of the Utah Jazz in 2025 of Cleveland, Minnesota, 2027 of Cleveland, Minnesota, and 2029 of Cleveland, Minnesota, of course, with the Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert deals. But there are also rumors that there could be more teams involved in a potential trade that involves the Phoenix Suns. Obviously, they're looking at Jimmy Butler. And Bradley Beal's not so happy right now coming off the bench in Phoenix. He obviously made a stink, and he said, look, I hold all the cards. I have a no trade clause. So be careful what you wish for, or I dictate the terms of where I go. And it could be Milwaukee. But it could be another team involved. Could be a 4-team trade involved because this is complicated with the CBA. So I would tell Warrior fans to hold your horses for a second. There could be some action around these parts.
Do you want Bradley Beal? Is that what you're insinuating?
I'm not saying Bradley Beal, but what's going on with Kevin Durant?
Well, wouldn't they make – okay, because I don't know what to make of this deal. Isn't this deal meant to be made to add to Kevin Durant?
Maybe.
Phoenix?
Maybe, but I'm hearing whispers that KD may not be the happiest down there. Who knows? Maybe KD could be had.
Okay.
Who knows?
So now begs the question, okay, if he can be had, let's just...
I don't know. This is reckless speculation. I'm playing the Sports Talk radio game.
No, I love it.
Hypotheticals.
You know I love hypotheticals.
I know you do.
Me and Jim Harbaugh, hypotheticals. Is there any scenario where Kevin Durant comes to the Warriors and Draymond Green's still here? Because that's the elephant in the room.
I don't think that could be the case. I could be wrong. But I don't think could be the case. But we're also speculating. But hear about this. You bring up Draymond Green. Forget the finances for a second because they'll figure all that out.
Okay.
But I'm thinking about the Dalton Johnson yesterday. We had him on.
He spent 10 minutes talking about all the things that he's done over the last couple of years that have on the floor, availability, technicals, issues with teammates, and all these things that have attributed to why they're where they're at.
Right. Well, Dalton brought up saying that he believes there's a 99.8% chance that Draymond Green finishes his career with the Golden State Warriors. And I pressed him and I said, hey, DJ, did you feel like that with Klay Thompson the previous season? And he's like, it's a great question. I probably did. And so I think when Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob and seeing where this team is at, I don't think anything's off the table. I don't think anything's off the table. And when I don't think anything's off the table, I don't think they'd be afraid to trade Draymond Green if there's a trade that presents himself to getting a player back or whatnot. I think everything's on the table for the Golden State Warriors. I really do.
No matter who is out the door, if they bring Kevin Durant back, I will be rocking my town KD jersey the very next day.
I don't know if that's going to happen.
No, I'm just saying, hypothetically, I would love that.
But would it surprise me if there was been conversations behind closed doors about Kevin Durant or anything like that? Maybe not.
I think they're speculating and
the Warriors are
coming up with algorithms to acquire lots of guys like that.
The Warriors are coming. This is how it works. You look at a player, you see if they're available, you make the phone call because what does it hurt to make the phone call? Hey, is that guy? You don't think the Warriors are getting calls right now saying, hey, what's the deal with Steph Curry? You guys think about doing the unthinkable? And Dunleavy probably says, hell no, we're not trading him. Click.
I would exhaust everything for Kevin Durant.
Well, that's not, but is that going to help you win at this point? I don't
Probably
know.
not, Bonte, but you know what?
Know.
Like, it's infinitely more watchable.
We'll see.
I mean, is the goal watchability at that point, or is it to win? Because I think Dalton said yesterday, why would this team, I think we have this somewhere, why would this team go all in with all these assets just to get I think his words were the 9 seed.
Right.
But if you go all in for Kevin Durant and Steph and Kevin Durant get this team to maybe the 7th seed, maybe they get out of the box, but they don't play a second round of the playoffs. Then we're going to be sitting here, in a few months going what's the point?
Well, here's
also,
what
we have no future
still
now.
be people mad.
No doubt. Well, people will always be mad if you don't win it all, but the 15th pick, hypothetically, the 15th pick.
Mad when you do win it all.
But the 15th pick isn't going to change this organization.
Warriors won a couple championships. People were pissed after they win the finals MVP. I'm like, dude, get a grip. He got the Larry O'Brien trophy. He's got a ring.
It was like George Costanza and Seinfeld. Yeah, in 6 games.
Hey, look, what I would do is I would say, KD, Steph, I'll figure out the rest. That sounds reckless and short-sighted. I'm telling you right now, I think a lot of Warrior fans are with me, and they'd say, you know what, we'll just figure out the rest.
It'd be funny. It'd be funny to see that switch up because I know in real time what it was when it came to Kevin Durant. But,
help me, Kevin. You're our only hope.
But as we're talking about the Warriors here on the Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. The Phoenix Suns are cooking up something. And I don't know exactly what they're cooking up. Obviously, Jimmy Butler's a name, and that may be it. But I think there's some other teams involved here. And I'm just speculating. It's regular speculation. Because I don't subscribe. When I hear fans tell me, Bonte, the Warriors are just sitting on their butts in the front office, I say, come on, man. You think Joe Lacob and company are sitting there? They went out there and made a move for Kelly Oubre Jr., panicking about Klay Thompson. They made the move for Kelly Oubre Jr. You think Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy are comfortable with what things are with the way things are going right now? You think Steph Curry's comfortable with the way things are coming? Hey, stop. The Warriors are working the phone lines, folks. Now, you could call them the Giants and say, well, they can't close. I've seen the Warriors close a lot better than the Giants have over the last 7 years. And that's a fact, Jack. So I don't want to hear that stuff right now. Come on, man. Let's buckle up. This is why I keep telling y'all, adversity. Relax. Let these guys do what they do. I'm kind of with Steph Curry with the Twitter fingers, man. Just chill for a second. They are working on things. Something may happen, something may not happen. But it ain't the end of the world. I can guarantee you that something will happen over the next 6 months with this organization. If nothing happens at the deadline, I can tell you that much.
KD and Steph coming back together would be like the unfinished business that we all think we need. It's closing the loop, right?
That would be insane.
I don't know how much winning they would do, but boy, it would be so much more fun. Look, rapid fire. Line them up right now. 888-957-957-0. Would you do what I did? Would you just hey, I don't really even care what it costs. Just bring KD back.
No,
serious.
Just to lose. If you're not winning games, you'd be happy with that?
I just want to see it. I trust KD and Steph. They'll do something. If I was in closeout games in the box and I knew I had Steph and KD, I'll take my chances.
I'm going to mark this and save it. We'll get to Don in a sec. I'm going to mark this and save it so that way if it does happen, and then the Warriors start struggling, we could play the, well, you said this then versus that
That's
now.
fine.
So we'll have fun with that.
Mark my words.
But Shasky, pivot, don't panic. You can always pivot.
Presented with new information that Kevin Durant's plantar fasciitis injury. I realize now
journalists on the beat can't get away with pivoting and not panicking, but David Shasky, these fans can.
Somebody's got to be slippery.
Guru. But no, seriously, Kevin Durant, the Phoenix Suns are 21-21. They ain't doing much winning down there. He's got Devin Booker.
It's the Spider-Man
He's
meme.
got
We're the
Brendan
same
Beal.
team.
He's got Bradley Beal. He's got Nunn. He's got players down there, and they're 21-21. Let's go to Don and Sack. Don, what's up?
Hey, guys. So I got two questions, one for both of you and then one strictly for Bonte. The first one is I see like Mike Brown and Steve Kerr similar, right? I know Steve has more accolades overall, but I also see like with Keon Ellis, I kind of equate him to Moody, where there's some questions all the time on why he's not getting more minutes or he's not playing. Do you guys think that there needs to be a new voice in that locker room? Do they need something to the way Doug Christie has kind of like reinvigorated the Kings, right? Do they need that? And then for you, Bonte, because I'm having a really hard time tonight, do I wear smiling Bonte t-shirt or praying Bonte t-shirt? Because it's really hard for me to figure out which one.
Oh, man. You got to wear the smiles, man. I'm a happy guy. Life is good. Praying.
It is, sir.
I mean, I guess we're praying for good health.
Fan?
This is Don. This is my boy Don and Sack. He's got the T-shirt of me on the fade. They got stickers of me up there.
You're the one that bought the T-shirt.
Yeah, no, he made the T-shirt, I think.
Yeah. It's a Chetty House after party T-shirts. We rocking them.
Yeah, ESPN 1320, D-Lo KC. The Chetty House is popping. They got their YouTube chat open. We don't have ours open. He should wear the smiley face. You won't need prayers tonight, Sacramento. You're going to get your ass kicked anyway. God won't help you tonight. But, just smile a little bit. That'll be good. Talented Foster City, what's up?
Morning, gentlemen. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm always good, man.
Good. All right. I'm coming from a different perspective. I moved to the Bay in 2005 to work for the Warriors. I've been a season ticket holder since 2007. So I've seen a lot, been through a lot. There have been 4 constants in this run, and we should be thankful. We got 4 chips in 10 years. We should be thankful.
I agree.
Steph, Dre, Kerr, and until this year, Clay were the constants. We know what it takes to put around those guys to win, and this front office has failed to either put the right pieces around them for the last 4 years or make business decisions like letting a $30 million contract expire, not getting anything for it, to give them the opportunity to continue to try to get that 5th. This front office is not, I know you were just touting Kelly Oubre as a good move. Like you said,
I didn't say it was a good move. I didn't say it was a good move.
Okay, desperate move. Desperate move.
Well, yeah, I didn't say it was a good move.
Clay
Tore his move. So I get getting a player to try to fill in for him. And you know what? We ran a poll on this show 3 months into the season. Jonathan, stay on the line, Jonathan. And we said, who would you rather ride with in the future, Wiggins or Oubre Jr.? 77% of the vote said Oubre Jr. because Wiggins was scrolling at the time. Like the Tsunami Poppy was a thing for a second in the Bay Area.
Tsunami Poppy.
We listen. We love the blow kisses to the wind, but those people don't watch ball. Look, it's just been incredibly challenging to watch this front office. I'm guessing they're making business decisions that are poor business decisions. It's like a startup. You burning the ships, or you're going to try to piecemeal this way into success down the road. And they haven't made a decision one way or the other. They're playing both sides of the fence, and it never works. And now it's just been this compounding effect of lack of decision making or taking a risk that we're in this middling ground, which is just, creating poor product on the court, which no one wants to see. I'd rather watch the 2006 Warriors that busted their ass and played hard and competed knowing what we had versus we just don't know what we're doing. It just seems like there is no plan in place.
Well, there's a plan. It just hasn't come to fruition. Their plan was to go out and get a start this past offseason. They didn't do that for whatever reason.
Well, I do think, and I share his frustration, the whole CP3 expiring contract I get why they didn't acquire something back because it does freeze because you hit that apron.
Get it under the apron.
You freeze everything. But, like, you basically traded Jordan Poole for nothing.
Yeah,
and
no
they gave
doubt.
away a first-round pick.
Oh,
Like,
I understand.
It was a bad transaction.
I understand that.
It was a bad transaction.
But you fix your finances, which nobody cares about because they're not spending any money unless it's tickets or whatnot. But they're not investing money into the player salary. And Joe Lacob said, look, I'll stop paying the tax when we stop winning. And why would you pay the tax for a team that didn't even make it past the play-in tournament? So I understand, like, letting Chris Paul walk and getting under the apron. And look, I miss Jordan Poole a lot. I didn't want him. I remember the day he got traded. I walked out of swim class with Baby Chance. There's 4 missed calls from you. There's another couple from another source. And I'm saying, what the hell's going on here? And you're like, they didn't trade Jordan Poole. I'm saying, wait, what? I'm in the shower with Baby Chance washing her hair. Saying, wait, they did what? CP3? Yeah, that was what a time. What a time.
And then he didn't get off the bench
in the playing game.
Oh,
my God. Yeah.
They went to Pajemski. Yep. I lost my mind then. I was like, what was the point of getting him?
Yeah, what was the point?
Not that he's, like, still good or anything. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
right.
What was the whole point?
Anthony Slater is going to join us. We'll talk more trades with him. Brian Getzeiler joins Steiny and Guru. He always says we should steal him because he's a good guest. We should steal him one day. Draymond Green, because everybody's bringing up Draymond Green, this trade market, can't trade him, because I know I get a lot of people are down on Draymond. Here's what Getzeiler had to say about Draymond.
All you need to know is that if they wanted to trade Draymond, there'd be a market. You'd bring in a first-round pick. You would if you wanted to trade him. So I don't beat them up on that contract. Listen, I think they went wrong in a bunch of different spots here. The Draymond Green contract is not one of them. Keeping him and Curry together, as long as you decided you wanted Curry to be the centerpiece and to continue to try to create a title contender around Curry. Frankly, Draymond Green's essential, and the contract's a fair number for the player that he is, even right now.
You guys agree with that?
That he's worth a first-round pick and it wasn't a bad deal?
That he could get a first-round pick and it wasn't a bad deal.
I have no idea what other teams view him as in terms of first-round, but it does feel like the mid to late first-round picks are so devalued in the NBA, it's tough for me to know.
Right.
Like, does Vucevic go for the 18th overall pick? Or does he go for a couple of 2s and a player swap? Like, I don't know. So I don't know what Draymond would get. And the thing with Draymond is you got to know what you're getting when you get him, which is the full package. And I don't know how many teams would do that.
We'll see.
You know, supply and demand is crazy. Like, there might be a couple of teams, but if the other, if they know there's only 2 teams involved, why would you surrender a large amount of capital? I don't know. It's just,
we'll see.
I don't think extending Draymond was the worst of all their decisions. There's a combination of about 7 or 8 of them. I would say it is one of them, though.
It is a lot of moves that, and a lot of unfortunate, the injuries. Injuries play a big role in this. The injury to James Wiseman, he may not even be good, but we didn't get to really see him at full strength. He's, you know what I'm saying? I feel bad for the kid. But I saw an ascending rookie, James Wiseman. You could say he was empty calories, but I saw a guy who was raw, who was getting buckets and starting to get better with double-doubles. I think Slater brought it up a few months ago. Like, I think people forget. He was becoming a solid player, but he got hurt. What's coming up on the game, presented by Chilton Auto Body. Anthony Slater, our 95.7 Game Insider, of course, great writer for The Athletic. He's also a Warriors insider for The Athletic. He'll join us on the other side on the River Islands guest line as we talk more about the Golden State Warriors and the state of this franchise. We got more sound from Steve Kerr, of course. All that coming up here on The Roast.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area locations.
Hey, yo, it's Suzuki, man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
Looking at ESPN right now, and Mad Dog is mad Mark Andrews hasn't spoken to the media following the loss. Now, I don't know if I'm irate over that, but I think it is pretty weak of Mark Andrews to duck the smoke post-game in Buffalo, and then at the end of the season exit meetings, you duck the smoke again in Baltimore. You imagine if Lamar Jackson did that, or Josh Allen did that, or Joe Burrow did that? Hell, I went crazy when Debo didn't do it in Green Bay. Mark Andrews can't face the music after your fourth quarter fumble drop? That's pretty weak. Pretty weak in my book. Pretty weak. I get being mad and sour, but it's also called being a professional and facing the music. Part of the job. Come on, man. I feel
like there are certain times when you actually can be a more endearing individual if you're just honest and you just get it over with. And I think you're allowing it to linger longer by, avoiding it.
I feel like they're a little bit soft.
Oh, I didn't do that. He's not soft, but it's a little weak. I think it's a weak move. What's not a weak move is trying to qualify for the second annual 95-70 Game knockout tournament at Chase Center. Get some shots up at Chase. Maybe you'll make one. Maybe you'll make more threes than the Warriors in the first half the other night against the Boston Celtics. The contest will start January 27th, go for 3 weeks, so you'll have plenty of chances to win. That is next week. That is on Monday, folks. Monday. Listen in the 8 o'clock hour, the 12 o'clock hour, 4 p.m. hours starting Monday, January 27th for your chance. Each show will have a slot to give away each day for 3 weeks. You have to be 18 to win and be a California resident. More details still to come, but qualifying starts on Monday and will go on for 3 weeks here at 95.7 The Game. All right, let's bring in Anthony Slater. Anthony Slater of The Athletic, Warriors Insider. He joins us courtesy of the River Islands guest line, as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? And a home game for Anthony Slater. Doesn't have to make the 2-hour drive down to Chase Center. Gets to just roll up out of bed at around 6 o'clock, make the 5-minute drive to Golden One Center, and check out the Warriors and the Kings. And the Warriors right now, let's just start it off before we get to trades and the state of the team. Slater, who's in, who's out, as you say good morning to you, brother?
Who's playing? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Am I playing?
If you could. I mean, can you hit a three?
I might. My three's not too bad. About 25%
like
shooter.
Guy Santos? Will you hustle as much as Guy Santos?
I will hustle, but my endurance is lacking these days.
Next question. Are you 6'8"? Are you 6'8"? I don't think you are. I don't think you checked this box.
Steve Kerr does love 3-guard lineups, so I'm about 6'4".
Oh, no.
I'm about 6'4".
There you go. Starting at the 3 tonight. Although your natural position's a 4. Half the roster at this point. Sorry. To answer your question, Draymond Green is out, Brandon Pajemski remains out, Kyle Anderson is out, and Jonathan Kuminga is out. That's it.
What's going on with that 4? You referenced it right there, and we had Steve Kerr on Willard and Dibs yesterday. For those that missed it, it's on the Odyssey app and the YouTube page. But he was basically asked the question, and I'm paraphrasing, Dibs said, hey, is it by necessity that you've experimented with Moses Moody there? And do you like what you see? And he said, yeah, it's a little bit out of necessity, but also we think we can kind of get something out of that because of so many 4s in the league are now stretch 4s, and so they're standing out more on the 3-point line. What do you like about Moses Moody playing the 4, and how does that kind of complicate things with Kuminga and Draymond and I guess potentially Kyle Anderson, given that now there's a logjam at that position?
Well, I would say, number one, I like that it gets Moses Moody matched up on bigger assignments, because I think at this point, and we used to say this about Clay, remember Clay became a power forward in his last couple of years? It's easier for him to defend bigger, kind of tougher guys rather than, your quicker guards. Laterally, he's a little bit slower, but, he's smart and he's long and he's stronger than he looks. He's got kind of broad shoulders. So I think it makes sense defensively. And then it juices the rest of their lineups to have more spacing, because he's a legitimate spacer, which they don't have a lot of. 39% from 3. Shot looks good, and I think on opposing scouting reports, I think opposing coaches say, hey, you got to get out on that guy, which is what spacing really is. Can you draw the defense out? As far as the logjam, which it is a logjam, and it has been a lot long, before Moses Moody started getting minutes at the 4. To me, the way you break up this logjam is you get a stretch 5. This roster's clearly lacking a stretch five is something they've at least acknowledged behind the scenes for a while now, but they haven't remedied. But if you remedy it and you get a stretch five, to me, that really adds a legitimate stretch five, a guy that'll hit, a good percentage of threes, shoots them a lot. Obviously, Vucevic is the name we've discussed, but to me, that allows you to play a lot more various combinations where you suddenly don't have to just pigeonhole everyone into the four.
Look, we don't know what the trade market is going to present here, who's available, who's not. We heard some of the big names. You mentioned Vucevic, and maybe there's a Zach LaVine. We know Jimmy Butler's on the block here. But what if the Warriors can't make a deal or don't make a deal before the February 6th deadline, Anthony? Could they sell Steph, or have they sold Steph on taking a step backwards, if it meant taking a few steps forward later on, like this summer or next season?
Well, I mean, the 48-hour period prior to the deadline and what Steph is told is available and what Steph is told was or wasn't acted on will matter, right? He needs to. He said it in his own subtle, diplomatic way, but he wants to know that Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob in the Warriors front office is attempting, to make smart but additive moves, and they continue to message out that they're searching on the open market, and they're trying to help this roster, even if it's just not some, unbelievable, star level boost that we believe gets them back into contention, because I don't think anyone thinks that's actually out there. I think they'll try. To your question of if they don't, it's going to be about how they sell that to Steph, and then also, even what maybe they're hinting to him could be available this summer. On a bigger picture way, and he would know better than we would know, and we'll see. We'll see. I know how that will land locally if they don't do anything at the deadline. But as you mentioned, it matters a lot more what Steph thinks than what the fans think.
If I just took kind of like the big fish trades off the table, what about some of their own redundant parts? Some of the specialists on this team, could you see them selling off a couple pieces or flipping a couple of pieces off this bench? I mean, there's a lot of guys that are either one-way defenders or one-way shooters with no defense. Do you see any of those guys getting moved?
Yeah, I mean, look, they're $7 million above the tax, something like that. They're basically a Buddy Hield contract above the tax, because they went into the tax to get Buddy Hield. That was the last move they made this summer. Buddy's got, it's a 4-year deal, but there's outs after year 2. So it's not as long as it seems, but it's still, longer term money beyond the summer. So is Kyle Anderson at this point, 3-year deal. Do you see them maybe trying to get off some of that longer term money to reopen a little bit of flexibility? It's possible. Do they try to duck the tax? Maybe. That's not gonna necessarily land well locally if they're just saying, hey, Joe Lacob's saving some money. That was the main goal that has been accomplished at the deadline. But to answer your question, could I see them doing it, especially if the next few weeks go really poorly? Sure. Yeah, that's what typically, lottery teams do is they make, financial and roster flexibility moves for the long term.
Anthony Slater here on the River Islands guest line on 95.7 Game. Circling back to Saturday night, the Wizards, they've won 6 games. They're terrible. They're going to be in play for Cooper Flag. But Jordan Poole came back to town. It's always a little sentimental. Obviously, he helped to win a championship a couple seasons ago, and we know what happened that last season when he was here. We don't need to revisit that. But what I'm going to revisit is his comments after the game. Said, hey, man, I love those guys over there. I love most of those guys over there, which triggered Draymond to reply to Mark Spears' tweet saying, I am really sorry. What were your thoughts on that whole interaction there with Jordan Poole saying what he said to the media, and then, of course, Draymond Green replying to the tweet?
Yeah, I mean, it's Draymond saying what we all know, and anyone who's been behind the scenes the last couple of years understands. He's very regretful of how that went down. And I think his pride kind of got in the way of the immediate apology, and there's been so much over the last couple of years, but I think we've all seen that had a spiraling effect on the last few seasons. And clearly, if he could take back that decision, to me, he would probably take that back over even the Gobert, the Nurkic, or name your other situations, especially because it's an in-house, it's a teammate. He's talked about how it really killed his leadership voice over a couple of years, because it was just hard to suddenly be viewed as a leader in the locker room when that happened. So he acknowledged it publicly, which I know created the news cycle, but we've known he's understood the ramifications of that choice for a long time now. His
injury, the calf, is that related to the back? Is this Achilles? How severe is this? I mean, clearly it's a big injury for him. There's no doubt. But I'm saying, like, is this an injury that's going to linger the whole season?
I mean, it kind of has for a while now, right? I mean, we know he left the game, but that wasn't just the first time he's been on the injury report for a calf issue, and he's also been on the injury report for the back issue, and then it was labeled as a disc, that same disc that was the issue that caused, the really long-term calf injury from a couple seasons ago. They're calling it mild at this point, reevaluating a week. To me, that signals at least an encouraging level from them that they believe he'll be back soon, ish, not necessarily in a week, but not 2 months from now. But to answer your question, yeah, I mean, he's back in calf, continually listed on the injury report really over the last month and a half at this point. So it's not necessarily a good sign. I do think they're smartly, pulling the brakes on him right now, maybe trying to reset his body, giving him a little bit of time off. And we'll see how long that lasts. But to me, the most important thing for the team without him, they need to survive without him over the next several weeks. And then for him, I would almost aim post All-Star break. If they're still in a decent spot, maybe they make an addition or two at the deadline, and he can get his body right and active and kind of ready to charge post All-Star break. Then maybe that's probably the most optimistic way to say they can maybe save their season.
Kuminga, I haven't heard much of him on the trade block, and hopefully, he was ascending, no doubt. The last couple of years, he's played some good basketball, especially since December 1st, where he's averaging over 21 a game. I'm a little surprised it's taken him a while to get back on the floor. I'm hearing that he may not get back on the floor till February, and right now it feels like that may be the bigger loss than Draymond Green, which sounds crazy, right? But what Kuminga provides offensively for this team, when this team has been at the bottom 5, they're alongside the Wizards and the Utah Jazz and all these bottom feeders when it comes to offensive efficiency, offensive rating, and field goal percentage. Do we have any idea what Kuminga's going to be back?
It's going to be a bit. I mean, look, I see him on a daily. He's been very visible. He's out of the walking boot, but he's still, the ankle's still wrapped up when you see him. He's still not, I haven't seen him even in a jog or on the court at all at this point. From his standpoint, it would make sense to take his time and make sure the ankle's right, and don't just hour back and play 12 minutes because you feel like they need you on a given night. I mean, this is part of them not giving him a contract extension. He needs to kind of look out for himself a little bit at this point and make sure he's ready, to hit the ground running when he does come back, which to me means that later stages of the rehab, and I'd probably call him in the middle stages right now. The initial stages were he's in crutches, he's in a boot. Now he's to the point where he's walking around. You see him on the bench, he's in regular shoes, but he's not on the court. To me, once he gets on the court, you can maybe start putting the countdown down. And maybe when we get into some practices and shoot arounds, we'll see, he's playing 3-on-3, he's playing 5-on-5. But we're not even, I wouldn't even say we're necessarily a week or two away from that. So, yeah, I mean, we're talking, we won't see him for sure until February. And I would probably be talking more mid-February All-Star break range would be my, by the way, prediction, speculation, whatever you want to call it.
Wow. That's
a major
blow. How long would that absence be?
That's since January 4th. He got hurt January 4th.
No, I'm saying if he goes
Memphis.
to February, that's 6, 7 weeks.
That's 6 weeks.
Jeez Louise.
6 weeks.
I mean, look, the reality is he was very high up in the air and he came down and
no doubt.
The ankle. I mean, it's a bad ankle sprain. It's what it is.
No, I know. It's just it's. You're 100% correct.
It just couldn't happen at the worst time for him. He's playing good basketball. We're figuring out who he is. They need him offensively because defensively their rating is still up there, but offensively they can't buy a bucket, which we saw the other night, Anthony, against the Boston Celtics, 3 of 24 in the first half from 3. It ain't part of the reason why they're shooting so many threes is because they don't have too many players who could beat their man off the dribble. That, to me, right now, Slater's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most schematic way to look at it. The way I look at it, tonight and obviously last game and over the next foreseeable future, I would say you don't have your second best player, Draymond. You don't have who I'd probably say was fourth best player. I mean, we'll have Wiggins in there. And then Podziemski, at least prior to the season, you would be considering him 5th, 6th most important player. They haven't had him now 12 games. Yeah. So you're talking about 4 of your top 5 or 6, or I should say 3 of your top 5 or 6 are now out. That's hard for anybody in the league to win, especially a team who we already consider kind of maybe shakier depth-wise than we thought.
Anthony, we get so jaded when the team wins this much. I feel like you get jaded, too, if your team loses for a long period of time. But, we're spoiled, right, Warrior fans? I get it. But as someone who's emotionless when it comes to this team, and you look around the history of the league, I was asking Bonte, I'm like, man, I feel like that championship aura, like when you win a title, it should last for multiple seasons. Boy, it felt like it dissipated. Like the one from just 2022 feels like it's completely gone, and maybe it evaporated, in the preseason with the punch. I don't know. You could pick different points. Like from afar, how would you explain to Warrior fans how to come to grips with what you're watching right now if no trade comes through as you're watching these games every night and you don't get a young Kuminga to glom onto and you just got Steph and there is no Draymond? What would be your advice to them in terms of how to get satisfaction from watching these Warriors?
Oh, man, you're probably going to have to buckle up for the next 5 years or so. And then, you look around, and I'm not necessarily directly comparing them to these dynasties, but, look at, like, the Patriots, and, like, this little dry spell they've had to deal with. And, now they got Drake May, and, maybe, I don't know, they kind of had a bad draft, I guess. I don't follow football, too intensely, but, they're kind of probably have a 4 or 5 year stretch here where they're going to be one of the worst teams in the league. The Spurs. Okay, obviously with the Kawhi Leonard pick, they kind of had that 2 timeline expansion of it, but then they had to eventually hit the patch where they became a lottery team for several straight seasons. And, they struck gold. They got the number 1 pick in a year of like, I could have made the Victor Wembanyama pick. Y'all could have. Like, that wasn't some like unbelievable find. They got the number 1 pick in a generational draft, and now they're on the rise again. Let's say they didn't get that pick. Let's say they got even the number 2 pick in that draft, the number 5 pick, whatever. Their rebuild would be looking very elongated. So you're going to probably have to get lucky in the future with the picks, and maybe something will materialize. They're still, the Warriors are still somewhat of a destination for free agents just because of market, and the brand is still better. You mentioned like maybe the championship Warriors got a little bit. You still go around the league, like the Warriors still have like a brand recognition. I don't know a lot of that Steph, but he's still around. He'll be around for a few years. So it's possible they lure somebody in the next couple of years and change the situation. But yeah, I mean, like this is the life cycle in sports. And look, we could go back and we did last week, right, and review the various moves. If Anthony Edwards was suddenly on this team, everything would look different, but that's just not what happened. So they're entering probably a colder spell unless something kind of reverses.
What do you make of the Phoenix-Utah trade yesterday with the picks? Obviously, Phoenix is lining up to go get Jimmy Butler, but do you think there's any way, like there could be 3 teams involved, could be 4 teams involved. Do you think there's any way? I know they ideally would want to pair Jimmy Butler with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker, but something tells me something else is up down there in Phoenix. What did you make of that whole ordeal yesterday between the Jazz and the Suns?
I mean, it's pretty simple. They had I think 2 available firsts, and because of that trade and because of step-in rules, now they have 6 available firsts to trade. Now they gave up the 2031 unprotected Suns pick, which is probably the most appealing 2031 pick in the league, considering where things are going. You talk about a cold spell coming. It's coming in Phoenix, but this is flexibility. Sure, this was about trying to get Jimmy Butler, but that still is requiring Bradley Beal to accept a future destination because of it. So let's say Beal doesn't, you still now have 6 first to try to maneuver around at the deadline. Try to get off Nurkic's contract. Try to get a mid-tier, a Cam Johnson, whatever. Suddenly maybe they want to get him back, although they traded him for KD. But it's just about now, because everything in Phoenix right now is about now, especially with Durant's extension decision looming this summer. I mean, if you talk about domino effects with the Warriors, if it goes really poorly and if it continues to go poorly for Phoenix, you do wonder about Durant's future as immediately as this summer.
Would they possibly trade him before the deadline?
I don't think so. There's been no indication of that. I mean, just even the trade yesterday, right? That's not an indication that they're ready to hit the rebuild, right? That's an indication that they're going all in on this season. So no would be my very educated guess on it, but the league has stunned me before, and there's been stunning deadline night, night before the deadline type deals that we don't see coming. Removing
emotion, if you took Steph off the board, who has the most value on the Warriors team currently, league-wide, that could get you, whether it's capital or a player in return? Who's the guy on the team that brings the most value to the table in an open market?
Yeah, I would have said this summer Pajemski. I kind of wonder where that has gone, just because the cost control. Like $3-4 million for the next few years under cost control. Kuminga is probably dependent on the team. There are teams out there, there's scouts I've talked to who are higher on him. Like, he's got a wide range of opinions on how good he can be. But if you find a team that thinks he's going to be a stud and is ready to pay him, he has a lot of value. But obviously his contract situation looms. And then the other one I'd say, Andrew Wiggins has become like a solid value contract again. I mean, 25 to 30-ish million under control next season. Really good 3-and-D wing that's going to shoot over 40% from three. He's going to guard your best perimeter player. He's going to play 70 games. He's going to play 32 minutes a night. He's still only 29 years old. Like, that can fetch you something. But I don't know. Like, is it going to get you something better than Andrew Wiggins at this point? Maybe, but probably not. Depends on what you would have to add picks to get something better.
How do the Warriors feel about Andrew Wiggins? Because he's had a solid season.
Absolutely.
I don't know if he could be your number 2 or whatnot in terms of offense scoring as we get into who's the 1, 2, 3, or 4. But he's been very solid to your point, Anthony. He does guard very well on the ball. He's had a solid season. But how do the Warriors feel about him in his long-term future here with the Golden State Warriors? Would they be willing to maybe part ways with him? Because he is your lone perimeter defender right now. He's going to have his work cut out for him tonight with Malik Monk, De'Aaron Fox, Keegan Murray. Boy, the Warriors are so short-handed. But Wiggins, how do they feel about Wiggins?
They like him. I mean, the players like him, the coaches like him, the front office likes him. He's on a reasonable deal, especially now that his mind's cleared from his situation the last couple of years. He's a guy you want on. It's part of why some of those bigger swings right now, even the Jimmy Butler talks are tougher for them to think about, because you'd almost have to put his contract in a deal. Yet if you are in this win now situation, he's a win now player, right? Yeah. I mean, he fits the Curry timeline. He fits around Steph well. Now, is he the number 2 scorer Steph needs? No, but he's not necessarily being paid like a number 2 scorer. To answer your question, would they be willing to part for him? Potentially, if a monster becomes available, right? Obviously, we've talked about some of the names that do or don't fit that, but that's probably more of a summer conversation, because I don't see one of those guys coming available in the next couple of weeks. But he's not somebody they're shopping or looking to part with, but just contractually, you almost might have to eventually if the right situation presents itself.
All right, Anthony, take care. Have fun at the G1C, where they're charged up Sacramento Kings are rolling right now. 9-2
y'all ain't coming up?
No, I'm always in the studio, Slater. You know that.
Nah, y'all should be courtside tonight at G1C.
I want to be courtside up there at the G1C. They love me up there. They got T-shirts of me up there, Anthony. They got me out putting T-shirts.
Y'all got a studio in the atrium of the arena. They go live.
Kyle Draper, Mike Bibby, Dusimo, they hog that studio up there. They hog it.
Hey, why can't Chase get something like that for you?
I like being out there at the gay house, Slates.
All right, you like the gay house?
I like the gay
king
house.
Has to have his own castle.
I like the gay house. I like chilling outdoors. Get some sunshine. Get to walk around a little bit, get some fresh air. Got some nice little comfy chairs in there.
Have a moat separating him from the commoners. You know that.
I mean, come on, Slates. You've been out. You got to come by the gay house one day. Say hi.
I will. Maybe. Next game. Who they got? They got a homestand coming up. I'll pick one of those.
Well, they got the Bulls tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow. It's back-to-back load management. And then
wait, even you're load managing?
Yeah, well, come on, man. I got to wake up with you.
You're not going to scout Levine and Vucevic tomorrow night?
I'll be doing it from my couch. It from my couch.
There you go. Hey, by the way, 45% from 3. Look at Levine.
I know, it's been insane. Come on, it's insane. All right, now that we're here, I know we're going to let you go. I got to ask this.
I shouldn't have even brought it up.
You shouldn't have brought it up, because you know what, Warrior fans, they're listening to you, Slater. They love you. Or they hate you or they love you, but they comment to whatever you tweet out there. Would the Warriors be willing to take on Zach LaVine's contract?
I think it's something that the idea that they've bounced around. It's a hefty one, and he does come with some questions about his availability and the sustainability of the shot, but he would certainly, the way he's playing right now, is exactly what they need. So I wouldn't say it's a complete no, but and the other question is what does Chicago want for him? Right. Chicago's always talk to anybody, they're a little bit funky to deal with. So we'll see. I'm not saying completely no on that.
Oh, man. If he drops 40 tomorrow, Shasky, we need to go get Zach LaVine. That's Thursday night. That'll be for Friday's show. Anthony, have fun up there at the G1C, man. Always a good time up at SAC.
See you, buddy.
All right, fellas.
All right, Anthony Slater here on the River Islands guest slide. You imagine Zach LaVine tomorrow night comes out to Chaser and drops 40.
Yeah, then we'd acquire him and he'd drop 11. I mean, that's what happens.
He's getting $43 million this year. He's making $45 next, actually $46 million next season.
What's he, 28, 27?
He will be. He's 29 now.
29 now.
He'll be 30 next season, making $46 million. He's had multiple knee injuries. And he has a player option at the age of 31 for $48.9 million. So maybe Zach LaVine. Hey, Zach LaVine is. I was watching him the other night, man. I was like, damn. I already know what Warrior fans are thinking. He drops 40 on the Warriors. We're gonna get so many Zach LaVine calls on Friday.
Who do you like, removing emotion and all that stuff? Who has the most value for the Warriors outside of Steph Curry in the open market?
I would guess Kuminga, but right now maybe Andrew Wiggins. It may be Andrew Wiggins. And Wiggins is a likable guy, low maintenance, doesn't say much. People love him, as Slater said. Yeah, I see it all the time. He doesn't bother nobody. Once the game's over, he takes a shower, goes to the podium if he has to. He goes home, plays with his baby girls, and plays video games.
So
that's
like
Andrew Wiggins.
If Kuminga's going to be out till mid-February or at some point in February, I mean, you're looking at 2 or 3 more weeks.
Oh, my God.
And Draymond is probably not going to play, he said, until after the All-Star break. That's another 2 or 3 more weeks.
Yeah, I know.
So, I mean, look, crazier things have happened, but I'm just playing the game here, and I feel like if I look at the schedule and I am trying to be logical, this is not shaping up well. How are the Warriors any different from a team like the Bulls, other than having Steph Curry? And I get it. You have Steph Curry, so you feel different, but what do teams that aren't in contention do at the deadline in most sports?
They sell parts.
The parts that they feel aren't a huge part of their future.
The buddies, the shooters. Now you have to ask yourself, is Kuminga part of your future or is Andrew Wiggins part of your future?
Well, you would think they would already kind of know that. Otherwise, he would have been dealt prior. But also teams like to wait until the deadline because you want to get more teams involved who are more desperate, and there's going to be more desperate teams who come involved. We're at the deadline.
We're a couple weeks away.
We're here.
A couple weeks away. Things are starting to percolate, no doubt about it. Things are starting to heat up.
If this were an old Western, we came into town and we're on our horses, going back to the first segment. All right, maybe you haven't saddled it up and walked into the bar to have a drink, but you're in town.
Oh, you're in town,
I mean,
no
we're
doubt.
in town.
They're in town.
The cowboy hat's down. We haven't put it back on yet.
No, no doubt. The phone calls are being made.
I mean, everybody in town's looking at you. Everybody's like, whoa, what does this guy have?
Numbers are being thrown around. Options are being thrown around. Option A, option B, option C. What's option D? Like, all that stuff's happening. It is happening. By the way, Zach LaVine, I didn't realize this. I know he was playing well, not this well. 29 points over his last 10 games. 29 a game, 5 assists, 6 rebounds, 83.5% from the free throw line. Guess what he's shooting from 3 in his last 10?
47%.
There you go. Boom, bam. Thank you, ma'am.
Is it really?
46.9,
wow.
47.
I mean,
you probably looked it up earlier.
I've been sitting here with my hands on my
sure it's translating to a lot of wins.
I'm so cold in this room. I'm wearing coat after coat after coat.
I will say, we moved studios from Broadway and Battery, and the company didn't pay for a thermostat for the last 2 years, and we were sitting here in shorts and T-shirts in 85-degree weather inside our studio. It was like 85, 90 degrees. We're getting the worst of it in the morning, and they wanted to save a penny because, hey, we're moving soon. 2 years later, we finally move, and the same thing's happened in this studio.
2 years later.
I mean...
The best is we have
too hot in one studio, too cold in another.
Hey, there's no point in wasting money on a new thermostat. We're moving soon. 2 years later, it's like we're sweating bullets. You know what? Maybe we need to go back to that studio. My weight was down, man. I was losing so much weight in that studio, man.
SOTA.
Sweating bullets. And it was SOTA. That's probably it was more.
It was more.
No, it was more broken thermostat than SOTA. That's what it was. Oh,
I think everyone was a little more like angry too because of the heat. So like when we'd have the crossovers with Willard and Tibbs and everyone's sweat. You guys have been there for 3 hours and then these guys come in, they haven't been sweating yet. You want to get out of there.
Not only they come in extra, and then Willard's asking the extra question over and over, and Shasky always takes the bullet because like Shasky, I want to get out of here. 5 minutes on the crossover. Willard asks the question. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat, then it's 2:27. It's like, or whatever time it was, 9:27, 10:27, whatever it was. Like, great. We did a full segment of the crossover. Dibs checked out 3 times. I'm kidding. I love you, Dibs. I love you, Will.
That was a flex moment of the show.
It was a flex moment of the show. Shams apparently to the 559. Shams just said the Warriors are interested in Zach LaVine. They'll find a way to blow it or back out. That's where the 559 is at.
Interested in. I mean, that is, yeah. I'm getting a little tired of hearing about that. Not gonna lie,
but we don't even know if it's coming from them. I mean, who the hell knows where it's coming from?
Who cares?
Who cares?
So let me ask you a question. Warrior fans, let's say they lose tonight. I don't even care how it looks. Blow a lead, get blown out. Like, are you going to be angry tomorrow morning? Like,
yes.
Dre's out, Kuminga's out.
Yes. They're
not very good right now. Are we just going to be angry? Like, is it like I'm asking sincerely? Like, there was a certain point with like Tom Sula, and then that was complete, obviously, ineptitude. So this is not ineptitude to that degree. And some might say that, but I don't. They've got championship pedigree, but like they keep losing, or things just look kind of ugly over the next couple of weeks. Are we just going to be angry and hate watching?
I don't know. You tell me.
Are we going to be raging out every day?
You tell me.
Well, have I been raging out?
Yeah, a little bit.
Not really. I feel like I've had some perspective. Like, it's okay.
I love it.
I'm acknowledging that, like, they're not that good. Like, I can't lie to myself.
Draymond Green right now.
I can't lie to myself anymore. Well, that's a different subject.
Yeah, no.
Shasky, am I raging about this? It's like you are the rager kind of at this station. Not all the time, but like, if I'm going to pick one person to rage about the Warriors, I'm probably going to you.
Yeah, okay. Yesterday they lost by 40, okay? I came in here, and I was like, guys, it's okay. It's not the end of the world.
You're defeated. That's why.
Well, I am.
No. They've beaten the rage out of you.
Acceptance is a part of coming to grips with life.
The championship aura in Shasky's rage gone.
Just hear me out. Hear me out.
No, I see what you're getting at. Though it's the fact that it's gotten to that point that it's just like.
But
like, are we just going to feel? I'm asking. Are we just going to field angry calls? I'm not saying that you don't have the right to be angry. Like, this team brings us a lot of joy, right? If you want to question their heart or how tough they're playing, whatever. Like, I get that. Like, are we just watching it to watch Steph? Is that we're at the Bonds zone?
You tell me.
At the end of Bonds, we were watching just to watch Bonds.
I'll throw an answer at you, Shasky. Like, I think with the Celtics game, like, they're a championship contender. They're one of the best in the league right now. And they beat the absolute snot out of that team. Like, halfway through the third quarter, you kind of like came to terms, okay, this is a loss, whatever. Let's go about the rest of our MLK day. If they lose to the Kings, it depends how they lose, obviously. If they do something, goofy at the end where they fumble the ball out of bounds or they dumb shot, Buddy Hield air ball, whatever. Like, yeah, the context of it will matter. If they do it in an embarrassing way, yeah, you're going to be angry. That loss against the Celtics, though, it's like you kind of weren't even surprised it went that way. And I think I
was surprised it went that way.
Well, 40 points.
I was surprised it went that way.
Look at the lineup they
No, but I was surprised in the way they.
But you weren't shocked that they lost.
No. But by 40, they suffered the worst home loss since 1985. Yes, I was shocked that they lost by 40. I thought, okay, man, you're undermanned. You're playing the Celtics, but it's a nationally television game. Man, they were up 45 at one point.
Well, that was
they were up 30.
That was in the
they were up 35. Like, the Warriors were lucky to not be down 30 at the half. They're only down 15. They played atrocious basketball in the first half. So, yeah, I was shocked at the way it went down. But am I shocked that they lost? No, I'm not. But the way they played, and then Manny and Zena on the postgame show brought up pride, competitive pride. Like, they didn't play with pride. Like, what? They went out there and played it, didn't have pride on national television. So, yeah, I was a little bit shocked. I'll answer your questions.
Yeah.
I'll answer your question. Yes, fans will be angry. Yes, they will be angry. Shasky, 49er fans were angry in a meaningless game about losing to the Detroit Lions in the way it looked.
I know, but there's only 17 of those.
But they were out of the playoff. And they haven't won a
Super Bowl.
They were mad when Brendan Allen started the game. Matter of fact, they were mad when they left Arizona score 47 in the end of the regular season, and nobody was playing. 49er fans were still mad.
But football is different because the football rages us out.
Fans are fans. Fans are fans.
No, I hear you.
Fans are fans. The Giants may lose a game. The Giants may be 50-70 at one point next season, and they lose a game in heartbreaking fashion to the Padres, and people are going to be angry.
Well, that's how I watch the Giants.
Angry. Sports fans get angry. So if they lose tonight, especially to Sacramento, who we've all considered their little brother for so long, and they lose to Sacramento by, say, 30. Oh, there's going to be angry butts. There's going to be more of the Joe Lacob doesn't know what he's doing, sell the team. There's going to be fire Mike Dunleavy, can do no right. There's going to be, you need a new voice in Steve Kerr. They're going to be, we're wasting Steph Curry's prime. There's going to be trade Steph Curry away. Kevin O'Connor came out with another dumbass article yesterday from Yahoo Sports about trading Steph and Draymond and blowing it all up, for crying out loud. Like, yes, Shasky, people are going to be angry no matter what if they lose. If they win by 1, hell, they were mad after a win against the Wizards because of the way it looked. So to answer the question, yes, people will still be angry watching all season long. All season long. I see it every day at Chase Center. I'm saying this team, man, I can't believe I keep coming to these games. It's like, dude, they're out like 5 guys.
Is there any silver lining and enjoyment of watching TJD play well or Moses Moody? I'm asking sincerely. No.
For me, it is.
It just doesn't?
For me, it is.
Well, you and me are a little deep. We're in the deep end, right, when it comes to the sickness of Warrior basketball. I'm asking the casual fans, like the casuals that like want to take their kids to maybe one game, or maybe you're diehard, like want to take your kids to one game a year. Like, how are you consuming this? Are you just happy that they've got the great Steph Curry? I don't know. I'm asking. Like, I watch because I'm sick.
Does any casual fans listen to Sports Talk Radio?
Yeah.
Casuals do?
Yeah, I think there are. Yeah, I think there's casuals in everything.
No, I don't know. Because I think if you listen to Sports Talk Radio, you got to be deep in the weeds, and you're going to want to be deep in the weeds.
Well, some people have it on in the background. Some people are driving around. Some people use it for a 15-minute kind of like, I'm driving the kids to school, and they just got out of the car. Let me just decompress for a little while. Maybe. Like I'll throw on a Star Wars movie, just not because I want to watch the entire movie, just because it's like, it's comforting. I'll watch Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
15, 20 minutes. Here you go. Boom.
Empire Strikes Back.
I mean, it's the greatest sequel outside of Godfather 2 ever.
Back to the Future 2 on line 1. Phil in San Francisco. What's up? Are you going to be mad?
Hey, guys.
Are you going to be angry if the Warriors lose tonight? Do you get angry?
I think it's hard not to get mad about, when people go down and get injured, and there's a lot of hope and expectation in their abilities, and you want to see them, not just strive on the team, but, for the team to just do better overall.
Yeah.
And Kuminga was really heading in that direction, and I wanted to see more out of what he could do during, the month of January. And here we are, it's January 22nd, and he's still not back in the lineup.
Here's 5-1. This is great.
No, I'm with him. I feel like Kuminga's absence has zapped some of my joy.
It sucks.
The silver lining stuff, as I like to call it.
5-1-0. Chill Bay Area. Let's enjoy the occasional Gatling-esque dunk or the once-in-a-while acrobatic Edgewater Jameson like book back. F the score. That's where he's at. Oh, wow, 707. I'm a casual fan. I get most of my news from y'all. I think I'm calling cap on you, 707. You've teched the show for a long time. You are a diehard fan. You are not a casual. Terminator 2, another good sequel, by the way. We should get into that one day. What's the best sequel?
Look, like even when the Warriors, weren't the the juggernaut of winning 73 games, so like they were still a lot of fun. And I think a lot of people just tuned in because it was the fun, in vogue thing to do, right? And everyone was in on it. It felt like you were in on the party with other people, right? And like there was some connectivity in the community.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Are you going to be angry? Are you going to be angry after losses?
I'll answer that on the other side.
All right, answer it on the other side because I'm very intrigued with this now. I'm very intrigued. And that's what's coming up on the game brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week.
Bay Area. This is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joshaski on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
Hey, JK, I know a lot of people putting respect on your name now that you're gone. Didn't appreciate him when he was here. Now that he's gone. Oh, bring back JK. Oh, the dialogue about him over the last couple of seasons has been wild.
Can you ask me that question you asked me right before the end of the break?
What's that? What did I ask you? I don't even remember what I asked.
Am I allowed to get angry? Are we going to get angry if the Warriors keep losing? How are we going to watch this? How are we going to consume it? Are you?
Oh, I thought you said during the break. During the break, I think I asked you.
When you asked me this right?
I know. Oh, yeah, that too. But I know people are going to be mad because we'll start. You know, you look at all the players that are out today. Nobody expects the Warriors to win tonight against Sacramento. They may be double-digit underdogs by the time the line closes tonight at all shore accounts and maybe accounts here in the States. But that will still lead people to be angry because they will say, well, you put the roster together. You put us in this possession with the roster. The roster's, we got G leaders. People will get, Felipe, on my Instagram, I'm going to be mad as hell. I'm going to be mad like Draymond was at KD during the infamous Clippers game. Now, we're going to take some calls to see who people are going to be upset or whatnot. And, it's going to be a litmus test. I think people find a way to get angry and they find a way to start blaming people. That's just
I hear you.
I think social media
is that everybody or is that
it's
just
not it's not everybody.
Segment?
It's not everybody, but it is a lot of people I see. I saw Omar yesterday at Metro Cafe. Shout out to Omar. He's not happy with the way the Warriors are playing. He's ticked off. And then he's talking about the ticket prices. He's like, man, I'm trying to take my daughter. The tickets are high. I'm ticked off.
Well, I get that.
But it's everything baked into it. Warrior fans who are leaving out the arena in the middle of the third quarter of a blog. I can't take this no more. This like, wow. So I think it's social media as well. It's helped intensify it, but people walking along the street, yo, what's up with the Dubs, man? What's up with the Dubs?
Well, I'll tell you what's up with the Dubs. The last 3 years, they've been slightly above average, and now they're a little older, and they're, 500. And so am I going to live and die with each win and loss? No. Like, I'm going to be happy when they win, and not that I'm going to be, numb that they lose, but I kind of have accepted that that's what 500 teams do. They win some, they lose some. Now here's where it gets triggering. Like 5 minutes to go in the game, they got a 4-point lead, they start squandering it, late game possessions, turnovers, a couple of Curry, let me gun one with 3 guys on me because no one else is doing anything. Is that triggering? Absolutely.
See, we're gonna get mad about this stuff.
But that being said, Bonte, I'm not gonna come in and rant and rave every single day. Now, I will pick and choose my spots when I feel like it needs to be. But look at the lineups they're trotting out. Yeah. Like look who they're playing. When going back to the Depression era Warriors, Damon used to do post game shows. And I remember calling in, and it was about some Monte Ellis team or whatever. And Damon was like, you don't even know what good basketball looks like. And I was like, you're right. I don't. This is my high water mark in terms of basketball enjoyment and viewing. That was going back into the Monte era, right? We had 1 year of We Believe. The next year, they didn't even make the playoffs, even though they had a better record that year. I didn't know what good basketball looked like. I kind of know what good basketball looks like in the league, right? And so I do have an idea of what it should look like, and I feel like what I'm watching now is a team that's not very good. Now, that being said, yeah, they got the franchise leader in Steph Curry, an all-time legend. Do I want them to be better around him? Absolutely. But when you're playing, and I'm not knocking these guys, I like these guys. When you're playing GP2 heavy minutes and Looney heavy minutes and TJD, who's just he's not there yet, and Guy Santos and Buddy Hield. I'm trying to say this as respectfully as possible. It's a bunch of used parts. You've got this unbelievable engine in Steph Curry with a bunch of used parts around him. It's hard for me to be triggered. Now, yeah, there are going to be moments of frustration that trigger me.
I'm going to call Cap. You're going to be triggered. Because you just mentioned it.
If they lose by 10 tonight to the Kings, I don't think I'm going to come in and lose by 10.
Depends how they lose.
Well, I just said, they lose by 10. Their spread is 8, right?
Well, what if they lose by 10, but it's a 3-point game with 3 minutes left?
That's what
there's a bad turnover. And there's a bad turnover. And they don't execute.
Exactly.
And they don't execute.
Exactly.
You're going to be triggered.
And they're out Kuminga.
I'm with
and
Suchi,
they're
man.
out Draymond Green.
I'm with Suchi, man. Sports Talk Radio is built on the back of the anchored sports fan.
Well, that I agree with. That I agree with, but I feel also, like I'm also now accustomed to the way that they lose games.
Yeah, but it's also, to me, it's weak if you don't get a little mad about it. Well, so I don't even think, so as we're talking about this.
I'm not saying that
as we're talking about this.
I'm glad you lost.
Like you asked me, are people going to be mad? Yes, people are going to be mad. But I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing if you are mad if they lose.
Well, we're frustrated.
Because it means you care. I would rather you be mad and angry about them losing games with whoever's out there than saying, you know what? I turned the game off in the third quarter anyway. I'm done.
No, that's
to
not
me
who
is
I
weak
am.
sauce.
But you know that's not who
I'm not saying you.
I know.
I'm not saying you, but there are fans out there who would say, I'm looking at the text line. I'm not going to say names, even though I love you. I'm not going to say a name who is a faithful listener to 95.7 The Game. Bonte, I'm not angry anymore, but I've turned off the last 2 games before the end. Hard to watch the end of games.
So if we were to put out like some sort of a scale, right, of a scale of frustration, being frustrated doesn't mean that I then run to the other side of the spectrum and I say, these people are idiots. They don't know how to run a team. What are they doing? It's like, look, this is just where they're at right now. Like, yes, I'm frustrated, but I'm also not going to go flying off the rails and say fire everybody and everybody has to go. Yeah. Do they need to make trades? Of course they need to make trades. Do they need to get better? Of course they need to get better. This isn't good enough, and you can't charge the common fan, premium money for a product that's not anywhere close to premium. Like, all those things are true, right? But I also don't think they're inept, right? So, like, I think that to your point of always saying the nuance, there is some nuance in the frustration as I watch. But I'm also not furious every single second.
I hope not. That's a tough way.
I know a lot of people are, though.
That's a tough way to watch sports. You can't be furious.
But I also say that's your right as a sports fan
I don't
to
care.
Root that way or boo that way or whatever.
Yeah, I don't care how you consume sports. Personally, you consume sports how you consume sports. I know how I consume sports, but I also call cap on a lot of people. We're going to take a lot of calls about people not being upset if they lose or whatnot. And I don't believe 1 second. I don't believe 1 second of it. I don't. It's hard for me to believe it.
Well, we've been jaded, but before we were jaded, we were considered a great basketball fandom.
Well, I just think about all sports.
During horrific eras.
I'm thinking about all sports, though, right?
Yes.
Meaningless baseball in September, people get mad about.
Yeah.
And I know there's only 17 games in football.
But
the Niners were out of it at the end of November. They were out of it.
I know.
And people went crazy about Monday Night Football against the Lions. They went crazy about the last game of the season against the Arizona Cardinals. Went crazy.
Well, I didn't.
Went crazy. I'm not blaming you. I'm saying fans. They're not the only fan out there, Sasky. People are lunatics. People went nuts. So you think that with 41 games left, whatever they're 21-21,
whatever, yeah.
40 games, half the season's gone.
Yeah.
You think that we're going to go through the next 3 months of the season, and if the Warriors are not winning games, and if the Warriors are like struggling, that people aren't going to be angry?
If they win one, lose one, win one, lose one. There'll be a frustration, like obviously, but like irate anger at every single turn.
I think.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
I feel like we understand, like, dude, we've had a great run, and the loud minority doesn't speak for the overall consensus of the fandom.
Spadone.
We're spoiled. I'm spoiled.
Laker
I admit
fans. Well, wake up, Spadone. Laker fans.
Cutting Slater, sorry.
Yeah, I know. You shake your head, close your eyes. You're like, whoa. You didn't even know what planet you're on right now. Listen,
Earth.
Laker fans.
Sure, what?
Do they get mad?
Yeah, sure.
Every game?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, but I think they're also kind of in the same boat. Like, if I'm a Lakers fan right now, if I'm a Warriors fan, and I'm a Suns fan, you kind of feel like this inevitability that's weighing on you.
Exactly.
But you're caught between anger and just acceptance. And I think a lot of fans are trying to balance that right now, Bonte, because I don't... Yeah. I want to be mad, but also I have to come to the realization that, time comes for all of us, and LeBron and KD and Steph are just old. And more so for the Lakers and the Suns fans, I think it's frustrating because you have Devin Booker and Anthony Davis in their primes.
Yeah.
Like for the Warriors, like you have who? Wiggins in his prime? But
there's not
but
that.
Wiggins isn't Booker AD. Like it's even more frustrating for those fan bases.
And this is why, for me, there's a big sting right now because you don't got Kuminga in there. And boy, like, if you're out Draymond, this is a great opportunity to see Kuminga showcase himself. And I'll be the first to admit, I root for Kuminga. I want Kuminga to be awesome. He's a guy I have an emotional attachment to. I do, big time. And I want to see him do well. And I want to see the young man make the most of his opportunities. A, because I believe in him, and B, because I root for him.
But I'm looking at text right now. Hopefully Moody gets at least 25 minutes a game. Let's let him get his minutes while Pods is still out. There's a lot of fans right now, and I see it at the bars. I just observe. If I'm out and about, and I observe. Like, sometimes I just observe how a fan is watching the game.
Okay.
Because I know how I watch a game. And I like to, like, you guys laugh at me, but I like to be calm, cool, and collected, at least in the first half. And then the second half, things get a little hairy. And I'm like, all right, now it's crunch time. I need to stand up a little bit and move around. But in the first half, I like to just chill a little bit, just kind of ease into it, kind of watch what teams are doing, see what they're adjusting to or whatnot. But I look around at people. And, like, for example, Moody's going to play a lot tonight. There's no doubt.
Okay.
But you get the full rotation back. And Moody starts playing 13 minutes a game. There's always a fan that's going to be angry with the lineups and the minute allocation and the rotations. Even when they're winning championships, people are losing their minds about rotations. So I would be shocked to hear if there's no Warrior. Let's go to the lines. Dylan Modesto, you're going to be upset. You hate watching. Or are you content and you've accepted where the Warriors are at right now?
To be honest with you, I've accepted where the Warriors are. Because to be honest with you, too, the Kings are a better team overall, even if the Warriors are fully healthy, I believe. And to be honest with you guys, I listen to you guys every single day. And then, like I say, they couldn't even compete with Boston for the second half. We're so far away from a championship, even the playoffs. They're minus 200 to not make the playoffs right now. They're the favorites not to make.
So is it that? So you just sound depressed then? Maybe not angry.
I am depressed, Bonte, because like I said about the Bay Area sports, like, come on now, we need to talk about the Giants and we need to talk about the 49ers because the Warriors right now for the last 2 years. Like,
hold on real quick. Dylan, what would you like to talk about? About the Giants? What would you like us to talk about with the Giants? You want us to get you going for spring training?
No, because I think the Giants might compete this year. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. We got some boppers.
I'm with them.
We got some hitters. Tyler Fitzgerald moving second base, and then like I say, Will Yates, Ramos in the outfield, Jung-Hoo Lee coming back.
Don't do this, Sasky. Don't do this.
We can win 83 games and get into the wild card.
I just asked you in the green room before the show. They look like a fourth place team. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but fourth place might get you into the wild card now. It's the best division in baseball.
It's not even close. Might be the best division in all sports right now.
It really is.
That's what we're saying.
Get out of the way, NFC North. That's
right.
AFC West.
Oh, my God. Let's go to Dylan sounded depressed, which is another emotion.
A lot of us are.
Which is another emotion. Let's go to Deli Ball. Long time no talk, Deli Boy. Long time no talk.
What's up, Deli Boy?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing today?
We're doing good.
Hey, listen. I know a lot of Warrior fans are probably upset right now, but why? Why are we upset? Listen, let's be glad it happened. The run is over. All right? Let's just come to accept it. There's not one move, two moves, or even three moves. If you want to really trade and try to get something, the only valuable commodity is Kuminga. And are you willing to give up your future for a chance, just a slim chance, at getting it into the playoffs, let alone going for a finals run? I mean, come on, listen. I want to see Steph finish out his career as a Warrior. This franchise is built on Steph's back, okay? He got us where we are today. We wouldn't be anywhere near where we are without Steph. Why are we going to try to trade him or try to make some crazy move to try to get him a fifth? I mean, I would love for them to win. I mean, Joe asked me earlier this morning, am I going to be upset if the Warriors lose tonight? No, I'm not going to be upset. Do I want to see them win? Of course. Who doesn't want to see their team win?
Hold on real quick, Deli. If they get big by 50 on ESPN tonight, you're not going to be upset?
I mean, come on. I mean, it's not always a good look, but am I going to be shocked?
That's how bad it is.
Daddy, no, honestly, Steph Curry's here for the next 3 years, and they win 35 games this season over the next 3. We're going to be cool with that?
Do you remember how many games the Giants won with Bonds at the end? I don't.
They sucked. It drove me crazy.
But we had Bonds.
It drove me crazy.
Well, of course it did.
Now, but here's my question. Are you willing to see Steph go to Charlotte for maybe a chance at a future?
No, I don't want to see that, but I don't want to see Steph in his last 4 years end up like Kobe winning 30 games a season. That's not enjoyable.
Well, more guys end up
when you walk into it. There's nothing more.
What did you think was going to happen?
There's nothing less enjoyable than walking into an arena knowing that my team has no shot to win. That would piss me off right away.
But let me ask you, what did you think was going to happen at the end?
With what?
Just the team. You think they were just going to all ride off into the sunset?
No, I did not.
Title?
I did not.
So
be competitive.
Didn't we all kind of know? Like,
and it's not over yet. So I'm just saying we're playing this out. Like in the next 3 years, if Steph is on a struggling team winning 30 games a season, you guys are going to be cool with that?
No, we're not cool with that.
All right, that's what I'm saying.
But we also acknowledge that that's probably more likely than pulling a John Elway, which is going out on top.
I think you could be better than that. I think you could be competitive. I didn't think that
last playoff game, he was 33.
Oh, I understand that, and I don't want that for Steph.
But
I don't want that to
tarnish
Steph.
Kobe's legacy at all.
It's not about tarnishing anything. It's about being upset about your team being competitive. And if Steph is on this team, I don't care if it's Jonathan Kuminga on the team. If they're winning 30 to 35 games a year over the next 3, you're not going to be okay with that? You're going to be okay with that? Just for the sake of entertainment? Hell no, I'm not going to be okay.
It's not about being okay with it. It's more about understanding that sports are cyclical to a degree.
No, I understand that.
And it's really difficult to be Brady, where you just are awesome until the end.
You're talking to me.
Most guys end up like Peyton Manning, where he literally couldn't walk.
You're talking to me like I'm some delusional fan, like it all's going to end in a fairy tale story. It's not. I've been around the block a couple times here. I understand it's not going to end in a fairy tale season. I never thought that before. I never thought that. But you're telling me that you guys will be okay with Steph being on the team, just for the sake of Steph being on the team, that we're okay with, wow, they're going to be average.
No, we need to see progress.
Like exactly. That's what I'm saying.
We need to see progress. But we also need players that aren't, but again, going back to this, they've built the team around to win now. So you have a lot of, whether it's veterans or guys that you don't have a lot of sentimental attachment to.
I mean, I'm kind of with the 559. I'm cut from a different cloth. I'm with the 559. Celtic, Yankee fans, Red Sox fan, they would not accept this. Philadelphia fans would not accept this.
The Celtics traded away Paul Pierce and KG and went through a long rebuild. What is it talking
Danny
about?
Ainge was there, but they were pissed off about that.
Okay.
They were pissed off. Celtic fans
now.
were pissed off. But for that 5-year period, they were pissed. They were pissed. That's what he's saying. Yankee fans have been knocking on the doorstep of the World Series, spending buku amounts of money, and they're still ticked off. I would die to be in a Yankee spot right now as a Giants fan. I would die to be in their position.
But they've had lean years too.
They have, and they've been living about it. Well, and it sounds like we're just like, you know what? We're in a fetal position. It's over. Let's not even, you know what?
They act like they're a 15-win team. They won, 40 back-to-back years. They were over 500 back-to-back years, and they got bounced in the playoffs by better teams.
Let's go to Leroy in Oakland. Leroy in Oakland. We're going to get everybody here before.
Hi, Leroy.
Hey. What's up, B? What's up, Shasky, man? Loving the show. Hey, look, real quick, I always thought that, like, older players, superstars, when they get older, they have this longing to, like, go play for their home team. And I said this to you before, B. I think later in Curry's career, while we're getting there now, I think he's going to go back home and play with LaMelo Ball. I think Kevin Durant's probably going to go to Washington and play, and I just think LeBron, too, might even go back to Cleveland and play. So I just wanted to throw that in there. And real quick, Shasky, you asked me, you asked the question, are we as Warrior fans willing to give the Warriors a pass with these seasons because of what they've done with these championships? And I am, Shasky. I am, because I remember the 1997 season when we were 16 and 63. I remember the 2000 season when we were 17 and 65. I remember the 2002 season when we were 21 and 61. I remember the Bimbo Coles and the Chris Gatlings and the Joe Barry Carrolls and the Rod Higgins and the Terry Teagles and the Calbert Cheneys. Come on, fans. The Ike Diagus, the Greg Ballards,
the David Woods,
John Starks, the Todd Lichties, the Keith Jennings. I remember this. So, yeah, I'm willing to give them a pass. We going through a tough stretch, but come on, fans,
That's
man.
What I'm saying.
Come on. I mean, we went through some years, man. So, hey, give the Warriors a pass, man. Ride with us. We're going to work this out.
So what's the pass? What's the pass? How long is the pass activated?
That's the question I don't have answers.
How long is that pass activated?
I was thinking about like the Giants. Like the Giants, they sold me on, the Brandons and Posey and all that was cool. And then when Bochy got kind of ousted the way that he did and Rigetti and stuff, which I get, it's cyclical. that was when I was like, all right, well, okay, you've made changes. Now you better start showing me a little something. So I would say about 4 to 5 years removed from the World Series was when I really wanted to start seeing some progress.
Here's why I call
progress
Cap on,
is what I would say.
Here's why I call Cap, because, you brought up Kobe Bryant in his last few seasons, and Kobe was obviously, his last couple of years, it was rough with Kobe.
It was bad.
Curry still got something left.
What, Kobe
at the age of 36? I think Curry's better at the age of 36 than Kobe was at the age of 36.
He might be, but I mean,
and so he's got something in the tank. No, the league is difficult. I mean, I don't know if I could. The league was pretty difficult. Warriors are dominating, no doubt. But Curry's 36 has got something left in the tank. Do we just want to see this just crumble with Steph on the roster? I mean, like, we're going to watch today, and the glimpse of it is like, and I love Guy Santos, and I love these guys. But it's like, damn. This is what we're watching? But if, like, they got beat on. Like, I'm sorry, man. Part of me watching that game on Monday, I was depressed Monday watching them get blown out at home by 40. By 40. 40. Their largest home loss in 45 years.
Bonte, I was sitting on the bench the other day. We were up, whatever it was, 32-2 or something, and we ended up winning 58-12. This is a CYO game. And I said to these guys, if you coach long enough and you play long enough, you'll be on both sides of this. Well, if you play in the NBA long enough and you're beating everybody by 30-40, eventually you're going to be on the receiving end of that. And right now, if you can dish it out, you got to take it every now and then. And right now, you got to wear it.
No, we got to wear it.
I don't think there's an easy way out, and that's the hard part to come to grips with.
But I'm going to go back to the original question of, do you even get mad anymore about this team? And I think there's a lot of fans who get mad about the results. We're getting a lot of calls about people who are not upset, and they've accepted it, saying, hey, we got the 4 championships. We got the 4 championships in 7 years. We're good. I didn't think the Warriors would ever win. But here's the question. You think Joe Lacob's going to be happy about this?
This is not a good business model when you have a stadium to pay off.
No doubt. You think Steve Kerr?
I understand that.
Steve Kerr, not happy. Steph Curry, not happy.
But I also think it's unrealistic to think in sports you're going to have a 25-year run.
No, nobody. I don't think that at all. I don't think that at all.
What do we think?
The run has been great. The run has been great since 2014,
Let's
15.
say 12. Because they went to the playoffs before that.
All right, you can say that.
I mean,
Spurs had a run like that. The Warriors had a run like that. The Lakers had a run like that. It doesn't happen often in NBA history. So I get it. But just to be in the top 6 and be competitive and not be out of the box, you're threatening right now. If the season ended today, they'd be out of the box. That will be second-round loss, play-in loss, out of the box. Nobody's going to be angry about that?
Well, no. You could be frustrated that it's come to an end. Yeah, absolutely. And maybe pick apart all the what got us to this moment. Like, all that's true, but also no one's throwing you a life raft. Nobody's throwing you this trade life raft.
Trust me, I understand that more than most.
The entire league by shooting threes, turning around, and celebrating to the crowd. People are ready to see the Warriors go down.
Yeah, hey, listen, I understand that more than most, which is why I'm okay with them getting through the deadline and maybe waiting till the summer to make a big-time deal. But it doesn't mean that I can't be upset with the way things are going and watching the games where I'm like, damn, they weren't even competitive the other night. And then against the Wizards, hell, I was a little ticked about that game. You're down 7 at the half to the Wizards, who have 6 wins. 6 wins.
Go back to the Raptors game, the one that they blew.
Oh, my God.
It was frustrating, right? To me, it was triggering because why? Because some of the veterans, as well as some of the other players, didn't execute again down the stretch. So that is a specific loss that they had in their hands, and I could see it coming a mile away. And you know what ends up happening? If you do that more often than not, apathy sets in, and then it's like, oh, here we go again. Here we go again. And I think after a while, you become numb to it.
6-5. I'm not upset so much at the losing. I'm more upset at the way the front office has handled the decline and the transition. Interesting. Let's go to Peter Elk Grove. Elk Grove, you going to the game tonight, Peter?
Yes, sir, I am. I wanted to say good morning to the best sports radio team and all of the AM hours. You guys are awesome, and
thank you.
I still listen to you guys coming from the Bay Area originally. This is P Dizzle on Twitter.
Oh, nice.
I've messaged you guys a couple times. Regarding the game tonight, I will not be mad, but it will be hard living in Kings country. I do get a lot of trash talk here from Kings fans, but I will be there in the Charles Freewell jersey, representing Dubs all day. It's always Dubs all day. Of course, we want to win every game, but I do choose the attitude of gratitude. I'm thankful to be able to witness 4 championships in my lifetime. Not every fan of other teams can say that. Being a longtime Warriors fan, think back to the NBA Tecmo on Nintendo days with Mario Ellie, Vincent Nasky, Chris Gatling, like they said, Victor Alexander. We've been through the dark ages. One thing that I do kind of compare this to is my grandpa was a jeweler. So I would watch him make jewelry when I was young, and I've learned that gold is forged through fire. Us being Golden State, fire, the gold is smelted, it's molded into what it needs to be, and we're going through that right now. We need to go through it right now. We got to get back to where we want to be, but, sometimes there are dark days to get to where you want to be, so that way you can appreciate when you're there.
There it is. There is some humbling happening right now, humble pie, and I think some people need to have it. They need to have some humble pie. We'll do 60 seconds of celebrity. Give me 3 minutes, love it. 3 minutes. I know you want to get this in. I know you're scared. You're looking at me with those eyes, and you're like, hurry up, Ante. All right, let's get to rat-a-tat-tat. 30 seconds or less. 30 seconds or less. We'll clear the board, starting with Caesar at Chase Center. C's, what's up?
What's up, Bonte? What's up, my guy, Shasky? The best show on sports radio. First of all, I'm not happy that they're losing, but I am grateful for the run we've had. I was there when Lakers showed up and said, guaranteed championship in 5 years. He gave it to us. I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for the run. And I know they're going to course correct this and be competitive again. And it's not going to take no 3, 4, 5 years like the Giants. We're going to do it a lot sooner, and we'll be there, and we'll be competitive. I like the
optimism. Let's go to Alex in
good call.
Oakland.
What's up, Alex? Hello?
Bye-bye. Kurt in Oakland.
People just need to relax. It happens. It's been a great run. I've been a Warrior fan since '93, so I've been through the dog years and where the laughing stock of the league, where Scott Osler had in the paper, hey, Warrior fans, wouldn't it be great if Jason Kidd was a Warrior? Dream on. So nothing new. It happens.
It happens.
They're going to get better. Joe Lacob is going to make it better. You just got to be patient.
Patience. I do agree. I love the patience word because we don't have a lot of that in sports today.
I don't.
I love the patience word because I am going to be patient with this organization to see what happens over the next 6 months. Again, I was patient about Paul George and Lowry marketing. I did not want those deals. Everybody wanted to make those deals. I did not want those deals. Patience is key, but we don't have a lot of that. Well, I get it. Sometimes I'm impatient. Dre in Oakland. Draymond in Oakland? Dre?
Hey, Dre.
Dre in Oakland. I love Draymond. That's my guy, though.
Yeah.
But, Bonte, I'm going to challenge you, though. You're right. There's angry fans everywhere, all over all sports.
Like being
but there's something that every angry fan has to answer if he's going to hold on to his anger. What's your solution? If there's a solution that you can't come up with, right, that they haven't tried yet, then you have to move to acceptance.
No, what I'm saying I've accepted everything. What I'm saying is what's cap is people not being angry about results of this team. And if Steph is on his team over the next 3 years and he still's got this juice left, Dre, keep Dre on the line because I want him to rebuttal. If Steph has some juice and they're winning 30 games a season, I don't think people are going to accept that. That's what I'm calling out. The solution is to be patient. The solution is to wait for more options with these teams in the summertime, in my opinion. So I've accepted what's going on around these parts and not making just a deal just to make a deal. But I'm calling cap on people not being angry about the results that are happening right in front of our face.
The only reason I'd say I'm not because there's still hope. My solution right now would be put Wiggins at the 2, put Kuminga at the 3. And those two wings going at it are going to save Steph because Steph won't have to guard anybody, and put a big next to Draymond so he plays the 4. You can leave those guys on the floor and have 3 young thoroughbreds, playing Iron Man and still have the benefit of our stars. So my hope isn't lost for right now.
Yeah, I like that, Dre. I like that because a lot of hope has been lost for this season. We've talked as the season has been over. It's done. Wave the white flag.
Well, it just feels very meek right now, given that Dre and Kuminga are out, and you're approaching the deadline.
Right. CJ at Oakland. CJ.
Hey, CJ.
Wait, Wiggins at the 2 and Kuminga at the 3. They've been doing that. What are you talking about? But anyways, let me get to my point. I'm a lifelong Warriors fan, but you know what I realized over the last 10, 15 years? I'm more a Steph Curry fan. Like, do that man a solid. Send him to New York. Let him cook Boston in the playoffs. Let us see him play in the playoffs. I don't want to see him on the couch. He has like 4 or 5 great years left.
CJ, real quick, can I ask you something? You want to see an empty chase hitter? You think Joe Lacob wants to see an empty chase hitter?
Look, the worst thing you could be is mediocre.
I agree.
You know, come on, man. Like,
I agree.
You got to do that man a solid. You got to do him a solid. You got to be the bad guy. You got to be the bad guy. And in reality, you're doing him a favor.
I'm not there. I'm not the bear. I'm with the 559. Steph set the bar. Why lower it? Because that's what people are talking about, the dog days of the 90s or whatnot. I don't want to relive those days. Being a Warrior fan sucked for 14 years. I don't want to go back to those days. Are you kidding me?
Why do we have to revert back to the Cohan era?
No,
Why can't we be some middle ground?
Yeah, no, I agree. But a lot of people are bringing up, if I lived it before and I did it. I don't want to relive that as a sports fan.
I just think that the perspective of what we went through gives you better appreciation for what we saw.
But then I'm still going to get mad.
No, I hear you.
You get angry.
But here's, you say, what if Steph has 3 or 4 more good years? I'm just looking at the top teams in the league. There's not a lot of them where he's the clear-cut number one on those teams.
No doubt.
And I'm not trying to be I'm not, like, the last thing I want to do is try to diminish Steph. But if he's on the Thunder, Shea's the number one. If he's on, the Nuggets, Jokic is the number one. If he's on the Mavericks, Luka's the number one. On the Celtics, I don't know. I don't think he's the number one.
Steph has perspective. He'd be okay with it.
So I guess where I'm going at with that is, like, we also have to acknowledge that the next best version of this team, he's not your one, probably.
That's fine.
And now you might search forever and never find that guy.
Now
that's the hard part.
That's the acceptance I want to hear from Steph Curry fans. Would you accept that?
I don't think they're ready to ever accept that.
Steph would. I think Steph would. I'm not going to speak for him, but I think he would.
But is that a disrespect to Steph for me acknowledging that?
No, it's not. 60 seconds of celebrating, then we'll get to final thoughts. Let's go, Lovin. It's your time to shine.
Yeah, guys, Macklin wasted no time getting the party started last night, opening the scoring with this sweet wrister on the first shot of the game. 1:07 in, here's how it sounded.
Philip Forsberg out there for Nashville. Here's a breakaway pass for Macklin Celebrini, and he scores! Over the glove of UC Soros and into the net.
He was not done there. With less than a minute left in the first, he forced a turnover in the Predators' zone, fed the puck to Alex Wenberg, who set up defenseman Jake Wallman for this goal.
Here's Barron. He fumbles the puck, pressured by Celebrini. A break here for Wenberg with Wallman, who scores! Jake Wallman! The Sharks have a 4th goal here in the first period.
Randy Hahn on those calls.
Good Oregon.
Celebrini had another assist in the second period to set up Mikhail Granlund to make the score 5-1, and that's kind of where the good times ended. Predators scored 6 unanswered goals, guys. Sharks full 7-5, probably the worst loss of the year. The biggest regular season comeback in Predators history, man. That was demoralizing last night, but it happens.
We're going to be in play for that top pick.
And with that, Fast 5.
So the Predators made the Sharks their prey.
Sharks, go ahead.
You ever played Sharks and Minnows? Classic game. Swimming pool game.
Never played that.
You never played Sharks and Minnows?
God, you refresh me.
Well, there was one shark and their back would be turned, and then
I haven't played pool games since I was a kid.
And then all the minnows are on the other side of the pool, and they have to swim across without getting tagged by the shark.
That's right.
And then you have to come out of the pool if you're tagged. It's one of my favorite games.
That and chicken. Yeah.
That chicken.
Well, I like just throwing a tennis ball or a football into the pool, and you're diving in. That's undefeated, never
lost. If you're next level, you got a Friends Your Rich Kid. They got the hoop in there, too.
Oh, yeah. God. The JCC pool over there off Masonic had the little dunk hoop, and that was like a birthday party staple for a lot of people for a long time.
Had a lot of parties at that JCC, 18 and over.
You did?
Well, I didn't have a lot of parties. I had a lot of parties that we would all go to. Pretty fun stuff.
Bonte Hill's brisk here at the JCC.
Couple final thoughts. Are the Sharks the most exciting watch in the Bay Area right now? Number 2, shout out to my nephew, Jaden Jefferson, man. Just signed a full-ride scholarship to the University of North Carolina to play football for Coach Belichick. Belichick, last night, Sister Camille was texting with her last night.
Wow.
They're going to go visit Chapel Hill in February, then go back out there in March. but Belichick. If he's still there, he's going to favor Belichick, man.
What
That's
position is he going to play at the next level?
I think he's going to play cornerback. I think he's a better running back, athlete, slot back. He's got he's a 100-meter yard dash runner, man. He's got speed.
That's incredible.
Just make sure he does his job.
Just make sure he does his job under the hoodie. Make sure he does his job under the hoodie. So congrats to him on getting a full-ride scholarship to North Carolina. I will save that shout out for tomorrow. That's it for us. Brought to you by brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Good day, everybody.
Warriors Kings.
they want more.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I'm not kidding.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
What do you want?
I want to win tonight in Sacramento, Macramento.
7.5 dogs.
And the people running around the office, is this the Chris Webber Kings, Doug Christie? They were just a mess a week ago, bruh. I'm talking to the people out there. Who knows? I get it, but they could go out. They need to win this game, and I got them, Steiny. I'm hoping 7-3. Let me get in the next 10. 7-3.
Wow, I didn't even know. I didn't even know you came up with some kind of cockamamie list.
7-3, Steiny.
Hold on, hold on. Now,
I love you.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay, I got them winning tonight at SAC.
Hold on. Okay.
Got them winning tomorrow night against the Bulls.
Okay.
Losing to the Lakers.
All right.
So that's 1. Beating Utah.
Okay. 3-1.
Losing to OKC.
3-2.
Losing to Phoenix.
3-3.
Beating Orlando.
3-4.
Beating Utah.
4-4.
Beating the Lakers.
5-4.
And then beating Chi-Town.
6-4.
Yep.
And then what about the Bucks and the Mavericks after that?
I stopped there. I just went. Those were 10. Yeah.
I will bet you that they don't win 7 of the next 10.
I won't. I'm hoping.
So you don't even believe in your own list.
No, it starts tonight.
And that's one of the things I've figured out.
Yeah, anyway, because I want to fight you, radio fight you, because you've been an ass all morning. Evan knows it. But I'm here for you, buddy, and I'm feeling fresh to death. I got my fresh lineup.
Stop!
Wow.
Thank you, Bob. Yeah. Thank you. No, this will be fine. This will be a fun game tonight. If they can't get it done, even though don't worry, they're only decimated by injury. Don't worry. Yeah, no, they'll go up to Sacramento's won 9 of 11. 9 of 11.
They have.
The Warriors are playing without Kuminga, without Draymond,
they got
without
Steph Curry.
Pods.
They got Steph Curry. Andrew Wiggins.
It ain't 2016, Chief. And the sooner you get that through your head, the better, because it's still not resonating yet. All right, let's get down to some business here. In terms of the what's going on with the Golden State Warriors. First of all, Steve Kerr came on with the
great interview, Willard and Dibbs
afternoon show yesterday, and I want to get to his sound first because this is Jonathan Kuminga update, Bill.
Nope. He is. He's progressing, but it was a pretty bad ankle sprain, and he hasn't been on the court yet or anything. But he's getting rehab every day, and he's doing strength stuff, and he's on the bike, so he's doing as well as possible. But he's nowhere close to being ready to play.
All right, nowhere close.
That hurts my heart, man.
Nowhere close, and it's January 22nd. And the trade deadline's in 15 days.
Yeah. He won't be back by then.
That's what it's feeling like to me.
Damn.
It's feeling like that Jonathan Kuminga won't be playing before the trade deadline, which is February 6th, which is in 15 days.
Well, I keep it real, Steiny. I really feel like had he been playing and it was playing at the level he was at, that the Warriors are such behind the eight ball, that he would not have been traded or included in any package, I believe, had he been healthy and able to go. And again, he still can be traded. But, man, it's really setting in what this team doesn't have in regard to future young hot shots or stars. And he's at the top of the list.
So no Jonathan Kuminga probably for at least another couple weeks. That hurts. Draymond Green is going to miss the next 2 or 3 games for sure.
Damn.
Then he's going to get reevaluated. But I got a lot of stuff I want to get into. Tonight will be Kuminga's 9th straight game that he's missed. So they played without him now for the past 9 games, and they got to figure out a way to get some wins. I think before the All-Star. Why do I keep saying All-Star? Before the trading deadline. That's what the big part is. Okay, so I'll be honest with you, Goo. I didn't hear Slater with the boys because we were doing our prep, but They said he said something very interesting, and so I'm just going to play it. But this is the first time I've heard it, and this is on, how do the Warriors sell the future to their fan base?
Oh, man, you're probably going to have to buckle up for the next 5 years or so. And then, you look around, and I'm not necessarily directly comparing them to these dynasties, but, look at, like, the Patriots, and, like, this little dry spell they've had to deal with. And, now they got Drake May, and, maybe, I don't know, they kind of had a bad draft, I guess. I don't follow football, like, too intensely, but, they're kind of probably have a 4 or 5 year stretch here where they're going to be one of the worst teams in the league. The Spurs. Okay, obviously with the Kawhi Leonard pick, they kind of had that 2 timeline expansion of it, but then they had to eventually hit the patch where they became a lottery team for several straight seasons, and they struck gold. They got the number 1 pick in a year of, like, I could have made the Victor Wembanyama pick. Y'all could have. Like, that wasn't some, like, unbelievable find. They got the number 1 pick in a generational draft, and now they're on the rise again. Let's say they didn't get that pick. Let's say they got even the number 2 pick in that draft, the number 5 pick, whatever. Their rebuild would be looking very elongated. So you're going to probably have to get lucky in the future with the picks, and maybe something will materialize.
I'll say this to that, and I love Slate, Stoney, but the bottom line is Joe Lacob took over this team, and Steph Curry was already a part of it. He's already been drafted. So the bottom line is, I'm going to Arsenio Hall. Joey Lightyears is going to have to get busy in regard to doing what you said is going to be a big, and I understand, difficult task of going to get, the next Steph Curry or something remotely close to it. But to say in 5 years it's going to be a long ride, I get that from now, but anything could pop off and anybody could become available, and maybe you're able to take advantage of that situation and get somebody in here. But I'm with you. I get it. I do. This is bad. And just real quick, back to what you played, that Kerr sound, Stoney, the impact of Jonathan Kuminga not being on this Warrior team and them looking so slow and unathletic is Curry-like. The impact is Curry-like. It's hurting him, but it's also hurting the team because they were looking at him as one of none that they have outside of him. So I'm despondent. Like, again, you go try to play the Kings tonight, but that was horrible news, and I'm no doctor. But, Stoney, I'm starting to think, did he sprain some ligaments? I don't know, but not to be close. It's been a minute, and you just mentioned the record and how many games he's missed.
I mean, they said it was a serious ankle injury, so he sprained his ankle. He's going to be out 3-4 weeks, maybe longer. My question is for Warrior fans, though, and it relates to what Slater said about, what if you're Joe Lacob or Mike Dunleavy? And by the way, we haven't heard from Lacob very frequently this year. But is there anything the Warriors can, that's kind of the way I look at it. And it's not a morbid take, but is there anything the Warriors can do right now to ensure that that fans won't have to buckle up for 3 or 4 years? Because I'll give Slater the benefit of the doubt when he says, tell the fan base to buckle up for 5 years. I'm going to say this is like year 2 or 3 of the buckle up. So,
wow.
How can the Warriors? So,
not that far to go then, Stoney.
Give me.
I'm going to be real.
I want to know how this team can get better over the next 2 or 3 years. How can they get better over the next 2 or 3 years? And Bobby Marks, who was a former front office member of the Brooklyn Nets and now works for ESPN, he had some very interesting things to say. And he also mentioned Steph Curry. And the one thing that I am starting to believe from the bottom of my heart is that nothing's going to happen with Curry in the next 3 weeks. But it feels to me like the league is expecting the Warriors to reconvene in the fall, in the off season regarding Steph. In other words, Bobby Marks is saying, look, the Warriors and Steph Curry are going to have a conversation, and it's probably going to happen after the year about how they want to proceed with the next 2 years.
Damn. And we talked about it, and just if that does happen, we talked about his Steph Curry's comments in Vegas, which I didn't like, and he I thought put the team on notice. But just think about it, Stoney. Things went bad. If you are correct and that conversation happens a year later, you're trying to get rid of him. And I love Steph Curry more than anybody, Stoney. But the bottom line is, I don't want to watch him play on play unmeaningful basketball here in Golden State. And if that means he's out, I'll root for whatever team he goes for, but the Warriors would get a king's ransom, you would think, in regard to what would be coming back to start over.
That's a good question. I don't know what they would get coming back. I don't know how much 2 years of Steph Curry's worth, it'll be 2 years, assuming he's not traded at the deadline. But 888-957-9570. Thought it was interesting. Anthony Slater said, he would tell fans to buckle up. So my question to Warrior fans, is there anything that can be done from this point on to allow the Warriors to not have to buckle up for the next 2 years? Or have the mistakes occurred to the point where you can't rectify them enough? But we got a lot to get into today, Warrior-related. You're welcome on the show, as always, 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game? It's brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. That segment also brought to you by Saramonde Ford. this cosmetic piece of crap.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Coming up in a half hour, Damian Barling.
Yeah.
Of Lilo and Stitch. I'm kidding.
Wow.
D-Lo and Casey.
Yeah, those are my friends, too.
Yeah. Do you know them?
Come on, yeah. I've been on the show.
These are the guys who run SAC, right?
I made it up.
Yeah, they do.
No, seriously.
Yeah.
So we'll get Sacramento Kings perspective at 10:45. 10:45. You know,
they're our sister station in SAC.
Sometimes, I think of things and just bring them up for the sake of bringing them up. But remember how one of the discussions around Steph Curry is, have the Warriors failed Steph Curry?
No doubt.
What?
I was in that line.
Right. And here's one thing I was thinking about. I think it's pretty funny.
Okay, because I'm feeling different.
For clowns who want to say that.
Watch your mouth.
The Warriors, you know how much money they paid in luxury tax this year?
How much?
$177 million. Over the course of the last 7 years, the Warriors have paid $700 million in luxury tax penalty. They've had the highest payroll in the history of the NBA at times during their tenure. So the idea that they're not trying to get Steph help is a joke. Nobody's paid more money to pay out a roster over the last 6 years than the Golden State Warriors. Now, they may not have done it the best way they could, but $700 million the Warriors have paid in luxury tax penalties over the years. I'd say that they've tried to make this thing work.
Yeah. And Steiny, we've been together almost 7 years, man. I don't think you once, because this is abnormal for me, once heard me criticize Steph Curry and his leadership, but I am. And when I look back at what went wrong, Steph Curry controls the room, I believe. And he has the loudest voice. Even if you don't agree with that, I believe that is true. And that's how it should be. But Steiny, the more they play games without Draymond Green, and the more I think about what happened with Jordan Poole, the more that I think about what happened with Kevin Durant, the more I think about how we got here, Steph Curry's hands are somewhat dirty. And I guess I'm just more disappointed now thinking about it. I wish, and I was getting a haircut with my barber, Marky D, yesterday, and he said what we all know, nobody buffed or even checked Draymond Green, not once. And I guess we don't know what the future holds in the rest of this season, but Steiny, I feel like it's time to reflect when we're down and the wins are kind of not coming as fast as you want them. I wish I could ask the chef, what made you sign off and go with Dre, and now this guy's nowhere to be found with some, what I believe nobody's talking about, some serious body issues. But he got 4 for 100, and I don't understand that reward, and maybe it's bigger than Steph, it's on the owner, but Steiny, that really has me down, man.
I don't know what to tell you about that one.
I hear you.
I don't know what to tell you about that one. I mean, I've never really gotten a handle on what Steph's role is in the organization's front office. I don't get the sense that he tells them what to do. I think he gives his input. I don't know how much responsibility I put on Steph for Draymond's contract and Clay walking. I don't know. I just know that, it's like I said, it's a team that's paying the luxury tax and has spent a lot of money to try to figure it out. But here's where I want to go first.
Okay.
Because of all the things we've heard in terms of the Warriors and the trade deadline, yesterday I think we heard something new for the first time from Kenny Smith. They should try to get younger. This is the one that Bobby Marks talks about. Of course, he's ESPN's front office insider. But just listen to this one, because this one's the one that I think is a possibility.
For this year, I think the one trade you make is get under the luxury tax. I think that, and Warrior fans will not be happy when I say that. Like I'm putting my business hat on and I'm saying, can I trade Looney or Peyton and get under the luxury tax, and we go from there. Because I just don't see, like, I'm waving the white. Like, sometimes you got to just pick up your chips and walk away from the table as far as just trying to get better. And if you fall out of this thing, which where they are, and there's no guarantee they're not even going to get in the play-in. No guarantee at all.
All right, so what Bobby Marks is saying is right now the Warriors are about $6 million over the luxury tax. So they're going to have to pay another penalty. And what he's saying is if they stay over the tax and then they go about their business in the summer and re-sign Kuminga and they remain over the tax, they are going to get penalized at a higher rate. But if they get under the tax, somehow right now, according to him, then if and when they go over it to sign Kuminga,
it'll be lesser.
The penalty on them will be less. So, I mean, there's one we haven't even talked about. But again, like, the one thing that I think sometimes we lose sight of is the Warriors are trying to do all this. They're trying to stay relevant. They're trying to do things for Curry. They're trying to preserve the future. They're trying to get better now. They've got a million tasks, and they're trying to do it while they're saving money. And I think when you think about it that way, that's why Anthony Slater would say, we might have to buckle up for a few years.
I mean, that doesn't even sound crazy. And again, I'll give Joe Lacob the compliment, though, Stoney. You just read it off. I mean, he's shown and been willing to pay the luxury tax. And what does he have to show for it here these last few seasons? And it looks like right now another season that is, you know, got people nervous, Warrior fans nervous that it might not even culminate in a playoff berth. But, I mean, if he chose to go that route, would you be shocked? I just almost want to pour him a Bloody Mary to be like, hey, dude, you went all in, and the stuff around you kind of failed. So, you know, if that's the way he goes, Donnie, I wouldn't be shocked, but I got to give Joe Lacob his flowers for being an owner that put his money where his mouth is and's been doing so the last few seasons and has nothing really to show for it.
No, and that's the thing. I mean, again, and this usually takes more than a year or two to sift out, but if you're telling Joe Lacob we're a 44-win team 2 years ago, 46 last year, and this year we're 41 or 42, he ain't paying the tax.
Why would he?
Exactly. So, or he's going to pay as less of a tax as humanly possible. Here's my question for Warrior fans too today, because there was a deal that happened yesterday between the Jazz and the Suns. And essentially, the Phoenix Suns made a deal in which sets the table for them to try to get Jimmy Butler. And they traded a draft pick in 2031 for essentially 3 conditional first-round picks. So my question to Warrior fans is, if the Golden State Warriors made a move today that we could all see is setting the table for Jimmy Butler, but it's involving, because of what we've seen, it's involving 3 future first-round picks. Let's say 25, 27, 29. If you saw the Warriors today set the table for a Butler trade and it involved 2 or 3 future firsts, how are you feeling? Are you excited? Are you re-energized? Are you not impressed? Are you worried? Because that's what Phoenix seems to be doing. They seem to be doubling down again, and it looks like they're trying to get Jimmy Butler. To me, that's a price too much. I'm not doing that, but 888-957-9570. What do you think, Goo, and what do Warrior fans think about that?
One, Steiny, you know me, I'm a gambler and I'm a dreamer. And sometimes you are right. When you are at the end of a dynasty, there's going to be, shout out Run DMC, hard times ahead. And even when you keep your assets and your picks, you still got to hit on them. But sometimes the chances of you getting a new Clay, Steph, and Dre like you did to start this dynasty, sometimes I just think, you know what, that's a long shot. So if you're telling me to just kind of brunt and bear it, out of nowhere, we would get Jimmy Butler from a fan perspective, I'll take that all day because I will know when the hard times come, we tried everything. And it cost us, but shout out Bob, but still, Steiny, that's all I'm asking for is give us a chance because the rough seas ahead are going to be there regardless, I believe.
Well,
that's just how I'm programmed.
And this is where, I've been kidding about you. I don't believe you on this one.
Yeah.
And the reason I don't is because the Warriors made a move 2 or 3 years ago to ostensibly keep this thing going. And it was to re-sign Draymond Green. And here we are 2 or 3 years later, and we aren't okay with living with that.
Because was a bad deal, though.
Well, you don't think this would be a bad deal?
Remember, the Warrior fans were against that.
But my point is if you get worse, you're not going to say in 2028, you know what? I know we've only won 20 games the last 2 years and we don't have a first-round pick, but boy, we went for it.
That part,
you're going to be PO'd. You're not going to sit through 4 years of bad basketball, if that's what it is, and say, I can't. That's okay that they did that.
But what if you naturally do? Well, you give me this, meet me halfway. You can naturally be in that boat too by hanging on to your picks, making the picks, and they not pan out.
Do you realize that?
That's what I'm saying.
We would be taught. You're okay. So you're going to give up the opportunity to draft in the top 10
to go for number 5 and get a guy like Jimmy Butler, who might be the one to Steph Curry's 1A, to go for a year and a year and a half.
Well, that's Butler's going to be a free agent at the end of the year.
Well,
so he wants a contract extension. Are you giving him one?
Stoney, I think I'm doing something for 2 years. Yes. Jimmy Butler has to know the gig is going to come, the bill's going to come due.
Right.
So wherever he gets traded this next one, he's got to know I'm probably staying here.
To me,
man,
if you were trying to do something like this with Jimmy Butler,
yeah,
and it involves 3 first-round picks, you're making a mistake. And I would say, you are making, to me, a catastrophic mistake. And there's 2 reasons. One is, I don't want to give up 3 first-round picks. But the idea, to me, especially after the last 2 years, that a team as old as the Warriors would be in that spot could make any kind of run, to me, is absolutely preposterous. We've seen, the last year or two has proven that this older generation is getting left behind.
Wow, man.
Durant, Steph, LeBron, Anthony Davis. They didn't go anywhere in the postseason. And I would be completely out for that.
Wow.
I'm not bringing Butler in here, but if you feel different, you feel different.
And again, I didn't get out of bed to come in here and throw rocks, but this is my team. I love it, and I'm hurt, and the future it looks bleak. But just real quick here, Stoney, if you're Joe Lacob, and there's a scoreboard for everything in life, I know it's early, but just on that Draymond deal, wouldn't you have regret? With the suspension last year in year 1, and we can do the Fitzgerald math, and I agreed with them, had Dre been available, whatever, we could have made the playoffs. And then this year, now it looks like he might be hurt, but even when he was readily available, you weren't getting the old Draymond. I got to honestly believe if Joe Lacob could tell his son or anybody, his confidant, that was a bad move.
Okay, but what does that get you? What is that? How's that relevant right now? They made that move 2 years ago. He's on the team.
It's just proof that you got to be careful because there are landmines.
That's what I'm saying.
And one's blown. I feel like the Draymond one is already. And when you talk about old and age, I'm like, well, that's what's happening with him rapidly or faster than anybody.
Right. But you're saying you would still do Butler.
Oh, I would.
And I wouldn't. I wouldn't. And in fact, I think that would set the franchise back and in a big way. Or it would have the potential, let's put it that way, it would have the potential to set the franchise back in a big, big way. Mel's in Moraga. Let's get us going, Mel. How you doing? What's going on?
Hey, guys. Good. Hey, guys, love the show. To specifically answer your question on Butler, I think Phoenix doing it is a good move.
Okay.
They already have Booker, Durant, and Beal. This adds another piece to them. It probably doesn't get them there. But from where they're coming from, having never won a championship with a bunch of mercenaries, really, like Durant, who aren't connected long-term to the team, so they can move on from Durant, right, in a year or two without any similar repercussions that we have with Steph. I think for Phoenix, it's a heck of a move.
It's a good point.
For the Warriors, you're for the Warriors, I'm on your side, Steiny. You're cashing in the future for a 36-year-old that watches more games than he plays. I just don't think to slightly switch gears, to say in 2 years we're going to somehow come out on the other side is extremely wishful thinking. So we got to buckle in for a while. But I wouldn't do the Butler move for sure to get rid of youth and the potential for the future. Anyway, thanks, guys.
No, I'm with you. And you know what? When you spelled it out like that for Phoenix, it does make a little more sense for Phoenix to my way of thinking than the Warriors.
Yeah. And they would lose Beal, though, right? I mean, obviously, you're not going to add Butler to Beal. You couldn't even afford that. But Beal would be going somewhere else. They're saying Milwaukee, yeah.
You would think.
But man, Steiny, you get them three together, Butler, Booker, and Kevin Durant,
right.
And I don't want to say you're being harsh because you kind of use AD and LeBron, but I know 2 years ago, they were in the Western Conference Finals, and I thought you can still watch basketball and not have ageism to where you say, you know what, they're not doing their thing, but I never watched Phoenix and said they got swept last year because of Durant. I mean, I know
they're old. I mean, look at the West. Oklahoma City, young. Houston, young. Grizzlies, young. Those are the top three teams.
Now, Houston last year was a young team that didn't make they came on at the end. But so when you say, but they're young, I can't argue that.
That's my point. Like last year, they were better than the Warriors in the second half of the season, and this year they're 28-14. And that would lead me to believe they're probably going to be good for a little while.
Right.
So you can't beat the Rockets with Jimmy Butler.
Now, what about the Clippers, Donnie? The 5th seed. What are they doing? And they're old.
If you think the Warriors with Jimmy Butler can get up to 4 or 5, then maybe you go ahead and do it. I don't think they can get up to 4 and 5 with Jimmy Butler. And to me,
now
even
you're
if they
3.5,
even if they could get 4 to 5, it's like I just don't think it. And this has nothing to do with the Warriors. It's watching old teams in the playoffs the last 2 years. They get absolutely overwhelmed. And you trade for Jimmy Butler, you give up three firsts, and you get beat in the first round. Yikes! Then you got to make a decision on now what are you going to do with Kuminga and Jimmy Butler? Yeah. Well, let's pay them both. Really? You're going to pay Jimmy Butler for 3 more years after this? Let's go to Sushi Steve. Hey, Sushi Steve, how you doing, man?
What's up, guys? So, in regards to Jimmy Butler, the Warriors will not and should not sign for that guy. It won't happen. It's gonna mortgage the future. It's definitely not happening. And the big thing, and I'm calling not to tell you guys. I think I'm calling to tell everyone that's listening, all the Warrior fans that are listening, wake up, staying under that apron, guys. That restriction apron. The Warriors have been notorious apron offenders, and so just from doing 10 minutes of research on Google, we just need to stay under that apron a year, and then we can go start doing crazy stuff again. But we need to be bad. We need to be bad for a little bit. I'm going to ask you guys one question too. You guys are both a little bit older than me. You've seen probably a little bit more sports than I have. In my lifetime. I'm 47. In my lifetime, I've seen 3-4 dynasties in baseball, football, basketball. When has it ever been good after?
Never.
When has there been a dynasty, like a 3, 4, 5-year dynasty, and then when all their good players leave and get old or retire or whatever, they're still good? I don't know any. I can't think of any.
Exactly.
Maybe you guys can know any.
No,
well, there's some extenuating circumstances, Donnie. When you look at Chicago, they won a championship on their last year, and that was broken up. So they never got a chance to get old before our eyes. They were older, but they were still on top, and we know what went down there. Shaq and Kobe had a feud, so we know what happened there. It wasn't them together.
What about
they could have won 2 or 3 more titles.
Celtics?
Well, no, I got you. That was attrition in age, and another team on their heels.
He's right. He's right there.
And I'm not saying he's wrong. But there are some, when you look at the Lakers, Kobe and Shaq Lakers, and you look at Michael Jordan's Bulls, they didn't get old right before. They got robbed of those. Other stuff popped off. But they broke them up, I guess.
His point is that in 98, when the Bulls won their last title, it was over. Like, that's how that one ended. They all went their separate ways. Yeah. So the way this is going to end is not going to be pretty. I for the life of me, we had a guy who was in the first part of the dynasty with the Bulls on last week, B.J. Armstrong, and he says, like, he was in it, and he's like, it never ends well. But for some reason, I think we still got people that think they can do something here and be looking at 3 to 5 more years of title contention in some manner. And that's what I'll put it. I'm not going to say a 5th ring, but I don't see any way that this. First of all, I don't believe they're in title contention right now. So I don't see a move in the next couple of years that gets them back into title contention in the next year or two. That's just me.
Right.
Do you guys feel like there's a move that could get the Warriors back into title contention, for the next couple of years where you realistically are going to be a top 6 and you can talk about winning a playoff series, and then once you win a playoff series, who knows?
Yeah, I know we're up against it, but when I watch Lake up at those games that I attend and on TV, Steiny, I appreciate him because he's riding and dying with every bucket. And I believe he wrote that check for Draymond Green and extended Curry thinking maybe we're not going to win it, but Steiny, we're going to be in that top 6.
Like before we were coming in today, and they came out and they said Slater told Warrior fans to buckle up for 5 years, and I went, well, I mean, I could see it. You said, well, I can't
subscribe to that,
right? Because
this summer it could pop off and somebody could be available.
But this is where I don't know. I feel like the guy's tricked everybody. You said, well, what if Lake can shock the world?
Right.
What does that mean?
Okay, and I'm being so real right now, Steiny, because I'm dreaming. What if somebody comes available or somebody has a bad showing in the playoffs and they want out?
Okay.
And stuff like that pops out. And I'm just using Giannis as an example. Right. I believe Joey Lightyears has showed us he'll like an eagle or come down or a hawk and try to see if we can add that to what we got going here. So when you say 5 years, Slater, I get it from the from the peripheral, but what if somebody's available?
Well, why would the Warriors have an advantage getting Giannis as opposed to other teams? Like that's the other thing. Like he can't. The roster's the roster, and the assets are the assets.
But this is Golden State Warriors. No, what do you? You're saying it like they're
a 500 team.
No, I get that.
They haven't made the playoffs. And Steph Curry's going to be 38.
So you don't believe this is a destination?
Well, if you trade for a guy, you trade for a guy. But what I'm saying is other teams can probably put together packages that are as good or better. 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by San Francisco International Airport. Coming up on the other side, Damian Barling. We're going to talk about that Kings game tonight on 95.7 The Game. He works at our sister station, 1320 in Sacramento. What's going on with the Kings? We'll tell you on the other side.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right.
I might go viral.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Damian Barling, host of D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. You can hear him from 12 to 4 in Sacramento and beyond. What's going on, D-Lo? How you doing, man?
I'm great, Steiny. What's happening? Steiny, you know what that beat was that you came back from?
Sure.
You know what that bumper music was?
Of course.
Help us out.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure you knew that was Brooklyn's finest. That's all.
Oh, yeah. I know that. I know that.
D-Lo, what up, baby?
Somebody tell D-Lo I'm from Philly.
Yeah, what's up, baby?
I'm a meek
Coming
guy.
in hot. Yeah.
Hey, Mike Brown fired on December 27th, I believe. So we're coming up on a month since that date, and the Kings are 9-2. What happened, and why are the Kings playing this well under Doug Christie?
Man, that's tough. That's a question we've asked ourselves like so many times. We've gone over. It feels there's a lot of evidence building towards, like, no one has said, like, directly, no press conference was ever given as to why Mike was let go. But I think listening to Doug talk and listening to every player from, De'Aaron to Domas to Malik to Keegan, DeMar, everybody, it sounded like, Mike is such a, as you guys know, he's a teacher. And I think Mike might have overtaught with this group of the Sacramento Kings. Like they would use references like playing a little bit more freer, playing a little bit more relaxed, playing a little bit more loose. You would hear things like, we come in, we have shoot around for 45 minutes instead of 2 hours. And I think what happens sometimes is some coaches are so hell-bent on teaching that it takes away from the guy's ability to just kind of go out and play basketball. And this Kings team was so grossly underperforming when the season started, it kind of got to a point where, like, okay, something's wrong here. Then they lost 5 straight at home or 6 straight at home, and it was and losing in the one to Detroit. They had lost 5 straight at home. The 5th one to Detroit was just brutal. That the 4-point play that Jaden Ivey hits to essentially win them the game when the Kings are up 3. So it became clear, like, okay, something's going to change, something's going to happen right here. And Doug is preaching a message that's like a little bit more positive. Doug is preaching a message praising what guys can do rather than focusing on what their shortcomings are, rather than focusing on, the lack of defense or lack of this, lack of that. He's focusing on what they do well. Keegan Murray was struggling shooting under Mike Brown. Doug was asked about that one of his first press conferences. He said, we're just going to tell Keegan we love him and wrap our arms around him and tell him to keep shooting the ball. That shot is his. The shot will be there for him. And ever since then, he's shooting like 41% from 3. So it's sometimes the way that the message is being delivered can go a long way, and I think that's what's happening with Doug Christie right now.
Man, D-Lo, keep up the good work. You and KC got a good thing going. I got you on the Odyssey app, my drive homes to Sac. But I got to start here. That Sam Amick piece that came out about some weeks back in regard to kind of shook me. De'Aaron Fox maybe feeling a little frisky and might not be, want to return to Sac. Was there any correlation? Because that's kind of died down with Doug Christie at the helm. Is there any correlation, between those two, D-Lo? Was there any friction between Fox and Mike Brown? And the reason I asked you that is I saw a video the other day, and they went to dinner like shortly after Mike Brown got fired. So I'm thinking to myself, well, they still must be cool.
Yeah, they went to Q1227 right out here in Roseville, man. My favorite place to eat, and that was days before they hit the road for 3. It was shortly after Mike Brown was fired, and no, there's no correlation, at least that I'm aware of, between friction with friction between De'Aaron Fox and Mike Brown. I think all of the De'Aaron Fox might feel frisky stuff comes from losing. It's where the Sacramento Kings were at the time. Like they had fought their way back to 500. After, they had won 3 straight, they were back at 500, going to this Denver Nuggets game, and it's kind of like, all right, everybody take a breather. We just kind of hit the reset button on the season. They're back. Guys are coming back. They've been dealing with injuries. Devin Carter's debut is not too far away. Like, all right, let's go from here. They go out, they play that Denver game on a Monday night. It is a fist fight. It is a bucket for bucket fourth quarter that the Sacramento Kings are in position to win, down one. I think it was Domas, makes a pass into DeMar DeRozan at the rim, and DeMar fumbles the ball. And the Kings lose that game, and it was like, oh. Now, I didn't recognize it right away. KC recognized it. He was like, man, they look devastated after that loss. And I was like, yeah, like, it's okay, though. Like, that was a blow for blow. That was just a fight. Then they come out and they lose to the Lakers, and it's like, oh, man. And then Sunday was the night that I thought Mike was going to get fired, because they went out against the Pacers. Tyrese Halliburton is here, and they not only do they get blown out, they quit in the fourth quarter, and you can see it. Like, they just stopped playing. And we went on, we did TV that night thinking, yeah, if we get through this taping and Mike Brown's not fired, I'll be surprised. And he winds up getting through that game, goes into Detroit, same, gets fired, and that's when the De'Aaron stuff gets really loud. But now you're 5 games under 500. You lose to the Lakers. Now you're 6 games under 500. And anytime you're associated with Rich Paul and Clutch Sports, the rumblings of getting a star out of a bad situation are going to be there. And it started to feel like Sacramento was becoming a bad situation again. And the noise around De'Aaron got really loud. And I don't think it's quieted down because Doug Christie is here. I don't think it's quieted down because Mike Brown is gone. I think it's quieted down because the Kings are 9-2 in their last 11.
Damian Barling joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's a host of D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 in Sacramento. The perception that I have from the Bay Area, and if it's incorrect, tell me, but I'm just going to set it up and then ask you the question. And it's Vivek Ranadive fired Mike Brown, and of course Mike Malone comes out of the woodwork and absolutely lambaste Vivek Ranadive. And I got the sense at the time that a lot of Sacramento media were essentially down on the move. Like, what is Vivek doing? What are these decisions he's making? And now they're 9-2 since. Mm-hmm. How are they feeling about Vivek and that move right now?
Sonny, I love you for that question, because no one's asking that. I love that, because I'll speak for myself. I was down on the move. I was a huge proponent of Mike Brown during the hiring process when it was Mike. I think the Kings had narrowed it down to Mike, Mark Jackson. Maybe Steve Clifford was the other one. I really liked the idea of Mike Brown coming in here. I thought he would be the guy who could fit and turn things around, and I thought it worked. And one thing that was funny is at that time, everyone was like, I don't want to say everyone. There were people who were saying, well, Vivek really wants Mark Jackson, so we'll see where this goes. If the basketball people get to make their decisions, it's going to be Mike Brown. But old meddling Vivek Ranadive, he wants Mark Jackson. Mike Brown winds up getting the hire. When he gets fired, I was down on the move. I thought it was a bad move, and I did something, fellas, that's very, very rare in this business. You go on the radio and go, got that wrong. Couple games into Doug Christie's tenure, it was like, okay, Doug is more than a motivational speaker. Like, this is what Doug Christie wants to do. When Doug Christie moved back to Sacramento and got on the radio and became an analyst on television, it was all because he wanted to coach. He moved back to Sacramento because he wanted to coach, and he's turned out very, very early on to be a good one. So you just kind of acknowledge, like, hey, I got this wrong. The funny thing about the reporting, though, was one day there was an article that the decision was Monty McNair's in the front office. And then like a day later is when the Vivek Ranadive stuff started. And it's like, okay, Vivek Ranadive seems to always be on the wrong side of the decisions. Firing Mike Brown was the wrong move. Let's blame meddling Vivek Ranadive. Not one reporter, national or otherwise, has written a story about how Doug Christie is 9-2, and if Vivek Ranadive was the one who wanted to hire him, it was the right call. No one has said that. It's just a lame talking point. Whether Vivek Ranadive had anything to do with this hiring or the firing, I'm not sure. But I think the idea of blaming Vivek for everything that goes wrong is comical. They told us basketball people wanted Jaden Ivey, but Vivek Ranadive was pushing for Keegan Murray. When Keegan Murray broke the record, for three-pointers made by a rookie, no one said anything about Vivek Ranadive. Just like no one said anything about Vivek Ranadive when Mike Brown broke the playoff streak, just like when no one said anything about Vivek Ranadive when Doug Christie is sitting here at 9-2 going into this game against the Warriors tonight. It's just a lame storyline, in my opinion, that has probably zero validity to it. It might have when Vivek took over maybe 15 years ago or whatever the timeline is. The funny thing about Michael Malone is Vivek didn't fire him. Michael Malone has held this grudge against Sacramento for all these years when it was Pete D'Alessandro that fired him. It wasn't Vivek. And so Michael Malone perpetuating this stuff, I get it. The coaching fraternity, you try to rep for those guys. Michael Malone will always have a personal issue with Sacramento. That's fine. Steve Kerr had similar things to say. Mike Brown is his guy. I understand that, but the Vivek Ranadive narrative is tired and probably 100% false.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit.
D, I haven't told you this, but I hadn't gotten over last year's play-in loss where with no Malik Monk and Keon Ellis picking Curry and Wiggins' pocket. So I had big aspirations for this year with the moves the Warriors made. We're hurting, we're hurt, but what are you seeing from the Golden State Warriors through your lenses? Where's this team at in your eyes?
You have multiple titles, man. Get over it. Get over the play-in loss. You'll be just fine. 2, yeah, welcome to the Buddy Hield experience, fellas. You are living it. You're living what the Sacramento Kings lived. You're living what the Indiana Pacers lived. You're living what the Philadelphia 76ers lived. And watching your fan base go through it on a night-to-night basis with Buddy Hield is comical. With that said, as long as Steph Curry is on your team, I'm going to be scared of the Golden State Warriors. I'm scared to death of this game tonight. I'll be scared to death every time they step on the floor together. But in terms of your path to a title, I don't see it. Like, I don't know how you guys get better. I don't like. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of Jonathan Kuminga. I really like Pods. Anthony Slater, the Athletic, who I know joins your station pretty regularly, broke it down for us. Where like Pods didn't go into the season capitalizing on everything that he did last year. He went into the season trying to do things that he didn't do last year, and that's kind of hampered his growth a little bit. Kuminga obviously dealing with this injury has been tough for you guys, and I don't know that your front office is truly able to like pick a direction with what you want to do. And at this point, I think it might be too late. With Steph, you might just have to write it out. With Steph, to me, you can always get to the play-in. With Steph, you can always win play-in games to get to the playoffs. But in terms of you guys got 4 championships now, in terms of winning championships, I don't know how the path for this Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr incarnation, I don't know how that team gets to another title. But I don't think you're ever going to fully like fall off the face of the earth to where you're not competing for playoff or play-in spots. More likely play-in spots or more likely playoff spots through the play-in rather than a top 6 spot. But that's just my immense respect for Steph Curry. Like, as long as Steph Curry is there, you guys are going to win games.
Hey, D, I didn't like how you said get over it. I'm playing with you. Get over it. That hit me, Steiny.
Well, you haven't.
I haven't.
Hey,
he's telling me to hurry up.
Talking to you.
Yeah, that hurt.
Hey, Guru, fam, I'm sorry. Y'all will be just fine. You got so many. You won Game 7 on our home floor.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did.
Hey, Damian, let's say you're a rock solid Kings fan and you're a realist. What are the expectations for this team? Your Kings team this year?
Man, just the way that the Western Conference looks right now, like the original, there was no idea, especially after signing DeMar DeRozan that, okay, we don't want to see this team get into that play-in situation again where, you lose a game and you're out or depending on the slotting, the scenario right there. They're about to that point where they're creeping back into the top 6, which, they're going to have to continue to win games at a really solid clip to be able to do that because there's some good basketball teams ahead of them. This is a team, like, I feel like what we've seen over the last 11 games is who we thought they would be when the season started. So a 9-2 clip, every 11 games is probably a bit of a stretch, but can they win at a far greater clip than they were prior and solidify a top 6 seed? Yeah, absolutely. I think they can do that. And I think they can win playoff series. Like, I don't know Oklahoma City is the best team in the conference. They might be the best team in the league, but they're certainly the best team in the conference. And they could win on a variety of different ways on a night-to-night basis. Outside of that, Kings have already gotten a couple against Houston. I think they match up really, really well against Denver, and they match up well against Memphis. Like, I like them versus just about anybody. Where that caps them off at, like, I'm not really sure. A playoff series win, I hope so. Western Conference Finals appearance, that's what DeMar DeRozan said when he came here. That to me is certainly possible, but right now I just want to see them keep winning games and get back into the top 6 spot where they're competing for 5 and 6, and maybe if they can, get Denver gets roughed up a little bit, maybe a little 4, 5, and 6, but really just to get them away from, the 7, 8, 9 category. 7, 8, 9, 10 category.
I got you. D-Lo, thank you so much for joining us, man. Really appreciate it. And have fun at the game tonight, man.
Light the beam, baby. Light the beam.
Look at him.
All right, that's Damian Barling, 1320. D-Lo. KC and D-Lo.
Yeah. Man, told me to get over it. But I do like how they're structured, Steiny. And again, we don't know the Kings. They're currently 8th seed, 22-20, but I feel like they're starting 5 matches. You get something from Sabonis, you get something from Murray. Everybody's bringing something different to the table. But like I said, they would change places with us in the Texas second in regard to having the 4 chips. And when Curry went double nickel on them,
but he didn't.
Game 7.
Yeah, he didn't.
What you mean? Yeah, he didn't.
He didn't go double nickel.
He had 50.
Yeah, that's 50.
I'm rounding up.
Double nickel's 55.
I know. I'm rounding up.
I just want to make sure.
It was 50, baby. Pressing you on your hip-hop knowledge. You knew who that was.
No idea who it was.
Yeah, he didn't say who it was.
I tried to Jigga.
Is that who it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's great. He's great. I like that group. What?
You're trolling now. But anyway, Jay-Z.
What do we got? Oh, we got some time. All right.
He said Curry equal play-in. Playoff.
Play in, he said.
Well, last year we played in to play out.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're just having some fun talking about Mike Brown. Is that Spadone back there? Spadone, did you like him as a coach of the Lakers?
He's synonymous with like the end of like the run.
Yeah.
Kobe, so not really.
Like
Spumoni.
I don't actually. Not a huge Mike Brown. I love him as an interview. I don't think he's that great a coach.
I mean,
look at his track record. He's
had some dogs.
He seems to wear thin.
Yeah. But LeBron can get you fired. Well, and Bron probably got him ran.
So he was in Cleveland for 5 years. Right. Then he got run. Then he coached the Lakers for like a year and a half.
And the year he got fired, it was like 9 games.
Yeah, I was going to say it was like 6 games.
Yeah, they got rid of him early.
Then he goes back to Cleveland for 1 year.
Yeah.
Then he goes to the Kings for 2 years.
And is coach of the year.
Well, that shows you what that means.
Wow, boy.
By the way, he's won 60% of his games as a head coach.
I got to feel like he's somewhere on his Harley Steiny, feeling like he got done wrong here in Sacramento.
Why?
Because what I said.
They're 9-2 since he hit the pavement.
And I was talking to Evan about that. I get it. He was doing something wrong.
Okay.
But are we just going to say the 9-2 is all because Mike Brown's gone?
I thought we're in a results-based org.
So if we fire Kerr right now, you're telling me the Warriors are going to go on this version of the Warriors are going to go on.
I have no idea what the Warriors would do. I just know that the Kings were 13-8.
Yeah.
And now they've won 9 of 11. Like
that is a fact.
That's an indictment on Mike Brown, whether we like it or not. No, there's no. He didn't get it done, Goo. Just say Mike Brown, Steiny. You're right, Steiny. Mike Brown didn't get it done, just like Salah.
Was the head coach for the worst Warriors playoff loss in franchise history.
Mike Brown?
You remember that game that Kerr had to sit out in Memphis?
Oh, that's right.
When Draymond was acting up.
When they lost by 50?
That's right.
Man.
I forgot about that.
I think he might be done getting a head coach. And I mean, I'm jumping the gun, but Brian Shaw never got back, but he didn't get many cracks at it as Mike Brown. But I just think of guys that have, got it and that chance hasn't come around again. So hopefully it does for him. But you go ahead real quick. So when did you know you weren't a fan of his?
Mike Brown?
Yeah, even when he was on staff here?
No, I love him here as an assistant coach.
Okay.
And he's a great interview, and he's a fun guy. But the same things I see in his personality, I could see an NBA player maybe not being in love with over the course of years, but
he was doing tough love with De'Aaron Fox after games, and a lot of people said that didn't help his cause. But like D'Lo said, they went to dinner, so I don't know what that means, but man.
So, Jonathan Kuminga. Since he's been hurt, the Warriors are, let's see.
Give it to me, Sonny.
It's not as bad as you think. 1-2, 1-2, 1-4, 3-5. 3-5. Although, when did he get, see, this is what I mean. When did he get hurt in that Grizzlies game?
I want to say late second, early third, Evan.
See, Grizzlies. Yeah, he got hurt. He had only played 15 minutes, so it was in the first half probably. Maybe in the third quarter.
But again, Stoney, 3-5, you want 5-3, but the bottom line is they're hemorrhaging in regard to attacking the rim and having Wiggins even getting help. You know what I'm saying? So there's no doubt you miss him to the utmost. So the fact that he's not close to coming back, here again, the Pirate fan in me, you just do the math to where you want to just – you don't want to go 5 games under. You want to kind of just stay afloat to when he gets back, you still got a chance. And right now they go into tonight's game. I know they're 6-point underdogs or whatnot, but hopefully somehow they can beat Sacramento, who's only 12-12 at home. But again, this is under Doug Christie now, and maybe they figured something out.
Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. On the other side, I want to get into some of this sound with Bobby Marks and where the Warriors are. And to me, it seems obvious that the Warriors are...
Give it to me.
They're in a position where the league is starting to monitor what they're doing and how they're doing it, if you know what I mean. Like, I think the league...
In regards to, is it over or not?
No, the league knows it's over. The league, I think, knows it's over.
But what if Joe's phone starts to ring in regard for Steph?
Well, I think we're.
You know what I mean? Because we talked about it. Will he pick up the phone to shop? But what if some frisky team called to see what was going on here and tried to give him a deal an offer he couldn't refuse for the chef?
I don't think we're there yet. I think it's going to be a summer-type decision, but we'll see. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, our knockout tournament, everybody, is back, and your chance to shoot hoops on Chase Center Court is going to begin on Monday, January 27th. It goes for 3 weeks. You're going to have plenty of chances to win. Here's what you do. You listen in the 8 o'clock hour, the 12 o'clock hour, and the 4 o'clock hour starting Monday for your chance. Each show is going to have a slot to give away for 3 weeks. You have to be 18. You have to be a California resident. We're going to give you more details, but if you want to play knockout at Chase Center, your opportunity starts on Monday. Don't go anywhere on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Guru here to tell you about Abundant Life Weight Loss 2025.
We don't care who plays. We just like the challenge.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Warriors-Kings tonight, 7 o'clock, Golden One Center. And Warriors Live will come to you at 6. Tim Roy will be on the call. And the Warriors are 9-18 in their last 27. They're 21-21 overall. And the Sacramento Kings have won 9 of 11 since Doug Christie has taken over for Mike Brown. So the Kings are playing well, and the Warriors are not. And
this is an ESPN game tonight too, partner. So is Saturdays against the Lakers here at home. That's on ABC. Evan on the pre and post tonight. But Steiny, and we know this in sports, when the team fires a coach, you get that jolt. But Sacramento's got too much talent. It did match their record under Mike Brown, so I thought they'd be a problem, and now they are. And how do the Warriors win this game?
Bobby Marks, he's ESPN's front office insider, and he went on a podcast with Kevin O'Connor and was talking about the Warriors. And he had some very interesting things to say. And the big one to me is that this is going to become the talk of the league if it isn't already. And he thinks it's coming to a head in the summer. But just, Goo, take a listen to this, as I'd love everybody to do.
I think there is a moment of truth where you do have to sit down with Curry in the offseason and say, this is where we are, and this is where our options are going to be. And you know this, there's never a guarantee that someone's going to be available. They could be waiting forever that Giannis could become available. I mean, you want to go out and get the $240 million that's left on Joel Embiid? Like, is that what you want to do? The hardest thing to do is and I thought they did a pretty good job this offseason with, post Clay and Heald and Anderson and Melton and that crew, and kind of patching as much as they could together here. And they got off to a good start. But what we're seeing right now, this is a team that's going to be in the lottery.
Bobby Marks.
Wow, man. Cooper Flag. But, man, let's hope he's wrong.
Does it look like he's wrong?
Well, right now they're 500, but they're on the outside of even the play-in. But I'd say, Steiny, give me 10 to 15 more. I mean, that's a lot of games. But give me 10 to 12 more games and see where they're at when Kuminga gets back. But could you imagine following up a season in which you didn't make the playoffs, and now you're a lottery team?
Well, and this
with
is
Curry and Dre.
But hold on a sec. And this is where I'm going to go back to some original sound. Because you're saying, can you imagine if they missed the playoffs 2 years in a row? But this is the guy who covers the team.
Oh, man. You're probably going to have to buckle up for the next 5 years or so. And then, you look around, and I'm not necessarily directly comparing them to these dynasties, but, look at, the Patriots, and, this little dry spell they've had to deal with. And, now they got Drake May, and, maybe, I don't know, they kind of had a bad draft, I guess. I don't follow football, too intensely, but, they're kind of probably have a 4 or 5 year stretch here where they're going to be one of the worst teams in the league. The Spurs. Okay, obviously with the Kawhi Leonard pick, they kind of had that 2 timeline expansion of it, but then they had to eventually hit the patch where they became a lottery team for several straight seasons. And, they struck gold. They got the number 1 pick in a year of I could have made the Victor Wembanyama pick. Y'all could have. That wasn't some unbelievable find. They got the number 1 pick in a generational draft, and now they're on the rise again. Let's say they didn't get that pick. Let's say they got even the number 2 pick in that draft, the number 5 pick, whatever. Their rebuild would be looking very elongated. So you're going to probably have to get lucky in the future with the picks, and maybe something will materialize.
So I guess that's because I think you're a fan, and you represent a lot of fans,
and the glass is always half full 99% of my life. And it's half empty for you. Would you say that's how we are?
Right. But I guess what I'm saying is that's it. Okay. So I'm a pessimist. You're an optimist, and Slater's in the middle.
No doubt.
So
I'm gonna tell you what hurt me about that.
You said that, Steiny. Could you imagine if they missed the playoffs this year and it'd be 2 in a row? Well, my answer would be, they might miss 4 times in a row.
And that's where I'm just blown away.
But why?
Because I thought that clock or that that spell, that dry spell, was going to start when Curry and Dre were gone. I just assumed at bare minimum they would get to the playoffs. And that's why I told D'Lo about an hour ago I still hadn't gotten over on the play-in loss, Steiny. But for that 5 years to already be here with Steph and Dre, I guess I just never in a million years imagined it could rot that way around. It could erode around them to where now – this is, I think, the worst case scenario, what you talked about, being in the middle. Like, now you got Dre and Steph, champs, that are no longer champs, or I don't know how much velo they've lost on the fastball, but we can't come together and field a team that could qualify for the playoffs?
Not after a dynasty. I mean, let's go to John. John's in the city.
Johnny.
Get us going, Johnny. What's going on, my man?
Hey, good morning. I was calling to follow up on something that was discussed yesterday with Brian Getzeiler, where he said that the Warriors could possibly get a first-round draft pick for Draymond Green.
Yes.
And neither one of you guys pushed back on that, which I find to be ridiculous. But you understandably went on some Canada rants about the geography of Canada, which apparently was more important. So just wanted to call in about that. And there's no way they could get a first-round draft pick for him.
And what are you basing that on?
Watching the games, his history of being injured, of being suspended, he's old.
Hey, I'm with you in the line of Draymond rubs me the wrong way.
He got me.
But he ain't got me.
No,
but I'll say this. If you're a contender like the Bucks or one of these teams and all you need is a dog like Draymond and everything is rosy around him, I believe he could take that team to the next level. So if I didn't say that, I would feel like a hater. I get where you're coming from, but BG said it first, and we did talk about Canada.
What was that? Hold on, though. What was that Jagoff's name who just called?
John.
Hey, John.
Yeah, in the city.
If you were a true P1, you would know that was actually brought up yesterday by Evan on the air. He said, I'm surprised you didn't push back on that. So, in other words, you're just copying Evan, what he said yesterday. And I said, look, the guy was in the middle of a role. Shut up, Evan. Yeah. Shut up, John. And you know what? Take it up with Gelsey.
But I do remember that sequence where you go, Canada goo. I forgot why you went there.
Because we had a caller from outside Winnipeg.
Right.
Which is more important to me.
Everybody hold on, Sports Night. You're on your computer.
We're talking about Draymond Green's value.
Yeah.
I met the criteria.
That's some of the greatest audio because it's the most pain ever.
He's not in pain.
He's got Bell palsy. You seen him on TV now?
Who?
Isaiah. He's battling it.
Yeah. Nobody exposed Michael Jordan like Isaiah did.
Well, Scottie Pippen's making the rounds. How many times you have dinner with Scottie throughout your career? None.
Well, you know what? Can I be honest? See, I look at things so different than you. Why? I wouldn't want to have dinner with Michael Jordan. He's an ass.
But he's your coworker and supposed to be friend.
Yeah, guys, so what? Michael Jordan's insufferable. God loves Scottie Pippen.
I made it up.
I'm on Pippen's side.
Well, the women like Mike. Yeah. Hey. Mike like him young.
Belichick?
I told you guys, as I get older, I have no problem with what Belichick and Mike is. Hey, I am who I am.
I think there's a difference between a guy dating a 70-year-old dating a 24-year-old and a 60-year-old dating a 40-year-old.
And I love you, Steiny, but don't you think if it was that bad, there'd be a law that says you can't do that? Let people live their life. No. Let people live their life. Yeah. Quit being so judgmental.
You've made it clear where you stand on this.
Stop!
I get it. I get it. I think it's pathetic. You don't.
Pathetic. Damn.
Don't talk about
Y'all need love,
Belichick have any kids?
Can't do it.
Yeah, he's got a son. He's on the staff. He's got on the staff in North Carolina.
Do you have a daughter?
That I don't know.
Next question.
I'd venture to guess he doesn't.
I met the criteria.
I'd venture to guess he doesn't have a...
I get you, man.
He doesn't have a daughter. But more Bobby Marks, and then I want to kind of reset where we're at right here.
We'll see.
I would think if you put Curry on the open market with multiple years left on his contract, you'll get more than what we traded for Pearson and Garnett. You will get like Mitchell, Gobert, Bridges type offers, like multiple picks as far as what could be available.
Wow, Stoney, I agree. So top notch, top of the line. If you were to, the Warrior fans don't want that to ever have to happen, but if somehow some stuff went left, I mean, man.
I disagree. I do disagree. And the reason I disagree is because and I have to look back on these deals, but let's just use the 2 or 3 picks for an example. When you acquire Donovan Mitchell, you're acquiring what you hope is a franchise player.
No doubt. And his age matches that.
When you trade for Rudy Gobert, you're trading for what you think is a 28, 29-year-old defensive guy who will anchor your defense. Mikal Bridges is also a young player who you would think is going to be the cornerstone of your team for a decade. When you trade for Steph Curry, essentially, if it's going to happen this summer, you're paying for a guy for 2 years. 2 years.
Stoney, who's to say that wouldn't be 3 years, though? Well, you know what I mean?
That's
okay,
fine,
we'll go
my point is,
the greatest shooter still.
I absolutely, positively do not believe that the Warriors could get a player of like Gobert, Mitchell, Bridges status and 3 firsts. I don't.
Well, what if it were 2 firsts, Donnie? Wouldn't you do? Like, you know what I mean? He's the best shooter still in the game. The team that would be acquiring him obviously has stuff around him to where he wouldn't be in the situation he's here right now where it's all on his shoulders. And I think that would prolong him playing basketball, his shooting. Maybe the number of shots has gone down, and we can argue till the cows come home on why that is. But when the ball goes up, the chef is still the chef. So, Stoney, I am thinking you could get that. Maybe not 3, but 2 and some 2 studs.
See, first of all, let's look at some teams in the Eastern Conference. So I mentioned this team yesterday, and the more I think about it, I don't think they'd have any interest in Steph. Cleveland.
Wow.
They have a young team right now, and they're 36-6.
Okay. In the regular season.
Why would they? Guru, they're just emerging as a playoff team.
I got you, Steiny. But I believe if you swap Garland and Steph, Boston would lay for the play. They're 2 different seasons to me, partner. And if you had Steph to be worried about, it would free up everybody else on that offense to where Garland, you got one of the most outlandish shooters in the game go with what they have.
My point is, if I'm the general manager of the Cleveland Cavaliers, I'm not giving up a lot for 2 years of Steph Curry. I mean, I'm not. We're only talking 2 years. And you are building something there that could be Cleveland should be good for a little while, you would think.
But what if it culminates with no chips, Donnie? They're good for 6 years, and they just couldn't get over the hump.
Where do you get off thinking they get Curry and then they win chips? Like, why would you just assume they're going to win chips?
Because they're loaded, but if they're not loaded in regard to having one of the best shooters in the game. So if you add that to that mix,
best record in the league.
I got you, Stoney, and that's regular season. And I know they were in the playoffs last year.
They're just starting to build something in Cleveland.
Right.
Like, I don't
But they're all, they might knock off Boston this year, Stoney. I don't think they are. But what if they can never get past that thing of Boston?
Why would you look 6 years down the road?
Well, I'm looking 2, because if I acquire Steph, we might be able to win the chip this year and next. And if he plays 3 the year after.
Do you really think that they would be interested in that?
I swear I do. Evan, am I by myself?
If Cleveland gets bounced in the second round of the playoffs.
That's different.
But what Bobby Marks is talking about is the summer. He's not talking about the trade deadline.
Right.
So if this summer Cleveland wraps up a postseason run that falls a little short, and they think that they're a player away, that absolutely is something they have to entertain.
Right, but what I'm saying is if you get Steph Curry, there's a difference between getting
Garland's only
Donovan,
under contract for 3 more years. So
what's that?
Garland's only under contract for 3 more years.
No, I'm talking about when you acquire Donovan Mitchell, you're acquiring a player for 10 years. That's why I don't think you'll get a lot of picks for Steph Curry, because you're only acquiring him for 2.
Well, but if you think you can win a championship, then you're going to mortgage however many picks because you're probably going to be good.
But only for 2 more years.
Because Marks thinks he could fetch that, Stein.
My point is he's using he's using 2 25-year-olds and a 28-year-old versus like Steph, who's going to be 37, is all I'm saying. Like, you're not getting a cornerstone, you're getting a rental for 2 years, so that might keep what they want to give up on the backside down a little bit. And I don't know how Cleveland feels about their future. What about
Orlando? A team like Orlando, if they got I'm asking you.
But who do you want? They're not going to give you Wagner or Banchero, probably. So, see, that's the other thing. If you trade Steph, you're probably not going to get the best player back. You're going to get a younger, Jalen Suggs. I don't think he's a joke. Who else do they have? Cole Anthony? Jonathan Isaac? He's a guy whose name's been brought up. But
I don't want to lose Steph for that. Those type players.
Bobby Marks thinks that a haul with picks and potentially a young player is what Curry could fetch.
Right.
I feel like we have to take him at his word.
No, I believe he thinks so. I just disagree with him. That's all I'm saying is all I'm saying is I don't believe a package for Curry would fetch the 3 first-round picks that some of the younger guys who've been traded.
Hypothetically, if someone did offer
that's
that,
all
would you take
There
it?
we go. If you're Lake Up, Steiny.
Well, I need to know who's the player.
3 unprotected and 3 pick swaps, and Jalen Suggs is who the package is built around.
You said the other day you like Jalen.
Not like I like Darius Garland.
Okay, then Darius Garland and 2 future firsts.
I would do that. I would do that. I would do Garland.
Man.
And Garland would come with a couple players or 2 attached to make the money work, probably. So, I would do I'd do Garland. See, but I'm not sure that I'm convinced Cleveland would give all that up. But yes, would I do?
But the premise is
I would do Garland, LeVert, Okoro, and picks. Oh my God, yeah.
And I think Steph could get you that.
Would you
so does
prioritize
Bobby.
Players over picks, though?
What's that?
You would prioritize players over picks.
If the player's Darius Garland, who's a 25-year-old who looks like he's emerging into stardom.
He's a baller.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if the point is to rebuild, then don't you want to just lean all the way into it? Like, the whole point of being competitive isn't really what you're going for.
No. I would absolutely do Garland and picks for Steph. For sure. But I don't know that Cleveland would give up that much for Steph, is all I'm saying, where they're at right now. It feels like, I look at Cleveland and they look like, you know what, we could be pretty good for a while. So would they push all their chips into the middle for 2 years? 262 says Pearson, Garnett both had lower numbers than their peak when they moved to Brooklyn, so the Nets knew they had flexibility to build around them. Curry's contract is way too prohibitive for any team. Well, they're going to have to be given back the same amount of salary. So I think it's doable. But this is the other thing. Can we really talk about moving Steph Curry if Draymond Green is still here?
Well, I think
you can't have Draymond the last one standing.
Well, there we go, Stoney. I think if you're going to part with Batman, at that point, everything's on the table and any player's on the table.
What's that?
I think if you are even having the conversation with yourselves inside the building of moving Steph, then everybody would be available, including Draymond Green. Because if you're going to go down that route, what would stop you from, losing Steph compared to Draymond? Come on now, that's like night and day.
What did, Evan, do you remember offhand, was it 3 picks in the Siakam trade?
Yes. It was 3 firsts and 3 players.
Yeah. So, again, like Siakam's a little bit younger. So could the Warriors get 2 or 3 firsts? I mean, you're telling me they could get an emerging star in 2 or 3 firsts? Yeah, I'm in.
All right.
I'm in. But, like, I still think I'm in the minority of guys who would move Steph right now. And this would.
Hopefully we don't find out. But, again, if you say this, what'd you say their record was 37-45, and that's what they are, and no playoffs, man. I got to honestly believe Joe Lacob is like, what are we doing? And what are we doing for Curry? And maybe Curry might be like, and I know Steve Kerr says he's not built like that, but okay, let's have 2. We'll see, because it seems like that's where that's what direction the train is headed, into no playoff. Like, no. And I get, Steiny, the dynasty's over, but is it too much to ask for a playoff appearance with Dre and Steph? And Dre in year 2 of his new deal? And this is what we get?
See, the one reason why, like, I know a lot of people say, well, Lacob's not going to tell, like, Lacob's this. Lacob's he put him in this spot. Yeah. Lacob's the guy, and I'm not saying they're like in a, like, they shouldn't be in this spot, but they are. That's not what I'm saying. See, I go back and forth on this a lot, and that is, I don't want to come here every day and say, guys, it's the end of a dynasty. You're not going to win for a while. But that is the way I feel. Like, you're continuing to fight an uphill battle after this dynasty's over. And that's why it's like, I don't want to come in every day and say, guys, you're dreaming. And so, yeah, my question now is, you missed the playoffs last year. You might miss the playoffs this year. Is this dip inevitable?
And also,
like,
you forgot the big part. Out? What am I paying? You say people can say what they want about Joe Lacob. The proof is in the pudding. We talked about it. This payroll, what he's paying for, and this is what he's getting in return, which is basically nothing. Just imagine how he's feeling, though. Sitting courtside watching this.
He knew this.
I believe when he signed Dre, he thought he was going to get that junkyard dog.
He extended Steph Curry this summer
for
$62 million in 2 years. And that's a dynamic he's got to deal with. Like,
I would be disappointed if I'm Joe Lacob.
He made the moves.
Yeah. He did.
Like, what? So is he disappointed at how far Draymond slipped?
No doubt about it. And he's disappointed that Wiggins is still floating. And I know that's no new money there, but just all the things that you thought were good. I think he's disappointed that he stepped in front of a microphone and told the world he thought Pods would be an all-star. And just like D'Lo pointed out with his conversation from D'Lo and KC about Pods with Anthony Slater, that was great. What was on Pods' to-do list, to do things that you didn't do that made you stand out in your rookie season.
The point
that's
is,
neither here nor there. A lot of people have not done their part outside of Joe Lacob, too. That's all I'm saying, Stan.
And what I'm saying is that
a lot of people let him down. On the court.
888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, Joe Lacob made his bed. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
We are giving you a chance to do something you can't get.
you talking to me?
You better be careful.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Moody! You brought up something interesting as it relates to Joe Lacob.
You talking to Evan or
you?
Me?
Yeah.
Cut that. Wow. Go ahead, Steiny. 7 years, baby. I don't get much video of those. Go ahead, baby.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Something about Kerr and Lacob. I feel like a lot of people let Lacob down. We could talk about him.
That's it. Yeah. That's it right there. You feel Lacob is the man mostly responsible for where they're at right now.
Okay.
Joe Lacob.
And I agree with
And if he's mad at Mike Dunleavy should look at Joe Lacob and say, dude, you're more of a reason why we're in this spot than I am. I just got here.
And what about Steph? I tried to bring him in earlier. You know, he's got a void. What if he said something and helped Draymond get that 400? And how's that helping him or the team?
Lacob. And if he doesn't like it, he can fire Mike Dunleavy or Kerr.
But this is where we got to keep it real, Steiny. Lacob has paid the tax forever, and he's delivered 4 rings.
And that's why they're in this spot. Kind of.
But that's the natural evolution or the teardown of a dynasty, though. You know what I mean? Even if you played every key right on the piano, it's going to come to an end. But I didn't, and naivete me, I didn't see them not making the playoffs while they still had Dre and Steph with what I deem a lot left. I didn't see Jordan Poole getting hit upside the head and getting shipped out for nothing. Like, those things hurt. So this is not, I believe, Steiny, and I'm having trouble processing it. This is not kind of your natural end of a dynasty per se.
There is no natural. There are not a lot of dynasties, and they all end the same way.
But this seems like it's coming faster, and it's more bleaker than.
You know what's funny is I actually don't think it's coming fast.
No,
Steph's still got 2.5 more years left in his deal. And
I don't want 2 more years of mediocrity with Steph.
Well,
what I deem playing at an all-star level.
He's not, Goo.
So you're saying he's not an all-star, Steiny? Come on.
Do you think he's one of the top 12 players in the Western Conference? Evan's got something he wants to share with us.
Yeah, and we got to double back to that.
Well,
yeah.
Well, so Logan Murdoch used to work for NBC Sports Bay Area and now works for The Ringer. He has a podcast with Rajah Bell and Howard Beck, and he was actually discussing earlier today on The Real Ones just how difficult Mike Dunleavy's job might actually be.
Mike Dunleavy not necessarily getting the autonomy or knowing what it's like to not get the autonomy when you're the Warriors GM, when you have an owner like Joe Lacob, who's constantly meddling on every single deal, who is pushing you to sign Kuminga to a big deal when, the coaches keep telling you, hey, I don't think I don't know if he's that consistent. I don't know if he's that consistent.
Whoa. Well,
meddling was the word.
Yeah. Wow, no. Yeah. And Bob alluded to that in their presser, the goodbye presser, about he's got to be basically readily available 24/7 because Joe's calling him all the time.
Right. And
that's part of the job, right?
Well, we don't like when Jerry Jones does it. Everyone hates a meddling owner, but Lacob's avoided that because they've won while he's meddled and while he's been front and center and while he's been a guy who had been, at least up until this year, doing a lot of media.
Do you, I just want to respond to something Logan said about Kuminga. So could we say right now, Steiny, I'm asking you, is his biggest fan in that building Joe Lacob, Jonathan Kuminga? Because I don't think it's Steve Kerr. And the reason I say I don't think it's Steve Kerr is he would have been playing a lot sooner. But that was interesting. He used Kuminga as guys telling him he might not be consistent enough to get 40.
Well, it looks like that might be something that Lacob and the organization are at odds about.
Yeah.
What to do with Kuminga. And if they were at odds about it, not at odds, but if they couldn't come up with a solution, maybe that's why he is here playing on his number rather than getting extended like just about everybody else in his class this past year. Well, let's just look at guards.
Okay.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Check.
Jalen Green a guard?
Yeah, that's it.
He is?
Yeah.
Well, he's got to go.
Okay.
John Morant.
That's 3.
Luka.
4.
Oh, he's been hurt.
Well, that might help. Yeah.
I mean, Harden. They're better.
Well, I mean, Jalen Green hasn't put up better numbers and stuff.
But they're going to have an all-star, is all I'm saying.
Well, they're doing it like old MLB.
Which is...
Will they take one from every team?
Yeah, I don't know. What about Anthony Edwards?
Well, he's having a better year than Steph.
Well, I'm just saying those are.
But Steph's going to be on the All-Star team, is what I'm saying to you.
I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
How would I know that?
Because you've been around 40-plus years on this earth. It's here, and he's deserving. You're the one that tells me, Goo, it's not about the ha-ha or the numbers all the time. We know Steph Curry's an all-star.
Okay. I'm not like.
Okay, that's all
why
I
do you
was
want to
saying.
bait me into a fight?
No, I wasn't baiting you.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
just
doing what I do.
I'm just telling
you. Think he's an all-star?
A lot of people
That's
have let
fine.
Lacob down, and I'm on your street too.
Like who?
Draymond Green.
I don't
and
look
his
at
play.
it like that.
Andrew Wiggins in his play.
That's his fault. That's Lacob's fault.
And if we want to get real here, I could throw Steve Kerr in there.
Okay, go ahead.
He rewarded him with a new deal. And you're coaching a team that didn't get us to the promised land.
In the real world, those are called mistakes that the owner made. Like not, oh boy, Draymond let him down. Who the hell didn't know Draymond was going to let him down? Honestly, boy, Draymond's let Joe Lacob down. Well, what did Joe Lacob expect when Draymond showed him who he was for 11 years and he gave him a 4-year deal? And that's where,
talk to me.
I get it. Joe Lacob's a great owner and he's done some great things, but this idea of what happens if Joe Lacob pulls off what?
A trade.
Okay.
Or something in free agency. And last year they were at the plate. They tried with marketing and Paul George. And I gotta be we all have an opinion, and I get it. But the people that that are fixated, and you know who you are, saying Paul George or marketing would have the same type of year they're having in their locales, that's not fair, man. The whole things change, and everything would have been different had those two guys been in Warrior uniforms, or one of them. And I get it. You know, they're not exactly lighting the world on fire, but that's not how life works. What if they would have got their hands and been in this Warrior system? Maybe everything's different. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people are beating those guys up because they're not exactly lighting the world on fire, but the Warriors were knocking on those doors for a reason.
I think if you would have signed Paul George, you know who you'd be now? Philly. 15-27. Guy's been hurt. Guy's missed over half the season. No, that's not true. He's played 28 he's missed 16 games, Paul George.
Well, that's a lot.
I mean, the one thing that's the one thing that I will give the Warriors credit for is that there aren't, kudos to a lot of Warrior fans who aren't saying, boy, can you imagine if we had Paul George in here?
Well, it's kind of hard not to when you say.
What I'm saying is I think Warrior fans now look at Paul George and Lowry Markkanen and say, thank God we didn't sign either one of those guys.
Wow.
You're not one of those people?
Because now that it's so stinky, or I know it's 21-21, I still got hope, Steiny. I live my life saying maybe Paul George doesn't miss 16 games if he's a Warrior, and things change, and maybe, they coexist and this team's 5 or 6 more wins.
So right now you would take
Oh my gosh!
Paul George
Mark all day.
You would want Paul George under contract for the next 3.5
all day. I'm a big Paul George fan, man, and I still have not counted out Philly when Embiid gets right and they're healthy.
Counted them out for what?
Just to win a series or 2 in the playoffs. That's just me.
Can I just find out, Evan? How do you feel now? Half a season's gone by. Lowry Markkanen and Paul George, the two guys the Warriors, didn't get. Did they dodge a bullet, or would they be in a better spot now?
I mean, it's probably the same place in a different way. You might be. I actually think they would be a little bit better. Those are 2 more talented players than they have currently. But one of them gets hurt, Curry goes down. There's no, you're in the same spot. One of the reasons I do think they're as bad as they are is because they're not very talented, and they clearly have no depth on their roster.
Right.
And that wouldn't have changed no matter who you brought in.
Yeah. I love you, Evan, and I was waiting for you to go against me. And even if you had, I would have said, you know what, I respect it. But I'm just looking at this roster, and Stoney, you and Evan just tell, like, you did it yesterday. You went over the rosters of the guys that are non-scorers. Like, how can you have a roster that is so devoid of bucket getters in today's NBA? And when Slow-Mo was announced he was coming to town, it initially started, we all hugged him and put arms around him, and I like the player. But he's a good fit when you got bucket getters all around you, not when you got Looney and guys that can't put the ball in the hole. It's like, how did all of a sudden that line get so long in a Golden State Warrior uniform of guys that their skill set or forte is not putting it in the hole? Who's that on?
It's on Mike Dunleavy or Joe Lacob. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's go out to Anthony in Brentwood.
Anthony
is in Brentwood. What's going on, Anthony?
What's up, fellas? So, hope you guys doing well. So I'm kind of a little annoyed about the conversation, only because like every like action has a reaction. Like every decision comes with a consequence, whether it's good or bad. And when we got that ring in 2022, like nobody really seen it coming, but it came with sacrifices. We sacrificed James Wiseman. We sacrificed Moses Moody. We sacrificed even Kuminga. You know, those three guys not getting much playing time, right? And so, like, playing time equals development. And you see how, you know, playing down in the G League helped Jordan Poole. But at the end of the day, you know, like, he went down there and he handled his business. But on the front end, you know, we got the 2022, you know, we got that ring, but it came with sacrifices, making choices to, like, extend Curry's window, so to speak, comes with sacrifices, not getting certain guys in here that can get buckets because you don't know if they can coexist with Draymond or coexist with Stephen Curry because we consider them a package deal. You know, like, not suspending Dre, you know, letting him be their ring night, sending Jordan Poole off. Like, that came with consequences, right? Like, everybody cheered for it while it was happening. I didn't agree with that, but at the end of the day, like, they chose somebody that had been there from the start, and it's fine. You know, it is what it is. We can't cry over spilled milk. But here we are now, and we don't have any real reinforcements coming through, and the dynasty is over, and there is no move out there, no quick fix, no nothing. We have to build through the draft, and that is a slow process, but at the end of the day, if we start now, we'll be better for it in a couple of years, because we keep going around with this conversation and saying the same thing. But BG said it yesterday. Like, there's really nothing to do. But the organization made choices, and those choices benefited them in the moment, but they also had consequences later on. And we're in the later on now, and we just got to deal with it.
Hey, Anthony, before you go, you used the word annoy. Is it at us or just where the team's at?
Well, so
you said the conference. I'm just curious. Yeah.
No. I'll be honest. Like, it is a little annoying with the over wishful thinking from yourself, because like you saying, like, Paul George may not be who he is in a Warriors uniform. Like, that's not, nobody can really tell, but we've known who Paul George is for the last few years, and Laurie Marketing. Maybe he could have helped, but at the end of the day, players are who they are no matter where they go. And they're going to be who they are no matter where they go. And, you know, it's not really likely that a player will go to a different organization and, like, become a new person. It has happened, but at the end of the day, that usually doesn't happen. It's just, you know, few and far between.
Yeah. Thanks, Anthony. Appreciate the call. I mean, the reason I want no part of Paul George is here's the number of games he's played.
Just going to give it to me.
48, 54, 31, 56. Contract year, 74. And now he's missed 15 games this year. Like, that's a recipe for disaster. To get a guy in here who's 35 and then
Are you saying it for the wrong reasons too? Was Lacob like Norm always says? Don't mistake, son, activity for achievement. Just because you do something doesn't mean you get celebrated if it doesn't work. Do you think Lacob was doing that to show Steph or even Warrior fans, I got a big name, hopefully it'll work? Because I'm giving them credit for going at, just be rumored to go after him. Remember, I'm like, what else can he do? They tried.
Paul George has been injury plagued for 5 years. This year he's making $50 million, then 52, 54, 57. I don't want, like, are you, Guru, how can you win? Let's assume he's averaging 56 games a year. How can a team win when a guy's occupying that much of your salary cap, but he's missing 30% of the games every single year?
Not
like
ideal.
It's just, that to me is like, would you rather be the Warriors or Philly? I'd rather be the Warriors than locked up into that stuff for the next 3 or 4 years.
But see, this, and Astani, I'm being so real. I really believe the Philadelphia 76ers, we've seen this movie and heard this record. I believe Joel Embiid is hibernating, and when the playoffs start, they'll be in, and they're in the East. I get that. But Stani, I believe they're closer, or their chances are better when we're out here doing what we're doing, and we might not even qualify for the playoffs. If Embiid and Philly are healthy, they're going to be a problem.
Okay, I'm just telling you right now, they're
so
15 and 27.
Okay, gotcha.
Because
After
they're relying on two old and injury-prone guys. Whether they get healthy or not for the playoffs, I don't see a run.
But they got a bridge and a guy named Maxey that can, you know, when it. So they got a somewhat of a balance. But I hear you, Stoney. But if you're asking me right now who I want to be, it's Philly, because when we get healthy, when they get healthy, they got a shot. We don't even got a puncher's chance. They do.
I mean, their best player in Joel Embiid. Well,
I got you.
Christian in Fairfield. What's up, Christian? How you doing, man? What's going on?
What's up? What's up, guys? How you doing?
Hey.
I mean, if we're pointing blame, it's the front office. It goes back to when Jerry West said he would leave because they were going to trade Clay for Kevin Love. And then all the missed picks. Like, we can go Jacob Evans, Epe Udoh, Weissman. I mean, you can't tell me you want Kuminga over Wagner right now. So, I mean, the blame has to go there if we're pointing blame. And Mike Dunleavy's he's doing a good job. Look at his first draft. We just heard the problem you guys said with Podziemski. He's trying to do stuff he's not supposed to be doing. That is a recipe for disaster in basketball. You're supposed to stay within yourself. So if he can turn that around, but there is no quick fix. So if we're going to point blame, it's the front office. As far as the players, I listen to what other players say. Anthony Edwards said he's not as in good shape as Steph Curry after they won. I can't run around like that. Tim Legler said Buddy Hield is confidence. He's missing left to right. It's not mechanics. So that has to go on the coach. Steve Kerr got to do something. And the blowout against Boston, we started the G League Warriors plus Steph against a team that we just beat in their place. So we should have known we was going to lose by 20. 40 was just, all right, we throw in the towel. So that's how I feel about the Warriors right now.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah, and Willard brought it up, or Dibbs brought it up again, Stoney. I believe it was Will yesterday with Coach Kerr in regard to the confidence. Like, I guess I haven't heard a coach, NBA coach, use that word to where his team doesn't have it as much as I think I've heard Kerr use it this season. And it's just, he knows the team better than me, but, you know, if Legler said he's missing left and right and his confidence, it's like, I guess, Stoney, the coach is always the parent, right? And if your kid is missing something, you try to distill that in them to where confidence is not is a foe.
Like, let me ask you this. Like, let's not just take now. Let's take the last couple years. I'm just going to run down some players. And I want you to tell me, like, you know, how they've done the last few years. James Harden, Jimmy Butler, Curry, Davis, LeBron, Kawhi, Paul George, Embiid, Durant. Like,
I would take a few out of there.
What do they all have in common?
Well, 2 of them played in a Western Conference Finals against the Denver Nuggets a couple years ago in LeBron and AD.
All those teams are getting worse, I think. And I just, here's the one thing. Like, when the Warriors won a title and then they decided to run it back, which I thought was a bad idea, but they did it and I understood why. Then the next year they won 44 games. And they ran it back again.
Made the playoffs.
And I thought to myself, why are they running it back again? They ran it back and they won 44 games. They're going to run it back again. And they won 44 games, essentially. 46.
I got to just jump in. And as opposed to what would you have liked them have done?
Start rebuilding.
After a championship?
What I said is you won in 2022, all right? And then you
made the playoffs, got bounced in 6.
Right. What I'm saying is they've gotten worse since 2022. None of these players has gotten better since 2022. And they're not going to get better. But yet they're all still the most important players on their teams.
And that's wait, go ahead.
Here's was my point. In 2022, they won a title. Then they ran it back and they won 44. And I said, well, let's move on. But the Warriors said, no, we think this 44 is an anomaly. Let's run it back again. And they essentially won the same amount of games, 46. What I'm getting at is I've seen the NBA playoffs the last 2 years. Old teams ain't it. It's hard enough for an old team to win a series, let alone win 4 series. I just don't think Curry can be the best team on or Curry can be the best player on a championship team. But you know what? I don't think Harden can be that either. I don't think Butler can be that. I don't think Kevin Durant can be that anymore because they are the best players on their team and they haven't gone anywhere the last couple of years. So I'm kind of done with the older generation thinking that if we bring one more old guy in here, we can turn back to, the playoffs last two months.
Right. And I'll say this to that, Snotty, if you make some valid points, but the damn bottom line is you drafted Kuminga, you drafted Moody, and Kerr did not marry, letting them grow their basketball puberty and fail at the same time. Right. So when people call and they have or question Kerr on social media and say, would you be further had you married to that ideal of knowing the youngsters were going to have to carry their weight when guys like Steiny are saying, you know what? And I'm using San Antonio, and this is so unfair with Kawhi Leonard. We saw a change where Kawhi was the best player, and it was natural. Well, unfortunately, you drafted Wiseman. He was a bust. Kuminga, you didn't trust him. And Moody, you've been dangling his chain. So you had 3 guys, young guys right there that could have been ready right now to take the mantle. Right, but they weren't. They didn't answer the bell on your watch.
And you were a fan of them trying to run it back. So the minute they decided to run it back, it was going to be at the expense of the younger players, which they did, and now we're upset about it. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Warriors Kings, tonight at 7.
I hate that damn beat.
guess what, Steiny? You are not doing a great job.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm a little concerned. Some sound has just come into our studio.
Yep. And we don't make this stuff up.
From Draymond Green.
Man.
Draymond Green just put a podcast out.
Him and Baron Davis.
Baron Davis and Draymond Green. And I haven't heard it yet. And I love this. I love when we do things for the first time together. Rather than
spontaneous.
I hear something and you hear something and we formulate and then we share. We're sharing this as we are listening to it. So this is apparently has to... We didn't bring it up, guys.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you with that disclaimer.
So we're just a messenger. Draymond Green has spoken on The Punch again.
Shout out Hawaiian.
Let's just hear. You know what? Maybe he's ready to put this to bed and we can all move forward.
Yeah.
I responded because, it's been 3 years.
I'm stopping it right now because I'll set it up. On Saturday, Jordan Poole, as a member of the Wizards, said he likes everybody over in that locker room. Well, most everybody in that locker room. Was clearly a shot at Draymond Green. Draymond Green tweeted back and said, I really am sorry, ostensibly for the punch. So that's where we're at. Take it away, Draymond.
I responded because, it's been 3 years. Let's move on. Where's the love? We moved on. We're supposed to move on, man. I really am sorry. Right. That statement was kind of like it was looking for some sympathy. You know what I'm saying? I kind of keep wanting to make me out to be the bad guy. Move on, bro. It is what it is. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have punched him. But, it happened. Let's move on, man. I even apologized to his parents. Cause, I got his dad popped off one time on the internet. And I went back at him because it was just like, bro, why are you popping off? And I actually didn't like myself for it because I wasn't even on that. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I kind of let him get me off my square a little bit.
Can I go first?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so you are about that. And the fact that you're mad at the victim in this scenario because he hasn't let it go hurts my heart, because when you put out that tweet on Spears' tweet, when you came in and you said, I really am sorry, I'm thinking to myself Saturday night, man, okay, this dude's reflected, but how dare you tell a victim or somebody that was on the other end of something that you were responsible for, let it go? How tone deaf can you be, Steiny? And then you say that statement that Jordan Poole made was looking for sympathy. And then to have BD, who I love, Baron Davis, co-sign, I thought that wasn't reading the room. And again, my favorite phrase that you say I'm responsible for, Steiny, I think Dre is again telling on himself.
Where's the love?
Please.
Baron Davis.
Come on, BD.
Draymond drops Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole's feeling some kind of way, and my man Baron goes, JP, where's the love?
Oh, man. That hurts me. So Dre didn't write that Saturday night out of his heart.
No, he said he wanted a little sympathy. Wow, man. All right. Keep talking, Dre.
I'd be kind of going back and forth with this on I'd be kind of in between on certain days yo, I know I was wrong, but you can't call a man a B word and push him and not get hit either. You know what I'm saying? Right. So I kind of I kind of sit in both of those spaces sometimes. And the reality is, the answer is probably somewhere in the middle, right? I shouldn't have knocked him out like that. If anything, I should have hemmed him up. Kind of was just a natural reaction. So the reality is I probably should have hemmed him up or something like that.
All right, what does hemmed him up mean?
Tussle, have him pent up, grab him.
Okay, just kind of put him against the wall.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, wrestle, low kneel.
Gotcha.
Wrestle.
Okay.
But at least we know what he said.
I'm going to be honest with you. That one I kind of understand.
Okay, all right.
And here's why. I do agree if you've made amends and you've apologized and you've done your retribution and you feel bad about it, like, you really shouldn't have to go through it time and time and time again.
Nobody asked him to.
Yeah. So
why would you tell the victim, I'm using that word, the V word, how can you tell somebody when you admitted you were wrong, they need to let it go? Draymond, Jordan Poole will never let this go. You humiliated the man.
But
and for the world to see, and it's still there. So I'm sorry, Steiny. How can you tell him to let it go?
I'm focusing on the other part. I'm focusing on Draymond saying that he sits in the middle. And what I heard Draymond Green say is, every time this comes up, like, Draymond has to go through it again. Like, everybody gets to, I'm just saying, everybody gets to absolutely lambaste Draymond, say he's a bad guy, say he's a villain, say he's a loser, all those things. And he's probably feeling like I said, I'm sorry. I can't, it's, in a way, it's not fair that he pays the price every time it comes up. However, I'm just saying, I understand what he's saying.
Yeah, but I'm being real. What price is Draymond paying?
Well, the fact that
the fact that you're being nosy and you heard you get called out by Jordan Poole, who's doing his press conference, it had nothing to do about you. So who the hell are you to say it's coming back in my face? And if you made the error, then that's part of it.
Well,
but to try to separate or differentiate, Draymond's getting dragged back in it. No, you got drugged back in it when you went on, and you knew what was coming when you responded to Spears' tweet showing that quote. And I got to say this about the B word, Steiny. You could have did or tapped into your Kevin Durant because you called him that and he didn't hem you up.
The other thing that he acknowledged is there's still a part of him that thinks in his sphere, in his environment, that if a guy calls you the B word, you drop him. And
Kevin Durant didn't do that to him.
I'm just saying, that clearly is still part of his reality where he thinks that, you know what, there's still a part of Draymond that thinks Jordan probably had it coming, at least in street code. And so that when it comes up every single time, everybody just says Draymond is, everybody, it's 100-0 against Draymond. But I feel like Draymond's saying, again, I'm not saying he's right. I'm just trying to put myself in his position.
I'm sorry. It sounds like a cop-out.
Man,
how many times has Draymond called someone else on the basketball court a B or a P or some word in the thesaurus for those? Does that mean every single time he uses that word, he expects the opposite player to fight him? Because that's what he just said.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Evan.
Again, I'm trying to put myself in Draymond's position and is that just part of his life that he's got to relive this and just
what he could have done if he was really sorry, Stoney, has showed up to the game. I believe he was there and maybe met Jordan Poole.
I'm not convinced he didn't apologize to his face.
No, but I went to bed Saturday night, get a life. I went to bed thinking, well, damn, Draymond's being retrospective. Oh my God, he's reliving this. He's truly sorry. Steiny, he's not sorry. He's actually telling Jordan, get over it. What's taking so long?
All right, so this is Draymond Green. He released a podcast today. That's why we're talking about it. Obviously, Jordan Poole was in town over the weekend, and Poole made a reference essentially to not liking Draymond. Draymond went on Twitter and said, I really am sorry. And now they're talking about it on the podcast Draymond Green does with Baron Davis.
I think for him, though, you kind of bringing that back up on yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like when you do that, you just bring back that moment up on yourself. You know, right. You just kind of got to move on and just keep it pushing, man. So,
you got to let it go. At some point, he got to let it go so he can get back to being who he is.
That part.
So, and that's all it is.
That's it,
But you made it about you by talking about it on this public forum, which is your prerogative, but you're making it about you. Man.
Let's finish up.
It's not a legacy thing. This is not a part of like the legacy, you know? This is more so like some sidecar shit that's just a part of like
that part.
The brand.
You know what I'm saying? It's just a part of the brand, but like
wow. Man, oh man.
You know,
that's your leader, man.
Well, I mean, listen.
That just, man.
The whole idea that Draymond Green believes that he should be somebody telling Jordan Poole to let it go.
Thank you, man.
That's the part that's so clueless.
No,
like, don't you get it? That's the one thing you don't get to do after you punch a guy is tell him to let it go and when to let it go.
Wow. Thank you, Stein.
And you know,
that's why I said read the room.
And the mere fact is, by you telling him he's got to start letting it go, now you're making yourself look even worse.
And there it is. And you got your boy hee-hawing.
No.
Now he's got somebody with him. BD, come on, man.
Pat's in Foster City. Hey, Pat, how you doing?
Hey, thanks for taking the call. Yeah, you know, on this Draymond Green thing, you know, if they were still on the same team together, then I would think Draymond's got a point. You got to let it go. If we're going to play together, you've got to have to get beyond it.
Yeah.
But they're not on the same team anymore.
Right.
It's like when you're in a relationship with someone and you have some major falling out. If you're going to stay together, you got to work it out. You're going to have to put it behind you. But if you go your own separate way, you can hold the grudge the rest of your life if you want. That's up to him. It's not up to Draymond to decide that, I don't think. But I also think BD's comment, you can take that as more like, you know, it's in Jordan's best interest to let it go. I think he was more thinking that way opposed to making Draymond feel any better.
Right.
That's how I took that.
Hey, before
BD,
Yeah, before you go, can I just run this by you? Because I'm going to do it, Steiny. I'm doing it now. Is there any part of your brain that says, you know what, Dre, if you were truly sincere and regretted what you had done, this wouldn't even be something that would come up on the podcast. I think this would have been a subject, and I mean this would have been a subject matter. I would have said, you know what, as much as I want to say, I'm going to just let this go. I think that's what offends me. It's just me. Did he really have to bring this subject up?
No, I agree with you on that, Goo. I do agree with you on that, but I was actually calling more. I was calling more for the earlier conversation about sticking with Draymond and Steph, and
right.
I thought at the time, I'm not just being a Monday morning quarterback, but I thought at the time they shouldn't have extended Draymond and they shouldn't have extended Curry. For the same reason, Steiny, you're suggesting, which is, when players get to be 33, 34, 35 years old, no one's getting better. You're only on the downside.
Right.
And I thought that was a mistake. But in terms of Kerr, I do think that my feeling is that it's difficult to blame him for what he did because, his boss, the owner, Lakeup, is basically saying, we're going to put all our eggs in one basket with Draymond and Curry, and if you're going to start to develop the young players and sit those guys a little more minutes, that's a little bit going against the owner's kind of thinking, I think. So, but I blame Lakeup for the mess he got us in. I think it was predictable. It was a predictable mess. It wasn't a surprise. On the other hand, where would the Warriors be if they had really good health? If they didn't lose DeAnthony Melton, they didn't lose Kuminga, they didn't lose Draymond for some extended period of time, they didn't lose Pods for some time. That's not really on Lakeup. That's not Lakeup's fault that we've had as many injuries. So, where would we be? I think we'd probably be a 5th seed right now if we stayed healthy and whole. That's my feeling. So that I can't blame him on, but I do blame him for trying to milk this thing. And, I've always felt that it was a mixed blessing when we won that championship a few years ago. I think we were very fortunate to go up against teams one after the other who were missing a star or two. And we won that championship, but we weren't a great team, not like we used to be. And I think you were talking the other day about, or one of the guys were talking on the radio there about, how do you know what is it? What when you say you lost it, what is it? And to me, it was when the Warriors would win games even when they played poorly. That's how they used to be. They played bad, just like the Niners used to be, right? They played bad and ugly but they still win. Yep. Now they got to play at their very best to eke it out. So anyway, that's my take on it. But great show, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Appreciate the call.
Can I give you another bad analogy? It's a gambling one.
Okay.
Stoney, I believe you feel this way, but after that 2022 championship, I don't blame the Warriors one iota for doubling down and handing out that money because, Stoney, they thought they still had Dre and Steph, but the analogy is you're at the gambling table and you just hit. You hit for a lot. How many people have that mechanism to say, you know what, let's cash these chips and get out of here? A lot of people,
winners,
a lot of people, and I'm one of them, would still continue to double down to try to get more. And in doing that, you lose it all. But
they're still doing it 3 years later. That's the problem. They're still doing it 3 years later.
My question to that would be, well, what do they got in their hand, though? That year they had a chip and they're operating out of euphoria. What's in their hand now? Like, what do they have?
Well, the reason they have nothing in their hand is because this is the route they chose to go down. And again, I'll say it again, you know, like I get for all you people saying that Kuminga and Moody should be further along, I'm just asking you, in 2022, 2023, just acknowledge it was about repeating. You won in 2022. And it's not just the picks you made, it's how you handled the roster.
There we go.
You thought you were going to win another, or the goal was to win another one. And so if the goal was to win a title in 2023, the natural follow-up to that is your young guys aren't going to play as much as had they been on another team when they were in order to get developed. But like here's the other thing about Jimmy Butler. And I was just thinking about this. This is when we talk about
JB,
what's wrong with the NBA. And I've said it before. Somehow, some way, the league has all of a sudden prioritized longevity over like legacy. And so here's the problem the NBA has is Jimmy Butler has one more year left on his contract, and it's a player option. Okay, it's worth $52 million. He's 36 years old. The only thing he cares about, and you know what? I think he cares about it more than a title, is getting another deal for 3 years so he can continue to live the NBA lifestyle when he's 38 or 39 years old. To me, I believe that is absolutely more important to Jimmy Butler than a title. Similarly with Draymond Green. He became a free agent. He had one more year left on his deal, player option. Why did he walk away from it? Because he wanted to play 4 more years and still have the NBA lifestyle. And this is where the owners, I'm going to say it, this is where you guys, the owners get schnookered. You get schnookered. Paul George opts out of his contract, wants one more run at it for 4 years. Somebody's actually going to pay him $50 million a year, and then we're going to wonder why he's only playing 49 games a year. Well, it's because he never intended to play 75 games for the last 3 years of his career. The only thing that mattered was the NBA lifestyle and staying involved in it for as long as possible. And that's what's motivating a lot of guys right now. One more contract rather than, you know what? I got one more year left. I'm gonna be done after this year, and I'm gonna try to go out leaving it all on the floor. That's not what it's about anymore. It's about, you know what? Maybe I'll walk away from this $40 million player option, and I can parlay it into $180 million over 4 years, and I won't even have to play all the time.
And Stoney, I hear you.
That's the way I feel.
But can you blame them? Or like,
No,
and there's a saying out there: hate the player, don't hate the player, hate the game.
I blame the owners. I blame the owners, and I wouldn't do it.
Like, how does Jimmy Butler, and I sound like I'm hating, have all this? It is just like,
who in the hell would give Jimmy Butler? If Jimmy Butler becomes a free agent at the end of the year, who is going to give him three? Who and why would someone give him 3 years?
I have no idea. And I believe, Stoney, they're
But you
going
wanted
to.
Paul George, though, is what I'm saying. Like, I'll ask you this.
And in that contract,
who in their right mind, Evan, would you want to be paying Paul George for the next 3.5 years, $160 million?
No.
I wouldn't either. And when you pay a guy that much money and he doesn't play half the time, and then when he plays, he's not the player he was, we scratch our head wondering why we can't win.
Well, Jimmy still got game, though, Stein.
I don't know that. I mean, I don't know that.
I'm being real. I know we're kicking him.
Okay, well,
I believe like he's big time. And, if somehow, I don't know what's going on, but if he gets to Phoenix, and we're just talking about this year and not the future, I believe the Suns with Kevin Durant and Booker are going to be a problem for somebody.
I hope they get Butler so bad because I will load up on bets with you on that.
Because I lost in Brooklyn with the big three.
I would load up on bets thinking that team from the Paleozoic era is actually going to make a run. By the way, they're 10th now.
Yeah, I'm watching them. And they should feel worse than the Warriors because they got some studs. All we have is one stud.
Well, they at least have a bona fide star in his prime, which the Warriors don't. Yeah. That's why, like, when people say, would you rather have this situation than that situation? For the most part, I'm always going to say, yeah, I'd rather have that situation because to me, what do the Warriors have now? They've got a 36-year-old point guard, and he's their best player. I'd rather be the Suns. At least they have a 29-year-old. No, right. Okay. Well, if you go down I'd rather be the Timberwolves.
Well, that's why I said I'd rather be Philly when you got Maxey.
Okay, I'd rather be Philly. But the problem is Philly's hand, like, because of the other moves that they made, Philly's. You think Daryl Morey's going to make it for another year or two?
That I wouldn't bet on, but I'm just telling you, when all the dust settles in the East, Embiid will be healthy and he'll come back. And his ass had no business in that Olympics. That's what's funny too.
How about this? I got a prediction for you.
Yeah.
Warriors peter out, and people are just frustrated beyond belief.
Okay.
Daryl Morey gets fired in Philly like he should, and because the Warriors need to, they need bold. They need bold. Lacob's going to fire Dunleavy and bring in Daryl Morey.
Why would Lacob fire Dunleavy when he handed him the job?
Because they haven't made the playoffs his first 2 years as a GM. Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Big picture. Stand on business,
Light
Joe.
years.
All right, download the free Odyssey app. I see calls. I'll get you guys on the other side. Antonio is just such a peach. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient.
Jeff and Dre.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Boy, I wish you could get that one back, huh?
I need some help real quick, Steiny. My guy Silk Base, he listens to this show every day.
Yep.
I said the Sixers are going to be a problem in the East. I don't need you to tell me they're currently 11th. I know that. But by the time the dust settles, Philly's going to qualify for the playoffs, and they'll be healthy and a problem.
You don't know that.
I do know it.
Oh, Embiid's going to be healthy.
By the time it's go time.
Let me help you out, bro.
I said what I said.
Thank you,
You were on one of your rants 5 minutes ago.
I don't like the way you said that.
I don't know
one of your rants.
But I looked up at the television, and you know what the title was? Mouth. Should the Philadelphia 76ers shut down Joel Embiid?
I saw that to my right.
Yeah, they're
not.
Oh,
yeah, they're not.
No, and he's going to be.
Yeah, and they let his ass play in the Olympics too. But Philly will be there. Is all I'm saying, people. So, do you want to bet me Philly will win a round in the playoffs? Mouth?
I don't even.
Okay.
Yes,
Dude,
I do.
Don't.
Yes, I do.
Evan, I just took you for your lunch. I'm hot.
Yes, I'll bet you. The Sixers will not win a round in the playoffs.
We got to bet.
Okay.
You're a fool.
We got another one.
You're a fool if you think you haven't seen this movie over and over. It's not final, Steiny. It's win a round in the weak-ass East.
They're going to have to play the Celtics, Cleveland, or the Knicks.
I'm looking at the field. Oh, boy. No, hey, that's if they finish 10th.
It's a good.
All right, it's a bet.
You know,
We got
it's
lock
good,
and loaded.
It's good shtick
Wait
for
on
today.
Willing. Yeah.
You know, and
no, Draymond provided that.
You'll forget by the time
I never forget.
Philly gets eliminated. Yeah. Hey, by the way, did you hear Kevon Looney?
No, I've
Give
been
you a shout
excited.
out, basically. No, seriously.
I fell for it like weird.
No, seriously. After the
come on
Celtics game, or before the Celtics game,
after,
or after, somebody was talking to him about the 2022 title, and how and just listen to what Kevon Looney said about that championship short period of time ago.
Seems like an eternity ago. We done had a lot of different iterations of the team since then. Each season is brings on a new challenge, and so that year seems further and further away. But hopefully we can get back to that feeling and being a champion. So we've got a long way to go, but you still got to remember those times so you can know what you're shooting for.
You said it was an eternity,
which means infinite. Oh man, Steiny! Oh my gosh, that was wow. He's trying to get back there, though. They're trying to get back.
Right, but basically what he said is stop using 2022 as a reference point. We're not that team anymore.
Well, tell your owner that.
No. He doesn't have to.
Just win, baby.
Man.
I like a little pushback. Let's go to Austin and San Jose. What's the pushback? Just a little.
I heard him Saturday with Evan and Devon.
Okay.
Yeah. Now listen,
Go Commanders, boys. Go. Just go Commanders.
Hey, you got a special one. Real quick. Hey, you got a special one. Go ahead. Enjoy it. You got
until he gets beat, and then he's on the clock. But go ahead.
No. I'm a DC boy, so I don't get off. I don't get off.
No, Austin.
Don't go there. Don't try that.
Austin.
Don't try that. Don't try that.
Steiny, stop. He said he's in a good mood.
What I'm saying, Austin, is if Jaden Daniels doesn't play well against the Eagles and they lose, in Guru's mind, now he's got a lemon booty situation, and he'll be on the clock.
Austin, don't fall for it.
He will officially be able to put Jalen Daniels into the category of can't win the big one.
All right.
What I say, Jalen?
Jaden, man. Hey, listen, guys. One thing I wanted to say about Steiny, I wanted to call. Is this Matt Lakeup I'm talking to?
Oh.
I was riding down the freeway earlier, and the first thing I heard Steiny talk about Joe Lakeup's money and how much money he's spending and how much he spent. Steiny, you do know he spent $450 million, and the team's worth $8 billion now. So the whole notion, he spends money, sure. So what? The fans don't care. I don't care about Joe's money. Let me be honest. I care about the fan experience, the product. I care about the fact I checked tickets. I didn't go, Guru. I looked at upper deck nosebleed ticket for the Celtics, $150 nosebleed.
and people are leaving in the third quarter. So we need to get real about this product. And I know people talk development. By the way, Guru, the most overused word on the radio is development. Development. I don't want to hear development.
Yeah, I'm
man.
with you. I'm with you.
No one's paying to watch development, guys. And I know this sounds rough, but it's true. Whether Moses Moody or these guys develop, great. Let them develop in the offseason. When they show up on the court, they need to be pros, man. We're not paying to watch developments. That's kind of where I am. And the other thing I wanted to say was, Steiny, a little bit of pushback, man, only in a fun manner now. This whole notion that because you have a dynasty, you have to necessarily descend into this dark period. I don't buy that at all, man. I think it's the way you do it. But look at the Dodgers. They don't win every year, but you can look at their roster and say they sure are trying to win, and they're spending money. I mean, just because you have a little bit of a championship window doesn't mean you have to descend into darkness like the Warriors. The Warriors are going into darkness, man. Yeah. One last thing. The rest of the league is telling the Warriors and telling Warrior fans that the media outside of this is saying, look, you have to keep Steph relevant. Steph is bigger than the Bay Area. Steph is an icon for the NBA globally. You cannot allow the Steph brand to descend into what we've seen. You got to get somebody. So the rest of the league saying, hey, do something now. Don't let this keep going the way it is. So I'm not accepting what I'm seeing by the Warriors. Joe Lacob, do something with that money you got. That's all I got.
Wow. Man, and he's out, Steiny.
Yeah, my point was specifically to the people out there that are under this low. They've wasted Steph's prime. They're letting him wilt on it. And what I'm telling you is they paid more in luxury tax than any team in the league this year. So it's not for a lack of money. Now, the question I have for every Warrior fan out there, however, is they spent like sailors on leave for 7 years.
That's a great line.
Okay? They spent like a sailor on leave for the last 6 or 7 years, and they just sent us a message they're not doing it anymore. That's why they got below the second apron. So again, can somebody out there tell me how the Warriors can get better while they've begun to now cut payroll because they don't want to be into the luxury tax with a team that's 500.
But Steiny, I got to say you're wrong on this front. What if they would have got those deals done for marketing and Paul George? Lacob would still be paying the bill, and he would be happy with it, thinking they got a chance. So it's not, we didn't want to do it. He tried to do it, and they couldn't get him to play ball. The other teams.
Right. I allow for the possibility that had he done it, they would be in a significantly worse position now, sitting with Paul George.
No, I got you, but I'm telling you, for you to say that changed their mindset, no, that's telling me that the owner was still ready to keep going.
Right, but he's not now. Oh. That's what the last week was about.
But there's nothing out there right now, Steiny.
Right. Exactly. There's nothing out there.
And I get it. I get Austin on that. It's, he's worth the team's worth $8 billion. I've never been one of those, Steiny, and I get it. I'm not being a simpleton, but these owners are making buku money. And when Austin says, I don't care about the owner's money, as a fan, I get that.
But he is in charge of a group of owners. And the group of owners, he has indicated over the last couple years, are saying, wait a minute, we're paying $175 million.
Right.
That's what we paid in salary cap.
I get that.
I'm sorry. Let me get this straight. Yeah. Last year, the Warriors paid $175 million in luxury tax penalty, and they didn't make the playoffs. Okay. That's done. Right. Like, if I'm sitting there as a minority owner of the Warriors, these aren't the kind of people that say, well, let's just keep, hey, Steph, raise the money. No, it's their money. And they are asking Joe Lacob, why are we so far into this luxury tax when when we didn't even make the playoffs last year?
And I don't want to be Debbie Downer, but Steiny, you better be careful. I'm talking about the Warriors if the fans start looking at it like that. Because if the product starts to tank and there's really, if he's talking about $150, I just wanted to tell Austin I don't got it like that, but that's not that much.
And if you're going to say it, like, starts to tank. It's like, well, they didn't make the playoffs last year, and they're not in the playoffs halfway through this year.
And I got to say this, Donnie, but a true tank is when no fan is dumb enough he knows he's watching youngsters. They're growing, all the stuff Austin doesn't want to watch. But when you got 2/5 of your starting lineup with Steph Curry and Draymond Green, and we're rebuilding, something is really off. And 62.5 is what Curry's getting this year. And
No. He's a little less than that. 62 is the last year of his deal.
All right. Well,
but, yeah, it's like 54, 58, 63.
But give me a playoff series.
He's not good enough to get you a playoff series.
Well, we don't know that. They're 21.
Well, last year he wasn't.
Oh, I can't say
Last year he,
I got nothing for you.
No, I know you don't. You got nothing except
a bet for the Sixers to win around.
What do you think the best way to do it is with the Warriors? Let's get another has-been in here. Hey, let's make a list of has-beens.
It was funny the first time.
Jimmy Butler, he's a has-been.
Well, you're talking to Lake Up.
Exactly.
I dare you to text him that. Hey, Joe, wake up. Let's go.
No. The point is Lake Up ain't trading for one of those fossils. You need to get it through your head. He ain't trading for Jimmy 1 foot in the grave Butler. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Yeah, I'm emotional, man.
I don't know why.
I didn't see this because I got to be careful.
BJ Armstrong told you last week, embrace it.
Well, when you're at the end, we're 21-21, and we feel like we're 15 under.
Yeah, that's why it can get worse.
Well, the only thing that was bad about the Kerr interview yesterday with Willard and Dibbs, and they asked everything under the sun, I love it, is the Kuminga news, Steiny. He's really your Steph Curry. As far as explosiveness, making the game easy for everybody, including Steph.
He does not make the game easier for any other teammate.
I think when the Steph minutes where he's out the game.
Well, that's not making it easier for Steph.
Well, and even when he's in there, Steiny.
Jonathan Kuminga does not improve it. He does not make teammates better. Come on.
Well, I'm not saying he's the playmaker. I'm just saying the offense is better with him on the floor because he's arguably right now, and we know he's your most athletic player, but he's gangster, Steiny.
Look, here's the big problem with he's gangster.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to the rim. I'm a flush. I'm a get fouled.
Well, then why is he shooting a career low field goal percentage?
But I'm just telling you.
Look, here's what you need to get through your head. All right, with Kuminga, without Kuminga, they're 500. Without Steph, with Steph, they're about 500. With Steph, they're 500. Any combination.
But Wiggins is having a great year.
Oh, great year, isn't it?
No, I get here. I'm irritated.
He's having a great year.
It's like that day, and I know the fires were popping off, and they were close to Steve Kerr, and thoughts and prayers to the people still fighting and all the volunteers and firefighters. Steiny, I feel like Steve Kerr when I hear Wiggins is having a good year when the reporter tried to point out that TJD had a good game. Remember, he's like, oh, we lost. You want to hear it? That's where I'm at when I hear Wiggins is having a great year.
Kuminga doesn't make – look, when you talk about –
oh, my gosh.
What?
Oh, they're coming at me with that.
Well, he says clown take by Steiny. Maybe he got us mixed up.
No,
let's go to Rich in Fremont.
Oh, Rich, Atco.
Hey, Rich, how you doing, buddy? Atco Pest Control.
No, he's not with you
that's
no more.
right. Never mind.
Yeah, he's moving
hey,
on.
Rich.
Richie.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Yeah, I'm in transition, man. I'm no longer at ATCO, but listen, thanks for taking my call. You know, I'm not on board with the idea of trading Steph, and I think one of the reasons why is because Steph is not the problem. Okay, the problem is the coaching staff. You know, they need to get real with what's happening. Golden State is no longer the team that can outscore teams in the NBA. They just can't. And the reason why is because the product on the floor is not the same team. And so because of that, it's like, okay, what do we know? We know that we can outshoot anybody, but those days are over. So because you can't do that, then what's the solution? Well, the solution is that you have to get this team to play with cohesion and play with more defense and stop the other team from scoring. Because that's the only end result. You cannot outscore teams anymore. That's evident. So if that's so, then you need to come with the solution. The solution is this. When you're playing against another team and you can't outscore them, then you have to stop them from scoring. And if you can't stop them from scoring, then you're dealing with a 50-50 ball. Okay? And most of the time, it's going to go in their favor because you can't stop them from scoring. Now, if you imply this to the team and they realize that, hey, I'm sorry, we cannot score anybody. Steph can give us, 20 to 27, every other night or maybe 2 nights in a row. But guess what? The rest of the team can't. And so that being said, Lindsey Waters III, Moses Moody, there's some other guys out there. Y'all got to start learning how to play some defense. Okay? Because guess what? What do we know? You stop the other team from scoring, you win games. And as far as the Draymond Green thing goes, if I'm Draymond Green after everything that's happened and how it's affected the team, I don't say another word about the Jordan Poole incident.
Wow.
I totally keep that quiet because really at the end of the day, I personally think he did that simply just to get listeners on his podcast.
No doubt. Rich, can I just leave you with this? Oh, he's hanging up. I wanted to ask him a question.
I'm here.
Hey, Rich, when you hear a coach say that the players have lost their confidence, I'm getting offended, and I'm starting to think either I got the wrong players or I got the wrong coach. This is the NBA, and even if you felt that way, to say it out loud, it bothers me because it reeks of high school. It reeks of college. What the hell you mean the guys have lost confidence? Your job as a coach on any level is to restore that. When you hear that, what do you think, or am I overreacting?
Well, no, Guru, I think you're spot on. And I think any type of, a redirection to the team as a coach, you do that behind closed doors. You do not go on record in front of the media and say something like that. Because at the end of the day, whatever confidence they may have lost, whatever, it's your job to rebuild that confidence. You are the head coach, and the coaching staff needs to do the same.
Well, I appreciate it, Rich.
Thanks, Rich.
Yeah, Stoney, I've not been consistent. I do not like hearing that.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, you could say it behind closed doors.
When you're not winning, we're going to find stuff to pick at. We are.
Yeah.
I really believe that.
Do you really believe Lindy Waters III has lost his confidence? Because at least he can shoot when he's on. But we'll forget the numbers.
I mean, I disagree with you that confidence is a coaching thing. I don't think a coach can instill confidence in a player. Players got to be confident. I mean, you look at a guy like Buddy Hield. Like, he's never not been confident.
Right.
Okay, so that's not on the coach.
But Legler said he's missing left and right, his confidence.
Well, I don't think that's Steve Kerr to give it to him. Buddy Hield's 32.
Well, I guess to build it, I hear you. So you're saying it ain't daycare.
These are pros.
That's why I hate hearing confidence.
The real issue is they don't know how to play with Steph. That's the issue.
But Scotty, they don't do it for 48 minutes. Like he's on the bench.
They don't know how to play for Steph with 32 minutes. Wow. They don't know how. They defer when they shouldn't, and they take shots. Like they haven't figured it out. Is the way I look at it.
Wow, wow, man.
You like Michael Wilbon?
Yeah, I do.
It's time to make the trade, okay? Warriors, Lakers. How many times I got to say this every day? Time for LeBron to be traded to the Warriors. I mean, let's just do this. Neither one of those teams can do anything as they are now.
Wilbon, the Lakers are 6. LeBron just had a triple-double. They're 23 and 18. And I hate to break it to Warrior fans, you're not the Lakers. They're 2 years removed from making the Western Conference Finals.
There we go again.
They got a 7-footer. They got size. They got a young stud in Austin Reeves. They got Dalton Connect better than any of our dudes in half a year. You are not. Hey, stop. If the people can see what's. Evan, don't co-sign that. I'm being real.
He's no rookie pods.
Yeah, wow, man. I'm just. Stoney, I think we're coming too hard on Joe Lacob. People have not done what he paid them to do. And Austin, I feel you, but this dude has paid the bill over and over, and Draymond stabs him in the back. Wiggins doesn't step up. Like, come on. And what about Kerr? I just gave you 2 new ones. Can we analyze? I love Coach Kerr, but.
That's why you only gave him 2 more years. What's your problem? What is your problem right now?
If he had foresaw where this team would be after the year they didn't make the playoffs, I do wonder if Joe had buyer's remorse.
Do you remember last year, all you ever said was, well, Curry's got to have Kerr coach this team.
Yeah.
Curry can't have another coach. Well, then Kerr's going to be here as long as Curry's here. And that's what you're
But
saying
I
up
assume
for.
playoffs would be with them.
Right. It's not going to be the first time you were dead wrong about
Please.
something.
I'm on a heater.
I mean,
I need to modify the Sixer bet. It's to make the playoffs.
No, it's not. It's not. You do this all the time, and I'm like,
Evan, we got to modify the bet. It's to make
you're not going to pay me anyway.
Is this Vrabel 2.0?
Of course it is.
No, that was special, though. I still paid up.
No, you haven't.
Well, you owed me because I won a bet, Evan. We were even.
Evan,
you guys got to put some respect on my gambling.
He actually thinks this is cute, so I let him do it.
Hold on, Steiny. Can you lay out? Evan, tell the listeners I won a bet with you and we were even.
Okay, we're
That's
even.
my brother. That's all. Mouth, you got anything to say now? Because you kind of throw me out there.
Yeah. You do this all the time. That's all. And everybody knows it. And now you're letting people in on, everybody, I get it. Over time, people are like, boy, Steiny's not nice to Guru, but now they're starting to realize why.
Oh, my God.
And they're coming back to Steiny's side.
A lot of people agree with me on that confidence, Steiny. Either you got the wrong players or the coach, man. I do not like hearing
Okay, yeah, Nahigian's got to give you confidence. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Oh, what you little bibbity baby? Oh, Goo. Hey, Goo, you're not confident these days. Hey, chin up, buckaroo.
But what if a host did need that, though? What would be so wrong with it?
It would be up to the host to get his mojo back.
So you don't believe in coaching?
I don't believe a coach's job is to instill confidence.
I didn't say 100% of it.
Players.
But if you see a player lagging, shoulder shrugged, and they're not performing, you talk to them.
Yeah, hey, right. That's what I'm saying. Chin up, Goo. Hey, there you go. Now you're motivated. Great job, Steve Kerr.
You've never been a coach. I couldn't even see you doing that.
I certainly never relied on Glenn Robinson to get me wound up for a game. I know that.
But if you had, maybe you would have won D1.
The bottom line is, see, that's what
I didn't mean that.
That's what. That doesn't bother me when I own it. The reality of the situation is, you've never been inside a pro locker room like I have, and these are the things that are important. By the way, on the other side,
you cut him, dude.
You need.
I did. Look, I know why don't. Go ahead.
You need to ask me what I watched last night.
I will do so.
Because I watched something for the first time. I've thought about it for 30 years. And last night I was like, you know what? Why don't you look up that game, see if you can find it. And I found it. And I watched the whole game. And I'm going to tell you what it is on the other side because it was unbelievable. Let's see what's up. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
You guys got to put some respect on my gambling.
Warriors Kings tonight at 7.
I hate that damn beat.
It's a little shtick on your big shtick. I got a big ass.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm just worn out.
Everything.
Yeah. I'm just worn out.
Didn't eat your Wheaties?
I'm just worn out.
It's not your job.
Hey, shut up, Jerry.
Steiny. Tell us what you watched for the first time in 30 years. You watched it last night.
Guru goes,
oh, God.
Hey, Steiny, your Eagle friends, are they worried? And I'm like, they're in the NFC. Yeah, they're worried because they're in the NFC Championship, and they hope they win, but they might not. They're like normal fans. What's your point?
Your point was you shared with the masses that they've never been Jalen Hurts fans.
Okay.
And it's nuanced. Some fans watch the game and know, even in a win, that something might not be up to par. Okay. And if you're watching these Eagles the last 2 weeks, Jalen Hurts, something's off.
Did they lose? I'm sorry, did they get eliminated?
It ain't about that. It's not about that.
Yeah. Here he is.
So they didn't say they Hurts. They won because
Yeah, no,
I can't wait.
They're in another city.
I can't.
They're in another city, so they haven't done anything yet. In fact, you know what? When we put Sirianni's record up, these 2 wins that they have this year don't count.
No, they do.
No, they don't. They didn't play well in those games.
Yeah,
I get it.
absolutely got a raw deal.
You know, I got you. I got you. Okay, on November 9th, 1984.
Here we go.
Anybody know what that day was? November 9th, 1984.
You turned 21?
That's the infamous game where Julius Erving and Larry Bird got in a fight.
Oh, man.
And Bird was about to absolutely launch a haymaker, and then Moses Malone choked him from behind, and Julius Erving started wailing on him. It was in the third quarter, and they both ended up getting ejected.
Okay.
I found that game on YouTube. Yes, I did. And I watched the entire game from 1984. And let me tell you something out there, people, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. If you have one sliver of love for Julius Erving, even a sliver, don't ever watch this game for the rest of your life. Because he was so lousy in this game, it was unbelievable. Right before the fight, all right? It wasn't much of a fight.
I hate Moses did that.
It wasn't much of a fight because Erving was they had a graphic up. It said points. This was midway through the third quarter. Larry Bird, 38. Julius Erving, 2.
Well, that's why they fought.
Exactly. Exactly.
I never knew Moses did that for Bird to get those hits.
Bird and Erving got ejected with 3.5 minutes left in the third quarter. In the third quarter, Bird had 42 at that point. Bird was 17 for 23 from the floor. Erving was 3 for 13.
He was ready to go Rocky. He went Rocky.
Now, you said he only had 2. The graphic was midway through the third quarter. They got thrown out at the end of the third quarter.
Which was the game where Barkley was involved?
Barkley was also involved. He was behind Malone. Actually, this game had some... So Barkley was in the game. It was his 5th game as a pro. It was his rookie year. Barkley had 27 as a rookie in Boston Garden.
I got to check that out,
And
man.
I'll tell you what, Tommy Heinsohn, I think he's
one of the
passed.
greats.
Is he passed? Tommy Heinsohn?
No, don't kill him.
I'm not sure,
I think
but
he's still doing the games.
I'll tell you what, I'll give Tommy Heinsohn credit. He was saying, this kid's going to be good. And Barkley had only played 5 games. And
he passed.
Damn.
So get this. Here's the other part of the game. So it's halftime, and there's a play that occurs, and the referee, Jack Madden, gets hurt. How? He got hurt. He got run into, and he tore his ACL.
Oh.
So for the last quarter and a half, which included the fight, they only had one ref. And, of course, it was Dick Bavetta.
My man.
Among the worst officials in the history of our game.
Stop!
But
I got to find
They finished the game with one ref. And there was a fight in the game because, it was only one guy.
If you want to piss Dr. J off, bring that up. Hey, Doc, I watched that game. 38-2.
He ended up
want
with
to fight
43. He ended up with 42. Anyway,
home or away game?
It was at Boston Garden.
Wow, man!
It was the year after the Celtics won it in '84, and they were both undefeated, and the Celtics went and won the game.
Rookie Charles Barkley, 27.
He was
round mound to rebound.
He was heavier than early in his career. All right, let's.
What made you find that?
You know what? I was sitting home. Nobody was home, and I was like, "See, these are you can watch whatever you want. You ain't beholden to anybody. What do you want to watch?" And I checked the NBA schedule, and I was like, "No chance. I want to watch any of that crap."
Clippers, Chicago.
And I thought, you know what? Let me look for that game where Irving got urinated on by Bird and then threw a hissy fit.
And you found it.
I did. Who's been waiting the longest here? Jason in Philly. Hey, Jace, what's up?
What's happening, y'all?
Hey.
I've been listening to you, Steiny, defend the Lakers. And I don't understand how you could in this scenario. I know you brought up their
luxury tax bill. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of that brought on by the repeater tax, which penalizes you for paying a simple tax, for multiple years. So that made their expenditure go up higher. But their failure to support staff has to do with the roster construction. If you look at all the contending teams or teams we see as contenders in the league, they all are built with veterans, at least with 5 to 6 years experience. Lakeup instead loaded the roster with young kids that were in the rotation, and no contending team, no team that we look at today, that we say, oh, they're contenders, they have a chance to win it, has 4 players in their rotation with 4 years or less. And we can say that Steph doesn't have it, but if you look at his points per shot attempts, it's higher than the championship year 22, with his usage being 3% lower. His points per shot attempt are up 2 points. His usage is down 3. So he's doing it. The Suns have a loaded roster, and they have the same record of us. So imagine if Steph actually had a true wingman. And then the last thing I want to say is a quote from one of my favorite movies. It says, the greatest trick that the devil ever pulled was convincing the world that he didn't exist. And the greatest trick that the Lakers is pulling is that the issue isn't them. When it's been them for the past 4 years, after the championship year, they let Porter go, they let GP2 go, and they said, we're going to load the roster with young kids. They made the same mistake that they did when they drafted Wiseman, thinking that the window was closed, that they're making now, thinking that the window is closed, instead of letting the window close and starting the rebuild. Love to hear what you think.
Hey, that was from the Unusual Suspects, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
absolutely.
No, it actually wasn't. The movie's called The Usual Suspects, not The Unusual Suspects. In fact, the titles are completely opposite. Thanks, Jacob.
Jason.
You good?
No. Oh, I got it mixed up. I've seen the movie, but I had a series I watched from 2000 to 2016, Unusual Suspects. Anyway. Dude, okay. It was Usual Suspects.
Did I say a word? It is funny. Let's go to Gus and Tracy.
The worst part is Evan whispered in my ear the name, and I added Oh, my goodness.
Well, I can tell you, I will never
fumble.
think about that when I watch the movie.
Yeah, fumble lie goo. Boy, it's not. I tried to impress you.
Let's go to Gus and Tracy. Hey, Gus, how you doing?
Help us out.
No, help me out.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. Hey, Goo.
Hey.
Hey, I think you got to accept it, Goo, that the Warriors, there's nothing they could do. The team's not going to get any better. You're not going to mortgage, the future of that team. You got to accept that they're just a 500 team and maybe even lower than a 500 team. And the last caller, he forgot to mention one thing, too, that every good team has a really, really good 7-footer on the team, which we don't have and we haven't had for a while. I just want to let you know that, I'm still a Warriors fan forever, but I've come to the realization that, it's going to be rebuild. And they also, too, if they let Curry go, there's no one going to be showing up at the stadium. So that's one reason why they'll never let Curry go. Thanks, and I'll take the comments off the air. Have a good day, you guys.
Thanks. Appreciate the call.
Wow, man. And we lost Tommy Heinsohn in 2020.
Am I supposed to know when everybody passed?
No, I hear I get you.
I mean, I'm doing the best I can. Yeah. I meant no ill will or malice.
That's better than Evan whispering usual suspects and me.
I mean, look.
Evan, that's gonna stay with me.
I'm gonna reiterate what Gus said, because essentially that's where I'm at. So if the Warriors, if they don't trade Steph Curry, I don't see how they can get better in the next 2 to 2.5 years. I guess that's what you
got Bobby Marks and Kenny Smith saying do something.
Well, maybe there's nothing to do.
And now I'm not there where you're at right now. I think Kuminga coming back and Draymond coming back, as mad as I am at them.
I think they could get better this year. I'm talking about over the course of 2 years.
But what makes you think? And again, Stein, I keep throwing this at you because the reality on my end is they were knocking at the door, had the limo outside for marketing and Paul George.
Right.
We hit the reset this year if we go past the deadline, which I was told the deadline's going to be it. That's the one. Okay, now we go into next year, and maybe Dre and Steph and Kerr know that. You're telling me Lacob's going to go the other way, just to Austin and San Jose's point? I believe if some guys are available, what would make Joe want to endure another, the trifecta of 2 years with no playoffs? I'm thinking the urgency is going to be on Super 1000.
You may not like to hear this, but see, this is the way I feel. And I'm putting myself in Joe Lacob's shoes. If they were to go out and get Jimmy Butler, okay? Just do this with me. Do this with me. They go out and get Jimmy Butler, and they make the playoffs. But they lose in the first round.
Right, yeah.
Okay, well, Jimmy Butler's a free agent now. What do you do? There's your first decision.
And you wasted all your resources
to bring him in. There's your first decision. Right. So what are you doing with Jimmy Butler?
To be honest, I re-sign him.
Okay, you're going to have to.
Yeah. Okay.
If you don't,
all right,
okay. So now you have to re-sign Jimmy Butler. Don't think you're going to pay him 30, 32, 30. Like, you're going to pay Jimmy Butler, which means you're going to stay in the luxury tax.
I got
you have no picks. You have Jimmy Butler, Draymond, and Steph. No picks. You're in the luxury tax. Like, he's looking at that and saying, oh, my God. I might be paying a $100 million penalty every year for a team that's not even 500. Like, he's not doing that. And I wouldn't either.
Okay, let me just double back. When you say it like that now, it hits a little different for me. But wouldn't that have been the boat he was going to be in some type of way had he got marketing or Paul George? And the reason I keep bringing that up is that lets me know maybe we have the answer to your question right now and things could have changed. But that's what they were willing to do then. And maybe that was before they got off to a 20-21 start. I don't know if that's changing, but that's essentially what they were going to do to get one of those dudes, Donnie. So the answer I'm saying then was yes.
And what I'm telling you is
people telling me I need to face facts.
Why we heard what we heard in the last 2 weeks, I believe, is because they now believe that one of those guys wouldn't make a difference.
Right. But can I just say this about the three that spoke? They're important players and pawns in this. But it is funny that Joe Lacob hasn't come out and said it. We haven't heard anything from Joe about that.
About what?
The direction, and don't expect anything to the biggest Warrior fan. Basically, like, put the card away. We ain't going shopping.
No, he sent his minions out to do it. I mean, there's no way it was a coincidence that Kerr, Curry, and Draymond said, we're not mortgaging the future. So.
Did Bird essentially get jumped if Moses did that?
He got sucker punched worse than Jordan Poole.
I got to go. I don't like that. If he pulled man from punching and then Doc went in on him, it happens.
Tom in Sonoma. Hey, Tom, how you doing? Tommy.
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru, man. Good conversation today. Hey, we're in trouble here, man. We've got to make a decision on what we're going to do. I mean, we don't have a choice anymore. We're at the window. They got the most important decision the Warriors do on their future of their team. It's either build around Steph or we do a rebuild. You got 2 weeks before before we have trade deadline and the end of the year. Then why aren't we? If we cannot put a competitive team on the field, then we need to do it now, because the longer we wait, the longer it's going to take to get it done, and longer you're not going to be competitive at all. I would like to see some trades from draft picks. I think draft picks, will help us, but I'm going to tell you, Sacramento's going to beat us tonight. I mean,
don't say that. I got you, but man,
hey, have you seen how they play? Watch the beginning.
They beat us by 30 a couple Sundays ago. I remember.
But let me just say this, man. Yeah. Watch the games when they were playing the beginning of the season, and watch them now. No ball movement, no spacing, no defense. I mean, their offense, man, is like they're like the werewolf. When every full moon comes out, that's when the offense comes out. I mean, it's really bad, man. It's really bad. They got the most important decision of their life right now.
Thanks, Tom.
So think about that. A Warrior team led by Steph Curry has a fan calling in. And, Steph, I'm not blaming if you're listening, but a fan called in and said definitively that they're going to lose tonight's game. And they're not playing Boston. They're not playing Milwaukee. They're playing a team that just fired its coach, and a Warrior fan feels like they have no chance. My, as the world turns.
Yeah, because this is the first day of the rest of your life.
I'm just like, man, I don't agree, but at some point.
He still doesn't agree.
Was that your Orson Welles?
He still doesn't. By the way, here's the other thing that the Warriors are setting this up for.
Unusual.
And I'll put it this way. They're put. Oh, the trade deadline is what? February 5th? February 6th?
Yeah, 6th.
Oh, the trade deadline is the 6th. It's not really a deadline. It's not a deadline because,
oh boy,
they'll be able to make a trade in April 15th. The minute the regular season's over, they can trade with any other team that's not in the playoffs. So it's not really a deadline. Like, they don't have to wait till July 1st. My point is if on February 6th they don't make a deal, they play out the regular season, it's over April 15th without a playoff appearance, they can make trades right then.
Yeah. But the whole point, Steiny, and you kind of were on it early, I took it this way, is the deadline represented getting gas for your trip. But if you don't do anything, then that signals you're not in it at all this year, and you're not going to be playing in April. That stinks. And the trade that you make or facilitate, Steiny, is for next year. Again, my calculator, if this doesn't get better, and I do expect it to get somewhat better, but I never in a million years thought that we would be talking about Curry, Dre still on this team and not making the playoffs.
I agree.
I'm still not cool with that.
No, Steiny. 408. This is
what I don't have.
No, 408 is, and this is what I really appreciate this 408 because I'm kind of battling this too, and it's a silent battle that I'm waging. Guru, when are you going to get it that they're just not that good anymore? Dude, I'm starting to think this is just like kind of an act, for the show.
That hurt. You're laughing. You taught me laughing to the mic, Steiny. That hurts. This is not an act. Did you just hear the last caller? No. Well, no, he was in reality world. He's saying they have no chance.
Most people.
They're not done. We're 21-21.
Okay.
The Kings thought they were done. And again, Stoney,
the Kings have a young core.
True.
The Warriors
got one guy. Well, two guys. One's out.
Kick your ass!
Man, those were the days.
Van Morrison has a song out called "What's It Gonna Take?" I don't know the answer to what it's going to take for Guru to.
Oh my God! You just brought something back. Real quick. How much time we have?
It doesn't even have to be rose-colored.
The
glasses.
Computer's going off. Evan, was it you and Devone or you and Stoney the day I was out on Martin Luther King? You went and saw the movie with this guy,
Chalamet.
Yeah, and I guess his voice is not the best. Bob Dylan?
No, it stinks. His voice
Then how
stinks.
can you be this great?
That's a great question.
Like R. Kelly, Michael Jackson, the best Prince. I couldn't believe I heard, how can you be and have a movie made, but then when Devone, like, he didn't, or his voice was okay.
Because he's a poet more than a singer. He's a writer. He's a writer. Does everybody who's ever written a book have a great voice?
No, but they don't record tracks.
No, hello, Evan. They're in the background. They write for the guy that can, the Luther Vandross, the guys that can sing or gals that can sing it.
Is that why Jimi Hendrix cover is better than Bob Dylan's?
I need to get to the bottom of this.
The bottom of it's simple. He's got a bad voice, and I'm saying it right now. There's nothing else to learn about it. Bob Dylan has a bad voice.
On the way home.
I mean, I like it.
I'm slamming it on the way home.
Okay.
A bad voice. Yeah. How did he get to the heights that he got to, though?
Because he's the greatest songwriter of all time, bar none. What's your point?
That's William Floyd. But, wow.
Does every singer have a great voice?
The best ones.
Thank you,
Right,
Evan.
the best singers.
The best artists.
He's a songwriter. Coming back on the other side, more education of Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Oh, dude, I feel like I got my answer.
Welcoming into 20th century, so the 21st century. Oh, my God, Guru.
Bad rapper sells the most records. That doesn't happen, Steiny.
Well, actually.
He's got to be doing something right.
Somebody help me, please. This has been painful.
Who's that
lately.
texting?
It's not me.
You got the goal, my brother.
It's not me. The segment was brought to you by Honda of Vallejo, and that segment was also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Timothy Chalamet.
Shamalama Ding Dong.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different?
guys got to put some respect on my gambling.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to a pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Yep.
Let's welcome in Willard and Dibbs. And
that's the worst intro ever.
I'm just tired.
You sound
today.
out on this before it even started.
Yeah, I'm just worn
This
out.
is the biggest party pooper
I'm just
going.
worn
Don't
out
play
today.
that
Why?
victim role like I'm wearing you out, and you
Yeah.
do it to us
He wearing
every
us-
day.
he got
20
me
hours
today.
a week.
Okay.
He got me.
This
I mean,
man.
listen,
I'm just
what you
worn out,
guys
Dibbs. That's all.
You know what the two of you need?
No malice. I'm just worn out.
This is a little trick
the
that
palace.
I've heard couples do. I've heard some, and not that you're a couple, but right?
We are.
you're
7
one
years.
couple. Do you ever try to just look at the other one in the face and on a scale of
Right
of
in the
100,
face.
just give them a number? Like today, all I got is
And I want to make it
25.
clear, this isn't
And
like...
so the other one can be like, I got it. I'll be your 75 today.
Yeah.
And,
That's a
can
bigger issue going on,
Can you look at
Willard.
him and tell him you're a 12?
No.
You're at 12 today.
And it's not like a Mick Cronin, I'm sick of it. It's just like, I'm just worn out today.
And you should be, because you've been taking L's left and right.
I know. The Warriors, they're
No.
Dynasty's going
You
strong.
told me
No,
this
you're
is
right.
what's really going on.
No, you're
Dibbs.
right. Dynasty's going strong. They're right
I
where
love
they should
Tupac,
be.
and I love music,
Thanks.
and I know my
Appreciate
guy
it.
loves Bob Dylan. But not once in the 7 years of working with him did he tell me Dylan didn't have a voice. So Saturday I'm listening to Devone and Evan, and they talk about the movie Dylan's in, and I hear Devone say that Dylan didn't have the best voice. And I'm thinking to myself, how can he get to the heights of all heights without the best voice? Because in my world, the black community, R&B, if you don't have the voice, you ain't singing. You're writing for the person with the voice. So today I brought that up to him, and he looks at me, and he didn't once realize he omitted telling me about his guy that he didn't have the best voice. And I thought that was odd to hear.
It was a different time when the voice wasn't necessarily everything, because nowadays, like, the voice is auto-tune and like trimmed up and everything else.
Sometimes.
What Bob Dylan is, and Steiny knows I'm not a huge fan of his work, but are you okay?
I gotta go to it early. Yeah. Friday, baby. I'm trying to wake Steiny up. Go ahead. Nobody's interrupting you.
What Bob Dylan is a poet. And so when you listen to his music, it's about the music, the lyrics, and then the voice. When you listen to like Beyonce, oh, the single ladies, that's not poetry.
Right, I get it.
It is her beauty.
It does rhyme.
It's her voice, and her lyrics are mostly nonsensical. And so, like, Taylor Swift is the epitome of the artist who has it all. Her lyrics actually are deep and meaningful, and she has a voice and the music and all the rest of it. But Bob Dylan was not about, and it was at a different time when you didn't need to have a perfect voice. It was the 60s and the 70s.
And I'm not knocking him. I'm just surprised that I had not. Willard, you said you went and saw him. You were like, I didn't know that because Luther Vandross, Michael Jackson, they have great voices.
And I will say again, I got taken to see him.
I got you.
And I think it was during a Giants-Royals World Series game, and all I wanted to do was leave. But that's me. That's not disrespect to Bob Dylan. I was never a huge, and like many of us are, we're a product of what our parents put in front of us. My dad was not a Bob Dylan guy. My dad was not an Elvis Presley guy. My dad was a Motown guy.
Wow.
My dad was a Van Morrison guy. That was my dad. And so that's like, I never knew about Bob Dylan until I started dating someone that was into Bob Dylan. And I'm like, I was kind of like you for a minute.
Yeah, and I'm saying this without hearing him. On the way home, I'm going to just marvel at how he got to the heights and think like,
you won't.
But
I swear.
No,
it has to be done.
It's all to each his own, and what sort of like grabs your attention in terms of entertainment. Yeah, he is known by many as the greatest songwriter.
And I love lyrics.
Who ever lived. And so as Dib said, a poet, there's gravity to it. There was a message behind it for sure. But if what you're trying to do, like if Bob Dylan had shown up on the NBC television show The Voice, those chairs aren't turning around.
All right.
Absolutely
So he's not doing the national anthem.
No, they would have been like, who's this guy whining into a microphone?
Well, and it's not like every modern artist is a great singer. And I think about Billie Eilish, and I say eyelash because I'm not a fan.
My God.
As a singer, she's not a great singer, but she has a great story. and she has unbelievable lyrics, and what she went through and what she does with her brother. All of that is a part of the package.
Okay.
But when she just sings, it's not like she's a great singer. She's no Olivia Rodrigo.
Yeah.
She's no Ariana Grande. Billie Eilish is a product of her story, much like Bob Dylan.
Yeah. Video coming with me listening to the great Dylan.
I can't wait.
What?
I can't wait. I'm going to be there just for the facial expression. That's what
I'm
gonna be looking for.
excited. Like, wow.
Well,
yeah. Go ahead, Snyder.
So I'm just tired.
I get it. I would say
so is Bob, by the way.
If you put it on when you get in your car in the city, I would say by Treasure Island, you're back to Tupac. You won't even make it to Oakland.
Now, I have a big appreciation for older music. Like, I don't think you're wrong. You sent me that one song about Cherie. I'm pointing at you. It was incredible. He just sent it to me. We had left the cafeteria.
He sent you
this song that had a message.
Delbert. Delbert.
It was incredible.
Delbert McClinton down in Mexico. It's about a woman named Cherie who's a little conniver. And he didn't find out until that gun fell out of her purse.
You got to be careful.
It's a terrific
But I was in traffic, it's speaking to me. So, Dibs, I think you're selling my music a little short. I'm going to listen to this man. Not 5 minutes. I'm giving him time. But, again, it's not a racial thing. But from me growing up, you had to have the great voice to be singing, and then there were songwriters who couldn't sing, and you go out there.
We grew up where we grew up, in the house that we grew up in, with the parents that we grew up with.
So shout out Dylan. I can't wait. And he's a poet.
Yeah.
All right, back to the Warriors dynasty.
And he's 83 years old.
Hey, guys, stick to sports.
He's
My
80.
bad.
No, stick to sports. No. Go ahead, Stoney.
You had Steve Kerr on yesterday. I'm trying to think of what we
back to sports.
What we hit. What I thought was good. I did think the Kuminga stuff was.
Yeah, I tuned in.
That was the worst
and
part.
You guys felt it sounded like you guys thought that was a gut punch. And for people who are just joining, he flat
not
said
even
Kuminga
close.
Is not close. Not
it feels
close
like
to playing.
he's going to miss 2 more weeks
at least.
Which
oh my
takes you
gosh,
through the trade deadline.
I took a month.
Dibs and I, the second that came out, based on when they said the reevaluation was,
which is Saturday.
Yeah, he said, he goes, All-Star, or not All-Star, trade deadline, it's after that.
Ooh,
and the trade deadline is still 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Right.
And I'm with him.
This could get ugly by then without him.
When have we ever said it is ugly already? And
but it can get worse, is my point.
Of course it could. Of course it could. They could lose by 30 again tonight. That's on the table. Sacramento's not going to slow down for them, and they're hot. This is real. But yeah, Jonathan, we've never seen the reevaluation happen and then them come out of the room and be like, he's ready to play tomorrow.
He said it quick. He's not even close.
Yeah, it's gonna be another 3 weeks. I think at least.
Well, when it happened, they said reevaluation in 3 weeks, which would be this Saturday. And then you hear Steve yesterday say, he's not close.
Not close.
Which tells me on Saturday when they reevaluate, and Steve also said that, he's been on the bike and he's been doing some other cardio stuff in the weight room. He's not on the foot, testing it out and all the rest of it. So I would guess that it's going to be 3 more weeks from Saturday.
Wow. Because even when he's ready, then you got to do the ramp up and all the stuff that they do.
This came at a horrible time.
It sure did. It sure did.
Well, there's never a good time for your second best player to have an ankle injury, but yes, this was. If you even thought about showcase Kuminga on the block, which I don't know if they did, and I don't know if he did, and this is where I think a lot of us have to take a step back about Dunleavy and Lacob and Dunleavy. Who's really calling the shot here as far as what they're going to do?
Stoney, could you do us a favor and play Dibs and Willard that sound of our guy on the podcast that used to cover the Warriors,
Logan Murdoch?
Oh, my God. Listen to this.
This is the one that
okay.
Yeah.
This is,
wow.
Yeah,
and
play
I made Logan before we get to it.
Of course you did.
It's a fact. He knows it.
Mike Dunleavy not necessarily getting the autonomy or knowing what it's like to not get the autonomy when you're the Warriors GM, when you have an owner like Joe Lacob, who's constantly meddling on every single deal, who is pushing you to sign Kuminga to a big deal when, the coaches keep telling you, hey, I don't know if he's that consistent. I don't know if he's that consistent.
I mean, well, I didn't like to hear that at all.
There's a bunch there.
No doubt.
Before we get to the basketball, can we start with, has anybody in this room heard that word attached to Joe Lacob before?
Meddling?
Meddling.
Not since Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
And I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those meddling kids. Totally.
Yeah. But didn't Bob Myers kind of tell us that without telling us on their going away conference, without using that word meddling?
Well, but we've known that Joe is a lot. Plenty of guys have been like, he's hard to work for, he's in your face. Man. But when it's attached with constant success, no one would use that word. Now, I mean, he sort of just Jerry Jones'd him a little bit.
Well, I feel like
since you're in a Cowboy jersey, Goo.
Well, first of all, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I've always felt Joe Lacob were something above and beyond meddling. In other words, to me, a meddling owner is a guy who does sit behind his desk, but is manipulating behind the scenes, and then the GM's got to go out and say things that he might not really like. That to me is a meddling owner. Like guys like Joe Lacob, I think he's the package. Like he comes as part of the package. He's made it clear he's going to be involved in this kind of stuff. Some decisions, I get the sense he's overruled people. Other decisions, he says, okay, I'll go with us on that one. But like, yeah, I guess he's meddling, but we know he's right there all the time.
Right, but we like that as long as it's attached to success.
No doubt.
And what I still, forever, because none of us have had a chance to see Joe Lacob operate without Steph Curry. So we can sit here now and act like Joe Lacob knows basketball. I don't know that he does. He has owned during Steph Curry. And I've always had a question about this. Man. And it's not even like a good thing or a bad thing. I already know everything I need to know about Joe Lacob being a quote-unquote good owner because he will put the money in and
overspend.
And he has the care. And that's all you can really ask for an owner, I think. But then when you get to the new phase of this person is no longer delegating the basketball decisions to the basketball people and sort of is like thinking that he or she knows the sport, and we don't really know if they know the sport, that I still think is coming down the turnpike. Because if he's sitting here telling the coaching staff, sign Kuminga, and they're like, yeah, but it's like every other game.
And it feels like that because they didn't sign him.
I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't know at all.
Look, if you're somebody that's, let's say, not a Joe Lacob fan for whatever reason, you absolutely can say, let's see what the big boy does when Steph's gone.
Right.
And it's true.
Light years.
It's true.
The basketball community is saying that, Stoney.
Well,
you don't even got to dislike
them. That's the point. He had the nerve to say we're light years ahead of everybody. When Steph Curry came with a package.
Right. And we're never going to be in the lottery.
Oh,
wow. And you were just in the lottery.
Right.
Like, I do think it's fair because again, I think he's already proven to the fans everything he needs to prove as an owner. I do think it's completely fair, though, to sit here today and be like, I don't know that Joe Lacob knows how hard this is going to be when he does not have one of the greatest players of all time on his team.
Well, depends on how you do it. And I was running through earlier today, like the demise of dynasties and what happened. Nice. And I looked at the Bulls.
Wow, okay.
So after the Bulls and the final title of Michael Jordan, they missed it 6 straight years, and their winning percentage was .331 over the next 6. The Lakers, after the title, they made the playoffs 3 more times, and then we got post-Kobe, and they had a winning percentage of .339 over 6 years. And then the Spurs, after their last playoff in 2019, which was, after your final Kawhi, you had a .351 winning percentage. You won the lottery. You got Wembanyama, and where are you? You're still not back. You think you might be a playoff team, but you look now.
But you're feeling good.
You're feeling better, but you're still not a playoff team. And the Celtics, in 2013, when they traded Pierce and Garnett and Jason Terry, they had to wait 11 years to win their next title, during which time they actually did have a 58% winning percentage, but it took them 11 years to get Tatum and Brown and everyone else geared up to win a title. The Thunder's the interesting one.
Well, and they traded their two pieces, right? Pierce and Garnett.
And Jason Terry.
Yeah, to get Tatum
and Brown,
years away.
Yes, and the picks. And it took them, 11 years to get back to that point. The Thunder's the interesting one where they traded Paul George, and since then, they have a .479 winning percentage, one playoff appearance, and they are now poised, 6 years later, they're now poised to make that strike. So it makes me think about, like, if the Warriors are going to reboot, and they are, is it trade Steph? Is it ride it out and draft? Is it trade Steph and Draymond like Boston did? There are different things, and the one that strikes me about Lacob is I think that Joe Lacob is more likely to try to go the Laker route, which is Steph is gone, Draymond's gone.
Yeah. Get a big fish.
We're going to get Giannis.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm Joe Lacob.
And I like that.
And we're the Warriors. I think that he thinks that, and for me, I wonder if that's actually a plausible way to go about it.
Wow. And
I don't.
And we're not there yet, of course.
Yeah,
I mean,
but we're getting close watching Steph and Dre play non-competitive basketball if this is 2 years in a row not making the playoffs.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was coming this fast, not for a title.
I'm with you.
And Jordan, they broke that up, so we didn't see Mike and Scotty not be able to do it on the court. Shaq left. This is like, oh my gosh, I didn't see it this fast.
Quick piece of breaking news, courtesy of Shams. The Miami Heat are planning to suspend Jimmy Butler for 2 more games after he missed a team flight today, even though he had plans to join the Heat tonight. Keep in mind, for those of you who didn't also see last night when Jimmy did play, he played in what was clearly an homage to the Phoenix Suns pair of shoes.
Yeah.
It literally, they look like Phoenix Suns shoes.
No doubt.
Without saying Phoenix Suns.
And he's going there. He's going to get his way.
Well, we'll see.
And Steiny, you're laughing. I'm not even mad at you, but isn't this embarrassing?
For who?
Both parties. Pat Riley, the Heat.
It's the NBA.
And how nitpicky are you getting, Willer? We're going to suspend you for 2 games, knowing a trade is probably imminent.
He missed the team flight.
Yeah, missed the flight.
No, well, Zion did too.
By the way,
right,
you know how much money 2 games is?
I got you.
For Jimmy?
I mean, it's not like he won't eat, but I mean, still, that's
200 at
But
least.
those shoes last night.
Probably more like
2 games?
700.
Yeah,
close to
no
$1 million.
more than that.
If he's making 50, he's making 400 per game.
Yeah, nobody likes getting fined that much money, even when they have boatloads of money. That's a lot of money.
And I do think the bigger issue is the association, our league, as we used to call it, where these things are going on, where Jimmy Butler is basically with a ski mask on, getting his way out of town. You've got Joel Embiid, who doesn't play. Kawhi Leonard's played in 5 games. And you have all these players who
have the power.
And the motivation to play is lessened by the fact that your contract is guaranteed.
Steiny went off earlier about this.
Yeah,
classic Steiny rant?
I just think, no, it's the NBA's become about the players. It's about longevity, not legacy.
You're right.
It's about, like, Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler is set to make $52 million next year. He's got a player option. He's not going to exercise it. Why? Because he wants 3 more years of the NBA lifestyle.
3 and 120 or whatever it is.
Do you blame him?
I'm sure, I think there's some merit to what you're saying. I also wonder, though.
But I'm not saying it's their fault.
No, and even if it is less per year, like I remember having that debate with you about Draymond when he was heading into the whole player option thing. And I do think some guys look at it as, at the end of your career, like, okay, let's say you have a player option and it's for $30 million for 1 year. Or you can sign a 3-year deal that's worth $60 million. And you go, oh, well, now you're going from $30 million to $20 million. Or in the NBA, since everything's guaranteed, no, you're turning $30 million into $60 million. That's a lot more money.
Like I absolutely,
because you don't know what'll happen the next year if you go play.
Like I absolutely believe, like, Paul George was more interested in $200 million over the next 4 years than where he ended up if it would yield a title.
Probably. I mean, an LA guy went to Philly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and as long as they keep rewarding, so then we've got old guys playing half a season, but like within, and here's what I think it really is, within the NBA players, in that fraternity, Paul George is a boss. Like, he is a boss.
Look at his
because
earnings.
at 38 and 39, he's going to be making 58, and that's what it's about now for those kind of guys.
For sure.
And just to bring it back home, it makes me even feel more passionate about the fact that you've got two guys who aren't cut that way, Steph and Draymond. Like, Steph is making that kind of money to where he could go into complete shutdown mode at 21 and 21. Your team's going nowhere. Steph could have a hammy or a groin or an oblique or a calf, and he could just shut the thing down, but he doesn't. And Draymond, the same thing. I do believe that when Draymond gets healthy, they want to go out there and play. We're lucky to have these kind of guys.
No doubt.
Who are 100 millionaires who still want to play basketball.
To that end, and circling back to what we were just talking about with Lacob, what do you guys think about this? So, Lacob, it feels like, clearly believes he has become the owner and helped build an unbelievable brand that people want to be a part of.
He's got the formula.
I think a lot of us look at it and go, no, it's not the Warriors. It's not Chase Center. It's Steph. So when Steph goes, Joe feels like the brand remains. Whatever's been built. It is one of the most expensive franchises in sports. But does the brand survive Steph? Or at least what level of it is gone?
That's what I'm worried about.
And that's going to be his first at bat.
What do you guys think?
98% of the brand is gone when Steph, and it's Joe's duty to get it back to 98, back to 100. And he may not ever get it back.
That's why I must build through the draft. I must, because I don't count on a superstar non-champion to come to the Bay after Steph. I don't think you're going to be able to get a guy like that. And because there is something about Jordan and the Bulls following that. I would, if I were a superstar, but I didn't have a ring and I were a free agent in 3 years, I'm not coming to the Warriors.
Like I'm just not. If you were a ring-centered thought process, decorated veteran, not terribly old, but let's say you're 32. Like right now, would you want to join Golden State or Oklahoma City?
Yeah, Oklahoma City.
Right, in Oklahoma. See, that's my concern. I don't think the brands so much anymore are the teams. I think it's the players. And they want to be with each other, and they don't care where. They just want to be with each other.
And that's what makes it interesting when you look back at L.A., because when LeBron went to L.A., they were coming off of the post-Kobe era, and LeBron was unique because he wanted to go to L.A. for L.A.
and his kids.
And his brand and all the rest of it. So if you think about, like, Giannis, for example, if he's a free agent post-Steph and he's looking at his option and he's licking his chops, does he want to come to a 25-57 Golden State team with Kuminga and Pods? Or does he want to go to OKC and play the three with Shea and Chet and the fellas?
But they would be 25-57 without him. He would be coming to that, but with his services, the goal would be Giannis is thinking, I can turn this around.
Then he's thinking he can do that anywhere.
Right.
What I'm thinking is, let's say the Warriors right now started devising a plan to get max cap space in 2 years after Curry retires. And they create it. You know, the Lakers were looking at Shaq 2 years ahead of time. So you find when's Doncic a free agent?
Gotcha.
That the year after Steph, okay, we've cleared our books for Doncic. Steph's just retired. Why would he come here? That's the part I don't see.
And what's different in the NBA.
If he hasn't won one.
Well, these players already know what their salary is going to be. It's max salary. They know what it is. They don't have to do what Aaron Judge, and they don't have to do that. Like, will you come up to what the Giants offered? You don't have to do that. They know It's a 5-year deal worth whatever, right? $400 million. So then the whole pitch comes down to, what are you doing for me? What are you offering around me that will help me win a title? And if all you do,
a lot can change by then.
Sure, but if all you do is clear your books, that's step one.
You got to get some people.
Who are my teammates?
Right.
Yeah.
All right, gents. Well, you have a great show. These guys are going to take you to 6. Evan's got
Greg Cosell and Logan Webb today.
Look at Logan Webb.
Logan Webb, big Kings fan. Logan Webb.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
All righty. Have a great one.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's do this thing. How's everybody doing? It's Willard and Dibs. 888-957-9570 is the number. Do you hear the conversation we just had? Like, I mean, wouldn't you bet, and I don't want to necessarily go through this process, but wouldn't you bet that if we asked all the Golden State Warrior fans out there, like, what is the bigger brand right now, the Warriors or Steph Curry? Don't you think most people would answer that it's Steph Curry? Don't you think?
I guess fans would, but, I mean, at the end of it, the brand is a $7 billion brand now with a great new building, and you got the All-Star game coming. But fans would think that it's the brand, because think about the Warriors without Steph Curry, and think about 5 years from now what the Warriors will be, and you can take any of the current players and you can keep them, and that's great. You can have Pods and TJD and Kuminga and Moody and whoever else you want to keep. Draymond's gone, Steph is gone, and that's the Warriors. Well, it feels to me like the turn of the century Warriors when you were winning 17 games. So which one's bigger? It's always going to be Steph.
Okay. And so then with that, if that's how we feel, and we can get back to the Logan Murdoch stuff, I think, a little bit later on the show. Logan Webb, by the way, is going to join us in 13 minutes, okay?
Love it.
Logan Webb's going to be on. And so we'll get into Giants. We'll get into his Kings fandom. We could talk about Tom Brady owning the Raiders. I mean, all over the place. We'll do a big finish with Logan Webb.
Nice.
Which, if you're a fan of the show, you know what we're talking about. It's a whole lot of fun. We'll do all of that with Logan Webb coming up here in just about 15 minutes. But earlier in the day, some of you may have heard some of these comments, which is why we really wanted to start with a conversation that was focused on Steph Curry. Is it seems like because the Warriors are still stuck at 500, and most people, and I think you'd raise your hand too, are sort of in this camp of there is no magic pill. There's no deal. There's no health. There's no fountain of youth. There's no thing that's going to suddenly make the Warriors a contender in the next 2 weeks. And even though Steve Kerr told us last week, this will never get to the point where Steph Curry will ask for a trade or force his way out of Golden State. A, I don't know that to be true. And B, the natives are starting to get restless. And so let's at least throw this out there, and then we can all do whatever we want with it. Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo, who is a longtime NBA writer, wrote a huge article yesterday and flat out said it. It's time to trade Steph and Draymond. And he has a whole mock deal with the Houston Rockets.
I saw that.
That would bring the Warriors a couple of young players, Fred VanVleet's expiring deal, a couple other expiring deals, and then like 400 first-round picks over the next 6 years of our lives. Okay, to the point where Grandy, by the way, was like, I think that deal's almost too good.
Yeah.
It's too good. And then you add in not just the article in Yahoo, but Bobby Marks is throwing it out there that this conversation is coming. And here is that. Bobby Marks, who was actually on the Kevin O'Connor show on Yahoo.
I think there is a moment of truth moment where you do have to sit down with Curry in the offseason and say, this is where we are, and this is where our options are going to be. And you know this, there's never a guarantee that someone's going to be available. They could be waiting forever that Giannis could become available. I mean, you want to go out and get the $240 million that's left on Joel Embiid? Like, is that what you want to do? The hardest thing to do is and I thought they did a pretty good job this offseason with, post Clay and Heald and Anderson and Melton and that crew and kind of patching as much as they could together here. And they got off to a good start. But what we're seeing right now, this is a team that's going to be in the lottery.
Okay. So Marks has put him in the lottery and says the moment of the truth conversation is coming this summer. I can just answer my way. I can't call this crazy, but I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready for it. I don't think Warrior fans are ready for it. I don't think the organization is ready for it. I don't think Steph Curry is ready for it. It might be the right thing. It literally might. If you really want to just remove your emotion, it might be the right thing, but I don't think anybody here is ready for this.
I don't think so either, but I can't help but think back to what I just, revealed during the crossover, the idea of what Boston did when they traded KG and they traded Paul Pierce and they threw in Jason Terry, and what they got was a bunch of picks, and they turned those picks into Jason Terry and Jaylen Brown. And it was a little bit indirect because one of those picks got repurposed into a pick and it was a pick swap as well that they were able to utilize. So, and it took them 6 years, and during which time they had a winning percentage of .331. So if I could tell you right now that you would go from Steph and Draymond, forget the deadline, let's go to the summer, because that's when a lot of these deals happen. The big deals happen in the summer. The Paul George OKC deal, the Boston deal, it's in the summer. So you get to the summer and you decide you're going to trade Steph, Draymond, and Wiggins, and you're going to get back really not much, but you're going to get multiple firsts and first-round pick swaps, and it's going to lead you to 6 years of winning 33% of your games, at which time, you might be pretty good again, and you might, after 6 years, be a team that can rebuild and reload. Is that what Joe Lacob wants? Because he already said that we're not going to be in the lottery. And, 1 year in, you're in the lottery. And Bobby Marks is saying that you're heading for the lottery again.
And you currently are.
You currently are. And I don't know if he's wrong or not, but you could go 2 more years this year and 2 more of let's hope. And then you get to the end of it and it's like, now what do we do? Or you could pull the plug and admit that this is not working and start the rebuild now.
I'll read the trade idea to you just in a second, even though this is exactly what Steph Curry yelled at everybody to get off of Twitter and stop making up ESPN, like shut up and let us figure it out. But that's not reality. That's not what's going to happen. Fans and media are going to continue to play with this stuff. And are they ahead of the curve or not? I don't know. But I would like to throw the question out to our listeners. Are you ready to even discuss this? I'm not saying, are you ready to move on from Steph Curry? But I would love to dip our toe in the water and take your temperature. Are you ready to even acknowledge this? Are you ready to even think about this? Bobby Marks is no fool. He is a former NBA front office executive. For our money, our favorite capologist in all of the media for ESPN. He is not saying stuff willy-nilly. He's not that kind of media member. He's not making a big opinion to get clicks. And he's telling you that a moment of truth conversation is on the way surrounding Steph Curry. He's talking to Kevin O'Connor when he said it. Here's what Kevin proposed in his article. The Houston Rockets would receive, and I can't even say it without having to gulp first.
Right.
The Rockets would receive Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Buddy Hield, and Lindy Waters. In exchange, the Warriors would receive Reed Shepherd, Cam Whitmore, these 3 expiring deals, Fred VanVleet, Steven Adams, and Jae'Sean Tate. Also, 4 unprotected first-round draft picks, 2027 from the Suns, 2 of them in 2029, the most favorable from the Mavs, Rockets, and Suns, and 1 in 2031 from the Rockets. Don't stop there. You also get 3 first-round pick swaps, 2025 via the Suns, 27 via the Nets or Rockets, and 2028 via the Rockets. That is a haul. Does it do anything for anyone? Are you ready to even start thinking about this potential avenue?
Well, I'm not, but if you think about the history of that and you talk about what Boston got, as I mentioned, you got a bunch of firsts and pick swaps, and the next year after the trade, you didn't make the playoffs, and then you had a couple of first-round ousters, and then you lost in the Eastern Conference Finals during Jaylen Brown's rookie year. But part of that, too, was you had Isaiah Thomas, who was amazing early in his career. Now, can Kuminga be that? A guy who can be the centerpiece of the bridge from one era to another? Because that's what Isaiah Thomas was, and he was 5th in the MVP the year that you went to the Eastern Finals. But it's also a little different because the East and the West are different. So Boston could rebound quicker because the East is notoriously weaker. It's top heavy and middle weak and bottom feeble. So if you're the Warriors in the West and you give up Steph and Draymond and everything else that you talked about and you want to go ahead and reboot it now, you're looking at probably 2 or 3 or maybe 5 years of being in the lottery.
We're about to have some fun with Logan Webb. Hope you'll join us for that. Line up on the phones as well. Are you even ready to have this conversation? Are you even ready to think about it? Not pull the trigger. Are you ready to start thinking about the concept of dealing superstars if you're the Warriors? We'll take your calls. 888-957-9570, the number. The knockout tournament is back. On Monday, we're going to start our qualification sensation for 3 weeks, every day. Thank you. Every show. 8 a.m. hour, noon hour, 4 p.m. hour. Every day for 3 weeks starting Monday. Your chance to get in and play basketball with us at Chase Center. Got to be 18 or over. Got to be a California resident. We are also sponsored by Safeway. Let's ride. Logan Webb joins us next on Willard and Dibbs.
Head to Safeway this week.
I'm a Giants fan.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, you better be. You better be. Because guess who's here?
You're here,
Yeah,
and I'm here.
Yep.
Which means it's our time. Who else is here?
No, it's his time. Right here on the River Islands guest line. We've been excited for this all day. Logan Webb joins us here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Logan, what's going on, man?
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
We're doing good. We're excited to see y'all play. But also it's been an off season where no matter who you root for, it's been a pain in the rear unless that answer is Dodgers. What do you think of all this that's going on?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's not allowed. So, I mean, obviously, when you gotta play against these guys, it's not great. But they're just showing that they want to do everything they can to win, and they've done a great job at it this offseason.
You've been incredibly motivated every start. We can see it just watching on TV or in person. Does this give you even a little bit more of a notch of motivation just to show them and show the world that, they still have to be able to hit what you're throwing?
Yeah, I mean, I go into every game feeling the same way, but there's always a little extra motivation when you play the Dodgers, and it's the same with the Dodgers and Padres, Diamondbacks, anyone in your division. You kind of got a little extra added motivation, but yeah, definitely. And I grew up in Sacramento. I know all about the Dodger Giants rivalry, and I got a lot of friends on that team. I'm gonna be honest with you, but it's exciting to be a part of. I've been able to be a part of it. I got to play in a playoff series against those guys, and even that was even more amplified, and that was a blast. And wish we would have won that one, but hopefully many more battles to come.
Logan, can you put a little context to the tweet that you sent right after Sasaki announced that he was going to the Dodgers, when you put the cartoon up and said time to play a little basketball, and there was a cartoon of the Monstars from Space Jam? Does that mean exactly what we think it does?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've joked around with a couple of our guys that signed there this offseason saying you joined the Monstars, and it's just how it is. It's a great team. The good thing about that movie is the Monstars lose, so hopefully hopefully that comes to fruition and when the season comes around. But yeah, it's an incredibly talented team. I think all 9 starting guys, besides the new second baseman they got, has been an all-star. All their pitchers have, Cy Young capabilities, and so and their bullpen. I mean, it's just the whole team is very good, and you want to play the best, or you want to play against the best. So we get to do that.
I'm a little
4 series of the year, so I look forward to that.
Yeah, but not until June. I'm not sure, like the schedule-wise, you don't play the Dodgers till then. But as an amateur screenwriter, I'm already crafting a movie called Base Jam that involves your Giants against the Dodgers. So if you can go ahead and handle your business, maybe you could be the star of my movie, Base Jam, Logan.
This sounds good.
Logan Webb joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Logan, did I catch, I don't want to, I'm not great necessarily with being able to figure out exactly what sound effect I just heard, but did I hear maybe the new baby is somewhere right next to you?
Yeah, I'm sitting right next to her.
How's it all going, man?
It's been great. Every day, everyone always says they change so fast, and it's so true. It seems like she's changed every day for the 3.5 months right now, so it's been a blast. We just got to went to Disneyland for the weekend, and getting to see the princesses, and got to meet Mickey and Minnie. It was a really cool experience.
What about you as a father? What has been the most eye-opening thing for you?
It's kind of cliche to say this, but it just kind of changes your life, honestly. A little extra motivation to get your stuff done. I don't know how to explain it. It's just a weird thing that happens, and that's exactly what happened. And, I keep thinking about the season, and she's going to be getting older, so being able to come out after a game or something and see her and smile and give her a hug and kiss, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's incredible. I have a 2.5-year-old, so I'm kind of close to where you are, and which makes me think about my next question, which is, what's the diaper scouting report breakdown? Like, what percentage of diapers, because it's the off season and you could be all up in there. What's the diaper percentage breakdown between you and your partner?
I would say I'm probably like 15%. I'm going to be honest with you.
That's fair.
I still got to go to the workouts and do all this stuff. So, but yeah, I would say it's 15%.
That's good honesty right there, though.
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah. I mean, and do you know how to swaddle and all that stuff?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you kind of have to learn on the fly. You watch these videos and do all this stuff. I think I messed up a couple times early on, but you get used to it. Now it's like taking a walk.
Hey, let's talk a little Giants baseball. What are your thoughts on the off season and what may still unfold?
Yeah, I mean, you get a guy like Willie in here to start the off season. It's great. I'm happy I don't have to face that guy anymore. It kind of owns me a little bit. So I'm excited to have him here. I think got some young talent that's really going to take some steps, hopefully, and get to see Fitzy play every day at second base, and obviously you got Chappie still, and but it's been. I think that's a great start, and then you get Justin. I think that one kind of speaks for himself, right? It's Justin Verlander. I think it's 3-time Cy Young Award winner, MVP, 2 World Series. So it's exciting. I'm going to pick his brain. Hopefully these young guys do exactly the same as I do, and I'm just excited to get to know him and meet him, and hopefully, I think Robbie's played with him before, says he's a great dude, and I'm just excited to get to meet him and see him.
Without commenting on the predecessor, how nice is it to have Buster Posey as the new president of baseball ops, somebody who's actually been in the squat and been on the diamond and played?
Yeah, I think it's he has a different perspective, I think, than most front office people do. I know there's a couple former players that have done this, but I don't think they have and I could be wrong, but I feel like most GMs or president of baseball operations don't have the same pedigree that Buster does. I was lucky enough to play with him, and I've gotten to talk to him a couple times this off season. So I'm excited. I think he wants to get back to kind of the brand of baseball that we played when we were winning, and I look forward to that.
Hey, Logan, in all the simulated and spring training stuff that you guys do, have you had a chance to face Bryce Eldridge? And if so, what's your scouting report?
I have not.
Okay.
I probably will get the chance early in spring. Just watching him from afar. Last year I got to know him a little bit right before, kind of during this time they do camps and stuff. And I'll be at the minor league complex. And just talking to him last year, kind of asking him his goals. And I think one of his goals last year was just to get to high A and have a good time this year, and end up making a AAA. And, it's just, first thing, I saw him last week for the first time. And, I think the first thing he said was that the off season was too long. You don't hear many guys saying that. So that's, when you hear that, you just know he's excited to get here and get going again. And, so I'm working with Mr. Wotus yesterday, taking ground balls, and I'm just excited for him. He's a great kid, and sky's the limit with all the ability. And hopefully we do see him. I'll get to be around him in spring, but hopefully get to see him on the big show later this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all remember when you were a prospect coming up. You were a name that we heard before you got here and all of that stuff. Maybe not to this level. He's only 20 years old and now being told that he's the next big thing. But your perspective on what he's facing with that kind of attention and pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever. I never had that attention when I was in the minor league, so I don't really know. I think a good guy to ask would be Kyle. You know, Kyle has dealt with.
Yeah.
You know, he's number one left-handed pitching prospect in baseball, and you know, I know he's not satisfied with how he started, which it's kind of BS. I think he's done great, and he's only going to keep getting better. But you know, I think it is different when there's a lot more pressure on you, but some guys thrive in it, and I think Bryce will be that type of guy, and I think Kyle is going to keep being that guy. So it's exciting for me. I mean, you know, I had a little different path. I went to short season twice, and you know, I spent a lot of time in high A, and at one level I really didn't spend in was AAA. So I think he spent a month in each place last year, so he was moving all around. I mean, I've never really seen a guy move up that fast, and but he deserved everything. I mean, everywhere he went, he killed it, and I think he's just going to keep doing that. I think, like I said, I think he's got the right mentality. He's a great kid, and you know, he looks bigger right now, which he's 6'7", so
right.
So it's yeah. I mean, I'm super excited for him, and obviously tried to get to know him even more during the season. And we got a great group of position player guys too that'll kind of take him under their wings, and I'll let them do that. I'll stick with my young pitchers, and hopefully I won't have to do all the dirty work. Maybe I'll let Justin do all that this year.
Yeah, Logan Webb here on 95.7 The Game. And as you know, Logan, these babies, these kids, they change every day. So by the time Bryce gets to camp, he might actually be 6'8". I mean,
exactly.
Considering what your daughter is going through. When you look at your staff, and I love that you're, you know, looking at it from a mentor standpoint, and of course, Justin Verlander comes in as an OG, but you look at these young arms, and does it give you a lot of excitement about what could be your real difference maker in the division to have so many good young starting pitchers?
Yeah, I think, I think playing for the Giants, I think in its history, I mean, you win by playing defense and pitching well. So we kind of know that, and I think we kind of got a little chip on our shoulders. I think a lot of us that were here last year weren't too happy with how we played last year, and I think, you know, we all take our bumps. I think especially as a young guy, we had a lot of young guys, guys that I'm super excited about. You know, Harry, Birdsong, Rupee, Mason Black. You know, I know Carson Wisenhunt's working his tail off. Like, there's a lot of young pitchers in there, and I think one of the messages early on will be, you know, it takes more than. I saw a stat actually. I think it was last year, but like the last time. It was only 5 starting pitchers that lasted throughout the whole season, and it was like the year 2000. So, you know, it takes more than 5 guys, so it's going to be a lot of us throughout the season, and so I hope they know that. And you know, it's tough sometimes when if you go to camp and you know you get sent down early or something happens, but you know, I look at Ramos last year. I think Ramos was part of the first cut, and he ended up being an all-star. So. Things happen. Hopefully these guys just come in. I've seen a lot of them already, and looks like they're all ready to go. Bullpens look great. They all look like they didn't, you know, eat their way through the off season. So it's always good. There's always cliche. You're going to hear it a million times. Everyone's in the best shape of their lives. Best off season yet. Everyone says it. But it's true. I think a lot of these guys. A lot of these guys look really ready, and I'm just excited for them.
Logan Webb joining us here at Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Logan, the producers found something online, and everybody's buzzing about it here. They want to know, the internet says you're legally blind. Is that true?
Yeah, without my contacts in, I can see 2 feet in front. I couldn't be, my little daughter right here would be a blur to me.
And that happened early, that you dealt with this?
Yeah, it was actually when I think it was like 10 or 11, I started just telling my parents I couldn't see as well, and my parents noticed it. So worn contacts since I was, I guess, like I said, I think 10 or 11 years old. And, yeah, it's in the mornings. It's rough when I wake up, can't see a thing.
Will your contacts be in at 7:00 tonight when the Warriors play the Kings?
Oh yeah, 8:00 here in Arizona.
Oh, okay, in Arizona. Yeah. How do you feel about 7 of their last 9 since the coaching change, Logan?
Yeah, I was, I know a couple people in Oregon. I thought Mike did a great job. I think as a Kings fan, I got friends and buddies. They're all mad at me because I was saying that was a dumb move and all this stuff. And, he brought us our first playoffs in, 20 years. And who knows, it might have been the right choice. I mean, they've been playing pretty well. It's a group of, I love watching them play right now. They're running again. They're doing all the good stuff. Seeing Malik in the starting lineup has been awesome. So it's been fun to watch every game, and hopefully tonight's another good game.
And in your mind, is the Warrior dynasty just a complete thing of the past?
I don't think so. I mean, anytime you got Steph Curry on your team or Draymond Green, I think you're still going to be fine. It's they got a lot of young guys too. So I think Steph had I kind of saw his quote the other day saying, "Can't panic now," and I think that's true. I mean, it's at the point it wasn't even halfway through the season yet. I think they just reached halfway, right? Am I correct?
Yep, just passed. Yes.
So, I mean, the Kings on Christmas. If you would have said the Kings would be in the 7 or 8 seed, you probably would have laughed at me. So I feel like basketball runs happen. You win 6 or 7 in a row or 7 out of 9, and crazy things happen. So I don't, like I said, as long as you have those two guys kind of running the show, I think you'll be all right.
Logan, we'll let you get back to fatherhood in a moment, but we got to have some fun on the way out the door with our big finish. Are you ready to go?
Yep.
Okay, let's hit it. Logan, 2 categories. You pick one. Do you want to do Sacramento Kings or Logan's Web?
Let's do Logan's Web.
Logan's Web. Okay. Are you afraid of spiders?
Definitely afraid of spiders.
You are?
What happens when a spider pops up in your homestead or in the clubhouse? Are you a jump on the table guy, or do you go up with a napkin and try to scoop and score?
I do the napkin. I usually make my wife do it at home, but
wow.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I got to get the napkin, scoop and score.
Yeah. Are you a catch and release guy, or is it going to be a smash and flush?
Smash. I make sure that thing's not moving anymore.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, some like
baseball cleat.
My ex-wife was a catch and release, and she didn't like spiders, but no judgment either way. Question number 2: how do you spend your time on the worldwide Logan Web?
Are you saying like what do I do on the internet?
Like, are you do you watch shows? Are you a social media?
It's like,
do
get
you
out
just
of here
like
with that question.
Do you like Google best way to swaddle a 3-month-old? Like when you go on the web, what are you doing?
Honestly, a lot of sports. There's a lot of sports that I watch. Big Bleacher Report, looking up stuff. I go on Twitter, X, or whatever it is for good laughs. The internet's undefeated always.
Yep.
And then I dabble. I look at TikTok every once in a while. I think it was gone for what, 24 hours?
Yeah, 12 hours. It's terrifying.
Yeah. What'd you do with yourself?
Right?
Yeah, I don't know. My sister-in-law was panicking.
she was not alone. All right, last one. If you could be a superhero, who would you be, and would it be Spider-Man?
I think it's got to be Spider-Man. I think Tom Holland made Spider-Man cool again. I mean, it was always cool, but I think in these last couple Marvel ones, I think he made it cool again. So I'm going to go Spider-Man.
You're saying the Tobey Maguire era, which is a little bit earlier than, when you were watching it, but maybe a little bit too much of a soft Spider-Man?
No. And that's not too early. I watched Spider-Man growing up. Okay. The Andrew Garfield one was great too. I I think the new Marvel one, they made it a little cooler. You got to work with Tony Stark, got some cool new outfit, and I think that was cool. I think he made it cool again.
Logan Webb with some serious
Great
Spider-Man
answers.
knowledge.
Great
Yeah, this is
answers.
big. Hey, bonus question on the way out the door. Why did you choose number 62?
I didn't.
I
didn't choose number 62. That's what was given to me. I give Brad Graham some crap every once in a while for that, but that was the one that was given to me when I got called up, and I think he asked me again after, I think it was like 2021, but I would have had to. I think you're supposed to pay for the ones that have been sold, and at that point, I think we were all invested in 62. So I just kept it and kind of, I think I got to keep with that.
Yeah.
Keep going with that.
Yeah, I mean, come on. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Hey, Logan, thank you for spending some time with us. Congrats on fatherhood. Thank you. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me.
Okay. All right, there he is. Logan Webb right here on Willard and Dibs.
I just love him more and more each time we talk to him.
Pretty great.
And
He's pretty
just
great.
a good dude, and bring on the Dodgers, and I'll put aside the Sacramento Kings fandom for the moment, but great answers to the big finish.
Yeah, all right. So we'll react to that. Greg Cosell is also 20 minutes away.
Oh, no.
Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances. In live working vignettes, visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs.
Warriors. Union. Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Willard and Dibbs, 888-957-9570. Logan was fantastic. Odyssey app, YouTube, if you missed any portion of it. Greg Cosell joins us in 15 minutes and goes after Dibbs. In what way? There's only one way to find out. Keep listening.
Yeah, and I'm nervous. I don't have notes. I didn't do notes on all 4 games, but I've got questions, and I got to make sure my questions are measured and accurate, because if not, he will crush me.
There is absolutely no hesitation. Knockout tournament is back. Want to play ball with us on the Chase Center floor? Only one way to do it, and it's listen to 95.7 The Game. Starting on Monday, every day for 3 weeks, all 3 shows every day. There will be a qualifier, 8 a.m. hour, noon hour, and 4 p.m. hour every single day for 3 weeks, starting on Monday. So be with us. You got to be at least 18. You got to live in California. Other than that, we'll see you there. I don't know if this is leading down the road of Robert Saleh or not, but there was some NFL stuff earlier today, similar to when the Suns start moving first-round draft picks around, and everyone goes, oh, this is a precursor to Jimmy Butler. I wonder this too. There had been talk for weeks that the Jags were going to have a hard time finding a high-level head coach because they were hanging on to Trent Baalke as their GM. And then they went through the coaching interview process, and so it was no surprise when they came out the other side and they're like, we still don't have a head coach. And Trent Baalke is still here.
You got to Google it.
Yeah, so then what'd they do today? And they're like, we changed our mind. We're firing Trent Baalke.
Right.
Does that mean that Robert Saleh is about to take the Jags job? And if it does, what does that mean for the 49ers and the defensive coordinator position, which remains open?
Well, to me, it means that the 49ers are left holding the bag, and the fact that, the Jags are doing this as Cohen had withdrawn his name from the head coaching job. So when you have a coordinator who has gone through one interview and then he's getting ready for his second interview and he says, nah, I'm good, I don't want a second interview, that tells me that there's something broken in Jacksonville. And so now they may or may not have fixed it by ousting the GM, which tells me that all of the candidates are back in there. And maybe Cohen wants to get back in and he wants a second interview. It might be too late, but it also tells me that if you're Robert Saleh, that might now be a job that's more attractive to you. And my whole thing is, I look at the Niners, and we heard Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch right away in their exit press conference talk about, well, the one advantage of being out early is you have an extra month to go into the offseason and sort these things out. You need a new defensive coordinator. You fired another one after 1 year. You need a new special teams coordinator. You fired a guy who was very well accomplished but had the worst unit in football. And so, you had a month head start. And here we are, almost 3 weeks into that month head start. And to my eye, you've done nothing. You haven't conducted interviews, that many interviews that we've seen. Yeah. You haven't hired anyone.
No.
And it feels to me like you're waiting there with a candle burning in your window for Robert Saleh to come home riding on horseback. And if he doesn't, then what do we have?
Okay,
Niners?
But, to me, this falls into the trap that we often do, which is as fans and media, if we don't hear anything, that means nothing's happening. And it's been disproven over and over and over again. And I can't tell you that you're wrong because I don't know who's being interviewed. But are you suggesting that the San Francisco 49ers defensive coordinator job, that group is so dumb that they're going to put their chip in Robert Saleh's circle, realizing all along that if he chooses a head coaching job, they will not have seen that coming. Oh my God, and we're left with no one. Or is it possible that they do have their plan B, their plan C, their plan D laid out? They've had discussions about this, and we have no idea where that's going to go. And secondarily, I know where a lot of people's mind goes, oh, we're going to end up with Brandon Staley. What kind of evidence do you have that that's not a good thing? He's been a defensive coordinator in the league before, and it went swimmingly well. Did it not?
Well, he was in the building last year. And
he was, but he was not the coordinator.
But what was he?
I don't know. Well, I can't give you an educated answer on
He's
that.
a defensive guy who was in the building, and your defense got appreciably worse. So was he just standing there on a hands-off basis with Sorensen? Like, you got brought in for a reason. Did you get brought in just because you needed a place to be and it was cold outside and you needed a warm office to sit in? What did he do?
I don't know. I can't give you an educated answer on what he did.
I can give you an educated answer on what he didn't do.
Here's what I do know. I don't want you to sound hypocritical with the Kyle Shanahan Atlanta Falcons take. I'm not blaming somebody for the defense when they weren't the defensive coordinator.
I'm not blaming him either. I'm just asking what he did, because
I don't know.
If you got
coached,
like, why did he get brought in? He got brought in for a reason.
They liked him.
Okay,
I don't know. They wanted him on the staff.
I just wonder what he did.
His defensive mind.
Well, whatever his defensive mind was, and whatever he contributed, their defense was worse than it was the year before.
But we cannot just start running around, my opinion, attaching that to everybody in the building. Like, if we've all had nuanced conversations all year where we point to things like injury and family tragedies and whatever.
Fine.
All those things. Like, for instance, you're not going to argue now that Kyle Shanahan's a crappy offensive coach, are you?
No.
Well, he was running the offense last year.
This is what I will argue.
Yeah.
If you loved Brandon Staley and you fired Nick Sorensen, then you would have immediately elevated Brandon Staley to that job.
Maybe they love him, but they love Robert Saleh more.
Well, and
so
if
they
you
want to wait and see if they
and if Brandon Staley is like your first runner-up, then so be it. But I know that Jeff Ulbrich, a guy who's got Niner ties, he got a DC job elsewhere. A former head coach who got hired as a DC somewhere else.
But we put that, because of past ties, we put that in Kyle Shanahan's head. I never heard that they wanted Jeff Ulbrich. I know he used to play for the Niners, and he was coaching on Saleh's staff. So people go, oh, Jeff, I have no idea if Kyle Shanahan thought that was viable.
Well, I don't know what Kyle Shanahan wants. All I can look at is his track record.
Yeah.
And his track record is going backward. You hire a guy who's never been a coordinator, and it didn't work out. And the year before, you hired a guy who had only been a coordinator for the most part. He'd been a head coach, and it didn't work out.
And the year before that, they elevated someone from within who had never been a coordinator. He was awesome balls and is now a head coach who goes to the playoffs every year.
So since then, you had a guy who didn't fit, and you crushed him in the media, and then you hired from within a guy who was unqualified, and this guy was not fired. He's been reassigned. What's Nick Sorensen's new job? Anyone?
It hasn't been defined yet. He might be the special teams coordinator.
I would hope not.
Well, I don't know that. See,
to me, Mark, this is my point.
That's a totally different gig.
My point is this. You talked about in your exit interviews how great it would be to have an extra month because you're not in the Super Bowl, and I look at a team that has done nothing in that month. And you've made no hire.
Yes, see, now they've made no hire. That's different than doing nothing. I would argue that, again, I can't tell you you're wrong. I can tell you, in my opinion, you're jumping to conclusions that simply because they have not named someone, that means they did not make use of their time. I don't think they went on vacation. I don't think they instead started a GoFundMe for TikTok. I think they've been working on this, and I don't know what the reasons are, and maybe they are waiting for Robert Saleh, and maybe that's what they're going to get. And maybe Robert Saleh is going to get a head coaching job, and maybe they've decided that whether it's Brandon Staley or hell, it could be Pete Carroll, who they think is their second pick, and maybe they'll end up there. And the last thing I'd argue is most fans don't give two rips who anybody's coordinator is until we get to the idea of did it work or not.
Right, like, they do care because you're coming off of back-to-back coordinators that didn't work.
But it does
matter.
Of course it matters. That's not what I said. They don't. You're not going to know at the press conference if it worked or not. Hell, they could hire Robert Saleh, and that could not work.
Right, or they could, re-elevate Nick Sorensen.
They need better players.
They need to have a coordinator who actually gets the defense, the players that you do have, to play better. All I'm saying is that between your exit press conference and now, and we do know, the interviews that happen, they get leaked. It's almost never that these interviews actually don't get leaked.
Not at the coordinator level.
I think you usually find out. And right now, it feels to me like there's not much going on in Santa Clara. And meanwhile, other teams are making hires and they're making moves, and the Niners are just sitting there with a candle in the window waiting for Bob Saleh.
Do you really think that? I love it. That's the statement I want to dig in.
Kyle Shanahan.
Do you really think they're sitting there twiddling their thumbs?
I think Kyle Shanahan in his house, he has a front room, and when it gets dark, he goes to this front room and he lights a candle and he sits there by the window and he looks to see if Robert Saleh is coming in.
That's what you think.
Is that Bob's car?
Is that
Bob's car?
For real?
Wait, is that Bob?
Be real with me. Be real. That's what you think.
I think they're waiting for a candidate that they're not going to get. And then when Robert Saleh gets the Jacksonville job, now it's going to be a scramble for some nobody to go ahead and try to put a Band-Aid where you need a
I just wanted to get to where you really think the Niners are just sitting there on the pot, staring out a window, doing nothing because they forgot they're supposed to be working. That's what you think.
I didn't say that they forgot that they're supposed to be working.
No,
I think that they have all their eggs in one basket.
With a candle
eggs
or something.
In one basket.
Right.
And that basket, if that basket doesn't come home to roost, then what?
Then they go to plan B, which may be awesome.
Right.
Yeah.
It's allowed to be.
Yeah. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Greg Cosell joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here to talk about this.
on 95.7 The Game.
All right. We're not done with that conversation, but maybe need to put a little bit of a new spin on it, which we will coming up down the road, but not right now. Not right now, because it's 3:20 on a Wednesday. And I know that you, Dan Dibley, know exactly what that means.
I love it.
You better button up.
I get nervous, but it makes me raise my game, I'll be honest.
NFL Films, executive producer, one of our favorites, joining us on the River Islands guest line. It's none other than Greg Cosell. Hi, Greg. How we doing?
Gentlemen, what's happening?
Let's see. What is happening? Well, we got 3 football games left, Greg. That's it.
We do.
Yeah. So
they tell me.
Yeah, so they tell you. And I feel like heading into the weekend, one of the things that's really on the mind of the football fan, and I'm not going to get into whole conspiracy theories or whatever, but I'm sure you hear everybody complain about the Chiefs and the refs. And here's what I wanted to ask you, specific to one thing, and it's actually not even just Patrick Mahomes. I've watched Russell Wilson do this. When you watch on film the quarterback do that kind of last-minute slide thing under the defenders, what do you see there? Do you believe that there are certain quarterbacks who are sort of using that as a weapon right now?
Well, I think it's a larger question. I'm not going to get into, the so-called conspiracy theories. People always said that, Brady gets all the calls or this guy gets all the calls. I think the larger question now is the colleges are sending more and more quarterbacks to the NFL that can run. So the league has to make a decision, in my view. Again, what do I know? They don't ask me my opinion on this. But I think they have to make a decision as to how you're going to deal with quarterbacks who run. Because essentially they become running backs. That becomes a strength of their game. Hurts runs. Jaden Daniels runs. Josh Allen runs. Mahomes can run, obviously. So how are you going to deal? Lamar, obviously, runs. There's going to be more and more of those guys. So how are you going to deal with that? Because essentially it becomes a foundational part of their game. It's a way for them to make plays. And it's a way that offenses call things at times for them to make plays. So they become runners. They're running backs at that point in time. And, I think the league is going to have to figure out how to deal with that.
And I think the easy solution would be when you run past the line of scrimmage, you're no longer a quarterback. And if you're running back and you want to slide, you can slide, but I would recommend you slide early, because what we're seeing, Greg, is, with the Mahomes play in particular, he slides late and the 2 defenders collide with each other, but it draws a 15 because they came in to try to hit him.
The other issue too, and I don't know if replay, can handle this, or if someone from upstairs can handle this and override it. But the issue becomes if the defender starts his tackle before the quarterback starts his slide, okay, then the defender can't stop. So they can't make. He's obviously going to hit the guy in the head, but he can't physically stop. It's not humanly possible for him to stop his body. So they have to have a way to deal with that. Because when I watch games, I see defenders start their tackling, movement before the quarterback starts his slide. And there's nothing the defender can do with that. It's not humanly possible.
Exactly. And I can't help but think about this upcoming weekend with Jaden Daniels, a guy who's become such a threat in the run game, and the way they go about setting it up with, the read option. What do you see when you watch Washington? I know he's a great passer, but Jaden Daniels as a two-way threat, when you watch the film, what do you see that makes him so potent?
Well, to me, it starts with the fact that he is a very good passer and I think sometimes that now gets overlooked because he is so dynamic a runner. But I think that he's a really good passer from the pocket. His ball placement is extremely precise. He throws a really good deep ball. I think that Cliff Kingsbury does a really good job as well. I mean, I was watching the tape this week, and I'm sure you guys watch college football. I know you're on the West Coast, so you may not be as focused on the SEC, let's say, as some others. But, all of a sudden I'm seeing them run what would be considered a true air raid concept, where you have double stacks with two receivers on each side stacked literally 2-3 yards from the sideline. That's a true air raid formation, and what happens is it lightens the box. You end up with 5 defenders in the box, and then you have Daniels in the shotgun, and somebody's got to account for Daniels because the zone read is always existing in that formation. So they had a play where Eckler ran for 35 yards from that formation because 2 guys went with Daniels, and they basically only had to block 3 guys. So, they're doing a lot of interesting things on offense that make it difficult for defenses, not only because of the way Daniels can throw, but because of the run game element that's always prevalent when he's in the shotgun.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, with us on Willard and Dibs. Before we get too far from Mahomes, I also wanted to ask you this, Greg, because it's fascinating at an age where so many teams are at least financially prioritizing the wide receiver position, and we talk about quarterbacks and what weapons they have. Here's Mahomes at a team that's now 16-2, and his top receiver was his tight end, and his top wide receiver was a rookie, and he only had 600 yards. What do you see with Mahomes and the way he utilizes his weaponry that seems to make it so that he can work with less than others?
Well, this season has been an anomaly because their pass game has not been very effective. It's been efficient but not effective, and those are two different things. And Mahomes has not turned the ball over in quite a long time, which, by the way, is very, very important. Now, they still throw the ball a lot. But, for instance, this year, in terms of passes that go 20 yards or more in the air from the line of scrimmage, Mahomes has far and away the worst completion percentage in the NFL. He's only completed 26% of those throws. By contrast, Sam Darnold led the NFL in passes that went 20 yards or more from the line of scrimmage, completing 56%. That's a difference of 30%. So, which it would probably be mind-boggling to some people. Now, you can do a lot of things on offense and not be great on offense when your defense is as good as the Chiefs. But because Mahomes has been a great player and arguably the best quarterback, we've seen in a long time, everybody wants to focus on Mahomes. But this team has really been built on defense and just efficiency of offense. That's the way they've played. When you don't turn it over on offense and your defense is so good, particularly in those critical fourth quarter situations. I mean, there was a sequence against Houston that began with over just about 10 minutes to go, and it was a one-score game where Steve Spagnuolo blitzed 3 times in a row, and that's what he does. He's the best situational blitzer in the league, and it causes all kinds of problems. So as long as they don't turn it over, and they make the opposing offense have to go 70, 80, 90 yards, that's really hard to do against the Chiefs.
And you put your NFL matchup hat on for just a second longer and think about that aspect of this game with Spagnuolo and the blitzing of the defense against Josh Allen and Buffalo's offense. How are they able to manage and navigate against a team like Kansas City that will send a lot of different pressures against Josh Allen?
Well, Buffalo has been a fascinating study the last couple of weeks because they have been a run-first team clearly. And they have obviously believed against Denver in the first round and this week against Baltimore, who had the best run defense in the league throughout the season, that they could line up and just play physical football. And for the most part, it was effective. I mean, this was an odd game for Buffalo in the sense that most of us thought, myself included, that this would have to be much more of a Josh Allen game. And in fact, they almost played the game as if Josh Allen wasn't a factor in the game. I mean, as a passer, I'm talking about. Obviously, he had some critical runs, which, he certainly can do. But, they only threw the ball. I think he had 23 dropbacks in the game. Their run-pass ratio was crazy. It was like 70% run. So I don't know what their plan will be this week in Arrowhead. It's a different situation than playing at home in Buffalo. So I don't know what their plan is, but it seems to me that they believe that they can line up and play physical football and work off that.
Greg, before we move too far into the game that's coming, I did have a specific question about the game that was last week, and I wonder what your perspective was. The Lamar Jackson interception there in the first half. I've seen some suggest that Rashad Bateman just went the wrong way And that's why Lamar threw something that looked like it was 10 yards away from anybody on his team. What did you see on that play?
Well, regardless where Lamar threw the ball, he shouldn't have thrown the ball, because the fact is he had the post safety cheated to that side.
Yep.
So let's say that Bateman should have run straight instead of angling it to the sideline. It still would have been intercepted, because Rapp was right there. He basically threw it to Rapp. So only he could tell you why he threw it. I can't answer that question, but regardless of whether Bateman ran the right route or the wrong route, where Lamar threw the ball, it would have been intercepted.
And are we now all officially out on Lamar Jackson because he lost a game, Greg?
What do you mean by out? So in other words,
in other words,
they should trade. They should get rid of Lamar and go to the quarterback.
And I'm just
go to the quarterback store and get another quarterback.
Last week about the quarterback store and just I don't know.
Get him, Greg.
Yeah, what was your assessment though overall of Lamar? Because I had a debate with a colleague here who will remain nameless, not my partner Mark, who's level-headed, but the idea of who to blame. And I didn't think that Lamar was necessarily that bad in the game. When you look at the tape, what did you make of Lamar Jackson's performance in that loss?
Well, I didn't think he played poorly. I mean, the interception was obviously uncharacteristically poor, and people then say, well, that shows he can't play in big games because he didn't do that in the regular season. He made a mistake. By the way, there have been teams that have won big games where the quarterback has made a bad throw or two in a game and they still win. And who knows what would have happened if Andrews didn't fumble and Andrews caught the 2-point conversion. Who knows? There's a lot of plays in games that people don't even think about that I see when I watch tape and see every single play that could potentially be game-changing plays that people never even think about. But obviously the Lamar fumble was a fluky play. I mean, how many times have we seen him do really cool stuff to avoid pressure and say, man, Lamar Jackson is phenomenal? Well, that time he tried to do really cool stuff to avoid pressure, and who knows, maybe because the ball was slick, he fumbled, okay? But I love these conversations. And obviously on Monday, that's all we saw on social media about people trying to decide. And I just kept thinking to myself, what is their final point? Is their point that they should get rid of Lamar Jackson and get another quarterback? Just like if Josh Allen loses this week and he'll be 0-4 against Mahomes in the playoffs. So what should the Bills go out and get another quarterback? There's no point to these conversations.
Greg, I also wonder about a statement you made last week. It sounded like you said that Jalen Hurts, at least recently, wasn't seeing things very well. And they win again. But I wonder what your thoughts are on that offense currently and whether or not it's leaning almost a little bit too one-dimensional on Saquon Barkley.
Well, I would answer it this way. What does every offensive coach want? Explosive plays,
Sure.
right? Isn't that what every coach wants? Now, we normally associate explosive plays in the pass game. Percentage-wise, explosive plays happen in the pass game, right? Isn't that normally the case?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, they get explosive plays in the run game. They had 3 44-plus yard touchdowns last week, okay? That's a lot. That doesn't happen very often. So I would answer it this way. Everybody knows what Jalen Hurts is, by the way. There's no mystery about Jalen Hurts. He's not a great progression reader. He's not seeing things well. I spoke to someone who used to be in the Eagles organization, is not now, but studies all the tape, and said they just can't figure out why Jalen, from a progression reading standpoint, just seems to be getting worse. So let's leave that for the moment. But there's a couple of things that separate this offense. Number one, the run game. They do get explosive plays. Number two, and you got to think about this. This is really important. The Eagles and the Bills are like this as well. They're essentially 4-down offenses, especially from the plus 40 going in if they have 4 yards or less to the line of gain. That changes the way defenses have to play. Because normally if you're a defense, and let's say it's 3rd and 10, and the offense throws a pass and gains 7, you feel good. Hey, man, we got him off the field. Not the Eagles, not the Bills. They're 4-down offenses, depending on where they are on the field. So that changes everything for how a defense has to play, and that can't be overstated.
And when you look at that matchup, to me, Greg, it feels a little bit like styles make fights kind of a game, because Washington wants to score a little bit more quickly. Philadelphia wants to use all 4 downs like you talked about and grind it out. What's the recipe for Washington in terms of what you see on film for them to be able to get the game where they want it to be?
Well, by the way, Philly doesn't mind if Barkley runs 50 yards for a touchdown, just so you know.
Yeah, fair. I mean, and he's done that a number of times. I don't think any team would mind that if their running back did that.
Right. The number one thing, and this is not a profound statement, but, if you're the Commanders, you're going to have to put the Eagles in longer yardage situations. The problem teams have when they play the Eagles is getting them into 3rd and 9, okay? Because what happens, Barkley this year has been better than he's ever been in his career. One of the things that look, we know Barkley can take it to the house. We know that. But what really separates backs, Derrick Henry's been like this his whole career, Barkley's been like this year, better than ever, is when it's blocked for 2, he's getting 6. And that changes the whole dynamic of a game because 2nd and 4 is a whole different animal than 2nd, and 8 or 9. So it's really difficult to make the Eagles and put them in truly long yardage situations. And that, like I said, from a defensive standpoint, that changes the dynamic of how you play.
What did you see in Jared Goff's performance, and was it out of character?
No, I don't think it was, and I don't think he played poorly. I mean, I thought the interception return for a touchdown was an absolutely, and I don't know, you never know about how coaches call games, but I thought it turned out to be a brilliant defensive call because essentially what happened on that play, it was really kind of cool. All they did was play cover 2, but they tweaked cover 2, and they actually dropped out a defensive tackle as an underneath coverage defender. So what that did is it allowed the normal underneath defender, who was Igbenahene, to play deeper and get more depth. So Goff, who works between the numbers as well as any quarterback in the league, was forced to throw the ball higher over Iggy because he was deeper, because they had dropped the D tackle out, so he's kind of airmailed it, and that was just great defense, a great concept. But overall, did Goff play poorly? No. I mean, he just missed Williams on what would have been a 70-yard touchdown, which we've seen him throw this year. I mean, he missed him by a foot. So, no, I don't think Goff played poorly.
You mentioned earlier about stack formations with, 2x2 and that kind of opening up the middle. And you had me thinking about the 49ers and how they have everything much closer to the tackle box and much closer to the line of scrimmage. Is that something, when you look at the film, that the 49ers need to be more diverse about in terms of their formation?
Well, there's many ways to play. I mean, let me ask you this, because, given the year that they had, it's easy to start thinking, well, what's the problem? Do you think the 49ers have had a bad offense over the last 4, 5, 6 years?
Not 4, 5, or 6, Greg, but I do think that they get into certain patterns of a lot of tight splits, a lot of tight formations, and an inability to do something different. They fall behind and they can't go 4 wide. They can't spread teams out. And I wonder, when you look at the film, if you see them being too unidimensional.
That's a hard question to answer, just because I don't know how they see their own players. They may feel that this is what their players do best. I mean, for the most part, the Rams do a lot of the same things. To some degree, formationally, I'm talking about, maybe the route. I mean, obviously the Rams are a heavy 11 personnel offense with 3 wide. The 49ers are not. So will Kyle Shanahan look at his team this offseason and feel like, hey, there are some tweaks we have to make? Coaches do that all the time. Even the teams that win the Super Bowl do that. It's interesting. We're talking about the Chiefs, and the Chiefs, in terms of their pass game this year, it's not been very good. So they could win the Super Bowl this year, and therefore people will say they're great, but their pass game hasn't been very good. That wouldn't be could it be great this week and next week? It could be, but throughout this season, it hasn't been. So I'm sure Andy Reid in the offseason will tweak his passing game to some degree. I think coaches do that all the time. So, that's a hard question to answer, because a lot of it, too, has to do with the players that you have.
And to that end, and realizing that obviously you have to have the players mixing in with the coaches, wonder what you think about, and this is only a soft rumor at this point, but rumored that the 49ers are at least thinking about talking to Pete Carroll for their open defensive coordinator position. What did you see from his defenses when you last saw him in the league?
Well, Pete Carroll can probably do anything on the defensive side of the ball because he's been coaching for so long. So he has a wide range, in his treasure chest, as it were. Look, I think the two most important people in any game, and I heard Bill Belichick say this, and he's a lot smarter than I am. I think that the two most important people are the offensive coordinator and the defensive coordinator, not the players as much. I mean, it's, everybody always says you got to have players. Well, of course, everybody knows that. But, I think Pete Carroll can go any number of ways depending on his personnel. Don't forget whether he was the one who was actively the reason for the Legion of Boom, or that was Dan Quinn who started. We don't know the answer to that. We're not there. Then he made some changes because the league kind of picked up on how to attack and beat cover 3. So, I think that Pete Carroll had evolved over time because of just the way teams start. Everything that happens in the league becomes cyclical. It's like, remember back in the day, Tony Dungy with cover 2, and that was all the rage. And then teams figured out how to beat it. So teams still play cover 2, just like teams still play cover 3, because there's not 1,000 defenses, but it just comes down to degrees and what you do with the personnel you have in given situations.
Greg, always wonderful to have you, and we look forward to when you take a moment to break down this tape and tell us about our performance today.
Not bad, guys. Not bad.
Okay. All right. We'll take it.
Not bad.
We'll take it. All right, Greg. Thank you.
All right, guys. Appreciate it as always. Thanks.
Indeed. Greg Cosell, NFL Films. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Let's dive into this next. We've been talking about a bunch of different stuff. Logan Webb's been on the show. It's a Warrior Wednesday. Had our conversation about Robert Saleh. Weigh in on this, and we'll lay it out a little bit more coming up next. But 888-957-9570. Let's say any minute now, the big story breaks. Which one are you hoping for it to be? Which one gets you going the most? Warriors make a big trade? Giants sign Pete Alonso to a 1+1, or the Niners announce Robert Saleh as the new defensive coordinator. Which of those three excites you the most right now? Let's take some calls, and we'll talk it out. 888-957-9570 is the number. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Willard and Dibbs.
Warriors Kings.
Not bad, guys.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, go ahead. Put it up on Twitter, Lucas, and I'm gonna challenge everybody here because I think that this is an odd 1-2 punch. I really do. Pretend the big story hits today. Yeah, boom.
Wait, which one is it? Hit it again, Grandy. 95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
Yeah.
News.
Now,
news.
What we say next could be Robert Saleh's back as the Niners defensive coordinator.
This from Adam Schefter. This from Shams Charania. This from
Jeff Passan.
I was going to say, who's the guy who butchered the arson judge?
John Heyman.
Yeah. This from George Heyman.
Or John.
Yeah. No, it's George for the sake of the bit.
Got it.
I couldn't remember who it was who butchered the arson judge.
All right. Robert Saleh back as Niners defensive coordinator.
It's big.
Giants signed Pete Alonso to play first base, but just for 1 year.
Also big.
Bryce Eldridge is coming.
Hey, who cares? It's a 1+1, whatever.
He can be the DH, whatever.
It'd be pretty fun to have Slugging Pete there hitting a lot of warning track shots.
Or the Warriors make a big trade. Now, we talked about this earlier as a group. Mark Randy was like, oh my God, no question. Warrior trade, right, Mark? Okay. Lucas. Yep. Yeah, Lucas goes, Warrior trade. Look at our text line right now. Okay. I'd be excited if the Warriors traded away players for future picks and ended up with a big player. Warriors trade for Giannis. For the love of God, Warriors make a big trade. Warriors. You're all going to answer Warriors. Not just because we're the home of the Warriors. Part of it is that's what we're sitting in right now.
It's the urgency.
Midst of it.
14 days and 21 hours.
But I feel like 92% of you have been telling me for the last 2 months that there's no trade out there that'll help.
Well, that's what I've been saying for 2 months.
So why the hell are you so excited about a trade?
Well, and let's just even take
what's it going to do?
Let's take the size and scope out of it, where the Warriors have traded Kevon Looney for 2 seconds. I mean, if that's the trade,
no, big trade.
What I'm saying?
No, but we said big trade.
Fine,
if it's a trade,
if it's a big trade, it to me it's an easy answer on the poll. Like a big trade would be Jimmy Butler, Zion Williamson.
What about Vucevic? Does that count?
I guess he's a big guy. That'd be a big trade.
Grandy? Is that a big trade? Nikola Vucevic for expiring deals and 2 second-rounders?
Yeah, sure. It'd pique my interest for sure.
Okay.
It's a big trade. Like, any trade would be a big trade. Other than, if we're swapping G-Leaguers and we're swapping second-round picks, then, okay, wake me when it's over.
I guess it just doesn't all add up to what I've been told is the thing. Okay? If the idea is maximizing Steph's window, and most of you, I don't want to speak for everybody, call if you feel different. But it feels like a lot of you have moved into a fait accompli of now even the most optimistic Warrior fan is like, well, let's just see if we can get Steph into the playoffs. And that's where I am. I don't think that there's a championship conversation to have right now. That's not where we are, and that's okay. I don't get mad at that. I've been a Warrior fan long enough to remember that you don't get to do this every year. It's not how it works.
Well, you used to never get to do it.
Right.
You got into the playoffs, and it was time for a celebration and T-shirts.
Right. So now we're on the back end of a dynasty. It's going to take a minute. It might take a lot of minutes, and I understand that because that's the way it goes. The world is cyclical. But it feels to me like that's where the Warrior fan is. So if that's where you are, and the whole idea is just like, let's just go out with dignity or whatever, then what the hell's the big deal about the trade? I mean, I think I could sit here and argue that the defensive coordinator of the 49ers is way more important than Nikola Vucevic. The Niners could win the Super Bowl next year in the minds of some.
Sure, it's Super Bowl or bust, and we've talked about that ad nauseum. Right. And the other piece of it is Pete Alonso, if they sign Pete Alonso, and forget the years of the 1+1 or whatever it is, he's a big name. He's a big slugger, but I do think that part of the notion out there would be, okay, now sign 4 more of that, and then we might have some action. I do think that that's part of it, and apologies to our friend of the program, Logan Webb, but he even said it, the idea of the Monstars. So you bring in Alonso, and yeah, you got Fitzy at second, you got Adames at short, you got Chappie, you got a team. But
there's no way around that.
I don't think that even if you sign Pete Alonso to a 1+1, that's cool. It's kind of like the Verlander news plus a little bit more.
Sure.
But I still don't think that it moves the needle as much as Robert Sala's coming home or a Vucevic or a Cam Johnson or another move.
Maybe not. And it's baseball, and so it's much more lazy and
right, seasonal.
Yes. And I think that the whole baseball world, if you're a fan, I do think everybody's cruising around with, I guess, what you'd either call it Dodger envy, Dodger anger, or some sort of just like
Dodger fatigue.
Well, yeah. This inherent inferiority complex of like, you could sign Pete Alonso and 3 more guys, and you're still not going to be good enough.
Yeah.
And maybe that's true, and maybe it's not, because it's baseball. It's baseball, and the big bad team, in fact, usually doesn't win. They did last year. Maybe they will again. Maybe they are such a steroided version of a great team that, like, they are going to be a dynasty or something. I don't know. I don't look at it through that lens, though. When it's about to be spring training, I look through the lens of like, are you going to be a good team? And I don't think the Giants are necessarily far off from potentially being a good team. They are one of those teams where if some answers are yes, if a collective group of answers are yes, they could be good. They could be a wild card. They probably are not going to win a division. Neither are the Padres, Rockies, or Diamondbacks. I get that. But I just want the Giants to be good and take us on a nice ride and see if that turns into something cool at the end of the year. And yes, build excitement toward Bryce Eldridge or whatever. That's where I think the Giants are. The 49ers, many believe are actual competitors. If the Warriors aren't, then I don't know. Isn't it rearranging deck chairs?
A little bit. But in terms of excitement, if you do trade for Jimmy Butler, and I'm not advocating that you do, and Jimmy Butler's been suspended again for 2 games because he missed a flight, and that thing continues to devolve into the absurd, but let's just use his name because he's a big name. If you do acquire Jimmy Butler, then wow, that is a huge bit of news. And, if the Niners do sign Robert Saleh to be their defensive coordinator, it's a little bit of been there, done that. And I don't know what the other bigger piece of news would be for the Niners, even if it's like, Brock Purdy, 5 years, $300 million.
Wow.
Now that's a big deal.
That would get everybody buzzing as much.
But it feels almost more like that's a fait accompli.
Yeah,
that's
done.
Going to happen.
I agree.
Forget the numbers part of it. He's going to get signed.
Numbers are numbers.
They are. And, ultimately what those numbers are will matter. But I don't think that it would be as shocking as even if they signed Pete Carroll to be the defensive coordinator or, whatever name you want. They bring back Steve Wilkes.
Well, but I'm trying to look at this through the lens of not being, like a watcher of the Real Housewives of Atlanta. Like, right. I'm not just here for the drama. I get that that's what that sounder does to people. Someone's texting in and goes, I don't even care if anything happens. I just want to hear the sounder again.
Yeah.
Grandy, give him a little piece of sound. Yeah, there you go. I don't know. Breaking news, we have people on the lines. There you go. It's not
every
that
time
exciting,
he plays that, I swing my head to look at him because either he has it or you have it. Because
right.
I'm not like following along on Twitter during the show, so I usually don't have it.
I do wish for everybody listening to, if you enjoy sports radio at all, it is the most fun moment of any particular show. But my favorite part of it is just like the sequence of events that takes place.
Yeah.
Because just so y'all know, like we're sitting here and we're knee deep in our conversation.
Yeah.
Like we're doing this. And so the producers, and I know a lot of you out there think that they're feeding us like what to say, like we're puppets or something.
Dibs, time to rip Shanahan. You haven't done it in 5 minutes.
Not how it works. There's no script.
I don't claim anything that you guys say.
Thank you. And there's no script here, like a screen that's like telling us, okay, now, there's none of that. We're just here making this up as we go along. We know what we kind of want to get into, and then we get into it. But Lucas and Grandy and others within the building, meantime, are doing their jobs, and part of that is to be scanning as things are developing on social media. So when that thing hits and Grandy hits that button, I would say
knock it off.
85% of the time, you and I look at each other like, we don't know what the hell just happened.
Right.
I don't know what it is that just happened. And what will happen is then either Grandy will jump on and tell us, or one of them will go to their microphone, and in my ear, they'll give one word.
Shams.
It's the name of the person on Twitter.
Schefter.
Slater.
Exactly.
And you just go there, and it's the most exciting 5 seconds of going to the laptop.
Heyman, double check it.
Typing. Heyman, second source. You go, I don't know what's about to, so I get it. I get it for everybody who experiences that when you hear that noise. It's an exhilaration sensation.
It is
what I'm trying
and that's
to say.
a buck, and it's a thrill. It's funny because sometimes you and I will be talking, and I'll be talking, and you have an ability to multitask that I probably don't, and so sometimes you'll actually see something, and you'll turn your mic off, and you'll go and talk back, and you'll be saying something to them.
Hit breaking news.
Right.
Hit breaking news.
And I'm looking at you thinking I should probably stretch out this point further than I'd like because A, you're not listening, and B, something's going on.
Wow.
And so I will continue talking, and then at some point I stop, and then you'll point, and then that damn
yeah. Well, and then
I'm like, okay, I'm the idiot because I've been rambling for 38 seconds, and I'm in the dark.
That's all right. That's what we do. 38 seconds. Hell, I do that in my sleep. Anyway, Grandy
That's a stretch out for me.
Grandy just whispered one word in my ear again, but it was not Shams.
Nope.
Time for the legal.
And it was not Slate's. It was legal.
Okay.
All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. Yeah, let's hear from you. And those of you who just joined in on the conversation, because I want to understand. I would love for the Warriors to get better too, but I'm not under the idea now that there's this snap fingers boogie time. I don't feel that way right now. I want them to make a trade because I want them to get better. I think there are ways to do that, but I'm also with Steph and Steve. Don't be stupid. Don't just huck stuff into the wind. Let's make a trade because we all want to play the sounder. I would argue that something with the 49ers would be more relevant to a championship, number one. And number two, something with the Giants at least holds the unknown. Maybe they will be good.
Yeah.
Once upon a time, they looked like also-rans and won 107 games.
Fair enough.
So I don't know what's about to happen in a baseball season.
I'm just looking at the Odd Shark win totals for 2025, and the Giants over-under is 79.5.
Yeah, 79.5 again. I did see that.
So, the 80 and 82. Hooray! Pay the over.
Pay the over.
Right, but that's where we are. So even if it is a Pete Alonso, that number would go from 79.5 to 81.5, right?
Exactly.
So I'm not trying to poo-poo the Giants season or that news, but I do think based on the timeliness part of it,
sure, and I get that.
It would be the Warriors,
yeah. That's what we're doing. We got a game tonight. Nikola Vucevic is on a plane for the Bay Area right now as we speak, or something like that. Do they play tonight, or are they already on their way? I thought we did this earlier in the week too, didn't we?
They don't play tonight.
Okay, so the Bulls they probably landed already. That dude's probably asleep at that hotel that's 2 blocks from here. Go get him. Somebody go. The Bulls are playing the Warriors tomorrow night, and they're here.
Maybe he did a layover in Sacramento to watch his future team take on the Kings.
Maybe. 888-957-9570. If Grandy were to hit that thing, what would excite you the most? If it was, for instance, Robert Saleh, the DC, if it were Pete Alonso to the Giants, if it were the Warriors have made a big trade. Manly Man in the city. What's up, Manly Man? What are you doing?
Just got back from the doctor's office, taking care of business, you know.
How'd it go?
But, okay, just got an x-ray.
All
Have to do some preventive things.
Don't we all?
However, yeah, so true. So all three of those things need to really happen for any of the Bay Area teams. I don't have any faith in the Giants. They blew it the last 2 years of not getting some big names to fill all the voids we had over the last 2 to 3 years. So it'd be great if the Giants did get somebody, but I'm not holding my breath because I just came from the doctor and he told me to stop it. Secondly, the 49ers. The 49ers, I like Robert Saleh, and I thought as soon as he got fired that they should have hired him right away. And that would be a nice plus. Everybody knows offensive and defensive lines are what wins games. And if you have those two things are good, you're going to have a better shot of winning more games and getting into the Super Bowl. Next would be the defensive backs. But Robert, I always thought was great, and that would be a big, big plus. But I really think my favorite would be the Warriors trading for somebody big. I think all three of those things need to happen to make me happy, but the Warriors trading for somebody big would be great. A minor trade that is out there, as I've discussed with you guys in the past, Naz Reid out of Minnesota, they're talking about trading him because they can't afford him, and they want to get somebody else for scoring.
Is that true, by the way? Manly Man, are you actually hearing that the Minnesota Timberwolves are looking to deal Naz Reid?
Yes, I heard it about 2 weeks ago, and it was because for financial reasons going forward on the sale of that team, and it is very, very optimistic that could be done, or he will get traded. I called you guys 2 months ago about Cat being traded, that he was available. 2 weeks later, he got traded, and we could have had him. That would have been a great addition for us. Well, he could have been part of the face of the franchise moving forward.
There's no doubt, and I was with you then, that Karl Anthony Towns, we'd heard rumblings that Minnesota, if the year didn't end well, they might move on from Cat, and they did. I'm just going to, Manly Man, I don't know what you read, what you heard. I'm not going to put thoughts in your head and words in your mouth. I have not heard word one with the idea that the Timberwolves want to trade Naz Reid. If the Warriors could get that guy, wow, I've always loved him as a player, so I'm with you there, but I'm just telling you that for me and for everyone else in our room here, we're all saying the same thing. None of us have heard that. So I hope you're right, but I haven't heard that.
I did hear it, and I'll look for it because I saved it on my phone. I'll look for it and try to get it to you guys.
Okay.
Secondly, they need more scoring and defense on that team, and we have two of those players that can provide that for them. So it would be a perfect fit for them, a 2-for-1. It would work.
Manly Man, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I wonder what he saw.
I'm looking at an SI article from the Cavaliers saying Cavaliers Timberwolves in a possible player proposal, a proposed trade, and it would involve Naz Reid. This is from 7 days ago, and I do look at Naz Reid. Next year he has a player option for $15 million. He's going to opt out. So
yeah, but that's peanuts. Like
that's the point is he's going to opt out.
Right.
So if you're Minnesota, then wouldn't you rather get something for him as opposed to having him opt out?
I mean, I'm seeing articles that were back toward the beginning of the year talking about that's part of why the Timberwolves got rid of Karl Anthony Towns, because keeping him would have meant getting rid of Naz Reid and others. So I don't know. I don't know what's about to happen. I just haven't heard any of those rumors.
Yep, me either.
By the way, if he's available, that'd be the first guy I want. Literally the first guy I want for the Warriors.
Well, I'm just looking at Minnesota next year. You've got Gobert at 35. You've got Anthony at 45. Randall with a player option at 31. Jaden McDaniels is making 25. So you're starting to stack contracts. I don't know if they can afford to keep Naz Reid, knowing that you have all those other guys already on the books.
I am looking literally at a headline from Fansided with the Wolves. Timberwolves have no interest in moving fan favorite Naz Reid before the deadline. And that was written on December 2nd. So anyway, that's just words.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Let's go to Junior in Fairfield. Hi, Junior. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for having my call. Two things, Niners and Warriors. If we were to get breaking news right now, I'll go for Robert Saleh. You know, the talk about the defense throughout the season is it coaching? Is it the scheme? Is it the players? Well, with Robert Saleh, we know what we're getting. So, yeah, pay the man, have him the highest paid defensive coordinator. That's my vote. As far as the Warriors, the trade, I'm one of those fans looking for a trade. The trade I'm looking for is the trade that's going to put us in a better position during the offseason. We know what the rest of the league looks like. They're fast, they're young, they're quick. We need to get younger, and we need some pieces to trade in the offseason. And if let's say we don't trade and we're looking for superstars in the offseason, to be honest, I don't know how many superstars out there want to play with an old team. And, I mean, who really wants to play with Draymond? Seems like something's always popping up with him. I think it's time to let him go and attract some other stars.
Junior, thanks. I think that you speak for many, and I do want to get to what Draymond Green said on his podcast with regard to the whole Jordan Poole and Twitter thing over the weekend, which we will. I continue to have the same question every time someone brings this up. When someone goes, it's time to move on from Draymond Green, I just don't understand how. I don't know what the execution of that looks like. What does that mean to people? He has many, many years left on an expensive contract.
Not that expensive.
It's expensive.
Not for a player of that caliber.
Are you suggesting you're just going to eat $75 million? Like
the Warriors aren't. They're going to play him.
Right.
But if you're a team that's looking for a guy who could be an X factor, what he is paid is not that much.
Oh, that I agree with you. I don't know who's looking for that. I don't know who's looking for Draymond Green right now. Injured again. I don't know. And if there is a market for him, then sure. We keep getting told that the Warriors are supposed to look at everything, right? I think does that qualify as everything? I think it does. Warriors, by the way, in SAC tonight means Warriors Live with Evan Giddings is at 6. Presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. We're also sponsored by MB Jesse Painting. 888-957-9570 on which would mean the most to you. Plus, if you haven't heard what Draymond Green said on his own podcast about the Jordan Poole situation, well, my friends, you're going to want to hear it. So that is coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting. Put your painting project in good hands. Residential, commercial, interior, exterior, MB Jesse Painting. Voted the Bay Area's #1 painter. Call 855-MB-JESSE today.
MB Jesse.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy, and we are tip-tapping on our way to the games tonight. I cannot wait to see if we can pile up some more winnings. Underdog Fantasy, with over 5 million happy players and over $2 billion won, is flat out the best place to play Pick'em. And the Pick'em game is as easy as it gets. You can win up to 1,000 times your money simply by choosing higher or lower on a player's given stats. You can do it this weekend for Championship Sunday. I've been doing it every night for the NBA. In fact, tonight I am focused on this Kings-Warriors game that you'll hear right here on 95.7 The Game. The Kings have been playing at a high pace, means a lot of points. So I'm going higher on both of my picks. Andrew Wiggins higher than 15.5 points. DeMar DeRozan higher than 29.5 points plus rebounds plus assists. That's as easy as it works. And if you want to add in a third or a fourth pick, and then you can use the flex option, you don't even have to get them all right, and you can still win dough. Underdog is the best place to play. Pick 'em, download the app, sign up with promo code Willard, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. The promo code is Willard. Got to be 18 or over, present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity now through January 30th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. It's a brand new year, and new years bring new promises, as well as a lot of wishes. But unfortunately, most resolutions are broken pretty quickly. One promise that Stevens Creek Subaru has been committed to from the beginning is good prices, great selection, and a truly exceptional service. That's why Stevens Creek Subaru has been consistently one of the nation's top-selling Subaru dealerships for the past 27 years, according to Subaru of America. With our great selection, a world-class facility, and the only Subaru store with a cafe and Subaristas, your wishes have come true at Stevens Creek Subaru.
This month, lease a new 25 Forester Premium for just $299 per month on approved credit from Stevens Creek Subaru in San Jose. 36 month lease, $19.95 to lease signing, 0 security deposit needed, plus tax, license, and registration fees. Includes $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment, $595 acquisition fee, VIN number SH459566, MSRP $34,407. Must take delivery from retailer stock. Expires end of month, 1/31/2025. 10 cents per mile in excess of 10,000 miles per year. One at this lease.
We're easy to find on Stevens Creek Boulevard, just off of Winchester near Santana Row, or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
Don't miss the Lazy Boy Tax Savings Event. Pay no sales tax on everything store-wide, plus get free local delivery. Hurry in. The Lazy Boy Tax Savings Event is going on now. Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries. Long live the lazy.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-514-1026 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Milpitas weather tonight, cloudy skies and temperatures in the mid-40s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Warriors coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro. We are giving you a chance to do something you can't get anywhere else. Woo! 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 It's our annual game of Knockout.
Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated.
And your chance to win is every day starting Monday in the 8 a.m. hour, 12 p.m. hour, and 4 p.m. hour. Listen for the keyword and then be the first one to call when we ask for it, and you'll be shooting hoops on on the court that Steph Curry plays on.
Are you kidding me?
Don't miss it.
Hell no. We're in the freaking Bay.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I think it was twice over the weekend that listeners tweeted at me and said, "You're such a DG apologist."
Oh, boy.
Took me a minute, too. You get into that weekend mode where I'm like, DG? That's not Kyle Shanahan's initials.
No.
It's not Brock Purdy's initials. Huh.
Derogatory?
It's not Farhan Zaidi's initials.
Yeah.
What are we talking about here? And I went, Draymond. Okay.
Stand on it. Stand on what you say. Stand on what you do.
About to. Because what you said on the pod is just flat out not okay.
What did he say?
I don't
subscribe. I don't listen.
It's just not okay. And I'm not running this through the filter of like, basketball and X's and O's and the Hall of Fame in the future and statues or whatever. This is just straight human being stuff. It's just not okay. It's just not okay. So let's back up a second, and we will go back to the phone. Stay right there, 888-957-9570. But, and by the way, the Twitter poll is up that we've been asking. If Grandy were to hit that breaking news sounder, something big was about to break. What are you sort of hoping the next thing for us to say to be? Would you like it to be that the Warriors made a big trade? The 49ers announced Robert Saleh as the defensive coordinator, or the Giants signed Pete Alonso? The Twitter poll is up right now. Warriors making a big trade is the leader, but maybe not by the amount that you would think. 42.3% Warriors big trade. 35.6% Robert Saleh. And 22.1% Pete Alonso. And we're just getting started. We're just over 200 votes.
Okay.
So get to Twitter, weigh in so we can get a good idea of the temperature of this question.
Okay.
All
and
right?
when is that poll going to expire? So I know when I can get in and still vote.
Lucas set it up to be a full day.
Okay.
So 23 plus hours to go.
All right. So by the time the results are in, we will no longer be discussing it.
Well, no, it'll go until 4:00 tomorrow.
Okay. And so we'll
So we
cycle
can
back
talk about
tomorrow
it
at 4.
in the first half of the show if we want.
Okay, perfect.
We might still be like celebrating the Warriors' 22-point win in Sacramento.
Yeah. Although, according to my official Mark Willard sheet here, you have them losing.
Yeah, no, I do think they will probably lose tonight.
Okay.
The Kings are hot, and the Warriors are not. And the Warriors are injured, and the Kings are not. And the Kings are home, and the Kings are this.
You had me flashing back to the internet in 2002.
You had me flashing back to when you asked Logan Webb what he likes to do on the internet.
Well,
I was like, the only thing that question was missing was you saying the phrase late at night.
No, and you actually were just flashing me back to the idea of hot or not in 2002 because one of the early things on the internet was going to a web page and weighing in on hot or not.
Hot or not, yes.
Right.
Yeah, things have changed.
They have. And so there are many things you can do on the internet. There's internet shopping. There is gaming. There is watching programming. There is just general searching. So maybe my question to Logan Webb was not phrased correctly.
No, it was
Or maybe
fine.
he just took it the way he took it.
It felt like he was like, whoa. What are you asking me now?
Hey, Logan, can I see your search
I'm
history?
sitting next to my baby right now. Like, you want to be asking me what I do on the internet?
For example, when I had a baby 2 years ago, and it had been 20 years since I'd had a baby, one of the things, and you can look at my search history, is what do you do when your baby won't stop crying? What do you do when your baby ... So one of the things that we would search for constantly was things about the baby.
Sure. I mean, I'm on the internet right now.
As am I.
I am on the internet right now.
I have 6 different windows open on my internet.
Oh, I only have one. and it is currently set to 95.7 The Game's Twitter feed.
Okay.
And this poll, Warriors make a big trade, Giants sign Pete Alonso, 49ers announce Robert Saleh.
That is one of my windows as well, and I've already weighed in.
All right.
I've already voted.
What'd you vote for?
I voted for Robert Saleh.
You did?
Yes.
That's funny. I voted for Warriors, but just because I wanted to kind of see where it was all going to go.
Yeah.
Like, I just want Grandy to hit the thing, and any one of these sound good to me.
Yeah.
But I would.
And I think deep down, the one you would most like to happen would be the Pete Alonso. Like a little bit of a little bit of sizzle into the Giants
Maybe.
offseason.
I would love for the Warriors to make a big trade, but I guess as an interviewer, if somebody were to answer this question, I would want to ask another question. And it's sort of like, what's the backdrop of how you voted? Because, again, if you're talking about importance to a championship, I'd vote for Robert Saleh. If you're talking about importance of the splash that you make to create some interest, I'd say Pete Alonso. If you want to talk about what's most likely and what do we just happen to be thinking about and talking about right now, it'd be the Warrior trade. But I'd argue that the Warrior trade can't be the most important thing based on what I've heard most people say recently, which is there's no move you can make and suddenly snap your fingers and be a title contender. We could be wrong, but I feel like that's how most people think right now. Don't you agree?
Yeah. That's what I've said all along. I've said that for the better part of 2 months. And so, yeah, you could make a trade, and I do hope that they make a trade, but I hope they make a trade for a younger, more athletic, more controllable piece that they can have next year.
Okay.
And if that means it's Cam Johnson and it costs you, Kavan and GP2 and a couple of second-round picks, then yeah, I'm here for it. Get younger, get more athletic, get somebody who can help you next year, because I don't believe that this year can be helped enough to where it actually matters.
All right, so like we're going to go to the phones in a sec, but to back up and let everybody in on this Draymond thing, if you haven't heard it yet, here's kind of what took place. And we talked to Steve Kerr about it yesterday, which is that after the game against Washington over the weekend, Jordan Poole was quoted by saying about the Warrior locker room, I love those guys over there. And then he stops and he goes, I love most of those guys over there. And that got tweeted out by Mark Spears, and Draymond Green responded to it by saying, I really am sorry on Twitter. Okay? Now he sits down for his Draymond Green Show podcast with Baron Davis, and this conversation comes up.
I responded because, it's been 3 years. Let's move on.
Where's the love?
We moved on. We're supposed to move on, man. I really am sorry.
Right.
That statement was kind of like it was looking for some sympathy. You know what I'm saying? I kind of keep wanting to make me out to be the bad guy. Move on, bro. It is what it is. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have punched him. But, it happened. Let's move on, man. I even apologized to his parents because, I got his dad popped off one time on the internet, and I went back at him because it was just like, bro, why you popping off? And I actually didn't like myself for it because I wasn't even on that. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I kind of let him get me off my square a little bit.
What a weird thing to say.
Which part of it?
A lot of it, but I can focus on one thing for sure. Draymond Green decided in reading, he wasn't in the locker room with Jordan Poole, was he? He didn't go to Washington's locker room.
I don't think so.
So he read Twitter where it says, I love those guys over there. I love most of those guys over there, which I took to simply be Jordan factually correcting himself. I love those guys over there. Hold on. I love most of those guys over there. Because, by the way, I don't love Draymond Green, which is like,
well, and he may not know, Kyle Anderson. He may not know Dennis Schroeder,
yes, it is a leap that we are,
sure.
And of course Draymond made this leap. It's definitely all about you, right, Draymond? But it probably is. But I take that to be a simple, factual statement. I love those guys over there. I love most of those guys over there. By the way, I don't love Draymond Green, ... Hello, obvious. Factual statement. Draymond Green just stated on his podcast that statement was, quote, looking for sympathy. What? No, it's not. In what way is Jordan Poole, by factually just stating, oh, by the way, let me self-correct, I don't love all of those guys over there. I love most of them. Draymond's a jerk. That's not looking for sympathy. That is a flat, factual statement about his own feelings.
Yeah.
There is no sympathy search there. That's a very odd way for Draymond to process this. And then, in the very next sentence, to say that that's Jordan trying to make me out to be the bad guy? Okay, two things. First of all, no, it's not. Again, it's a factual statement about his feelings. But here's the hard part. Draymond, you are. You are. You have to own that. There's no way around this. And to go on throughout the rest of this statement, and he wasn't even subtle with the fact that he feels very, very justified in what he did, which is fine. He's allowed to feel the way he wants to feel, even though I don't think anyone in the world agrees with him, other than apparently Baron Davis. But dude,
where's the love?
Are you really going to say someone's making you out to be the bad guy? You are. You are in this case. I don't know. How do you escape that? Very, very odd.
Well, it's odd that, he continues to try to make it a thing. Like, Jordan said what he said. He tweeted what he tweeted. And, Draymond, I truly am sorry. Okay, you could just leave it at that. And I'm looking at the comments that he made back in October of 2022 when it happened. And he talks about Jordan's feelings are most important. To be honest, I don't know how he really feels. That's not a bridge we really crossed yet, nor should it be a bridge we should cross yet. And this is in the immediate aftermath. So Jordan's feelings are most important, is what he said back in October of 2022. And now it doesn't seem like he's that concerned with Jordan's feelings.
No, listen to what he said next.
I'd be kind of going back and forth with this on I'll be kind of in between on certain days like, yo, I know I was wrong, but you can't call a man a B word and push him and not get hit either. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I kind of,
word.
I kind of sit in both of those spaces sometimes. And the reality is, the answer is probably somewhere in the middle, right? Like, I shouldn't have knocked him out like that. If anything, I should have hemmed him up. Kind of was just a natural reaction. So the reality is I probably should have hemmed him up or something like that.
Yeah, the answer's not in between. You shouldn't have done it, period. Now we move on.
Well, and the answer is more nuanced than that because I just Googled Draymond called KD a blank.
Thank you. He's done
up
it.
It comes from 2018. Draymond Green suspended for calling Kevin Durant the B word. So you just don't call another man that. Okay, I agree with that. So you called KD that. And
many others.
And KD didn't come up and hem you up, nor did he knock you out. You got suspended for it. So Jordan Poole allegedly, reportedly calls you that, and now you're going to roll up to him and you're going to knock him out. So for me, the double standard is profound and it's clear. And for him to continue to try to make himself right after the incident is what, makes me kind of lose respect for him because Jordan's allowed to feel what he feels about the situation. And if Jordan feels still like he's not good with it, then Jordan's allowed to feel that way. And, Draymond, he's allowed to feel the way he feels, but to keep bringing this up and to try to exonerate himself through podcasts and tweets, it just rings hollow.
Well, and then the dripping hypocrisy of the two of them going into the conversation about time to move on while you're the two that are sitting here doing a podcast about it 3 years later? I mean, Dre, you didn't need to go to Twitter. If you're really of that mind, time to let it go, time to move on, then lead the way. Let it go. All Jordan Poole did was talk to reporters who asked him about the Warrior locker room, And he said, I love those guys over there. Actually, I love most of those guys over there. I don't know. I found that to be the most obvious statement of all time. Right. Was anybody else out there wondering if Jordan Poole actually kind of likes Draymond Green? I wasn't. I was pretty sure that we're all set there. We're moving on. You don't like him. He don't like you. That's the end of that. There's never going to be any coming back. Jordan's not going on the show. Man, you know me. And I like Draymond Green being on the Warriors it doesn't trigger me. It doesn't trouble me. I understand he's a showman. He is always going to talk too much. That is his persona. It's his brand. He does it very well. He's been incredibly important to a dynasty. None of those things ever go away. But of all the things that he said, and they bother people a lot, this one just made me totally scratch my head. And it's not even about the appropriateness. I literally listened to it, and I'm like, how on earth can you feel that way? How on earth can you think Jordan was looking for sympathy? How on earth can you think that there is debate over who's the bad guy in this subject?
Well, there are people.
You are the bad guy in this subject.
There are people who think that he had it coming to him. There are people who think that. Are you telling me that there aren't those people? We've had those people call in.
Oh, right. No. I'm saying, to that idea.
Right. So Jordan put his hands on him, and Jordan called him the B word. Therefore, some think that he deserved to get what he got. And so that notion is out there. And, the fact that the team didn't suspend Draymond and all the rest of it, I do think that Draymond is still trying to, win the breakup, so to speak. And forget the fact that KD probably left because of not wanting to play with Draymond. That's my own guess. That's my own conjecture in the matter. But it's clear that Jordan Poole is moving on, and Jordan Poole doesn't miss playing with Draymond Green. So how many other people does Draymond have to drive out of the organization? And in this case, I do think that Draymond is still trying to win the breakup where, he's trying to cast Jordan Poole in a light, and he's saying, basically that Jordan Poole is trying to get sympathy, and, Draymond Green is all but calling him a name at the same time.
This one just, maybe I'm the dummy here. This one stunned me. I'm like, how on earth can a person look at life through that lens? You don't get to tell someone when it's time to forgive you. Period.
Right, nor do you get to tell somebody when it's time for them to get over it. And that's what Draymond said, he needs to get over it. And it doesn't have to be something that he ever gets over if he doesn't want to.
They're not teammates anymore like that. I don't know. Let me ask you a question that I already know the answer to. Anybody in your world that you've decided I'm never going to forgive you?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Wait, are you asking me or are you asking somebody else? Are you asking Captain Grudge
yes.
if there is somebody or some people that I still harbor ill will toward?
Yes, I did. I asked you that.
Okay. Yeah. Would you like me to give you a list? Because if I started the list...
No, because I won't have heard any of them. I know.
No, you'd heard of some of them.
Really?
But this list would go on and on and on. I'm not going to tell you until I get my revenge on these people. I don't want them to see me coming.
Oh, man.
But the answer is yes, Mark.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm a believer in forgiveness. I certainly think...
That kid who punched me at the Mervyn's 44 years ago? Yeah.
Mervyn's?
Yeah.
What were y'all doing in Mervyn's?
Shopping.
44 years ago.
1980.
Were you 11? You were cruising around in Mervyn's?
I was 12.
What are you doing?
Shout out the Northgate Mall?
No, this was Petaluma Plaza.
Okay.
Thank you for listening. But, Northgate Mall, rest in peace, by the way.
Still alive. It's okay.
Not yet. No, it's going. But not yet.
Yeah.
It's here.
And Mervyn's rest in peace? I think Mervyn's made a
Don't RIP the Northgate Mall. That's like everybody's parents. You're like, yeah, they're going soon, but they're still here.
Dude, I spent a lot of time.
Take it easy.
I was at the Northgate Mall before either one of you even knew what that was.
I don't care how long you've been there. I'm telling you that I got my hair cut there yesterday. So, it's still there.
That's Northgate 1.
Thank you. I hope you
that
gave
is
it.
Northgate 1. You're right.
I
That's
hope you
across the
paid
street.
your last respects to Northgate Mall.
No,
but anyway,
I didn't.
Mervyn's. I was shopping, Mark. Shopping for some garanimals.
Anyway, I'm a believer in forgiveness. And
I'm a believer in grudges.
But if you're all still like working together or being together or whatever, like, okay, is it good if we, like, let's find common ground? I'm a believer in all of that. Jordan Poole lives and works across the country right now. If he wants to hate you for the rest of his life, it's totally justified. And you don't get to tell him when it's time to move on or turn the page. What a strange thing to be said by someone who calls people a B seemingly every Tuesday.
Right.
Like, what? Listen, I remain a fan of the guy. I'll never not be. He's Draymond Green. But of all the strange things for someone to say publicly, this one was just like, what? You can't think. You're not allowed to think that. That's so crazy that you think that. He's making me out to be the bad guy.
Well,
you asked him out.
You are the bad guy.
Totally.
And, this is where I don't want to re-adjudicate the whole situation, but the level of outrage that he and the organization felt toward the person who leaked the video, not the actual act itself. And I'm reading Draymond's quote here. Quote, I thought it was BS. No other videos leak from practice. When we're working on our sets, that don't leak. And he said he watched the video maybe 15 times and it looks even worse than he thought it was. But it felt to me like the organization was more angry at the leaker than they were at the actual puncher. So, I don't know.
I mean, that's the whole, like, I mean, we've talked all that out. I get what you're saying. This one I was like, really? Hey, X in Burlingame, patiently waiting to weigh in on the poll. Hey, X, what's going on? Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, man.
I just wanted to chime in on what you guys are talking about, but I think just, hearing about Draymond and everything that's gone on, I think, at least for me, this is the background on why I feel the way I feel, but I think he's a big part of the issue and why we haven't been able to get over that hump. And for me, I know we talk about a lot of maximizing windows, and for me, what I would get most excited about is Robert Saleh. I feel like he would kind of give us back an identity because I don't really think we have one right now from an offense or a defensive perspective. So for me, it would really be getting Robert Saleh back, especially because I feel that he would get us a lot closer to, winning the Super Bowl versus us getting a big star for the Warriors. Because, like a lot of callers have called in, who is that person? I just don't see that person, really being able to make a leap in terms of getting us up to, like a top seed in the West. But yeah, that's my background. And especially since, I was born in 88 and I didn't really get to see the heydays of the Niners. And Steve Young was the reason why I liked the Niners and football and got excited about them. But, I was too young to even know what a Super Bowl was by the time they won. And Kaepernick was like my first, go at a Super Bowl. So that's kind of my background and why even I chose, Robert Saleh.
No,
I just wanted to see what your guys' thoughts are.
Totally makes sense, X. Yeah, like there are a lot of fans of your age who've seen a lot of Warrior titles and a lot of Giants titles and haven't seen a Niner title yet. I totally get that. And I think that if Saleh comes back, I do think that's going to be a huge emotional boost for the fan base. We shall see. Okay. Still ahead and coming up next, 888-957-9570. Let's get back to the Steph Curry stuff. We started the show there, and I feel like there's more discussion to be had. There are a number of voices out there that are saying that it is either time to really start looking at a trade or at least that talk is coming this summer. And we'd like to know if in any way, shape, or form you are ready to even have that conversation. So 888-957-9570. We'll take some calls on that. We'll let you hear what's being said. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And Warriors Live is just over an hour away as well. They are going to try to not light the beam tonight on 95.7 The Game. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to tell you more about Fremont Bank, which is my bank and has been for more than 6 years.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question.
And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right. If you missed our really kind of wide-ranging conversation with Logan Webb, we'll have that for you again coming up here in just about 15 minutes or so. What was the question you just asked me?
Off the air?
Yeah.
You want me to bring that?
Bring it.
I would love to. Which team, and I was thinking of the three professional teams here, but the Niners are clearly the one with the lowest odds to win a title next year. The Super Bowl odds are already out for next year.
What are the Niners?
The Niners are 18-1.
And where does that rank?
That ranks number 7. You've got the Chiefs and Bills at 6-1. Then it's Ravens, Lions, Eagles, Commanders. Then it's the Niners and Bengals tied at 18-1.
Okay.
How quickly our thoughts change.
The Commanders are more likely in the minds of bettors to win next year than the Niners.
Yes.
Wow.
And
Jaden Daniels is good.
Yeah,
All right,
the
go ahead.
Raiders are 100-1, not last, but ahead of only the Saints, Titans, and Giants. It made me think, which team has lower odds to win a title? The 21-21 Warriors or the 0-0 San Francisco Giants? Scat-da-da-da.
And that's a great question.
All right. So
Thank you, Buster.
when you say lower odds, I want to make sure we define this correctly. Lower odds meaning longer odds.
No, lower would be you have a better chance.
A better chance.
Right. Yeah. Higher would be longer. Lower would be better.
I think that the city of Las Vegas, Nevada, and the bettors would say that the Warriors have a more likely chance of winning a championship than the San Francisco Giants.
Interesting, because when you think about it, you've got a Warrior team that's 42 games into an 82-game season,
right,
and they are what their record says they are.
Correct.
And I do believe the cliche actually works for them better than ever because they kind of are 21-21.
Well, yeah. And the Giants are what their record says they are too.
Which is 0-0.
Correct.
And you are correct, Mark. But it's a lot closer than you might think.
Well, no, I would actually, now if I were betting it or ask me what I think is more likely.
Hey, Mark, what do you think's more likely?
Giants.
Yeah.
And I find both of them to be wildly unlikely.
Well, and Vegas would agree with you because the Warriors, as we sit right now, are plus 5,000, 50-1 to win the NBA championship, to hoist the Larry O'Brien. And the Giants, what do you think they are?
Wait, what did you say the Warriors are?
50-1.
50-1. And I would say the Giants are 75.
66-1.
Okay.
Pretty good guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But to me, it's actually not even there's no question that the Giants are more likely for all kinds of sort of, maybe they're flimsy reasons. I agree that both are wildly unlikely. But first of all, the Giants play baseball, and baseball is where you can get a quirky championship the easiest.
Points to you early for that.
Secondly, I don't know what we don't even know who's on their roster.
True.
So they're the unknown sits with the Giants. The Warriors, not only do we know exactly who they are, not only do we look at the current trade market and see not much in the way of answers, but for me, the reason the Warriors are just like almost completely off the table, the Warriors could end up being really good. They could make a trade, get healthy, and start humming. Do you realize how many teams they need to cross and how often something like that happens in the NBA? I'd argue, and I don't have this in front of me, but I would bet that no team in the history of the NBA has been the 11 seed at the halfway point and then won a title. I bet that's never happened in the history of ever.
And then won a title is
Correct.
the interesting part.
So
because we know that Miami was an 8 seed and they made the finals. And we know that Houston was a 6 seed and they won the finals.
But the Warriors are the 11 seed.
Right.
I don't think, you know what I mean? There's nothing that's going to make the Warriors able to beat Oklahoma City here in a few months. That is actually, in this moment, That's more bananas than the idea of the Giants beating the Dodgers in a 5-game series.
Well, you're right, because, and you mentioned it, the flimsy nature, and it's even more, I think the word I would use would be whimsical. Baseball can be whimsical.
Yeah.
Logan Webb, friend of the program, could go out and throw a 3-hitter and you could win 1-0.
Absolutely.
In a fluky fashion, and then you can go out there and win 2-1 against Yamamoto. Yamamoto makes one mistake, and somebody hits a 2-run yacker, and then, the Dodgers maybe commit a couple of errors, and all of a sudden you steal that game. And, baseball is much more stealable, flimsy, whimsical than basketball.
But you're talking about a playoff series.
Right.
I'm sitting here in January saying Shohei, Yamamoto, Betts, and Freeman could all get hurt and miss the year. I don't even know that the Dodgers are not 100% to make the playoffs. What are their World Series odds?
The Dodgers?
Yeah.
They're minus 2 million. No, they're plus 290.
Plus 290.
Right, which is 3-1 odds. And the next closest is the Yankees at 8-1.
But they're still telling you that if you bet money on the Dodgers to win the World Series, they'll give you more back.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's futures.
But that means that they're saying it's a less than 50-50 proposition even on the Dodgers to win the whole thing.
Right, 50-50 would be, minus 100 or plus 100.
1-1.
But you'll never see that in the futures market.
Right.
To have a team, especially in baseball, as you mentioned, for a team to be plus 290 in baseball is really surprising, and I'll even relate it to the NBA. Right now, Boston is plus 220, and OKC is plus 250. But that's half a year in. And then Cleveland's a nice price at plus 750.
Ooh, that is a nice price. They're good.
They are good.
They're incredible.
But even if you think that Boston, what you've seen, is going to go back-to-back, you're still getting plus money on it. You bet 100 to win 220.
Yeah, Grady, what's up?
Boston, you were saying you would bet there's never been a team that was 11th at this stage of the season and won the championship.
Yeah.
They didn't win the championship. Boston in 2022 went to the finals. They were 21-22, 11th in the East.
11th. Interesting. Yeah, no, I knew they were 500 at this point. And so I still use those two examples as to, and this is on a much smaller scale, to those who say, can the Warriors even be good in the second half? Well, yeah, absolutely they could be. I know right now the idea of a 4-game win streak feels like a climbing Mount Everest, but here's your two examples. One of them being what Grandy just said. That phenomenal Celtics team that led the Warriors 2-1 in the finals was 21-22 once upon a time. And their opponent tonight, fans were literally ready to pull each other's hair out. They were so mad at what was happening with the Sacramento Kings this year. And then they hired a new coach, and they won 7 in a row. And now they're right in the thick of the Western Conference playoff race. So, can the Warriors get healthy and be good a month from now? Sure. But title contention, to me, feels like completely off the table. It feels completely off the table.
It'd be a stretch. And, you look at that, and Grandy's right about the fact that on January 14th, when they lost, they were 21-22. They were the 11th seed, but they were only, they were 2 games out of the 7th seed. So it's kind of similar to what the Warriors are.
Right.
Boston did end that year on a 30 of 38 run, so they won 30 of their last 38.
They were dominant,
which got them to where they needed to be. And they got to the 1 seed for a day, and then they wound up as the 2. But when you go 30-8 over the last 38, you can do some things. So the Warriors are allowed to finish the year at 30-8. They still won't be the 1 seed even if they do.
Let's toss this around a little bit. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer, okay? Circling back to something that we played for you off the top of the show. And for a brand new audience, and for those of you getting in your car right now and getting off work, we do have this question. And I ask it in an intricate sort of way because my view is most fans and the organization itself are flat out not ready for this conversation. But we might be forced into readiness soon. Now, Kevin O'Connor works for Yahoo. He wrote an article yesterday, flat out pitching the idea that the Warriors need to trade Steph Curry and Draymond Green. He even proposes a deal with the Rockets. And the Rockets would send young players and expiring contracts and a truckload of picks, 4 first-rounders and 3 first-round pick swaps to the Warriors. So a true haul. Some in the building, including Mark Grandy, have said if that was an actual offer, I think I'd take it. Okay? But to me, the Warriors as a franchise and their fan base right now are not ready for this conversation. I'm not saying that it won't come to that, but they're right now, they are not ready for this. But are we going to have to be? Bobby Marks, we love him. He's with ESPN, and he's on Kevin O'Connor's podcast. And he said this with regard to the idea of Steph Curry and his future.
I think there is a moment of truth moment where you do have to sit down with Curry in the offseason and say, this is where we are, and this is where our options are going to be. And you know this, there's never a guarantee that someone's going to be available. They could be waiting forever that Giannis could become available. I mean, you want to go out and get the $240 million that's left on Joel Embiid? Like, is that what you want to do? The hardest thing to do is and I thought they did a pretty good job this offseason with, post Clay and Heald and Anderson and Melton and that crew and kind of patching as much as they could together here. And they got off to a good start. But what we're seeing right now, this is a team that's going to be in the lottery.
The conversation is coming this summer, and he also just, with a gut punch there at the end. Oh, by the way, with who they are right now, that's a lottery team.
Well, right now, that's who they are. It's a lottery team, and even if you get in seeds 7 through 10, what we have discovered with the Warriors is that they're not really built for the play-in tournament. Are they 0-3? I think in the play-in all time, because the first year they lost them both, and then last year they lost the one. So I don't know if they've ever won a play-in game.
Doesn't feel like it.
In the play-in tournament. Yeah. So it doesn't mean that that's a trend, like this is a weak spot. But if you don't emerge from the play-in, then you are a lottery team. And I also was reading the piece that came out, I think, as a shoulder companion to that soundbite, which is he thinks that the Warriors could get a Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett type haul by making that trade. And I wonder if you make the trade in the summer, could you still get that as opposed to next year? It feels like every day that goes by, you're going to get less back if you do want to trade Steph and Draymond Green. In other words, if that's in your mind.
I don't know that. And I don't think it is in their mind. I mean, gosh, what was it, 10 days ago that Steve Kerr he would barely let us even get the topic out.
Yeah.
And he's like, no. We would never do that. And then I said, no. What I mean is I think that fans are worried that Steph may get to the point where he'd ask. And Steve's like, I don't think that will ever happen. That was last week. And again, this is just Bobby Marks talking right now.
Right.
But I do think that there is validity to this idea. Not the idea of trading Steph, but this idea. If the next, what do we got left, 40 games?
Yep.
If the next 40 games don't go well, will Steph Curry really sit down this summer and have almost a conversation with himself? Does that potentially make him, you missed the playoffs 2 years in a row, does he sit down and go, okay, what do I want to do? And then where could that take this topic?
Right. It could take it out of town.
I think that's valid.
I think that it is more valid if they finish the year 15-25 over the last 40.
They might.
And you wind up 36-46. Now,
They might. I mean, that's what they're tracking on right now.
Well, they're tracking on being probably 41-41.
I know, but we no, because I disagree with that. They're 21-21, and we go, they're a 500 team. That's based off a 12-3 start.
But it's also based off of an 8-19, what you've done of late.
Right, which is who they are right now based on who's available.
Well, when you get those guys back, I do think that if you look at their plus minus and point differential for the season, they're almost a flat 0. I do think that when you look at their offensive and defensive metrics, they're dead in the middle. this feels to me like a 41-41 kind of a team. The point is bigger than that, though. The point is you get to the summer and Steph doesn't get a playoff series. At that point, does he start to get a little bit itchy over his final 2 years? And I can't help but think about the Celtics when they traded a 37-year-old KG and a 35-year-old Paul Pierce, and they got 3 firsts and a pick swap, which ultimately led them to Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. So if you're the Warriors and you're facing this uncertain future with a Steph and Draymond who are clearly getting old, and there's a team out there who would give you this sort of a package for those two, you'd have to think long and hard about that.
I don't think they would.
You think they'd do it in a heartbeat?
No, I think the opposite. I don't think they're ready to have this conversation.
I'm talking about in July.
I don't think they'll be ready to have this conversation.
In July?
In July.
36-46, and you have a chance to completely reboot it.
I think it's going to have to come from Steph.
Well, I'm just looking at this. The date line is July 12th, 2013, when this all broke. So you get to July, and Steph now has played 2 months of golf, and he's watched 2 months of playoff basketball, and he wasn't a part of any of it. I do agree with you. It would have to come from Steph and to a lesser extent Draymond, but I do think that if this year devolves into a total disaster, maybe you don't even make the play-in tournament. Maybe you're the 11th seed.
Super believable.
And then
very, very, very believable.
I do think that
in this moment,
if we get to that point, I think that all bets are off. And if the team has a chance to get this sort of a package for those two, it becomes a conversation.
I guess I just keep hearing it the way you're saying it, which is if the team has an opportunity to get this, I don't think they look at it that way. It would have to be if the team is told by Steph, now we're having a conversation because they have no other choice. And then you would look into a package like that.
Right.
But I just don't think that they are of that mind, and I don't think they will ever get there. And I think the same thing about the fan base.
I agree with you.
I don't think they'll ever get there to where they think that it's the right thing for the team to drive the bus on a Steph Curry trade.
I agree with you, and I just think about the evolution of everything, and I'm just stuck on this whole Boston experience where they win the finals, they lose in the semis, they lose in the finals, they lose in the semis, they lose in the conference finals, they lose in the first round, and it felt like you were bloop, 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 bloop.
Yeah.
It felt like you were going down, 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 down.
Felt just like this.
And yeah, you got to that spot with a 37-year-old KG and a 35-year-old Pierce, and you realized this is, like Bobby Marks said, this is the point of reckoning where you could go ahead and play the last 2 years of Steph and Draymond, and I would love it because they're beloved figures, and you probably won't make the playoffs, and you may not even win a series. And then they're just, poof, they're gone. Or you do something bold, and you get a whole bunch of first-round assets, and maybe you find a Tatum and a Brown.
Well, as we get closer to the next chapter of this book with the Warriors in Sacramento and taking on the Kings tonight, that is one of the things we talked to Logan Webb about because, as you all know, he's a very big Sacramento Kings fan. So that's among the things we talked about in our conversation earlier. We loved the conversation. We hope you do too. If you missed any of it, here it is. And we started out by asking Logan about this offseason and how annoying it's been for everybody except for Dodger fans.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's, not allowed. So, obviously when you gotta play against these guys, it's not great, but, they're just showing that they want to do everything they can to win. And, they've done a great job at it this offseason.
You've been incredibly motivated every start. We can see it just watching on TV or in person. Does this give you even a little bit more of a notch of motivation just to show them and show the world that, they still have to be able to hit what you're throwing?
Yeah, I mean, I go into every game feeling the same way, but there's always a little extra motivation when you play the Dodgers, and it's the same with the Dodgers and Padres, Diamondbacks, anyone in your division. You kind of got a little extra added motivation, but yeah, definitely. And I grew up in Sacramento. I know all about the Dodger Giants rivalry, and I got a lot of friends on that team. I'm gonna be honest with you, but I gotta. It's exciting to be a part of. I've been able to be a part of it. I got to play in a playoff series against those guys, and even that was even more amplified, and that was a blast. And wish we would have won that one, but hopefully many more battles to come.
Logan, can you put a little context to the tweet that you sent right after Sasaki announced that he was going to the Dodgers, when you put the cartoon up and said, time to play a little basketball, and there was a cartoon of the Monstars from Space Jam? Does that mean exactly what we think it does?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've joked around with a couple of our guys that signed there this offseason saying you joined the Monstars, and and it's just how it is. It's a great team. The good thing about that movie is the Monstars lose, so hopefully that's hopefully that comes to fruition and when the season comes around. But yeah, it's an incredibly talented team. I think all 9 starting guys besides the new second baseman they got has been an all-star. All their pitchers have Cy Young capabilities, and so and their bullpen. I mean, it's just the whole team is very good, and you want to play the best, or you want to play against the best. So we get to do that.
I'm a little bit
of 4 series of the year, so I look forward to that.
Yeah, but not until June. I'm not sure, like the schedule wise, you don't play the Dodgers till then. But as an amateur screenwriter, I'm already crafting a movie called Base Jam that involves your Giants against the Dodgers. So if you can go ahead and handle your business, maybe you could be the star of my movie, Base Jam, Logan.
This sounds good.
Logan Webb joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Logan, did I catch, I don't want to, I'm not great necessarily with being able to figure out exactly what sound effect I just heard, but did I hear maybe the new baby is somewhere right next to you?
Yeah, I'm sitting right next to her.
How's it all going, man?
It's been great. Every day, everyone always says they change so fast, and it's so true. It seems like she's changed every day for the 3.5 months right now, so it's been a blast. We just got to went to Disneyland for the weekend, and getting to see the princesses, and got to meet Mickey and Minnie. It was a really cool experience.
What about you as a father? What has been the most eye-opening thing for you?
It's kind of cliche to say this, but it just kind of changes your life, honestly. A little extra motivation to get your stuff done. I don't know how to explain it. It's just a weird thing that happens, and that's exactly what happened. And I keep thinking about the season, and she's going to be getting older, so being able to come out after a game or something and see her and smile and give her a hug and kiss, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's incredible. I have a 2.5-year-old, so I'm kind of close to where you are, and which makes me think about my next question, which is, what's the diaper scouting report breakdown? What percentage of diapers, because it's the off season and you could be all up in there. What's the diaper percentage breakdown between you and your partner?
I would say I'm probably 15%. I'm going to be honest with you.
That's fair.
I still got to go to the workouts and do all this stuff. So, but yeah, I would say it's 15%.
That's good honesity right there, though.
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah. I mean, and do you know how to swaddle and all that stuff?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you kind of have to learn on the fly. You watch these videos and do all this stuff. I think I messed up a couple times early on, but you get used to it. Now it's like taking a walk.
Hey, let's talk a little Giants baseball. What are your thoughts on the off season and what may still unfold?
Yeah, I mean, you get a guy like Willie in here to start the off season. It's great. I'm happy I don't have to face that guy anymore. It kind of owns me a little bit. So I'm excited to have him here. I think got some young talent that's really going to take some steps, hopefully, and get to see Fitzy play every day at second base, and obviously you got Chappie still, and but it's been. I think that's a great start, and then obviously you get Justin. I think that one kind of speaks for himself, right? It's Justin Verlander. I think it's 3-time Cy Young Award winner, MVP, 2 World Series. so it's exciting. I'm going to pick his brain. Hopefully these young guys do exactly the same as I do, and I'm just excited to get to know him and meet him, and hopefully, I think Robbie's played with him before, says he's a great dude, and I'm just excited to get to meet him and see him.
Without commenting on the predecessor, how nice is it to have Buster Posey as the new president of baseball ops, somebody who's actually been in the squat and been on the diamond and played?
Yeah, I think it's he has a different perspective, I think, than most front office people do. I know there's a couple former players that have done this, but I don't think they have and I could be wrong, but I feel like most GMs or president of baseball operations don't have the same pedigree that Buster does. I was lucky enough to play with him, and I've gotten to talk to him a couple times this off season. So I'm excited. I think he wants to get back to kind of the brand of baseball that we played when we were winning, and I look forward to that.
Hey, Logan, in all the simulated and spring training stuff that you guys do, have you had a chance to face Bryce Eldridge? And if so, what's your scouting report?
I have not.
Okay.
I probably will get the chance early in spring. Just watching him from afar. Last year I got to know him a little bit right before, kind of during this time they do camps and stuff. And I'll be at the minor league complex. And just talking to him last year, kind of asking him his goals. And I think one of his goals last year was just to get to high A and have a good time this year. And he ended up making a AAA. And, it's just first thing. I saw him last week for the first time. And, I think the first thing he said was that the off season was too long. You don't hear many guys saying that. So that's when you hear that, you just know he's excited to get here and get going again. And, so I'm working with Mr. Wotus yesterday, taking ground balls, and I'm just excited for him. He's a great kid, and sky's the limit with all the ability. And hopefully we do see him. I'll get to be around him in spring, but hopefully get to see him on the big show later this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all remember when you were a prospect coming up. You were a name that we heard before you got here and all of that stuff. Maybe not to this level. He's only 20 years old and now being told that he's the next big thing. But your perspective on what he's facing with that kind of attention and pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever. I never had that attention when I was in the minor league, so I don't really know. I think a good guy to ask would be Kyle. Kyle has dealt with. Yeah. He's the number one left-handed pitching prospect in baseball, and I know he's not satisfied with how he started, which it's kind of BS. I think he's done great, and he's only going to keep getting better. But I think it is different when there's a lot more pressure on you, but some guys thrive in it, and I think Bryce will be that type of guy, and I think Kyle is going to keep being that guy. So it's exciting for me. I had a little different path. I went to short season twice, and I spent a lot of time in high A, and at one level I really didn't spend in was AAA. So I think he spent a month in each place last year, so he was moving all around. I've never really seen a guy move up that fast, and but he deserved everything. Everywhere he went, he killed it, and I think he's just going to keep doing that. I think, like I said, I think he's got the right mentality. He's a great kid, and he looks bigger right now, which he's 6'7", so
right.
So it's I'm super excited for him, and obviously try to get to know him even more during the season. And we got a great group of position player guys too that'll kind of take him under their wings, and I'll let them do that. I'll stick with my young pitchers, and hopefully I won't have to do all the dirty work. Maybe I'll let Justin do all that this year.
Yeah, Logan Webb here on 95.7 The Game. And as you know, Logan, these babies, these kids, they change every day. So by the time Bryce gets to camp, he might actually be 6'8". Exactly. Considering what your daughter is going through. When you look at your staff, and I love that you're, looking at it from a mentor standpoint, and of course, Justin Verlander comes in as an OG, but you look at these young arms, and does it give you a lot of excitement about what could be your real difference maker in the division to have so many good young starting pitchers?
Yeah, I think, I think playing for the Giants, I think in its history, I mean, you win by playing defense and pitching well. So we kind of know that, and I think we kind of got a little chip on our shoulders. I think a lot of us that are here last year weren't too happy with how we played last year, and I think, we all take our bumps. I think especially as a young guy, we had a lot of young guys that I'm super excited about. Harry, Birdsong, Rupee, Mason Black. I know Carson Wisenhunt's working his tail off. Like, there's a lot of young pitchers in there, and I think one of the messages early on will be, it takes more than. I saw a stat actually. I think it was last year, but like the last time. It was only 5 starting pitchers that lasted throughout the whole season, and it was like the year 2000. So, it takes more than 5 guys, so it's going to be a lot of us throughout the season, and so I hope they know that. And it's tough sometimes when if you go to camp and you get sent down early or something happens, but I look at Ramos last year. I think Ramos was part of the first cut, and he ended up being an all-star. So. Things happen. Hopefully these guys just come in. I've seen a lot of them already, and looks like they're all ready to go. Bullpens look great. They all look like they didn't, eat their way through the off season. So it's always good. There's always cliche. You're going to hear it a million times. Everyone's in the best shape of their lives. Best off season yet. Everyone says it. But it's true. I think a lot of these guys. A lot of these guys look really ready, and I'm just excited for them.
Logan Webb joining us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Logan, the producers found something online, and everybody's buzzing about it here. They want to know, the internet says you're legally blind. Is that true?
Yeah, without my contacts in, I can see 2 feet in front. I couldn't be, my little daughter right here would be a blur to me.
And that happened early, that you dealt with this?
Yeah, it was actually when I think it was like 10 or 11, I started just telling my parents I couldn't see as well, and my parents noticed it. So worn contacts since I was, like I said, I think 10 or 11 years old. And it's in the mornings, it's rough when I wake up, can't see a thing.
Will your contacts be in at 7 o'clock tonight when the Warriors play the Kings?
Oh yeah, 8 o'clock here in Arizona.
Oh, okay, in Arizona. Yeah. How do you feel about 7 of their last 9 since the coaching change, Logan?
Yeah, I was, I know a couple people in Oregon. I thought Mike did a great job. I think as a Kings fan, I got friends and buddies. They're all mad at me because I was saying that was a dumb move and all this stuff, and he brought us our first playoffs in, 20 years. And and who knows, it might have been the right choice. I mean, they've been playing pretty well. It's a group of, I love watching them play right now. They're running again. They're doing all the good stuff. Seeing Malik in the starting lineup has been awesome. So it's been fun to watch every game, and hopefully tonight's another good game.
And in your mind, is the Warrior dynasty just a complete thing of the past?
I don't think so. I mean, anytime you got Steph Curry on your team or Draymond Green, I think you're still going to be fine. It's they got a lot of young guys too. So I think Steph had I kind of saw his quote the other day saying "Can't panic now," and I think that's true. I mean, it's at the point it wasn't even halfway through the season yet. I think they just reached halfway, right? Am I correct?
Yep. Just passed, yes.
Yep. So, I mean, the Kings on Christmas, if you would have said the Kings would be in the 7 or 8 seed, you probably would have laughed at me. So I feel like basketball runs happen. You win 6 or 7 in a row or 7 out of 9, and crazy things happen. So like I said, as long as you have those two guys kind of running the show, I think you'll be all right.
Logan, we'll let you get back to fatherhood in a moment, but we got to have some fun on the way out the door with our big finish. Are you ready to go?
Yep.
Okay, let's hit it. Logan, 2 categories. You pick one. Do you want to do Sacramento Kings or Logan's Web?
Let's do Logan's Web.
Logan's Web. Okay. Are you afraid of spiders?
Deathly afraid of spiders.
You are?
What happens when a spider pops up in your homestead or in the clubhouse? Are you a jump on the table guy, or do you go up with a napkin and try to scoop and score?
I do the napkin. I usually make my wife do it at home, but
wow.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I got to get the napkin, scoop and score.
Yeah. Are you a catch and release guy, or is it going to be a smash and flush?
Smash. I make sure that thing's not moving anymore.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, some like
baseball cleat.
My ex-wife was a catch and release, and she didn't like spiders, but no judgment either way. Question number 2: how do you spend your time on the worldwide Logan Web?
Are you saying like what do I do on the internet?
Like, are you do you watch shows? Are you a social media?
It's like,
do
get
you
out
just
of here
like
with that question.
do you like Google best way to swaddle a 3-month-old? Like when you go on the web, what are you doing?
Honestly, it's a lot of sports. There's a lot of sports that I watch. Big Bleacher Report, looking up stuff. I go on Twitter, X, or whatever it is for good laughs. The internet's undefeated always.
Yep.
And then I dabble. I look at TikTok every once in a while. I think it was gone for what, 24 hours?
Yeah, 12 hours. It's terrifying.
Yeah. What'd you do with yourself?
Right?
Yeah, I don't know. My sister-in-law was panicking.
she was not alone. All right, last one. If you could be a superhero, who would you be, and would it be Spider-Man?
I think it's got to be Spider-Man. I think Tom Holland made Spider-Man cool again. I mean, it was always cool, but I think in these last couple Marvel ones, I think he made it cool again. So I'm going to go Spider-Man.
You're saying the Tobey Maguire era, which is a little bit earlier than, when you were watching it, but maybe a little bit too much of a soft Spider-Man?
No. And that's not too early. I watched Spider-Man growing up.
Okay.
The Andrew Garfield one was great too. I think the new Marvel one, they made it a little cooler. You got to work with Tony Stark, got some cool new outfit, and I think that was cool. I think he made it cool again.
Logan Webb with some serious
Great
Spider-Man
answers.
knowledge.
Great
Yeah, this is
answers.
Hey, bonus question on the way out the door. Why did you choose number 62?
I didn't.
I
didn't choose number 62. That's what was given to me. I give Brad Graham some crap every once in a while for that, but that was the one that was given to me when I got called up, and I think he asked me again after, I think it was like 2021, but I would have had to, I think you're supposed to pay for the ones that have been sold, and at that point, I think we were all invested in 62, so I just kept it and kind of, I think I got to keep with that.
Yeah.
Keep going with it.
Yeah, I mean, come on. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Hey, Logan, thank you for spending some time with us. Congrats on fatherhood. Thank you. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me.
Okay, Logan Webb, getting ready for Dubs and Kings here in just about an hour and a half.
I love it. And after Logan Webb, I hope that no one ever will wear number 62 again with the Giants, but you do realize he's not the first to wear 62. I know you're not a number guy.
Here we go.
I'm not going to quiz you. I'm just going to read the names.
Please
and
do.
Just tell me.
How many of them are there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 have worn 62.
7 others have worn number 62.
1996, Jacob Cruz.
Okay.
1998 and 99, Wilson Delgado.
Okay, I remember him.
Here's one, 2010, Francisco Peguero.
Oh, yeah, Peguero.
Yeah.
I do remember him.
World Series champ.
Yep.
Corey Guerin wore it for 3 years.
Yep, the reliever.
Ray Black.
Okay. Got traded in the Mauricio Dubon deal, if I remember correct.
That's a flex.
Yep.
And the last guy to wear it before Logan, DJ Snelton. DJ Snelton. So those are your 62s with the Giants.
When you said that, I'm like, oh, he's going to talk about somebody from 1908 who like all those were
Jacob Cruz 96.
All the last 30 years.
Right, exactly.
All of them.
Right. And I know you're not a big numbers guy when it comes to numbers of uniforms.
Numbers are numbers, and I don't know them.
Well, you know some of them. Like, you'll know, like, Lincecum and Kane and Buster and, like...
Gosh, even as you say that, I'm like...
Lincecum,
Lincecum was 55.
Yep.
Buster was 28.
Yep.
Kane was... Boch?
Mad Bum.
Oh, Mad Bum.
He's a horse.
Wait, I'm stuck on Kane still. Was he 18?
Look at him go.
Mad Bum was...
Grandy knows, so you can ding or buzz, because Grandy, you're like...
Wait a minute, I know Mad Bum.
He's a horse. We know that.
I know he was a horse. Shoot. It's not coming to me. Mad Bum was...
think about the Snot Rocket.
Yeah.
Think about him.
Did it start with a 4?
It did.
Okay.
You got a 1 in 10 shot. Although it's easier than that because it's not 44. That was Willie McCovey.
Right, I know that.
And it's not 42 because that was Jackie Robinson.
Jackie. Was it 40? Okay.
Look at you work over there. You do know your numbers.
Well, you gave me like the 4 best players of that era.
Right.
I mean, if you gave me
John Bowker. I just threw out a John Bowker.
You could give me Yaz, and I'd be like, clueless.
Pablo.
Oh.
That's a good one.
Pablo was...
A lot of the big players on that team, like the 2010, 2012, 2014, they all ended in 8s. So many of them. Posey and Kane you already got. Posey was 28. Kane
Pablo
was 18.
48,
Hunter Pence was 8.
Yeah,
right?
Pablo was 48 and Hunter was 8.
I'm just going to give you one.
But if you gave me now,
one more because
go
it's
through
topical.
now, I have no clue.
All right. Justin Verlander.
I know he hasn't played yet. I don't know
what's he going to wear.
I don't know.
It's a great question.
What number would he like to wear? What number is maybe controversial if he does wear the number that he's always worn?
It is? Someone had it here with the Giants. I read this. He needs to talk to somebody about it.
Even if we said who it was, Willard would probably miss it.
A guy with a beautiful glove and a long, flowing head of greasy hair from Pleasanton.
What?
Brandon Crawford's old number with
Thank you, Lucas.
35.
Yes, which is what Verlander has always worn, which many Giants fans are adamant.
Don't want him to wear.
Right, even though Crawford wore it when it was Richie's number, and Richie wore it when it was Chris Spire's number. So is it so sacrosanct?
Apparently, because he's not a shortstop.
Is Brandon Crawford so highfalutin and sacrosanct that Verlander can't wear 35?
Yeah, I bet Brandon doesn't care.
He doesn't give a rip.
But fans do.
Right.
And that's actually a recency bias thing. It's because it just happened.
Right.
Yeah.
But
anyway, yeah. If you gave me most of the guys, like obviously I can get Logan Webb because we just talked about this at 62.
Yep.
I don't know how many other Giants I could name their number right now. Honestly. Current Giants.
Right.
No clue. None.
Yeah. None clue. Yeah. I mean, it's tough.
I don't know what number Matt Chapman wears. Do you?
Chappie?
What does Chappie wear?
26.
20?
Couldn't even get a chance
26.
to answer.
26?
Oh, Willard was looking at us.
Lucas is looking at a roster.
Yeah, I mean...
I can't see you, Lucas.
He's not looking at a roster.
Does Wilmer Flores wear 41?
Yeah, that's a great pull.
Does he?
He's not on the team anymore, but yeah.
Daryl Evans, yeah.
Wilmer Flores is not on the team anymore.
Is he? When was the last time he played baseball?
He's on the team, Lucas.
I'm pretty sure he's on the team.
He's going
back to the roster.
I'm pretty sure he's platooning at first base for Lamont Wade.
Not on my team.
Who wears, I have no idea what number. I have no clue.
Before Wilmer, wearing 41, Mark Melanson, Jeremy Affeldt, Brad Hennessy, Chad Zerbe. Chad Zerbe.
Zerbe. I loved Zerbe.
It's always fun to play this game to just roll off some names.
Yeah.
But
anyway.
I'm with you. As
clue.
far as like other Giants, I'd be hard pressed.
Camilo Doval.
No clue.
It's
No clue.
It's a really big number.
It's worth 75.
Hey,
sorry, jump there. Sometimes,
that's great.
Sometimes the visual just jumps in, but I don't.
Elliot Ramos, no chance.
Yeah,
Elliot Ramos. Is it in the 20s?
No.
Yeah, I'm out.
Marco Luciano actually doesn't wear a number. It's just the letter E. Thank you. I'm glad somebody laughed at that.
Grandy turned his mic on just to laugh.
Appreciate it, Grandy. I mean,
really good.
I had to hurry that one out. I thought it was funny.
Elliot Ramos is 17, by the way.
Fine.
Whatever.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Chris
whatever.
Mullen.
What does Jung-Hoo Lee wear?
I thought it was 00.
Wasn't it 51 for Ichiro?
It was 51.
Good call. Hall of Famer. Have we found out who didn't vote for Ichiro yet?
Why haven't they called center field Area 51 yet? Come on, marketing team. Where the hell are you on that one?
Nobody
played,
likes
five
us.
games in that center
No,
field
you
so
played
far.
5 games, Grandy. It was a good, solid month and a half. And people bought jerseys and chanted his name. And he's coming back to Third and King, okay?
Yeah, 37 games for Jung-Hoo Lee.
37 games.
Yeah.
Yeah. Area 51. You're welcome, Giants. Okay?
No, keep working.
From the guy who gave you Vamos Ramos, Area 51, make little doily bobbleheads like they're aliens and sell them out in center field. You're welcome.
Yep. And from the guy who has given you almost nothing, Marco Luciano gets a vowel, not a number, until further notice. It's a sideways 3. It's a 3. It's a dyslexic 3. Whatever. It's an E. Batting third. Number E.
Yeah, Logan Webb's wearing the C and Marcos is wearing an E. Like he just gets an E on his shoulder as he goes out there. Like, what's that stand for? Don't worry about it. Okay, get out of here.
You'll see. Anyway, Logan's gotten me a little bit more excited about baseball.
Well, I listen, let's talk to what this is all about. We started it out with Logan Webb, and it sounds like he's a listener of the show because we're talking to him about the Dodgers, and he's like, look, they're allowed to. They're allowed to sign the guys. Yeah, I get it. We get it that they're allowed to. But the bottom line is this, and I know Dodger fans don't want to hear it, and it sounds like sour grapes, and I've tried to explain this. I'm not mad at the Dodgers. To me, this is a loophole that baseball left open, and the Dodgers walked through the door. They should be congratulated for it, and other big financial teams like the Giants should be ripped for not jumping through that door first. So with all that out of the way, this is what baseball needs to deal with. Whether you think it's good for the game or bad for the game or whatever, it's not about the game. It's about your customers. And every customer who's not a Dodger fan right now feels like they got kicked in the you-know-whats. And we're like, hope springs eternal. Not this year. Not this year. Like, it doesn't matter if it's righteous or if it's good for the long term or if it's okay or if it doesn't matter. Every fan who's not a Dodger fan is rolling their eyes to start the year. And they're like, what the hell? And so, yes, nobody's fault, I guess. Maybe Rob Manfred's. I don't know. Nobody's fault. But you have to deal with that reality. And as a Giants fan, that is part of how I feel. They've got Willie Adames. He said everything that you'd want a big free agent signing to say. He apparently is everything you'd want a big free agent signing to be. We'll see if he puts up numbers, but he's supposed to be like the greatest guy in the history of clubhouses. And he wants to be here forever, and he's young, and he's got pop, and he's a shortstop, and a big smile. Amazing.
Yep.
Amazing.
And a long-term deal.
And a wet blanket because the Dodgers got everyone. Everyone else.
I get it, but at the same time,
that's how everyone feels.
I get that, but at the same time, the Giants, as one of the biggest market teams and an ownership group that has billions of dollars, you should not be grouped in the futures odds with Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Milwaukee, and Cincinnati.
You're absolutely right.
That's your group.
You're absolutely right.
I mean,
you're absolutely right.
The futures odds, Kansas City and Tampa are 50-1, Milwaukee 60-1, and Cincinnati and the Giants are both 66-1. You should not be in that group.
Nope.
You should be heading north with the top New York, Philly, and Boston. They're all among the top 8 in futures odds.
Yeah, it gives no one a pass. It gives no one with the Giants a pass.
Yep.
Maybe it gives the Pirates a pass. The A's, not the Giants. Although no one gets a pass because there should be a salary floor. All right, it's Warrior Wednesday. It's brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also sponsored by Honda of Vallejo. There have been big comments made, whether it be by Draymond, by Bobby Marks, everybody, Logan Murdoch. We can get into that a little bit as well as we get closer to Warriors basketball and Warriors Live, which is 20 minutes away. Time for your calls at 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs.
And it's Dan Dibley here to tell you.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I mean, tap it down, dude. Like, easy.
I thought it was a fair question.
It was fair.
And I ran it by the whole team, and nobody seemed alarmed. And maybe it's the way I asked it.
Yeah, it's not the question. It was the delivery.
Hi, Logan. Hey, when it's late at night and you're alone, what do you do on the internet, Logan?
You better be careful.
Hey, Logan, you want to chat sometime?
When your wife is feeding the baby, what are you doing?
You ever check your DMs after 1 a.m., Logan?
What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it was my tone.
Logan was great. Logan was fantastic. Really, really fun.
I was a little shaky, but he was great.
Yeah, you were great. No, he was great. You were, you were fine.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah. So, no, great to have Logan on. Thank you, Logan. Thank you, Giants. That was awesome. Greg Cosell was a ton of fun today. Y'all were a ton of fun today. Thank you so much for your calls, your interaction. And we are going to do it again tomorrow. I got a couple things to throw by you. First of all, another reminder that the knockout tournament is back, and we are closing in real quick on when the qualifications will actually start, and that will be on Monday. Once we get to Monday, every day for 3 weeks on every show on 95.7 The Game, you'll have an opportunity to qualify. And if you don't know what the knockout tournament is, that's when we all go play basketball on the Chase Center floor together. Yeah, on the Chase Center floor, like that floor. And we play knockout, which I would think most of you know what knockout is. If not, you'll learn it when you get there. It's when everybody lines up at the free throw line and you try to knock each other out. Not like Draymond, like you actually shoot the ball. And anyway, you'll get it. But that's what's starting on Monday. So every day, 8 a.m. hour, noon hour, 4 p.m. hour, you'll have the opportunity to win your way in, provided that you are at least 18 years old and that you live in California. Those are the only two requirements. You do not need to be able to shoot a basketball, though it helps. Okay? So we have that. And then we have this on the injury report for the Warriors. You will not get Kyle Anderson and Brandon Pajemski tonight, but you might tomorrow.
Yeah.
You might tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. They participated in shoot around today, and they might be ready to go tomorrow. Still no word on the whole Steph Curry back-to-back thing. Maybe we get word on that post-game tonight, but as of right now, he is in and playing in this game that starts here in just over an hour.
Yeah, and I'm excited for this one because
it's always a fun one.
It's a rivalry one. It's an I-80 game and all the rest of it, but I'm not going to declare anything a must-win when you've got 40 of these babies left to go, but in terms of the crisis of confidence and in terms of the psyche coming off a 40-point beatdown on a Monday matinee at home, and you don't have Draymond, you still don't have Kuminga, you mentioned no pods, you mentioned no slow-mo. This would be one that would be kind of nice to get. Yeah. And, you didn't show up in Toronto, you turned around and won in Minnesota, you came home and you got motorboated by Boston. This team is all over the map. You have already slated this as a loss in your 10-game prediction model.
Likely.
You are 2 for 2.
They're I don't know if the word heavy applies here. They are a pretty significant underdog tonight.
6, right?
I think it's up to like 7.5.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, this is not a game they are, quote, supposed to win.
Which means they'll win. It's
Probably.
7.5. Yeah. I'm looking at it here. 7.5. Hot Sacramento, wounded Golden State. And if you and I want to just do it now, we can guarantee a victory. We'll just go ahead and write them off. I mean, if you write them off, they show up and they win. And when you think, they're going to beat Toronto, then they lose.
Well, that's what they were doing since they got home, and I know that they're not home tonight, but no, it's been a little bit more what you were expecting. You beat Washington, you get blown out by Boston, and I do think the whole blown out thing is part of the vibe and the conversation around the Warriors. Steve kept using the word demoralized after the Boston game, and so I'm not here to talk about moral victories, but I really think that we've arrived at a spot where every quarter of basketball for the Warriors matters. Like if you are really gathering information, if you're trying to figure out if you're a buyer, if you're a seller, how aggressive do you want to be at the deadline? Where does Jonathan Kuminga fit in? If we're doing all the things that we've said that we're doing all year long, then every quarter of basketball matters. And if you get to a spot where in games like this, and this is what it feels like, largely because of what happened against Boston, but if you get into games like this and you literally feel like you can't even compete, if they do what they did to you in the play-in tournament last year,
oh, don't remind me.
That's a big deal. You can't do that. There's no room for doing that. I thought one of the most under-discussed parts of the Steve Kerr interview yesterday was when you brought up the idea, essentially, of having to earn a trade. The idea that the Warriors need to be like, I don't know, kind of good in order to have a trade make sense. And Steve very firmly agreed with you.
Right.
He agreed with you. He's like, yes, this is not, and that's part of, it's an extension of, I think, what they were talking about last week with the, we're not going to make an irresponsible trade. In other words, if we get to the deadline, 8 more games to go, and they're 23 and 27 or whatever the hell the math would.
You nailed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Right.
How aggressive are you going to be to go chase something that's essentially a ghost? And so, like, I'm not calling if they lose by 5, that's great because they were in it and it was a clutch game. No. That's loser talk. But at the same time, I just put it in, it's a different category though. It's a different category than if they lose by 30.
Agreed. I mean, if you lose by 30 tonight, it's a little bit of a different calculus for me. If you turn around tomorrow and you do get Pods back and slow-mo, and Steph still plays on the second half of a back-to-back, and maybe he only plays 27 minutes again like he did against Boston, you come home against a beatable Chicago team, and then you lose by 30 in that one, that for me would be a little bit more alarming than if Sacramento just gets your number, a hot Sacramento at home, the beam gets lit, that to me would be less alarming than if you came home tomorrow and the same kind of thing happened.
Yeah, I get it, but at the same time, like tomorrow, it feels like it's kind of far away because of what we did. Like, is Steph Curry playing tomorrow?
Right.
Or is Pods coming back so that he can be the point guard tomorrow?
Yeah, who knows?
You know what I mean? So, I don't know. The whole thing, when I start hearing Bobby Marks talk about this is a lottery team and we're headed for a conversation this summer, that makes me, it ramps up my urgency a little bit because it's like, no, this isn't even just earning a trade. I mean, what if I said that to you about the second half of the season? The Warriors need to go earn Steph Curry's trust in their future. A little more gravity to it about
definitely,
rather than like worrying about Nikola Vucevic.
Oh, yeah, agreed. I mean, if you are playing for Steph's confidence in your future, that becomes a heavier burden as opposed to, maybe we'll add a piece. No, if you go into full free fall and you lose the faith of your star, that's a lot more troublesome than any trade you could possibly make.
Slater was on the morning show and was asked about Steph buying into the Warriors' future.
Well, I mean, the 48-hour period prior to the deadline and what Steph is told is available and what Steph is told was or wasn't acted on will matter, right? He needs to. He said it in his own subtle, like, diplomatic way, but he wants to know that Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob and the Warriors front office is attempting, to make smart but, additive moves. And, they continue to message out that they're, searching on the open market and they're trying to help this roster, even if it's just not some, unbelievable, star level boost that we believe gets them back into contention, because I don't think anyone thinks that's actually out there. But it's going to be about how they sell that to Steph. And then also maybe they're hinting to him could be available this summer, on a bigger picture way. And he would know better than we would know. And we'll see.
Okay, so at least at this point, I think the answer was still like kick the can down the road, TBD. Better than, he's out.
Right. And I do think that the final 40 will determine a lot of, what Steph is thinking in the summer. If he's not playing in the playoffs and if he's just golfing and watching, that might have him feeling some kind of way.
You want to do this again tomorrow?
Sure thing.
Yeah, let's do it again tomorrow. The Bulls will be in town. We'll have, obviously, a game to react to and much, much more. But here comes E-Dog with Warriors Live, which is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Warriors at Kings, an hour away. Evan Giddings will take you the rest of the way. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
We are giving you a chance to do